hopefully Chan doesn't ruin my streak like last time. Bro, I'm sorry. See, this is like I'm gonna be honest. This is exactly why I don't like the streaks. Like I like it for you guys because it's like a way of showing like it's a way of indirectly showing your support to like a streamer. But for me, like I would like especially because I know a lot of you actually have like these like reasonably sized like stream streaks or really big ones. Um, like I feel like I just can't go live whenever I feel like it because I'll just feel so guilty if I like go live at like some obscure time or just something out of my normal uh schedule, I guess. And then if you guys miss it, it's just like, oh my god, Shan, you hate us. It's like I did that to who did I do that to? Uh, I don't know. It's just a little. I have mixed feelings about the watch streaks. Maybe I should just turn off on my end so that way I don't have to worry about them anymore. I work the thing I like it's even worse with Kimmy because she says she's gonna kill me if I ruin her watch streak. So if I know she's on like okay, I had to sign in to her Twitch account on my very old like iPhone like 5 just because I don't have any other phones. It's just like I have my main phone and that's it. And then my old phone that I had before I upgraded to Android, I actually gave away. So now I only like I just have my main phone, and then Kimmy's like, yeah, you can't ruin my watch streak. So she made me sign on to like well, she didn't like I was being courteous because I know she has a really big watch streak. So basically it's just like if I go live at like some ridiculous Djinn hour time, she wants me to make sure that that watch streak is preserved. Let me here. Okay. So, to get you guys back to speed, or up to speed, I should say, if you guys weren't around yesterday, basically, I did, after like 300 plus games in the season on my main account, finally got my stickers, 1600 on the dot, no more, no less. It took 14 hours to get 50 points, 50, 50, which is crazy. I like, I can honestly say that this season was my worst performing season even by comparison, even in comparison to the other season that I did really bad in. And I thought I was doing bad in that one, but then I looked at this one and it was just worse. So just for my stats, it took me like 315 matches to get to 1600 from Ultra 3, obviously. Obviously all solo queue. Uh, got there with a 55.9% win rate on the season, which is fucking terrible. At least by my standards. I like I don't anything lower to me, sorry, anything lower than 60% is just absolutely abysmal to me. Like no disrespect to anyone else. Like that may be respectable for a lot of other people. For me, it's just like I failed. Like it's like look, it's like getting a test back and like getting an 80%. Now, some people would be content with getting an A. To me, that's like, brother, like if there's a minus beside the A, then that's not an A. It's either A or a solid A, which is like a 90, like sorry, like 85 plus, and then you got like A plus, which is like 90% in plus, like above. If it's on the boundary line, it's like no, it doesn't count. You get a B, sir. Benny, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Oh, hold on. Okay, well, I see that you're busy, so just talk to me when you're not busy. Also, I didn't hang up. That was you. It's on your end. I'm not saying you hung up. I'm just saying it's your end. because my computer was still on in the same spot that I left it in before I fell asleep. So, no, 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 no. I do not care what you say. In this specific instance, something on your end happened because I literally I did not. Everything that I left open yesterday is still here, including the app. So there's no debating in this one. I know I'm in the right this time. Yes, I am. No, 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 no. Thank you. All right. So what we have planned for today, guys? Sorry, Kimmy was distracting me. Long story short, I feel like I deserved a break. All right. I know I usually play solo queue, and I'll go back to solo queue tomorrow because today is probably going to be a relatively short stream compared to yesterday, anyways. I feel like I deserve a break after that 14-hour marathon yesterday. So I did. I like I said yesterday. The original plan was for me to play solo queue, get to 1600 in a few hours or a couple of hours, like 5 to 6 hours. Then I would have watched this tournament that I never like. I watched literally the first series and it was garbage. I'll be honest, it was just garbage because I'm assuming it was just a bunch of randoms just group like playing for fun. And then I ended up sleeping through the rest of it because I needed a power nap. So it was perfect timing because I get to nap, but at least I can put something on the screen so that is live. So that way, if anyone was interested, you guys could just watch on your own. I never got to watch anything after the first series, so this is a perfect time to go back to this and just see what the meta is, what people are playing, how people are drafting, and obviously what UCS players we should expect to see in a week and a half because LAIC is right around the corner. So yeah, I'm gonna go back to watching this. Obviously, I'll use this as an educational opportunity to kind of help people understand where people are going wrong and what maybe like what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, what they can improve on, etc. And yeah, we'll go from there. So I'm just gonna play an ad just because it's unavoidable at this point, and then we'll get started. And of course, let me just bow, 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 bow. No, 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 no. Oh, sorry, I was muted. Let's see what this VOD has in store for us. I don't know if any of you guys watched this. Like, I know some people watched it. I think Home Dog said he watched it, and he said it was pretty good. So hopefully, it is. I did. There are a lot of familiar faces from the UCS circuit, so that should be pretty good. But I could probably skip through the. I mean, the way I describe these types of tournaments, especially very big ones, because even before it started, the casters the people involved did say that there were 70 teams, 70, which is honestly a lot. You normally don't have that many teams in a Unite tournament unless it's like one of those big ones. I feel like compared to before, the interest in Pokemon Unite has dwindled significantly. So seeing 70 teams for a non-competitive, sorry, a non-circuit tournament is kind of insane. So just do the basic math. Just do 70 times 5. That's how many Unite players um, were in attendance for this little off-season tournament. And that's not even including if they have any subs or not. So yeah, that's a lot of people for a small gathering for fun tourney. And we'll just see. So I did watch the very first one, but then after that I kind of just like I was so tired that I kind of mentally checked out. So just bear with me while I figure out where I am.
These are things I'm very interested in.
I'm also incredibly interested. I think Latias is going to be one that we've started to see with that most recent patch. Was it Celestial Guardians? So a lot of the supporters are getting buffed. So this is definitely one to watch.
It's a great one, and I would not be shocked to see
Pokemon that's been played a lot in our region. So it's so interesting that no follower going for the ban.
Oh yeah, so this is the series I watched. This was like this is the first series I watched. So I can skip through this. I can start from the second one. So this would be where I need to continue off from. So honestly, that's not too bad because I literally cut off and like an hour and a half is already gone because
Rightly so. I do think a couple of the Unite moves were a little bit questionable.
And yes, that is also worth mentioning as well. Thank you for reminding me. I did mention this during the live like viewing, but basically UCS and this tournament specifically as well do not follow the same principle as casual gameplay. So just to kind of outline the difference, when you play solo queue, when you play duos, when you play trios, and I'm assuming even when you play 5 stacks in the ladder, when you do bans, everyone does bans at the same time. There's a good thing about that and there's a bad thing about that. The good thing about it is that it cuts down the time significant. Well, it cuts down on the time because everyone's banning at once. But the problem is that because everyone's banning at once and they're blind bans, you're at risk of banning the same thing twice. So I'm sure you probably notice whether you watch Pokemon Unite or you play Pokemon Unite, when you do the bans that way, a lot of the time people end up banning the same thing. Like some of the most common double bans that you'll see in ladder are Mega Charizard X, Mega Lucario, Darkrai, whatever else. I think those are probably like the top 3 commonly banned mons, not to mention just continuously double banned because of how strong they are. In this case, I don't know if they cut down on the time with the individual bans, but basically it's just they take turns banning. So Team 1 first ban, Team 2 second ban, Team 1 third ban, Team 2 fourth ban, until you get to a total of 6 bans. So it may take a little bit longer, maybe, but that just guarantees that you're not going to double up on the same ban, which is what I prefer personally, just because I don't like when there's double bans, like 2 of the same ban, just because it takes away from the whole drafting process. Like, it takes away from the whole strategizing aspect of the draft and just tourney gameplay in general. Not to mention, I really hope that when the UCS starts next week, that they kind of temporarily ban at least Mega Charizard, at least, just because that shit is so strong, and no matter what, whoever's the second team, that's a mandatory ban. Mandatory. See, like the whoever's first pick doesn't need to worry about that, because if that Pokemon gets let through, then they can just first pick it. And realistically, out of all the Pokemon in this game right now, if I were to first pick anything, it would be Mega Charizard X. Just because of how insanely strong it is. But that's just my opinion. Obviously, some teams have a different opinion, but Yeah, I think Mega Charizard would just be too ridiculously tempting to pass up in any way. But that pretty much just covers like the difference between, you know, this tournament UCS and normal gameplay. So obviously that is a pretty big difference.
In that game from both teams, we saw Klaus using Nightfall Days to lock in a red aura. So, you know, I feel like it was on both sides, but a team fight Unite move like the Endless Ice Spikes, you just cannot misplay that. But to be fair, I did think that was going to be the Groudon fight. With the way that No Follow were going really aggressive there, I thought they were going to just let it all go. So maybe that's exactly what they thought on the Suicune.
Yeah, I think you could be right, too. They also had a moment where it almost went very poorly for No Follow until Crustle barely hung on through it. Because if that Crustle goes down there and it doesn't get to pop its Unite move in that moment and stay around for just a moment, that actually could have gone the other way regardless. But Crustle, unbelievably tanky. The Unite move able to weather the storm, and then things started going No Follow's way. And of course, hey,
Yo, Jeremiah, how's it going?
Man.
Sorry, I just had to open up YouTube chat just to make
and I
sure.
don't even think it was the main target of the Scald, right?
85 being an A is
Threw that
crazy.
giant
95 was
Scald
baseline
in
A
the
for
center
me.
of Groudon right there and is able to take it.
Hey, listen, you miss 100% of the shot.
No, so when it comes to our grading system,
it's just like hit it in that den area, and you're gonna, you know, it's RNG. Do I get it? Do I not?
okay, well in elementary school, like you only have the letters. You have like A, B, C, D, and then like N, I think. Like I don't we never had F. I think it was just D and like S, I think. Like, and then no, sorry, like I think it was D was the lowest, but at the bottom, like they also had like a different grading system. So it was just like E for excellent, G for like good, S for satisfactory, and then N for needs improvement.
Very possible that was just some chatter saying that.
So yeah, but then when you get to like high school, they use percentages, of course. So I think like 80 was like a E plus, A minus. I think 85 is an A, and then over 90 is an A plus, if I remember correctly. It's been a while, obviously, so I don't remember too much.
Number 3 right here, our team's getting set up. What do you think? Do you think we see a very different draft here in Game 3? I feel like No Follow is probably not going to run this back, at least if there's a slow.
Okay, they're still yapping, so I can just
I'm expecting No
play
Follow
that
to
now.
go heavier onto their all-rounders here. That's what
I'm not in a rush, guys. I'm kind of just vibing today.
So I'm expecting
After yesterday, I deserve a break.
maybe some of that Waterberry Shifu that I really expect them to play. They do have a couple of subs here that are very good on it. So Christo might come on in, in replace for Klaus. But either way, I think that's going to be the approach. Do you want to see as a Pokemon that
Purple team, No Follow, your orange team. So No Follow decides to send over the first pick to LA.
Wait, did I miss a match?
Little grass knot.
Oh, I did miss a
Pokemon
match.
go for what is an as the Dodrio that was
Wait,
doing
what?
so well?
It's fantastic and it's fantastic.
Oh, is this the same series?
Like when we're
Oh yeah, okay. I was not far enough ahead. So basically, I remember this. I remember the second match was the Slowbro Rayquaza steal, and I was talking about it live. Like I literally said, the only way they win this game is if Slowbro steals it with the Scald or whatever, and then they end up stealing it. I'm just like, oh my fucking god, there's no way. And it was in a 4v1 too, so yeah, I remember this series. This is where I need to watch, right here.
Couple of roster changes here and there, but like Nemesis, I remember from I believe season 1 of competitive, they were like the team that would pull out these crazy weird picks and just get everyone super hype, and they kind of have kept that strategy over the last couple of years. They're like a team that plays a lot of interesting things, and they try out a lot of interesting strategies that I think really shapes North America in an interesting way.
Well, let's hope they do some of that today. But what I want to know now that you're on the mic with me, Husky, is what Pokemon do you want to see coming into these games that we don't normally see in competitive?
Ooh, that's a good one. Normally, that we don't see all the time, but they come out occasionally, like Talon, Absol, like those are always fun. Scyther, those are fun for me.
Ooh, do you know what? I was casting the Unity European Cup yesterday, and
Okay, so if it's 15 seconds per ban, Uh,
We
it's
got
a minute and a
roster
half
pick, and they
for
won.
bans at
Oh
at
my
most.
lord.
That's
It
assuming they
was
use all the
impressive.
time.
That's awesome. I can only hope. But we do have our draft coming up. Nemesis is on the purple side, and Dark Lords, which is spelled with a
So just to point out, this is what I was talking about as well. Us play with the assumption of, let's say for example, megas are allowed for UCS LEIC in a week and a half. This is what I have a problem with right here. If you're team two, so obviously these guys are team two. Basically, what that means is they pick second, but obviously they get, you know, 2 picks. All right. My issue is like, you never want to let this Mega Charizard go over to team number one because of how strong it is. And that's the problem I have with the current state of draft right now. I know it's a for fun tournament, but the point is just like, it's a mandatory ban, and it feels like kind of a waste because it puts you at a disadvantage in some way. Like, you could also argue being the second team is also good because you can pick 2 Pokemon in your first rotation, but it's just a matter of perspective. But either way, I'm just not a fan of having to invest the ban in something that's overpowered, and it has nothing to do with you. It's just the way the
four,
game.
but I'm gonna say
It's
Dark
just the
Lords
game
because
state
that's
as it is
easier
right
for
now.
me. I don't know how they want it. Like, is it still Dark Lords, or do they want it to be like Defark Lords? Like, is that what they Defork? Is that what they want?
Same thing right here, by the way. Like this is supposed to be educational, guys. So if you see me tap it, like pausing and yapping, this is just part of the course. Same thing right here. I know some people argue that Mega Lucario is not that great of a pick, or sorry, not argue, like debate. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Like this Pokemon is fucking busted as well. So same principle applies. So because you're team two, you don't have the luxury of first pick. So if any of these Pokemon, any of these Pokemon right here get left through, then basically that just means that, see this line right here? Rex is in the first spot, so obviously he would be picking for his team. Essentially, that just means Lucario could go over to team number one, and that is just something you don't want to deal with, especially if it's being played by a competent player. So that's basically 2 of your bans funneled into Megas because not only are they strong, but it's because you have to.
Or is the 4 like times and you gotta go Dark Lords?
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's perfect. Yeah.
We're definitely not doing that as we have a look at the bands on screen. Clefable, Zash, and Suicune for Nemesis. Dark Lords are going to go for the Latias, the Megas completely taken out of this game.
Yeah, I mean, not surprising to see the Megas being taken out, but it is interesting. Nemesis being first pick kind of got to control those bans to force Dark Lords to have to ban both of those Megas. Great first pick here. Machizzle going to pick up that Blaziken, but that means Darkrai, a pick that we have seen resurface quite a lot with a lot.
I'll be honest, I have no problem with the Darkrai pick. I think Darkrai is really strong right now. I would have preferred actually just because Clefable's been, I actually think taking away the Blissey just to
Of CC is going to be grabbed by Dark Lords.
ensure that they have less counterplay
So
against it would
interesting. They're not
be
even going to put the EXP share on just yet, so it's going to be
pretty
a
good.
full
Not to mention
attack.
picking
Darkrai
Blissey, your
on
support
that
is not
side.
revealing too much about your
What
team
an
comp
amount
as
of
well.
CC they've already got. As Bora Reach is going to pick up the Miraidon here for their range. Metallic looking to get a little bit spicy here in game one. They're going to lock in the Dodrio.
Yeah, Dodrio, that's another one that we did see earlier, and it's just like, Dodrio is such a frustrating Pokemon, but not everyone can play it as effectively as some of these players. Metallic, or, they could give it to Trainer as well if Trainer ends up switching around and everything. But there's a couple players on Nemesis who can really make good use of this Pokemon. But look at this other side, Tano. Greninja is making an appearance today. Dark Lord's going to take the Ninja Frog into game one.
I actually really like that. I love Greninja. I love the Water Shuriken build, but nevertheless, even if you go for Surf, oh my god!
Okay,
with the
okay.
Cinderace as well.
I'm gonna pause it right here because this is just like, it was looking good at first, but then when this happened, this is like where I see some red flags. Guys, you know as much as I do, I'm a Greninja enthusiast. I like the Pokemon. I would love to play it whenever I can, but obviously in 2025 in this day and age, objectively, it's not a great pick. Obviously, one of the things about it, levels, levels 1 to 6 are just abysmal. And realistically, you're only able to do pretty much anything if you're taking advantage of just lower skill players or just people overextending when they shouldn't be. And then on top of that, you also have the Cinderace, same thing. Like it's the same issue. Levels 1 through 6, not that great. Not to mention, now you got 2 of them. So what does that mean exactly? So now that you drafted these 2, well, terrible. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not afraid to say it. These Pokemon are terrible. Like the one thing that they got going for them is that if, emphasis on the word if, all right. If you're able to make it to late game and you're not like feeding or starved for experience, like these 2 can actually put in work, all right? However, that is not the case in most of these. That's not the case in most of these situations. Not to mention, because you picked both of them, that just means that one of these 2, I don't know which one because I haven't watched the game, one of these 2 Pokemon is going to be going to lane. Which means you're just going to have a weak lane from the start. And it's going to be a really difficult time. I also don't see any XP shares, so I'm assuming they're going to swap, but if they keep these items, that right there tells me, like, these guys are, like, fresh off the boaty players that don't know any better. So we'll see, but I was liking their team comp. Like, Darkrai first pick, solid choice. Mamoswine, Mamoswine's fine. Like, I think there are better defenders. I think Mamoswine has a good early game, but then when it comes to scaling, it's not that great. I think it kind of falls off compared to other defenders. Buzzwole, obviously a solid choice as well, so you have your supplementary damage as well as a little bit of beef to your team. But then when you got these 2, it's like, like it's like what's happening here? Like, so you don't really have an early presence jungler, not to mention you have a weak laner on top of that. If we're like comparing that to this side over here, well, so obviously Blaziken's early game, it's pretty bad. I won't lie to you. Like you're pretty much just farming, stacking, trying to get your level 5, and obviously trying to get your level 7 from there. I think Miraidon in terms of in terms of the ranged attacker category, I think Miraidon is probably one of the best, if not debatably one of the best attackers in the game right now for that specific class. Dodrio jungle, obviously, if you're a competent Dodrio player, this Pokemon was always a solid choice. High mobility, high pressure in the early game, you can't really go wrong. Snorlax and Hoopa, solid choices for both their respective classes, so I don't really have any issues there. And of course, they have their XP shares, so no problems there. You can make plays with Blaze Kick, though? Yeah, once you get to level 5, though. Like, that doesn't happen until level 5. So it's really, like, the early game is a little slow, but once you get your levels under your belt, that's when you can start popping off. But, yeah. So it really just depends on... At this point, I'll tell you this right now, on paper, I like this team comp a lot more. It's a lot more well-rounded, good scaling, good early game, lots of balance, and you just have a little bit of everything. This team, like, when I saw these three Pokemon, I was fine with it. Like, I don't have any major problems. It was only until I see these 2 Pokemon drafted, that's when things go, like, they become very questionable. Because like I said, you have a weak early game jungle, not to mention, you're going to have a weak laner by default, because no matter which one's juggling, the other one's going to be laning. So, they're just going to struggle a bit. Like, even if they were to go for, like, the jungle strat of splitting jungle with XP shares, I mean, it doesn't change the fact that they're still going to be... Like, they don't reach any major power spikes. So, we'll see what happens, but we'll go from there.
Like I'm back in solo queue in season 1 here with Dark Lords.
This is my nightmare.
Keep in mind, guys, I haven't seen any of these matches. Like, after the first series, I went to bed, so...
What I do like about this double auto attack playstyle is is you have like Blaziken, Dodrio that really need to be up in your face, and you're kind of forcing them to target just one of you while the damage is share on a second EXP shares. Little features
Of Nemesis.
I don't know if I can get behind
Okay,
it.
I thought it would be a little bit
The
longer.
phrase is go big or go home, and that's exactly what Dark Lords are looking to do here with this as we get ready to launch this game.
Alright, I'm gonna
of
move my
Nemesis
camera
here
just
on your
because,
purple side. Dark Lords kicking off on your orange side.
Oh, sorry, did they change their items?
Are we on image? I guess there are no EXP. Wait a second.
Oh, no, 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 why? Okay. It's Jover, guys. I'm so sorry. Like, I don't even need to watch this match. It's just Jover. They don't have a single XP share on their team. There are no XP shares on their team. They're picking weak characters in their lane. Weak early game jungle. If this isn't a Nemesis stomp, I think I'm just going to retire from Pokemon Unite. If they lose this game, I just abandon all hope
There are
in
no
humanity.
5 damage. I don't know.
The phrase is kicking off on your orange side.
Oh, look at
Let me move my
the
camera.
torching
I might be
in
blocking
middle
it for some of you
path,
guys.
Going to the top path. How cute is he? It's such a shame that it evolves into Combuskin. I wish it just stayed as Torchic forever in his little baby hat. But in the bottom path, Cinderace, a classic solo queue move, heading down there, looking to get some experience.
Yeah, and they do have the Darkrai with them. This is what I was concerned about, though, Husky, is that it's kind of more of an early game comp on the side of Nemesis and Dark Lords. They've got to use a lot of experience to get a Mamoswine up, the Greninja up, the Cinderace up. That's a concern.
Yeah, you know what would help with that, Tano? You know what would help? EXP share
I'm not gonna
would
say
be
it. I'm not gonna say
EXP
it.
share. I feel like would be really valuable here. Darkrai does pick up a secure there, but it's gonna be really difficult getting so many Pokemon to those later levels, especially against a team like Nemesis, where we do have Dodrio already coming up, looking to deal a ton of damage.
Yeah, the pressure's already becoming a concern as Combusken's got their hat ready to go. We've got the 850s about to spawn on in. Only level 3 on the side of Buzzwole. That is not the matchup that you're looking for. Snorlax here as well from Nemesis as they look to go really dominant, trying to find the KO, and they do.
Oh, that's 4 members of Nemesis up into that top path, and even leaving just the Miraidon in the bottom path. There's not really
Okay.
anything
Do I
that
need to
Force
skip
can
this
do
series,
about it.
guys? Do I need to go to, like, the
Just one
quarterfinals or
player
whatever?
down. Nemesis
Okay.
Matchup.
I don't care about the kills. The important thing about this right here is a perfect example of why XP share in Pokemon Unite is so important, alright? Like, we're at this point of the game, we're like a minute into the game, and you can already see the level difference across the board. So, just look at the levels across the board, and, look at their respect. Well, obviously they're not in the same lane, but, like, just looking across everyone, you can already see a significant level gap starting to go in favor of Team Nemesis. One of the big, besides the fact that they don't have any XP share, which is I'll get into in just a moment, you need to understand that just from a general point of view, when you play jungle, you are, depending on your strat, and like whether you're splitting jungle or, you're clearing part of your jungle and then you're going to a lane for an early gank for early map pressure, it really just depends. But let's pretend that you were a jungler and you were doing a full clear, meaning you're getting both Baltoys, both blue and red buff, and no one's taxing your jungle and you're not getting invaded. You're going to be level 5. When you look at Team Nemesis in this specific situation, you can already see that the top and the bottom, specifically if we're referring to, just to be very specific, the Combuskin and the Miraidon, these two are already the same level as the jungle, and they're just finishing their jungle clear not just finishing, but they just finished it recently. That should not be happening, just because, that just goes to show how much the lanes are getting bullied because they're just getting out-skilled. It's a combination of not having XP share, but also getting skill diff, as well as, keep, factoring in the Pokemon you're playing the lane in. So, in this case, like I said, Cinderace lane, not that great. Darkrai lane, until you get to level 5, you're really not doing too much unless you're just playing really aggressive. And then of course, no XP shares. This is the most important thing. No XP shares on this team. Okay, so we'll just put no XP for short. What? If you guys don't know, like I shouldn't even have to explain XP share to you guys because I'm sure you're all sensible human beings that have played the game enough to understand what it does. But for the person that doesn't know for whatever reason, basically XP share is the most overpowered item in the entire game of Pokemon Unite. It's better than every single other item. It's not even a debate. If you think it is otherwise, I will debate this 100 times out of 100, and you will lose the argument 100 times. So basically, what it does is one person is gonna have a nice shiny light bulb on your head. It's like they just had the most miraculous, spectacular idea they've ever had, and they have that throughout the entire game. Basically, as long as you're in close proximity to one of your teammates, and you'll be able to see the range in game, so you can see a nice little ginormous circle in the match which outlines the proximity of where they need to be to have that effect. Basically, when you secure a piece of farm, so let's pretend, for example, that this Buzzwole had XP share. We'll put a nice little light bulb right here, okay? So nice little light bulb. Let's pretend that Buzzwole had a light bulb, which he doesn't because they're not very bright. So let's pretend he does in this case, and we'll make it a shiny light bulb. Look at that, red pearlescent light. Let's pretend that, he has the light bulb, he's able to get some secure, get one of these Swablues or Alterias, who knows, and, we'll pretend that, his teammate isn't useless and they're just standing right here. Now, if Buzzwole were to secure that farm, not only would they get experience, but also Buddy 2 over here would also get some experience, and they wouldn't be competing for lane farm and experience. So basically, it's like, not just one person's getting experience, but two people, and it's not getting diluted between the both of them. Unfortunately, in this case, no one on their team decided to put that on, so, you're kind of just like, bleh, you're kind of just useless. And then Buddy 2 over here, that's all the way over there, bleh, you're kind of just useless. So now you're just going to get bullied out by 4 people in this situation that are not only better than you in terms of skill, but they're also more sensible because let's put it this way, and I'll be very specific, they draft better, they play better, alright? I'm abbreviating it, but they play better, and of course, they're rotating better. Oh wait, shoot. Hold on, sorry. I brain farted. So they're drafting better, they're playing better, and their rotations are better. So what's gonna happen when something like this happens? Well, I'll show you in just a second. Well, I don't even need to show you because they're just gonna play the game and it's gonna happen organically. Now, one thing I will say though, I'm more curious as to see how Nemesis choose to play it out, because even before watching the game, there's 2 ways I can think of how Nemesis could possibly just stomp this game and just like make it seem like they're an MLB All-Star team beating up against a T-ball kitty team. Now, number 1, they can just straight up deny experience. So a lot of people are well aware of this tactic. If you are if you're winning lane by a significant margin, a lot of people choose not to break this goal. So you see this giant circle right here? They will choose to leave it up as long as remotely possible, because as long as these goals are intact, and it's not just this one as well, as long as these goals are intact, all the farm in this lane is going to continuously spawn until one of these goals goes down. This is not new knowledge. It's just, it may be new if you're new to the game, but if you've played the game or even watched the game, this is just basic stuff. So that's option 1. Option 1, Nemesis choose to extend the lane phase for as long as remotely possible because they know that they just have a significant advantage with early game picks, drafting, skill, XP shares, everything you can possibly think of. Or number 2, which is they will play the lane phase until basically the 7-minute mark. That's when first objectives spawn. and then that's when they break the goal, and then that's when they start snowballing by literally start pressuring every single. Whether it be they focus on one lane, they pressure everything, the jungle, the bottom lane, the top lane, who knows? I don't know. And then they start, maybe they set up for a third Regieleki, maybe they just focused on taking everything all at once, who knows? But I don't want to be too pessimistic because, the Dark Lords might be able to surprise me with these off-meta and no light bulb picks.
That you're looking for. Snorlax here as well from Nemesis as they look to go really dominant trying to find the KO, and they do.
Oh, that's 4 members of Nemesis up into that top path, and even leaving just the Miraidon in the bottom path, there's not really anything that Dark Lords can do about it. Even with just 1 player down there, you'd still have a level 4 Cinderace. Darkrai still level 3, easily taken down by Dodrio here. Triple kill, you're welcome for the bird.
Oh, Nemesis are this is like what we just saw with no follow. They're so dominant. This poor Score Bunny, as adorable as it is, will go back to Nurse Joy. They have 4 level 4s on the side of Dark Lords. That's what the 4 means, Husky.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it means. 4 level 4s. And we deal with Regidrago now, spawning in the central area. Level 7 already on that Dodrio. Level 7 on 3 members of Nemesis' team. 2 KO streak for this Blaziken. I think we're starting to see the outcome of this game maybe just a little bit early.
Yeah, I think the balance of early to late game has been just a bit too much unaltered here on the side of Dark Lords. They need so much. I mean, they are pretty aggressive on the side of the Mammoth.
I'll pause it right here because I just find this comical. It's bad when literally the top laner, the bottom laner, the jungler, the defender, of which I like. Believe it or not, when people talk about defender and support, I know there's separate classes. Like, support is its own class and defenders are its own class. But for me, I consider them kind of the same because they kind of do, like, their roles are pretty much, they overlap with each other with some of the things that they have to do. But obviously, just as an example, defenders are also able to frontline, soak up damage, peel zone, all that stuff. Some supports can do that too, but I consider them kind of the same. But anyways, the defender and the support, keep this in mind, every single person right here, so everyone, let's just extend the arrow, is the same level or 2 levels ahead of the jungler that is supposed to be the highest level in the game, and now they're like, just look at the mat. This is just so sad to watch. I just feel bad watching this because it's just like I can already tell this is gonna be an absolute Goomba stomp. But like, there's literally no farm in the jungle, so there's nothing to farm over here. This guy is literally just so like they gave up on bot lane. Miraidon is just having a field day, like soloing, getting all this experience in the bottom lane, and then now these like at this point. They're throwing caution to the wind. They're literally sending 5 people top. But, like, in this case, it doesn't even really matter because they're so underleveled, so irrelevant, that even if they have, like, a 5 versus 3, as long as the 3 people from Nemesis, for example, are not misplaying, I'm pretty sure they could just, like, 2v5, 3v5 their team at this point. Like, we still have a level 4 Scorch Bunny. We still have a Swinub. To be fair, Swinub is okay. Like, Buzzwole doesn't even have his superpower Leech Life. Greninja, or Frogadier in this case, is just useless. Darkrai finally got level 5, so at least they can maybe do something, but my lord, this is just painful, man.
Early stages, but when you have a level 8 Blaziken, what can you do, Husky?
Yeah, I mean, they can just kind of walk into all of them. Ooh, big hyperspace hole there, but Blaziken is able to push everybody away. 2 KO streak for them. Hoopa also picking up a KO. And
I can't look.
Getting to level
Tell me when it's over. I can't look.
Has started to reach
it's so painful.
Break points, and I don't really see why Nemesis wouldn't.
Bro, I think this is scarier than the bro. Is this like the director's cut of Nightmare on Elm Street? Like, oh my god, this is just a massacre. Like even in my worst nightmares, I wouldn't be able to imagine something this bad.
No wonder they're going to continue to push this with a triple trample coming out, and it's a triple baby Blaziken cooking here.
We didn't see it, but Dodrio went directly into the flux zone and took 0 damage.
They need to nerf Miraidon's
Poor
range.
KO streak for Blaziken as well, Hoopa stealing that Penta away from them. But with the way Nemesis
I don't think
is
so,
playing, I wouldn't be
personally.
surprised if we did see a Penta or two.
What's the point of Miraidon?
I mean, they're gonna get
Miraidon
here. We do
gives
see
this
that
team the range that it doesn't have.
bottom lane to see if they can get
You got some
online as well on the
nice
side.
brawling, some frontline from the Blaziken, some nice damage. Obviously, Dodrio, lots of damage, but a little bit frail. But also, basically, although it has Tri-Attack, it's also like a melee Pokemon as well,
Something specific, potentially.
depending on how it's
Versus
played.
Nouns at NAIC on the stage.
So Miraidon kind of
Some
balances out the
flashbacks
team,
from
man.
that
Oh,
experience, I feel like, and I would just like to hope that at this point.
oh my god,
No
bro.
level 7 on that Cinderace yet.
First
So,
objective,
wow,
first
jumping in at that point.
Regieleki of the game already
The Regieleki
going
is
towards
that's
the
gonna
tier,
walk
like the home goal, man.
Oh, the Ultra Swole Slam doesn't find anything either. Leech Life is going to come through, but a massive yawn from Snorlax, and that's another KO
Alright.
for Nemesis.
Here's what I would do, guys.
Of this game.
What I do?
Dark Lords have to go for experience here. I don't know why they keep fighting.
Alright, guys, alright. Timeout. Technical foul, offside, traveling. I don't know what's going on here. But, like, let me help you guys out, alright? So, in this situation, what would I do? As a experienced solo queue player that is very accustomed to situations like this, what would I do to get back into the game? I think that's the important question. Naturally, you're playing against a group of players that are significantly better than you in every single shape and form and every metric you can possibly think of. If I was someone on this team, alright, like in this case, let's pretend I'm the jungler that's getting absolutely decimated for numerous reasons. What I would do, okay? We'll put my name right here. Chan. So what would Chan do in a situation like this, alright? Well, it's very simple. I would send an email. Alright? I would send an email to the admins of this tournament, alright? And then I would, in a very well articulated email, professionally and politely say, yeah, we surrender. we surrender, guys. Bro, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like, this game is bad. Like, I want to use this as an educational experience, but this is pretty bad. I mean, we learned something at the beginning. We learned how not to draft, and we should be using XP shares. But yeah, like, I don't know what else. I don't know what to tell you guys. But besides this very painful one-sided punching bag slugfest, I feel like this would be the most, like, a very demoralizing experience for this team when they realize, maybe we're not playing the game as well as we thought when they were beating up those bots in the casual mode.
Yeah, it's tough. They have to try to get the experience that's currently on the map. I mean, they could look for a pick here, but Nemesis is just playing so well as a team, and that charge beam shredded through multiple members of Dark Lords, and now the remaining 2 members standing on that team.
Are you allowed to surrender? Okay, let me see if they surrender the 5-minute mark. Hold on.
8 points are left.
Yo, look! Wait! Oh, wait, no, never mind. Dude, I thought they rage quit. Dude, so the Rabu was just standing there, and I thought they rage quit, but then they just evolved, so that tells me they were hitting the camp. I was just about to say, like, brother, they're like, this guy's gone, man. This guy left his computer, he left everything, and he's just like, I'm gonna go get a snack. Oh, God.
They're just so far ahead right now, Tano. They can just take any fight they want.
I love the fact that instead of going for their experience in the lane, Dark Lord are like, you know what is good experience? That level 12 Blaziken that's now level 13. That's what we want to take out. So let's send everything over there, and they're just not finding anything. I'm not even sure they found a KO yet.
Yeah, I mean, they would have to try to send multiple members after only
Believe it or
Send
not,
everything
it might be a little copium on my part,
instead of going for their
but
experience in the lane. Dark Lord are like, you know what is
these guys are so far behind in terms of overall experience and everything that the moment Dodrio showed up, like the moment Dodrio went to go score right here, I would just say like full on send it and try to get at least like 1 or 2 kills in a 5 versus 4. Objectively, like it doesn't matter. Like objectively, even if they have the numbers advantage, they're so far behind that I don't think the numbers advantage in this case would make any difference whatsoever. But because they're so far behind that they have nothing to lose. If I were this team, and I'm saying this like wholeheartedly, I'm trying to be optimistic as best I can. When you're so far behind, and realistically, you know that you're just so far down that it's just painful, it's better to just try to do something, especially if you're going to play it out. You might as well just try to do something proactive, and like if you see it's a 5v4, just go for it. Just go for the Hail Mary. Maybe you get some comeback experience, maybe you get a kill, maybe you even win a fight, which is 100% copium in this specific situation. But like if I see a 5v4, I would just say like, it doesn't matter how many of us die, if we can kill the level almost 13 Blaziken at this point, then someone would get a significant amount of comeback experience. And I'm saying that from like a general point of view, like not specifically this game, just in general of how I would approach the game. Comeback experience in this game is completely inflated to God's degree. Like I don't know. Like, comeback experience in this game is so busted that, honestly, it just makes no sense to me. I personally think it's one of the most broken aspects of the game that needs to be nerfed. But, like, guys, I understand that they need to offer an avenue for people to get back into the game. But, like, let's say, for example, like a level 9 Cinderace KOs a level 15 whoever. They're probably going to get, like, 3 levels off that one single kill. Obviously, it's something that shouldn't happen, but that's just like how busted comeback experience is. 1 kill, depending on the situation, can make a huge difference. And I just think it's a little too much, but that's just my opinion.
That level 12 Blaziken that's now level 13. That's what we want to take out. So let's send everything over there, and they're just not finding anything. I'm not even sure they found a KO yet.
Yeah, I mean, they would have to try to send multiple members.
Alright, guys, I'll watch to the end of this match and I'll move on to the next series.
They know exactly that.
How about that?
Need to take
We'll finish this match. Obviously, it's a very one-sided stomp, but hopefully we can find some more competitive matches.
With any XP share on, mind you.
Does feel like, as Spraggles was talking about, in these tournaments, in the early stages, you do often have
Game so shit we straight up skipping.
Coming on in
You guys said it, not me.
Lower, and it does usually become a stomp. I like with the meetings of that right now. Husky is Nemesis just set up camp in the central area of Dark Lords. A Whataburger Shuriken is not going to go anywhere as they just clean the
Oh my god! Yo! That is so fucking hilarious. Okay, hold on. So, okay, besides this, like, you should not be ulting a Snorlax that's uniting, by the way. Like, that's just a waste. Yo, look at the Cinderace. Yeah, I'm gonna play this in slow motion. This is so fucking hilarious. Hold on. Is this the... Oh, wait, no, it's not the source quality, okay.
Go anywhere as they just clean them up.
Wait, what just... No!
The meetings of that right now, Husky's Nemesis just set up camp in the central area of Dark Lords. A Whataburger Shuriken is not going to go anywhere.
Okay. Guys, I don't know why people do this. Okay, besides the fact that they walked into the overheat that you can literally see, I hate... Guys, it actually triggers me when Cinderace players do this. And like if you play solo queue and you see a Cinderace with this moveset, like it actually just straight up triggers me.
Stomp
I don't know why.
of that right
So
now.
the only thing you need to look at is the Cinderace, okay?
His Nemesis just set up camp in the central area of Dark Lords, and what about Shuriken is not going to
Did they just faint? Like I'm pretty sure they just fainted. Like why are they fainting nothing?
go
Like
anywhere.
I feel like people just get antsy and just press a button
One shot.
for no reason. Like no one's even hitting you,
Another
brother.
objective. Going to go over to them. This one is
Oh my
Regis.
God.
Did we see a Regis? No, we saw Registeel first. I hope on cast together we get the triple Regice, but not this time. 32 points are left in that goal zone, and Hoopa potentially could look for a break here. It's just a level 9 on the Greninja. That support player is 2 levels up on this Greninja.
Oh, it's so tough, isn't it, as they fall. It's level 14 on your carries on the side of Nemesis, Blaziken, and Dodrio. They are not concerned about anywhere on this map as they look to even shake up to this fight going on near the T2 pad that is no longer existent. Dark Lords are throwing everything at trying to take this Regieleki, but Nemesis refused to budge.
Regieleki was even
Bro, they have a Piloswine at the 3-minute mark. A Piloswine. You know what that means? They're gonna get one Unite move off in the entire game, assuming they even press their button when they evolve.
throwing hands right there.
One Unite move.
KO. Mamoswine, not even level 9 yet, and you know, I bet they would have been if they took on an EXP share, but nope, they did not want to. Cinderace goes down once again to a singular overheat. Unite move is used on the Miraidon, but I honestly don't really think they're worried about it. Even with under 3 minutes, it doesn't really matter. There's 2 level 15s on the side of Nemesis.
I'm gonna laugh so
Okay, so just to give you guys some context, this is the Spriggles tournament that took place 2 days ago, or 1 day ago, and it's an open tournament. So basically, it's just anyone that has a team of 5 is eligible to enter. There were over 70. I think there were 70 teams that entered. I can tell you right now, Team Nemesis are UCS pros, like they are, UCS veterans. The Dark Lords, I'm pretty sure, are just a group of friends playing just because they want to have some fun. I don't know how much fun they're having right now, but I'm sure before they started playing the tournament, they thought they would just have a good time, meme around for a bit, and, see how far they can get.
much when the next game Dark Lord
I think this match is probably going to traumatize them and make them uninstall from Pokemon Unite, but that might just be me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they don't know they're supposed to do that, or if they just wanted to try this interesting strategy, but, Dark Lords, if you are listening, EXP share is very broken. It can be very valuable. That being said, this is Nemesis that they're up against. I don't
Bro,
really
that poor Piloswine is just walking around looking for a... He's just looking for a snack, man.
Look at that, the Buzzwole obliterated before it can even get a move out.
No, you're absolutely right. When you're up against a team of this level, and they do just find easy KOs here in this fight, nearly acing them once again. Darkrai, though, hey, we've got a mission on our hands. It's them against the entire world as they look for the secure, but it's not going to be enough. I feel like Dark Lords just went, you know what, let's go.
Yeah, okay, this is... Bro, I was optimistic, brother. They didn't even evolve to Mamoswine. They were level 8 until the 8-minute mark, and then they surrendered. Holy shit, man, that's crazy.
Let's go all damage and see what we can do against
Oh,
the team at the
now we know why the...
just didn't quite work out.
You guys ever watched the movie Ice Age? Yeah, they were just frozen in a block of ice, and
Stuck that
they were never found again.
8. They were not even able to get it to its full evolution. No Unite.
Oh my god, bro. Yeah, this dude, all I saw right here. I'll tell you what, guys. This is me right here. Hold on, where's my doodle board? So let me see here. Bro, they spent more time dead than playing the game. I'm sorry, man. This was just funny to watch. Like, when do I start seeing like the good teams playing? Like, or at least like the UCS players facing other UCS players. You know what? I'm gonna be critical on Team Nemesis. All right. You know, the only bad thing I can say about them this entire game is that they let the other team score 30 more points than they should have. Yeah, this is the 30 points is too much. They should have said like maybe like 5 points. You see, the important thing when playing Pokemon Unite is making sure you can self-reflect and just work on improving, all right? So if you're Team Nemesis, what do you improve on here? You make sure the enemy team scores less, all right? You cut that number down to 5. You know what? How about at least 15? 15 in the time. I'm kidding, by the way. I'm kidding. I'm just. There's really not much to talk about this game. Okay. How about this, guys? I'm gonna play an ad, and then I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna find a decent match in the VOD while the ad is going. So you're not missing out on anything. I watched the second series. I watched the first one on stream live. I watched the second one. Well, the first match of the second one. I'm not even gonna waste my time on the second one because I already know Nemesis are gonna win. And if by the good grace of God they lose the second match, like I will end stream. All right, I will end stream. So bear with me while I skip ahead to the VOD and we'll go from there.
There was a single KO from Dark Lords to Nemesis in that entire game. It was on the Buzzwole. YT, some KO, Drago. Teams or their friends.
Love seeing
capitalism ruin a meme.
PTV?
It's just like my favorite thing ever. Anyway, it does look like Dark Lords is going to drop, so Nemesis will go ahead and take that set. I honestly don't think we would have needed the next game to be able to make that inference, but instead we are going to be taking you to another matchup, TTV versus 3 Tanks 10 Ball. So I guess TTV versus TTTB. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're going to go with that. I like that. Okay. I did have a confirmation as well. Apologies. It is TTV that Otter is on, so I think that's going to be really exciting to
it's
see.
It's TTV, YT, same thing.
It's all the same thing, right? I mean,
yeah, so we are jumping far ahead, actually, to winners round 4 right now. Let me look at the records of these teams. So far, TTV has played 2 rounds and won every game. Has not dropped a game yet. Same with 3 Tanks 10 Ball. They were in a winners round 2 matchup where their opponent did not end up playing, but they did 2-0 their previous set. So no games dropped for either of these teams going into this next set.
Oh, and that was Code Unknown Fibonacci. That's an interesting team as well. So yeah, I mean, they're both coming off at least, a 2-0 win in their record. So this is going to be quite interesting. Oh, kitty. Completely distracted now. Thank you.
I had a bag of chips, and there's like a bag of chips next to me. I was like having a snack between the sets, and yeah, he didn't like that I was without him, so he's gone now.
I'll ask this question later as we're going on into this game. TTV. B 3 Tanks 10 Ball.
Yeah, this is.
Is that Toon Slim? Bro, he's back in North America. Bro, this guy saw that Overlord and Slash left. He's like, okay, time to win NA. Zugrug, Zelot, Otter, Ender, and Toon.
TTV squad. Look at this. This is like classic. I could cry. Zugrug.
Yo, where's Goof, man?
Toon, the classic.
Yo, where's Goof? Bring him back.
Everyone was pulling for them.
Oh my god.
One. Otter as well, and then we have Zealot, previously a member of T3 from last season, one of my favorite teams. So a lot of notable players here versus 3 Tanks 10 Ball, who have banned Mega Charizard, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, very unsurprisingly. You know what? Whenever I think of Pokemon Unite, it's that gif of when Inder won and like he jumps up screaming. Like I'm with you 100% on this team. I think it's a very exciting team on the side of TTV, and I can't wait to see what they do here.
Okay, the ad should be done for most of you, so
like, I'm literally
let me just pause it right here.
I feel like I'm watching competitive season.
Yeah, so let me just pause it right here. So this is winners round 4. This is basically a little bit later on in the brackets. I don't know if it's the same side or if it's like a different bracket. I didn't see the tournament format. So we got TTV versus three tanks 10 ball. So according to the casters, neither of these teams have dropped a game, but one of these teams didn't get to play against one of their scheduled matches. But regardless, none of these teams have dropped a game. So we have Team TTV on the purple side. We got Zugrug, Zealot, Otter, Inder, and Toon. Obviously, a lot of these people are well recognized in the UCS circuit. I'm assuming that's Toon Slim from EU. That was on Nouns Esports, and also Toon was on the original TTV as well. So yeah, there is that. Otter, formerly of LG, now on the TTV squad. Inder, back from his EU vacation. Zugrug, from the Orange Juicers, from the original TTV squad. So there's a lot of, synergy and just history between these players. Zealot, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I recognize the name. I just don't know much about the player in terms of like UCS history. So just it's nothing against them. It's just me. Then we got 3 tanks 10 ball, Salt, BTP, Dusk Runner, Russ, and Rollout Guy. I recognize 2 of the names. I recognize Dusk Runner and Russ. Rollout Guy seems familiar. I don't know the other 2 though. So I don't have much.
Watching this team, like,
my UCS knowledge is out of date, guys. I'm sorry.
Like, oh, I wish that like I was involved.
Okay, so we got Dodrio Ben, then Charizard, Mega Charizard X Ben, Blissey Ben, Darkrai Ben, Blastoise Ben, and then Zacian Ben. So we got a big mix of characters, and at least at this point, this is the first time that I've seen on the stream that Mega Lucario wasn't banned. So it is available if people were to choose it.
Like, I wish that I could be part of this somehow.
And as you can see, Mega Lucario is on the table. Very strong pick, but that also allows 3 tanks 10 ball. I'm just call them Triple T. All right. I'm not gonna say this name every single time. They're now known as Triple T.
Like, it's just so much fun to watch, and now I get to cast it. It is a really good time. Mega
So
Lucario,
Triple T gets their pick of 2 Pokemon. Suicune would be a TTTB. Nah, I like Triple T better. So Suicune and
worried then, Husky. I thought you cannot give that over to TTV as well.
Oh my god, I know. Imagine seeing the Suicune also go over to the other side. Suicune, a all-rounder Pokemon that is most definitely
and Eldegoss.
defender,
Okay.
So that's usually why it's played in that role. It just kind of has a purple background for some reason.
All right, we got the Umbreon and the Miraidon.
This game loves to do that, and I do love seeing off-role Pokemon flex into different roles. So we're going to be seeing Suicune playing that tank build. Eldegoss as well, one of our Pokemon to watch coming out in that supporter slot.
Yeah, Miraidon, another one that we said to watch as Utter picks that up.
Oh, the Greedents. Okay.
Finally, and I'm so surprised it took so long. Seeing a Alolan Raichu on the side of 3 tanks 10 ball here with... That's a Greedent. Am I on Gatlu's channel? That is a Greedent.
One of my least favorite Pokemon to play up against. If somebody knows
okay.
Greedent, it is so...
We got some interesting picks here.
But yeah, you're...
This I'll give you guys my 2 cents about just like the way drafting went. So of course I've already talked about this before. I'm not gonna go into it too much. But naturally, if you choose to not, if you're team number 2 specifically, all right. If you're team number 2 specifically and you choose not to ban the Megas, naturally it leaves a high probability that gets picked up by team number 1 that has first pick. So obviously it was a choice. It was in their it was in their calculations, so they probably expected it to be picked up first. Naturally, they respond with the Suicune and the Eldegoss pick. Quite frankly, I think Suicune is still a very solid pick overall, despite the nerfs that have happened. Slight nerfs, I should say. I still think it's solid, but it has been slightly nerfed over the course of time. Eldegoss actually got recently buffed, if I remember correctly. Not to mention, I think, unlike some of the other supports, Eldegoss has significantly more lane pressure than something like a Blissey or Clefable. It has ranged auto attack, so obviously you can apply that ranged auto attack pressure, and you can be a little bit more aggressive as well, at least in the early stages. so that is good as well. They respond with the Umbreon and the Miraidon. I already talked about this before, but I personally think Miraidon, as long as you know how to play it accordingly, is one of the best attackers in the respective category. I'm not talking about overall in the game. I'm talking about specifically the attacker class. Umbreon has always been a solid choice as a defender, so you can't go wrong with that. Then they respond with a Greedent and a Raichu ban. Now, Greedent is something you don't see a lot of pretty much at all when it comes to competitive play, as well as just like solo queue. It's not, it's like, it has one. Last time I checked, and I'll fact check this right now. Give me 1 second. Let's pull up an API Unite. Like, why should I assume anything when I can literally just, I forget how to use this. Let's go by pick rate. So where's green on the pick rate? Okay, so it's a little bit higher than I actually thought, but you know, they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's the 11th from the bottom. Alright, so obviously you can see that green overall is just not picked very often, but it has seen a little bit of a small influx when it comes to pick rate. So it's gone up slightly. Green has been as far as I know, green hasn't been adjusted in terms of any balance updates recently, but maybe I'm just wrong there. I don't really keep up with Greedent, so I'm more interested to see how they perform. That being said, whether they choose to lane or whether they choose to go for like invade style approach, we'll have to see. I'm personally not a fan of the Greedent pick. I think Greedent overall has just kind of fallen off in favor in the top lane. But we'll see. I could be, you know, I could be persuaded. Raichu is something that used to be a very potent pick, and in some situations it can be decent, but it has seen some significant nerfs in terms of overall damage output, so it still can be okay. But in this specific situation, it's not that bad of a pick, considering that the only range coming out from Miraidon is the only range coming out from TTV is Miraidon. So if you're able to watch your positioning, I think it can do well. Granted that your positioning is solid. Then the final picks on the side of TTV are Comfy and Machamp. Machamp, oh boy, I'm very vocal about this Pokemon because it used to be one of my favorite Pokemon to play in the top lane. I hate the fact that Machamp got gutted with its Unite move. The Unite move nerf was just so stupid. So basically, just to kind of touch on that very briefly. So back in the day, Machamp's Unite move was a 2-part activation. All right. Well, we'll just keep this for short. So 2-parter. What does that mean exactly? Well, basically, back in the day, Machamp's Unite move, you would have to activate it. So you would press your left trigger. Then you would get the Unite move buffs, like, you know, the flat stats of the Unite move. And then you would have to press your left trigger again, and that would activate the punch. You know, your 1,000 punches of death, whatever you want to call it. But then it got reworked, so now it's no longer a 2-parter. You know, let's cross that out. And now it's just a 1-parter. Which basically just means, you know, press L. And some people thought that this was a buff. I'm sorry to say it is not a buff. The only thing you can say that's good about this rework is the fact that it's an immediate activation. However, it's not good because, it's a nerf because the duration of your Unite move is significantly less. Well, you know, you could hold your Unite move instead of have to use it immediately. So you had time to position yourself, you know, not be as, well, some people could argue, you could debate it too, whether you want to be when a Machamp used to activate their Unite move back in the day, it became a little predictable because they were on the clock, so eventually they would have to activate their Unite move. I was just more of a fan of having those flat buffs for a certain amount of time, and then using my Unite move at like the last second once I position myself. So, I don't know. Comfy, I mean, Comfy has good synergy with Machamp, and it has good synergy with Lucario, and even good synergy with Umbreon. Not really good with Miraidon, but obviously in a very dire situation, or if you just need to give it sustain depending on your moveset, it's still okay. And then Mimikyu, also a pick that is not seen very often. If I refer back to Pokemon Unite API, just as an example, where's Mimikyu? Wait, am I blind? Where is it? Mimikyu, 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 Mimikyu. Bro, I swear I'm blind. Or oh, it's right here. Oh, it's right above Wow, it's actually above Absol. Okay, so it's like in the middle of the pack. It's not too bad. It's not like upper half, but it's not lower half either. Mimikyu is just one of those very snowbally Pokemon. If it pops off early game, it can just take over a game. If it's underperforming, then it really just shows. So we'll just have to see. Overall, I'm a fan of TTV's comp more than the Triple T team, but I do think that they have some solid picks. It just comes down to skill and execution and making sure that they, don't drop the ball when it matters. So we'll see what happens.
Point about Alolan Raichu. It's one of the few attackers that I feel like come out pretty frequently. If you do want to pick up a ranged character, Alolan Raichu is one of those that you tend to grab. Miraidon as well, another one that is still very popular and really strong. Another one of our Pokemon to watch, by the way. I guess we were pretty good at...
I hope this match is good, guys.
We would be seeing.
I hope this match is good.
Inteleon and Mew are also sometimes pretty viable, but I am going to be looking at this Alolan Raichu here. It is a really good pick.
I do like the Mimikyu as well, because TTV have locked in Inda on the Comfey. You've got a Mega Lucario, and you've got Toon on the Machamp here. Is it going to be submission? Is Champ Cena going to be taken to Faya Sky Ruins here?
Champ Cena, yeah, the Machamp. It's one of my most hated Pokemon just because I don't like the way that it looks and it kind of scares me. And it's a Pokemon I would really feel unsafe if I walked into a bar and Machamp was in there. I would feel like a little bit concerned. I would be looking for like a trusted friend to be able to like walk me around. So like personally, don't like Machamp, but seeing it being played in a competitive setting is always really fun because it's an all-rounder that's been around since the beginning, but it has never really been super competitively viable while still being like decent because there's just so many all-rounders that are broken. We don't get to see it a lot, but those barrage blows, the Unite move of Machamp can be really, really powerful.
That it can, and as suspected, Toon is going to be taking the central area here on that Machamp for TTV. Currently on your purple side, chat. Free tanks, 10 ball here on your orange side.
And we do have Greedent playing in that top path role. It had that time in the sun for a second, if I remember correctly, where Greedent was a top path Pokemon for a bit, but it is going to be interesting to see how that shakes out. Really needs that level 5 as soon as possible. Raichu getting a bit of an early secure. It is the little girl Pikachu down here.
At least for this game,
Looking for that Evo early.
there's actually speed shares on one team, so we'll see how this goes.
Just doing Greedent things, although does walk into Zella, and they look like they're getting close to the KO, but they managed to get away.
And this is why Greedent is so frustrating to play against. But now that I'm watching it, I really do like this into a Mega Lucario because it does just last a while. Well, never mind. You know what? I'll just stop.
Champ Machoke on the field here. They do manage to find that one. And yeah, that was some good pressure from Free Tank's 10 ball until we see Toon hit the lane.
Yeah, now we've got 3 members of TTV up in this top path. Greedent now coming back, but Lucario, great Meteor Mash to be able to push those central area birds away for most of that to go over to TTV.
Okay, so Free Tank's 10 ball looking to get those power spikes. They currently still have a glossy fur. It looks like Zelot has most of that controlled in the top side. Down in the bottom, though, we do have the Alolan Raichu with this Suicune, so it's not an easier lane for TTV, but Miraidon Umbreon is very capable of handling that as well, Husky.
Yeah, it's so funny watching with Choke like run around with submission, just like bent forward, just like running, but it's not really going like that much faster. That was just kind of funny to watch. We do have level 5 on the Suicune in the bottom path, which is definitely very valuable, but the top path has not been going as well for 3 Tanks 10 Ball. Still level 3 on the Eldegoss. Green just hitting that level 4. So TTV really can push forward into this top path if they wanted to make that decision, but it looks like instead they're just going to hold it, make sure that they have the vision on everybody, and prepare for this Regidrago.
You know what? It's giving, when you go a little bit quicker when you're crossing the road, because you want to get out of the way of the cars, but you don't actually run any quicker. That's what it's giving to me.
Yeah, you're like walking like a little bit fast. They think you're moving quicker, so like you don't seem rude or something like that, and you give them like the little wave. And, like, yeah, that's exactly.
They do find the Regidrago, though, as TTV now look to be getting those higher power spikes. We do have the Greedent, can't get out of the arms of Toon, though, as they do get away with a little bit of HP. That is why Greedent is so frustrating, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, it's got the hindrance resistance as well. If it does have Covet popped, then it's going to be more difficult for Machamp to do anything with it.
Okay. Let me pause it right here, just because I feel like I need to talk about this. So, it is a Machamp jungle. Obviously, technically in this case, it's a Machoke, but it is a Machamp jungle, and it is a Mimikyu jungle on the side of Triple T. Now, the thing about Machamp jungle is that it is heavily like eventually its clear begins to slow down quite a bit. However, its level 5 is relatively strong. Whether you go Dynamic Punch or whether you go Submission, in this case, Toon is going Submission. It has a lot of gank potential. Like, obviously, you have high mobility. You can be more aggressive if you're running eject button. And then you can pretty much almost guarantee that you're going to be able to land your submission on someone. Then you can just play aggressive. In this specific top lane, you have the Lucario and Comfy versus the Eldegoss and Greedent. The problem with the Greedent pick, especially because they're using it as a defender slash, quote unquote carry, or part of their supplementary damage on their team. Although you evolve at level 5 and you get your Bullet Seed or your Covet, basically you don't have a lot of reliable secure against the Lucario specifically, because obviously Lucario has Quick Attack and Meteor Mash, and unlike the difference between regular Lucario and Mega Lucario is that Mega Lucario has a lot more offensive capability, despite the fact that it's down one item. Regular Lucario is a bit more well-rounded, especially because they have different passives as well. So regular Lucario has the shield, and then Mega Lucario has the offensive stats, like when you're getting hit. So it's going to be rough for Greedent to be able to out-secure a Lucario, especially if they're CCing the camp away from them, or if they're knocking them back, etc. They basically have one of the reasons why Lucario is so good in the lane is the fact that not only are his base skills strong, but they also have a form of CC to kind of synergize their skills together. Whether they want to use it in an aggressive way or to just secure farm, it really is just dependent on the situation. Not to mention you have the aggressive jungling from Toon, who's prioritizing kills. Yes, it's almost time. So one thing I try to do, just using myself as an example, when I play Pokemon Unite in general, I usually try to have I aim for certain level thresholds depending on the time of the match. So in this specific case, we're talking about it's almost time for first objective, and as a jungler, depending on what Pokemon I'm playing, let's say I'm playing Leafeon, I at least want to be level 8. If I'm playing something that gets its Unite move at level 9, I would want to be level 9. That's just from a general point of view. However, Toon's not going to be level 9 for first objective. However, and this is the big thing, despite the fact they're not going to be level 9 for first objective, they've allowed top lane to get a significant lead over their counterparts. You can see right here, Inder is 3 levels ahead over the Eldegoss, and then Lucario also 2 levels ahead of the Greedent. Not to mention, just in my opinion, Mega Lucario has significantly better scaling than a Greedent. So the faster that this thing gets to level 9 and the faster this thing gets levels under its belt, the more potent it's going to be as the game progresses. So although Toon is slight, like for my liking, they're under leveled. They compensate that level by just allowing the rest of their team to flourish. And then, of course, as long as these two, 1 and 2, are not giving away their lead, doing unnecessary stuff, I'm talking about dying unnecessarily or just overextending, whatever, then honestly, they should just be able to win any even number situation. Although we can't see them right now just yet, if we look at the bottom lane, it's relatively even for the most part. Miraidon and Raichu pretty close in levels. Raichu with a slight level lead. Umbreon the same level as Suicune. So it's been pretty chill down there for the most part. Nothing too crazy. The junglers have been top lane. So those 4 players on the other side of the map have been left to their own accord. So I'm curious as to see how Triple T try to get back into the game. Right now, they're just starting for experience. Like, level 3 Gossifleur going into the first objective is insanely bad. And yes, they'll be able to get it, like, the moment they get a camp, they'll evolve to Eldegoss, but it still hasn't happened yet. And now they're just kind of playing on the defensive, trying to recoup, and hopefully they can hurdle and just buy time until they can reach their power spikes that are hopefully going to allow them to get back into the game.
That is why Greedent is so frustrating, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, it's got the hindrance resistance as well. If it does have Covet popped, then it's going to be more difficult for Machamp to do anything with it. That being said, 3 members of TTV are going to be able to shut that Pokemon down, and we still have a little Gossifleur. They have to be able to just get this piece of experience, and then we'll see them hit level 4. I hope they do, and they finally hit level 4. Finally, they've got their level.
Oh wow, we've got Trick Room Mimikyu here as well. I know a couple of friends in chat that will be excited for that. Lobo, I'm calling you out, buddy, as they look to hit the KO.
Oh, nice kill.
Rug is taken, and they get the objective too, Husky.
Oh, nice kiting.
Fan of seeing that Trick Room come out. I was wondering when we saw Shadow Claw if we were going to end up seeing that Trick Room, and we do. So definitely going to be interesting to see how that shakes out. Machamp, though, is level 9 and has the opportunity for a big engagement. They don't really need a Unite move. Dustrunner is going to go down after just using its regular moves here, and Regirock in the top path will go over to TTV.
So
I didn't get a chance to talk about this as well, but I should probably point it out.
They have to just get this Machamp to do anything.
I don't know if the camera pans or not. That's the thing.
He's so look to be getting those higher power spikes.
Okay, you can just barely see it. So I talked about this on stream before, but it's just very brief, so just a small thing. So they actually updated this in the most recent patch, I believe. Not this specifically. You can just see a hint of blue right here. So what that means is that in the top side for the first objective, it's going to be, one of the 3 Regis, and I'll just, put ×3 because it could be any one of the 3. So in the bottom side, it's the same. Like they made the differentiation between the Regis and the Regieleki. So now the moment it hits the 730 mark, you can see which objective is spawning where. Honestly, I consider it very lucky that the Regieleki didn't spawn in the top side over here, because they were winning this top lane so definitively that if a Regieleki spawned here, it would just be that much worse for Triple T. Because if they wanted to, they could break this goal, and then if they got this Regieleki, if it spawned here, then they could, pressure the tier 2 with it, and then just rotate bottom. But because that's not the case, it's different because of Reggie spawning up here, one of the 3 Regis, that basically just allows Toon to eventually make his way down to the bottom lane with the Comfy and his Unite move, and just be present for the defense on the bottom lane. I think it would have played out significantly different overall if the objectives were reversed, but I just think that they lucked out in that situation. And of course, there's no controlling that. There's no factor that determines whether the first objective is going to spawn top or bottom. So
they have to be
yeah, I mean,
Mimikyu here as well. I know a couple of friends in chat that will be excited for that.
It could have been a lot worse. Mimikyu getting a kill right there is obviously really good, but on top of that, Russ not getting caught out here, so good kiting from him allows him to just barely get away from Toon.
Trick Room come out. I was wondering when we saw Shadow Claw if we were going to end up seeing that Trick Room, and we do. So definitely going to be interesting to see how that shakes out. Machamp, though, is level 9 and has the opportunity for a big engagement. They don't really need a Unite move. Dust Runner is going to go down after just using its regular moves here, and Regirock in the top path will go over to TTV.
So TTV, despite the fact that these scores are very close, they feel like they are winning these team fights. I think the power spikes that they've managed to get are definitely ahead of Free Tank's 10 ball. But Mimikyu now has the play with me. We've got the Thunderstorm Aerial on the side of the Raichu, so it still could be anyone's game right now.
I'm going to pause it right here, because I've talked about this before. Believe it or not, I actually find this very distracting right here. I hate the shiny spray. I actually feel like it should be banned from competitive play. I know it might not seem like a big deal to like some people, but I feel like this sparkling effect of the shiny spray is just like, it's so distracting, and especially in a team fight, I feel like it just messes up my I feel like it's very distracting from like being able to see some of the animations of some characters, not everything, but yeah, I personally feel like it should be like banned for official tournaments. That's just my opinion. On a side note, though, so obviously things have calmed down in the game. For both objectives are gone. It's still relatively close in terms of points. However, it's very clear that TTV are in the driver's seat, and they're just the ones that are being proactive. One thing, though, that's probably worth noting right here is the fact that because Greedent is so far behind in comparison to their counterpart, they don't necessarily have a front line until this Greedent can really start being a front line. Now, I don't know what their initial plan was for Greedent when they drafted this Pokemon. Like, I don't know if they wanted to be like an offensive defender or just like a, you know, an annoying rodent that runs around being a distraction. But essentially, this is their only defender, and they're struggling right now. So it's kind of just leaving everyone else defend for themselves. And it's really up to Raichu to fight as best as they possibly can, and using the peel of Suicune, the sustain of Eldegoss, and of course, you know, the supplementary damage of Mimikyu as well. But yeah, this is looking a little rough, at least based on what I'm seeing so far.
Looking to outlevel.
Yeah, this Greedent is really going to have to start getting a ton of vision, just walking around the map, being annoying, trying to pull members of TTV away from fights to deal with the Greedent. I think that's one of the things that it's very good at, is separating players that definitely want to fight as a team. TTV's team comp is very team fight heavy, and they kind of want to all be around each other. Greedent could seriously disrupt that if they are able to get online.
Seems like so much patience from these teams right now. They're not brawling like we've seen in previous sets. We do have this Eldegoss now, rather, does get KO'd. TTV looking to get aggressive in the top side, but this Greedent, they're doing Greedent things, Husky. They are just a complete nuisance. Thunderstorm Aerial's going to come on in from the Raichu there, but still not many KOs raining on in. We do see TTV, the Barrage Blow was used, didn't get anything out of it. Toon gets away with 1 HP in a dream, comes back in with the submission, while Zalot cleans up Free Tank's 10 ball.
Wow, great play there from Inder on the Comfey.
Yeah, that was just
to hop off and make sure they didn't get KO'd.
Unfortunate is the word I would use.
Definitely fantastic play from them, but they overstayed a little bit in this top path, and they were able to take down the Lucario. Definitely a high value KO for Free Tank's 10 ball.
So they are finding things with the Mimikyu Raichu. They just need the rest of the team to get those levels as well. We don't yet have
nice steal.
Greedent, though, with the power of the steal.
What did they steal it with?
The Mimikyu Raichu. They just need the rest of the team to get those levels as well.
Oh, what? Was it an eject covet?
High value KO for Free Tank's 10 ball.
So they are finding things with the Mimikyu Raichu. They just need the rest of the team to get those levels as well.
Yeah, it was an eject of it, I think.
Well, we don't yet have the Unite as well. Looking for Greedent, though.
Nice steal regardless.
The steal manages to take the
oh, sorry, not Belch. I meant to say Belch. Sorry. I was thinking Covet, but yeah, Belch.
Greedent's not happy with that. He's going to go on over, get a burp onto the Miraidon as they're backed up, and the Lecky walks in.
Look at this. Now 3 tanks 10 ball takes the lead here with that steal from the Greedent. You didn't expect it, honestly, but looking at TTV's composition, when you don't have Lucario there, you don't have a ton of secure options. I mean, I guess Machamp could with the cross chop, but better secure on 3 tanks 10. Actually, not even, but it just leaves more of an opportunity for players to make steals like that. Eldegoss will use.
One does not simply try Greedent, you must become Greedent, stuff yourself in its cheeks, receive its seed, covet its belches. Brother, what did I just read?
Looking to see if they can get the Reggie steal here. Look at the damage that does. That was a quick rip. We did see Raichu looking for it, but now they're pulled in with the crowd control. Endless Ice Spikes is going to come on through. They're looking for the KO on Zugrug, but Moonlight Prance is going to land, and Raichu sent back to the Pokemon Center. Salt isn't too concerned, though, as Rollock Guy is going to look for the KO on Zugrug. Still, Lucario running down this lane, finds the double KO. We see that Berry Blast come on through. They're going to find the KO here as Zealot gets so weak. Comfey hops on off. Inder is going to be found. That's it with that combo, Husky. Buy one, get one free.
Yeah, I mean, a couple KOs.
I will say, though, the one thing I like about the Trick Room against the a Mega Lucario is that it makes it significantly, like, as long as you have the cooldown available, it makes it significantly more difficult for Lucario to land their close combat, because you have so much repositioning with that skill. Not to mention, Greedent is pretty, like, it has high mobility as well, as long as you have your covet. So essentially, if you have those skills, it will prevent Lucario from landing their close combat. And if they're not landing their initial close combat, then they won't have that skill immediately, because then they can't cancel and then just use it again.
Picked up is definitely still value at this point for 3 tanks 10 ball. They are still playing from a little bit behind, but not by much, honestly. Level 13 on Lucario and Mimikyu, and that's it. Otherwise, the levels are fairly.
It doesn't look like Toon is going to hit level 13 for Groudon, which basically means they're not going to be able to farm their cross-chop stacks for the Flight AD.
Bottom lane Regieleki that 3 tanks 10 ball want to grab here. It does put a little bit of pressure on TTV, but I think with the way that these scores are, it's not going to be something you want to throw everything at, and it looks like we might see Eldegoss go down. Yes, we do, as Toon looks to hunt for more here. Does get stunned. They grab the Regieleki from 3 tanks, and now they have to go on a quick retreat here, Husky.
That was a great play by TTV. They knew that 3 tanks tempo was set up to rip that objective, and it's not usually a smart play to run in like that, but they picked off the Eldegoss, and that set them up to be able to win that fight if 3 tanks tempo stayed. Already Lucario in the backline. They're looking for a good opportunity to use their United.
Oh, Raichu!
Just yet, Raichu already taken down in quick fashion.
Ugh, that was painful to watch.
A lot of damage that 3 tanks 10 ball no longer has in this fight, and TTV can just be so patient with it. Look for a couple more picks here as they're going to get that submission onto the Greedent, and they manage to get off with the belly burst here as well. They do get out of there utilizing their maneuverability, but they do get KO'd. Endless Ice Spikes is let loose. There's the Bright Future Meteor Storm. A barrage blow just misses the Mimikyu as they try to escape, but right now TTV are locking down 3 tanks.
Mimikyu on 1 HP. They just have to worry about that Pokemon. Here comes Raichu looking for a steal. No, it will be the Mega Lucario that takes it. TTV has.
Yeah, it's kind of over. Yeah, I mean, like, it has less to do. Don't get me wrong. Like, the Mega Lucario and the Comfey combo is disgusting. Like, I agree with that. But I don't think in this specific situation, I think it has less to do with the Lucario and more to do with the Raichu misplaying. So first of all, what I was going to comment here is that they need to respect the lack of vision from their side. So if you look at the map, everyone on the side of Triple T is on their side of the jungle. Like, Raichu is right there, of course, but pretty much everyone else is off screen. Like, Mimikyu is over here if you look on the minimap. Eldegoss is just slightly over there. Greedent is over there. So we'll just put the letter G, letter E for Eldegoss, and then also letter M. So the only one you can see right now are Raichu and Suicune in the camera peripheral. Realistically, I mean, like, I know Suicune's an all-rounder, and it's, like, it has a decent amount of bulk. The problem is, like, they need to either have this position, like, okay, when it comes to Groudon, obviously you know what's gonna spawn. you need to have the positioning beforehand, not like face check bushes, in here and then in here by yourself, because something like this is bound to happen. Like, TTV were better set up before, like better set up than Triple T. So essentially, Machamp was pretty much right here, and then the moment someone walked out, which is this guy right here, this guy literally just goes, runs at him with submission, forces the eject button, and then they have to play passively. The worst part is like that's not even the worst thing. The worst part is what happens with the Raichu, like in a couple of seconds. So Duskrunner is forced to eject button. Lucario goes aggressive, but of course it's a level 14 Lucario with Comfy. And then you just saw right now, literally, Russ, and I said this even before the game started. Like, I don't think Raichu's a bad pick, and in this against this specific team comp, I think it can work, but it's dependent on execution and positioning. This right here, taking the jump pad by yourself in front of the Mega Lucario with the, well, technically they're not Mega just yet, but the Lucario with the Comfy by yourself, the rest of your team is separated from you. There's literally no way they could even support you, even if they wanted to, because obviously they don't have the ability to close the gap of, all this right here to over here to bail you out. This was just a horrendous misplay from Russ, unfortunately, and it cost them. So yeah, there's the eject power up punch from Lucario, and because you lost your primary damage dealer right off the rip, it doesn't matter. It's gonna be a fun, like, even though TTV are not collectively together, like Machamp is in their jungle, Umbreon is in the base, you just lose so much threat potential from your Raichu being dead that it just doesn't matter. And then now, because one person's dead, TTV can play a lot more aggressive because they know it can be a 5v4. So now they're just taking the fight, they're forcing the fight, Green pops her Unite move, survives for a little bit, trying to get their damage down, gets submission by the Machamp, kill secured by Lucario, there's him right on Unite move, Machamp pops her Unite move as well. Now it's a 5 versus 1, Raichu comes back, but by the time they come back, the entire team is pretty much already dead. Mimikyu is on 1 HP in a dream. Lucario's just ripping the objective. Raichu tries to secure with an Electro Ball. Obviously misses the cure. Even if they got the objective, it still wouldn't change the fact that 3 people are dead, and they would probably just die anyway. So it doesn't matter.
Temball is going to have to pick up some KOs. It doesn't look good though. Suicune is already down.
I feel it's a tough one. You've got 45 seconds left here. They've already managed to score some points, trying to disrupt them on the side of Inda, but they're going to be able to score that.
And then, yeah, the game's over.
That is a 94 over.
Let me,
So TTV, they're definitely going to be winning this game off the back of that, but I think Free Tank's Temball did such a great job at keeping themselves in it until those final few moments.
Yeah, that was interesting. We've got a bit of a blackout here. I guess they don't want us to see what the end is of the
yeah, that was
camera. 610.
Hey, what is up with my screen?
120. And TTV isn't even backing down right now.
Is that me?
They're just still gonna be
Why is there?
forward.
Oh, I know it's them. It's them. Sorry, I was so confused with the black boxes. I was like,
come back in game number 1, but Tano, they actually held it together for a lot of that game. They did a really good job. They kept up with the score for the most part. It was really just their team fight that was lacking.
I haven't seen Eldegoss being played much even after the buffs. I think Eldegoss is okay.
That Eldegoss and a couple more to the side of TTV, they would have had a much better chance coming into that final fight. I think that gave TTV so much more momentum in that moment of the game, and it just wasn't something that Free Tank's Tempo.
Like when it comes to supports in Pokemon Unite, just talk about it slightly. Maybe I should use a different color. Hold on. A brighter color. I'll use blue. Okay. What do we got here? So we got Clef. This is in no particular order, by the way. We got Clef. We got Hoops. We got Blissey. I think Latias is starting to make its way into the meta now. And then there's LD for the most part. And then there's that one exception. I think, it's probably worth mentioning, but I think the only person that's playing something, like, the only person that likes playing Sableye is probably I think it's Roland. So we'll put Roland, and then we'll put Sableye down here because I know he loves playing this Pokemon. But okay, in general, I mean, in no particular order, I just think that these three, the Clefable, the Hoopa, and the Blissey, are just the trifecta, like the three musketeers of the supports. They're just solid choices overall, and they just have a lot of versatility. I like if I were to give like a one-liner explanation or like a one-liner opinion about these Pokemon, I think Blissey just versatile and good for team fighting. Hoopa, the best for macro by far. There's no other support or character in the game that can do what Hoopa can do, depending on what moveset you're playing. Like if you're playing Hyperspace Hold, the amount like of macro that you can play with sending people back to base, they can reposition. You can have your Unite move to also help them reposition, but also go for aggressive, proactive plays. Hoopa is just something that I feel like any support player should know how to play at the bare minimum. Clefable, good for, like, honestly, Clefable is like a pseudo defender, despite the fact that it's classified as a support. Relatively bulky, good utility, and just solid for, depending on when you're playing it for, like, depending on what moveset as well as, like, what comp you're facing. It has, obviously, high level of sustain, and it's AoE sustain. You have Gravity and you have Follow Me, which are two different utility skills, good for shutting down or engage. Like, Gravity is good for peeling, zoning, and just making sure people are not able to displace themselves. Follow Me is just for, you can peel with it, but also selectively choosing who you want to target if you're able to land it. So it really just depends. Latias, I'm gonna be honest, I've never even touched this Pokemon with a 6-foot pole. I didn't really care for it because, I'll be honest, Latias never interested me because not only is it support, but upon its initial release, it was so bad that I didn't even give it a second thought. People that tried to make this Pokemon work when it first dropped, it was so shit and garbage. I genuinely thought it was like a cash grab, but it was a waste of money. Like, it was one of the worst supports I've ever seen in the entire game when it was dropped. But obviously it got buffed now, so now it's different. Eldegoss, I think Eldegoss is just the most potent laner out of the bunch. Like, it has a lot of early lane pressure with its auto attacks, and of course the range auto attacks as well. Obviously you have a utility as well. You have shields, you have heals, you have untargetability or whatever it's called with your Unite move, and you have, of course, CC with that Unite move as well with sustain. So, a nice general support. But I personally feel like the other ones are just slightly better. Like, if I were to put Clefable, Hoopa, and Blissey in the S tier, I'd probably put Eldegoss in like the A tier, if anything. And then, of course, Roland, just pointing out, he's like one of the few people in North America that likes to play Sableye, and he's very proficient with it. Like, there's a reason why, like, Sableye is like, it's kind of weird because it's so similar to like an assassin playstyle with like how you need to position and how you need to maneuver around. But obviously, it's a support. Like, you have a lot of CC, you have a lot of mobility, you have the ability to give a lot of map vision for your team, granted that you're not getting spotted early on, and you just set up for plays. And of course, you have the utility of Unite move, Confuse Ray. You also have just like more utility with Feint if you're going for the Orb moveset of just just tossing those and setting them up around the map and just giving your team vision, granted that people are stepping on the orbs and all that stuff. So yeah. Going back to the game though, overall, so it was a lot closer than I thought it was, like during the middle stages of the map. In the early game, TTV were just in complete control overall. I think the biggest liability on this team was the Greedent. I do think that Greedent had a few good moments in the match, but it just wasn't enough. Raichu, they tried to make it work, but unfortunately, Russ kind of sold the match with the positioning, and he got like, and it's not even in the end game as well. Like he got caught out multiple times, just overextending in front of Umbreon, in front of Lucario, and he would just get picked off. But that also, like, obviously it's an individual thing, but at the same time, like if you're gonna build a team comp around, the Raichu being one of your primary damage dealers, you need to build a team comp that can what's the word I'm looking for? Like a team comp that can support and just be able to utilize this character as well as it needs to be utilized. I do think Suicune's a solid pick overall, and Eldegoss itself is not a bad pick, but I just do think that there just wasn't enough frontline and there's not enough peel for Raichu. It was basically just either Russ kites them on his own or he just gets absolutely rolled by the frontline, which is Machamp and Mega Lucario, as well as the Umbreon. And then, of course, even the Comfey, because Comfey's going to be on one of these multiple people. What I would do in game number 2 is, of course, I would get rid of the Greedent. I'll be honest with you. I think Greedent lost lane way too... Like, they lost lane too definitively in the top lane, so unless they can play exponentially better with this Pokemon, I would say drop it and play something a little bit more safe or early game, even mid game. Like they just need to place a stronger pick essentially. I think Mimikyu didn't do too bad, honestly. I just feel like when they did show up, they did relatively well. But I think Rollout Guy's rotations throughout the game was a little like they were just like a step too slow. Like every time they showed up to like a situation, it was always reactionary and never like proactive. Just using as an example, like you could go back to like the first gang, for example, and they showed up top lane, and then I thought they probably thought that they wouldn't be able to make a play happen. Then they left, and then Toon showed up, got a kill, then they showed back up, and then it was too late by then and stuff like that. So I would say probably, yeah, drop the Greedent. Jungler needs to just rotate a little bit better, and if they choose to play something like Raichu again, obviously positioning is key, as well as just having a comp that has like relatively good synergy with it.
To push at that moment.
Yeah, exactly. They definitely didn't want to end up dealing with
Okay,
that.
so I'm just gonna fast forward to the next
I
match. I don't need to hear the post game commentary.
Interesting enough with the
college Pokemon that are played by the other team.
team's going to expect it. Like, nobody expects to be going up against a Greedent in competitive Pokemon Unite. So, if you can pull out something like that and get it to work, it's actually a good strategy going up against teams because they're not used to trying to combat that. It's a Pokemon that you don't see that much anymore. They're like, we don't need to counter it. So, it can work for you as a team, as we see Free Tank's 10 ball are now going to take the first pick.
Yeah, this does.
Okay, so let me pause it here before like the draft phase even begins. So obviously the big difference is like when you play in a tournament or when you play these best of 3 matches, essentially you swap sides. So in this case, Triple T is going over to purple side and TTV is going over to the orange side. So basically that just means Triple T are going to get the first pick, TTV are going to get the, their 2 picks in first rotation. And obviously that's going to change the way the drafting goes because naturally that just means TTV are going to have to ban the Megas if they don't want to deal with it. So I guarantee you're going to see like a Charizard ban, Lucario ban, and then whatever third pick that they choose to pick. What are the win rate with the Megamons? If we're talking about the tournament itself, I have no idea. But if we're talking about like the Megas as a whole, I mean, I can check that right now. Win rate right here. So 55.35%. It is the highest in the game it is the highest in the game right now. It dropped by 1.73% from last week, so it was slightly lower. Mega Lucario in number 2 at 53.34. Keep in mind, guys, so the win rates for some Pokemon, and you have to understand, Mega Charizard, from my understanding, probably has one of the highest win rates for Pokemon in the history of Pokemon Unite. the fact that a Pokemon is reaching like the is a like pretty much at the 60% win rate margin is just way too ridiculously high. That should be an indicator for the devs to just like be aware that this Pokemon is so incredibly broken that it needs to be nerfed. Now, obviously, I understand because I've played multiple like it's just a matter of experience. This is just a marketing strategy that they have always used for their entire time just releasing Pokemon and Pokemon Unite. What they do is they release a OP Pokemon or a broken Pokemon, whichever term you prefer. Overtuned, broken, whatever. It's locked behind a paywall. So naturally, when Mega Charizard first dropped, you have to do the event. Now, if you're not paying money, then you have to do the event and you'll probably get the Pokemon in like 2 weeks. However, if you want the Pokemon right now, you swipe your credit card, you buy the Pokemon, and you get early access to a Pokemon in its prime. Now, the general marketing strat for, Pokemon Unite is they always do this, and then around the time the Pokemon becomes free, quote unquote free, as in people are finally able to acquire it through coins or the event is pretty much whatever. Essentially, that's usually around the time that they nerf the Pokemon in preparation for the next Pokemon that's about to be released. So, obviously, Delmise, the anchor Pokemon, is about to come out in 2 to 3 days, I think. So, I guess, like, my guess is when that Pokemon drops, they're probably gonna nerf Charizard and Lucario, maybe a couple other Pokemon slightly. And then, obviously, you're gonna be like whoever swipes their credit card is going to be able to enjoy Delmise for however long that they have until it gets nerfed. That's my general assumption. It's not just now; they've done this for a long time. I'm honestly surprised that people are still complaining about it. Well, like we can complain about it. It's like your feelings are valid. There's a very like I honestly think this is one of the worst metas of Pokemon Unite with the Megas, but that's just the way the game is right now. Like I hate it. I hate it. I'm vocal about it. I'm saying that these megas should be nerfed to the fucking ground. I think that they just executed it very poorly. But obviously, whatever sells works for them. Like you can also see, like look at the ban rates for every other Pokemon, and in comparison to these three, like 172.44% ban rate, 123.58, 101. These things are so far ahead of everything else that it's like it's not even close. It's just crazy. And then of course, obviously they're the two most picked Pokemon as well. Granted that they are available and they're not banned. So yeah, I mean, that's hopefully that answers your questions of the win rate and.
Doesn't surprise me at all. If you lose the first game, then you get to choose whether you want first or second pick. And there's different metas where first pick is better, different metas where second pick can be better, but generally, right now, first pick is always going to be the one that you want to grab. And this time, it forces TTV to have to ban some of those more high value options because 3 Tanks 10 Ball is going to be the one to pick first. So they're going to have to be the one to ban out Mega Charizard. 3 Tanks, if you're first pick, you don't worry about banning.
This is actually a little interesting to me, by the way. This is actually a little interesting. So, no, I was talking about this earlier, but when you're Team 2, you're probably more inclined to ban the Megas if Team 1 does ban it. But if, like, the thing is, if these guys are banning Mega Lucario, it indirectly tells me that even if it was available, they had no intention of playing it. Because they have no reason to ban this Pokemon because they're first pick. Unless they really want to prioritize something else. So I find that a little interesting. It might change up the draft a little. Obviously, in these competitive scenarios, there's a lot more. They're different, like, with the exception of Lucario, Charizard, and maybe Darkrai, the bans are usually a little bit different from what you would expect to see in solo queue, flex queue, or just casual ladder gameplay. Just because, like, just using this as an example. In casual gameplay, and I'm talking about, like, solo queue duos and trios, nobody bans Zacian. Like I can tell you that right now. Like literally, I've played. Although I haven't like every single one of my matches is not draft. I can tell you in the numerous matches I played this season, I played over what like 300 matches. Not a single time Zacian has been banned. So obviously this is more so just something that's like more exclusive to comp rather than casual gameplay. Um, but yeah, just something that's worth pointing out.
The most broken thing, because on the off chance the other team doesn't ban it, then you get to pick it.
Yeah, I'm thinking they're looking for the Suicune here. I mean, they've banned Zacian and the Mega Luca. That's interesting enough with the fact that your first pick. They take the Serena out as well. I love these. Direct bans on the side of TTV. They do have access
Okay, so there's actually the first Miraidon ban. First Miraidon ban, and obviously it's a very strong Pokemon. Like I said, in my opinion, in terms of the attacker class, I think Miraidon's the best. Not a fact, just an opinion. And then they also banned Serena as well. So they're banning the top laners. Darkrai was also banned by TTV. And I mean, that's a respectable ban. It's just a strong Pokemon. So let's see how this ban goes.
Yeah,
or this draft goes, I should say.
As well could be an option, but TTV does ban that out in their last option.
Oh.
3 Tanks 10 Ball. I imagine we will see this Suicune or Blissey here. Could be another really good one, and it is going to be that Suicune. Definitely something you don't want to give over to TTV. I feel like they're just so devastating if you give Ender that Pokemon.
Yeah, like you're already coming up against a team like TTV. You can't be giving them things like that as they look to lock in. Oh, Tooley's going to pick up the Blastoise here, and Ender back on the Hooper. This is going to be a great core that TTV have built into their comp.
Love seeing the Hoopa come out here and TTV grabbing this Blastoise. A little nod to the fact that they banned it out in the last game, which is interesting.
Oh.
Pokemon with a lot of CC, and right now the way that it's built, we could be seeing it in the top path role, but it depends, I think, on what 3 Tanks 10 Ball wants to do with their picks. They now have the Buzzwole, and look at this. We've got the Wigglytuff.
I love this. I mean, when we were talking about what Pokemon we like to see in these games that doesn't usually get picked up, Wigglytuff didn't even come to mind, but I love seeing it in these games, and it is very tanky. It's got that supportive background, but it is crowd control. It will happily take damage all day long. So an interesting strategy from 3 Tanks.
That's interesting. Okay, so there's a few things, well, actually a few things to talk about right here. So let's talk about the Wigglytuff first. I feel like Suicune and Buzzwole are just staple choices that are often played, so I'm not going to touch on that too often. Wigglytuff is something you don't see very often, just in general. Wigglytuff, unlike other supports, doesn't offer the sustain that a lot of other supports offer. I'm talking about like Hoopa, Clefable, Blissey, etc., Eldegoss, etc. However, they specialize in just zoning, peeling, brawling, and just getting up in your face, or just, making sure that your carries are safe. And essentially, it's like another pseudo frontliner, similar to Clefable. The difference is obviously there's no sustain on the side of Wigglytuff. I think in some situations, Wigglytuff can work. Obviously, if you want to have sustain on your team, then any other support is pretty much a better pick than Wigglytuff. However, if your focus is more so being a little bit slightly more aggressive, team fighting, or just trying to bully the lane, Wigglytuff is honestly not a bad pick at all. It's just kind of fallen out of favor, and it hasn't really seen any significant changes over the course of, the last several balance patches, because, well, I feel like it's just kind of forgotten. TTV round out the pick with, their next 2 picks are the Crustle and the Urshifu. I will say the Urshifu into this team comp with against these 3 Pokemon is definitely something I wasn't expecting. I'm not sure if they're going the single strike, the Black Bear, or the Surging Strikes, which is the Water Bear, or the Blue Bear, whatever you want to call it. I don't really care. If they're going the Blue Bear, I would think that's very ambitious, just because of how much CC they have. and it's very easy for you to get CC'd by a Suicune, Stunlocked by a Wigglytuff, and also CC'd by a Buzzwole. So I'm curious to see what moveset they play on their Urshifu. That keep in mind though, that's more so in the later stages of the game. Urshifu at level 5 is still a very potent jungler and can very easily snowball the early game if they get going. So we'll see how it goes. And then Crustle, honestly, I don't really have too much of an opinion on Crustle. I think it's I personally think it's kind of meh. I know a lot of people play it in comp. Back in the day, I felt like Crustle was so overvalued. I personally didn't see the appeal to it. I think it can be good in certain situations, but like back in the day, like people just spam this shit nonstop, and I was just like, why? But you know, you have another front line, you have a lot of utility, depending on what moveset you're going for. But obviously, a lot of people that play support Crustle in the defender form, of course, like defender support Crustle with XP share, they usually go Rock Tomb and X Scissor, or what's it called, Stealth Rock is obviously preferential, or depending on what team strat they're going for. X Scissor obviously offers more CC. Stealth Rock just offers a lot more, more clearing, a little bit of CC, and some zoning potential as well. So we'll see.
Otter access to this Urshifu. Zugrug has picked up the Crustle. Look at how strong of a team TTV have got here.
Yeah, the 3 tanks 10 ball might not have 3 tanks, but TTV has 2 of them. So I guess we've pretty much confirmed at this point Toon is going to be taking that Blastoise up into the top path, or, if they switch around, whoever ends up playing it. And I love this Crustle pick. Crustle, I feel like, is one of those Pokemon similar to Aldagos where you're never going to see it banned, but it can be extremely valuable if it's being played. Interestingly enough, though, we are not seeing Blissey or Clefable come out. 2 Pokemon that have been very high valued in a lot of off-season tournaments, I feel like. But we are going to be seeing Mew, one of my favorites. And if I remembered to send Kyle Pokemon to watch, then it would have been Mew for me. But I did not remember. So this time we will be.
Where's Latias? I don't know.
Definitely one of my favorites.
I haven't seen it in this tournament.
Yeah,
so far.
The 3 tanks 10 ball just have no pure heal on their side here is so interesting because TTV, they're going heavy on this damage, by the way. Husky, look at Zella on that Blastoise. They are going heavy with that damage. We've got Toon on the side of...
Oh, I should probably touch on this as well. Sorry. Yeah, so they rounded out their picks with a Mew and the Dodrio. Honestly, I do like the Dodrio. Just because you have some early map presence in the form of a jungler. Like if you're playing I don't want to say late game, because Buzzwole in the early game can be very strong as well. Basically once you get to level 5, you can start putting in work. But as a laner, it's good. Mew is okay. So here's the thing: I'm very vocal about Mew because when it comes to this Pokemon, it's basically 2 things. I personally think it has the highest skill ceiling. Alright? So I think this Pokemon has the highest skill ceiling. It also requires the most skill out of all the Pokemon to play in the game. I think, I'm not saying there aren't other Pokemon that require skill. I think Mew, in my opinion, with its numerous move combinations, requires the most skill. So when it comes to playing this Pokemon, when you play it well, it shows, of course. When you play it poorly, it also shows. But the thing is, it's just like, when it comes to other Pokemon in general, once again, I'm just going to emphasize this is completely opinionated, but when you play pretty much every other Pokemon in this game, you can play a Pokemon poorly, but, you can get away with being, how should I phrase this? I want to say, if you're underperforming or you're not playing that great on other Pokemon, yeah, you'll see it, but it's not the end of the world. When it comes to Mew, it's when you play this Pokemon badly, it really shows, because in my opinion, there's only there's no in between. It's either you're a good Mew player or you're a bad Mew player. And when you're a bad Mew player, you're just dead weight. Um, can you play Mew? I played it before. I can honestly say, like, guys, I'm not so egotistical to say that I'm a great Mew player. I'm not. I barely play the Pokemon. Like, the Pokemon I focus on are the ones centered around my role. I'm a jungler main. It's not that I can't play top or bottom lane, but when I play solo queue, I'm a jungle main. So Mew doesn't necessarily fit the jungle meta. Even back in the day, like I know people used to like try jungling Mew for a little bit, but even then, I still don't think it was like an optimal choice. I think there were just better picks. I can play Mew. Am I great at it? No. Am I good at it? Like by solo queue standards, which are not very high standards, I can play it to an acceptable, tolerable level. If you're expecting me to 1v9 carry as a Mew, hell no, it's not going to happen. I cannot do it. I'm not that proficient at the character to be able to confidently say I can 1v9 carry with this Pokemon. So if you're asking me if I'm a good Mew player, I'm okay. Am I great? No. There's definitely there's probably like 1,000 like other people that can play this Pokemon better than me. It's just part of the course. If I don't play it, then I can't say that I'm a good player. Like a good like I'm a good uh person that like plays it properly, whatever. So yeah, like my the person I'm gonna be watching is Russ throughout this game because obviously keep in mind that you like Suicune is the support, like all rounder support, and then of course you got Wigglytuff. So they're playing this Mew as a quote unquote. They're playing it as like the attacker role versus the back in the day people used to play Mew support. So yeah, they're gonna be more damage oriented, and of course they're gonna be more of a carry. They're gonna be on like the carry side of the spectrum. So we'll see how this Pokemon. Let's see how they do. Is all. But of course we'll see. This is like the X factor right here. All right, the X factor that can really determine whether or not this team wins or if they just fumble. Like once again, I feel like Triple T have drafted a team comp that is dependent on Russ once again. So last game he played Raichu, didn't really work out, but they were a main component of the team comp. This time around he's playing Mew, and once again I do feel like that they're a core component of the team comp, but what's even like trickier is that they're playing a significantly more difficult Pokemon to play. Like I said, like either it works or it doesn't. And then of course early jungle from Dodrio, so we'll see. All right, let's get into the match.
Shifu, we've got the Alolan Raichu. It's an interesting strategy here from Free Tank's 10 ball. Let's see if it plays off for them.
Yeah, I do like the CC options on both sides. I think kind of Three Tanks 10 ball definitely leading.
Waffle Maker, I don't know if you heard me from before or if you saw, but to answer your question, it's 55 on Charizard and I think 53 on Lucario
and Suicune is
for their win rates.
Support role where the Wigglytuff can just kind of walk at you and put you to sleep and then walk away. And then that sets up a lot of the Pokemon that they have in that front line, like the Buzzwole brawling and also allowing the Mew to do a ton of damage from the back line. Now, I will say, Alolan Raichu coming out here again is going to be a little bit difficult for this Mew to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. This is going to be game 2 between them both. Free Tanks 10 ball now on your purple side, TTV on your orange side.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. We are seeing that little Squirtle head up into the top path, and in the bottom path we are seeing Alolan Raichu on the orange team again, but not on the same team for 2 games in a row. And we have the Wigglytuff with my favorite Wigglytuff Hollowware on, Sobi rocking that sailor outfit.
So adorable here. I do feel like Free Tank's 10 ball, they like to go for that kind of tank that can really just disrupt in the backlines. That feels like they're going for here. We have the Greedent, we're seeing the Wigglytuff here. That's kind of their style of play so far.
Yeah, it has been. Buzzwole, very low HP right now, trying to get some damage on top of Ender, but a big heal comes through and that Buzzwole going down early.
Now TTV have the pressure in the top lane. There we go, though. Good damage comes out from Dodrio. Rollout guy finds the KO onto Squirtle, and that's going to alleviate things up here for Free Tank's 10 ball.
You know, when I saw Wigglytuff being picked, I was kind of hoping that it would be Rollout Guy playing Rollout Wigglytuff, but you know, I can't have everything that I want, so I guess we'll take Wigglytuff being played at all. It is Rollout though.
A couple things, by the way. I should just mention this right here. So, starting from here, it's worth noting that the Urshifu, or the Kupfu in this case, they still get the experience because the Hoopa is, like, the Hoopa has XP share, but the Hoopa also took the red buff, so that allows them to have more lane pressure in the lane with the buff itself. So that's the first thing worth noting. Hoopa got the red buff, but of course Kupfu still gets the experience, so it's not like they're losing out. The next thing worth pointing out is just hold on.
They like to go for that.
Yeah, this right here was just extremely aggressive from Salt. I feel like there was a bit of miscommunication here because Buzzwole went aggressive, but Suicune, from the looks of it, yeah, so look right here. So this is like a bit of miscommunication right here, and this is something that is just like very important when you're playing the lane. Like, obviously, you can't coordinate, like, pretend you're playing solo queue. If you're laning, playing solo queue, you can't communicate with your side laner. Like, it's a two-person lane, I'm hoping. So it's a two-person lane, and you're just you can't communicate with your random, because obviously, unless you're talking on the microphone and they're listening to you, then essentially it's just, you guys are kind of just playing the game on your own, and you're kind of just going off of the vibe of the lane and your own individual experience. The thing right here is that Suicune used their skills and their cooldowns to kind of DPS like the 3 Natus right here. But during that time, Buzzwole is aggressively going in on the 2 of them. And I feel like this is just a bit of miscommunication, because if they were going to do that, Suicune would have to also focus them as well. But the problem is now, like, Suicune is on cooldown, Buzzwole's going in the 1v2, and they're trying to go aggressive, but they don't have the damage to really finish the job. If you just play it out right here. So obviously they're going very aggressive, they're trying to get the kill, they're still going aggressive. And then of course, Suicune gets their cooldown back up, but they missed their skill, because obviously it was on cooldown from the Natus, then they get it back, they try to use it, they miss. Buzzwole gets killed in the 1v, and like, I'm very vocal about this, but like, when you're playing at the competitive level, and this is not limited to Pokemon Unite, I'm talking about like any MOBA or even like any game for that matter. Like, when you're just straight up getting outplayed in a 2v2, 1v1, whatever, it makes a difference. In this case, though,
a big heal comes through, and
it's not the end of the world, because Dodrio is actually able to save the lane. So Dodrio comes in, plays aggressive, gets the kill on Squirtle, and because Squirtle is dying when the Altaria camp is about to spawn, they are not present to even attempt to get any experience here. So despite the fact that Buzzwole died in 2v2, they're going to make it back to lane before the Squirtle in time. So Buzzwole's right here. They're going to make it back in time to leech some experience with the rest of the team. They're also going to pull ahead of the Squirtle despite the fact they win a 2v2. So honestly, right here, rollout guy, whoever this is also pretty much just saving the lane from having a disastrous start.
Finds the KO onto Squirtle, and that's going to alleviate things up here for Free Tank's 10 ball.
You know, when I saw Wigglytuff being picked, I was kind of hoping that it would be Rollout Guy playing Rollout Wigglytuff, but you know, I can't have everything that I want, so I guess we'll take Wigglytuff being played at all. It is Rollout though.
Oh my god.
It is Rollout.
Guys, come on, what a letdown. you gotta change your name, no longer Rollout Guy. It's gotta be what, Free Head Guy, and then Sobi's there on the rollout?
Yeah, no, Sobi's Rollout Guy now. What a move. What a move from this team.
Oh, let's see how it plays out though. Buzzwole has managed to hit level 5 now, so they're going to have better pressure in that lane, but TTV are not letting up. I do like this from Dodrio. Once you hit those levels, they hit that 5, you have to be constantly on the side of TTV whenever you can.
Yeah, and TTV knows that, especially from their supporter Ender. They're gonna know that Totrio's gonna be in the central area, so great call getting vision there. We do have the Wigglytuff in the central area on top of Regidrago, but nobody else for 3 Tanks 10 Ball has arrived yet, so it's basically just gonna be given over to TTV here. Unless we see a Miracle secure, we do not. Urshifu will take that one.
Yeah, Toon is here on that single strike. Shifu, great portal coming out from Inder again. Now, they have the secure. That's the thing about TTV. And really,
Yeah, it is the single strike.
We know how TTV likes
I kind of honestly, I kind of assumed that the moment I saw attack weight, because you don't really need that item when you play Water Bear, but...
Where 3 Tanks 10 Ball is, nobody is really prepared for a siege onto this bottom goal zone. And now they're just kind of walking in one by one. There's not really much you can expect to do at this point. Great Rock Tomb there by Zugrug forces Mew to have to leave.
It is also X-Scissor Crustle, by the way. So it's Rock Tomb and X-Scissor. Buzzwole actually got the 1v1 kill on the War Turtle in the top lane as well. So that is going really well for them.
Probably not the thing you want to see TTV get uncontested. 3 Tanks 10 Ball are going to rotate into that top side, look for some attention on the Regieleki. They have given Buzzwole a lot of stacks off the back of that, which you're going to be quite happy with, Husky.
Yeah, you definitely want those stacks as early as you can, even if you have to give up an objective or two for it. It's definitely going to be valuable. They are level 9 as well, so they are going to use that Super Swole Slam, try to pick up something, but no, they're the one being caught here. The rapid spin on the Blastoise, able to set up Hoopa for a high-value KO.
Yeah, that's the second time I've seen the Buzzwole play aggressive and get punished for it. They really need to chill out a bit. Especially because, like, I talk about this often, but, like, comeback experience in this game, or just, like, any form of experience in the form of kills, they're a lot more impactful the higher level you are. So, of course, at this point in time, like, Buzzwole's level 9, and, of course, the levels are still relatively close, but, like, when you're giving unnecessary experience away when it can be avoided, obviously you would want to do that. Like, I know they thought they had the momentum with the team here, and of course they're level 9, they have Unite move, and they got the Regieleki. They tried to, like, they tried to play aggressive to get the...
So they are going to use that Super Swole Slam, try to pick
yeah, they got baited right there, so it was a good play by Urshifu. So Urshifu gets grabbed, they get hit by the Wicked Blow, and then, unfortunately, because they eject button back onto the goal, the Buzzwole is pretty much forced to just continue the animation where the Urshifu is, and now they're just in the middle of the enemy team. And then there's the rapid spin, Hydro Pump from the Blastoise. They get CC'd, they get knocked back into the team, and then they just die.
You know you can defend this, you find the important KOs, you're going to take away this Regieleki, that flank as well from Zugrug, as they look to get a pick with the X-Scissor. But TTV are picking up exactly where they left off here, Husky. They're taking control of this map, grabbing all the experience they can.
I mean, that's what Hoopa does, right? They just have so much map control. You can be everywhere at once with all of your team in just an instant. And having both of those outer goal zones still intact for as long as possible is really the name of the game for playing the Hyperspace Hole Hoopa. And at the moment, 3 Tanks 10 Ball just doesn't have the resources to be able to take down one of these goal zones.
Managed to get a couple of Unite moves on their side now. The score isn't getting out of reach either, so it's a good response from 3 Tanks 10 Ball so far. Gotta watch out for that coming their way as an Ebon Fist is gonna land.
Buzzwole getting caught out again.
Buzzwole back to Nurse Joy. As they score plenty of overcaps here that they're looking for.
I do love seeing Buzzwole get immediately obliterated. So
and they're doing math, guys. See, that's how you overcap. Do math.
A lot of opportunities to
they get a 31-point overcap in the top lane.
Finally does put those 30 points in to give a 30-point overcap to TTV. Now 217 to 73. Taking a look at our levels, we do definitely see a level advantage on TTV's side. I feel like at this point in the previous match, 3 Tanks 10 Ball was not as behind in the levels, so they are definitely going to have to figure out how to come together and look for an opportunity to get some picks.
Ooh, Hydro Typhoon eject button is going to come on through. They don't find the Suicune, so weak, but they have to go on back, and now TTV are going to retreat to their lane here. Looks like they're going to accept the fact that most of 3 Tanks 10 Ball is here. The rotations were coming through as they do send Toon down to that bottom objective, but leave their strong defenders to try and hold this out so they can get up and take it.
You know, unfortunately, I'm just watching this rollout and I'm not sure that it's really doing much at all. There's a lot of hindrance resistance and unstoppable on TTV's side. As soon as Blastoise is inside the rapid spin, they're not going to be able to get knocked up by that rollout. And Urshifu has an entire move that's basically a full heal. So it's a little more difficult to make this rollout valuable.
Oh,
Oh,
the Unite move kill secure.
As well as Dodrio was looking for the KO, but a brilliant response from Zugrug hits them with the X-Scissor, and they just couldn't escape the Thunderstorm aerial. Great approach and response by TTV. As roll call is sent out here as well, Inder's going to bring in the team to make this a push. They do have Springboard. They do find the KO onto the Urshifu on the Endless Ice Spikes as well, and they are pushing in big time here, Husky. They're going to find a good KO, but Buzzwole will fall. The Lecky doesn't go in, but TTV wanted to risk it so far, looking still.
That was a fantastic Wigglytuff Unite move. It really cleansed a lot of the CC that TTV was throwing at them. I think that was a good play to go for that push, especially because TTV is so ahead. But they also made the disciplined choice to back up. And I also think that 3Tanks 10 Ball should not have left the goal zone the way that they did, because that ended up leading to Dodrio and Buzzwole getting KO'd. I feel like you're behind, you have to stay, and then you just have to hope that they're pushing too far forward like the Urshifu did.
Ooh, Dodrio manages to get away here. Looks like Crystal is going to fall. They're not going to be too worried about that, though, because it does mean that Urshifu gets back to the pad. Good responses from 3Tanks 10 Ball, though, to be honest. They know who they're up against, and they found some good picks here, Husky. It is a close game coming on into the Groudon.
Great use of the Wicked Blow Unstoppable right there to avoid that Suicune CC. And there's just so many Pokemon on 3Tanks 10 Ball that are
Goon's getting caught out again.
CC. Great eject button there.
Fortunately, at least, like, if you're gonna get caught out, at least it's not during a pivotal moment, but they might lose the Regice off that. Might.
Eject button for the final.
Actually, no.
2 minutes and 20 seconds are left, and it looks like Reg Ice is going to freely be handed over to TTV.
Zugrug with the wall there, stopping that go home on the side of the Buzzwole, delaying it a little bit longer.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it very briefly. The one thing I will say very quickly is that when it comes to this endgame situation, besides the fact that TTV got the Regice, which gives them more sustain, and of course they have the Hoopa, unlike TTV, Triple T don't have any form of sustain from their characters. So essentially, what ends up happening is if the enemy team lands any form of engage or poke or just damage in general, essentially they don't have the luxury to stick around. They basically have to recall. And that's something that's already that's something difficult, especially because you're playing from a disadvantageous situation when you're downing points. And of course you're up against the Hoopa that has the flexibility to just reposition your team at your leisure. So I'm very curious as to see how they plan to play this out. Obviously, the point differential is not so significant that they need Groudon to win, but regardless, they are playing from a disadvantage.
Before Groudon is on the field, we know they're saying, Husky, when there's a Groudon, the game is on, as TTV look to get a little bit aggressive with it here, trying to find some vision on where 3Tanks 10 Ball is.
I mean, you don't have a level 13 on the Urshifu just yet, but you also don't have it on the Buzzwole. A lot of poke from this Mew does chip down the Alolan Raichu, but with a Hoopa on your side, you really can entrust that you will always be healed up. That being said, Ender doesn't want to necessarily give up their positioning by throwing down a hyperspace hold just yet. We do have Sobi looking for an opportunity to use a rollout. Fantastic, though, with the X-Scissor. Prevents them from doing so. And
oh, man. The one-person Wigglytuff Unite move. Mew just got caught out, too, without even uniting. It's cooked. It's over.
Ariel's going to go down here, just trying to defend Raichu as Otter looks to find the double, and it comes through. They've managed to find the big hits.
That was a very anticlimactic endgame.
They're just stuck in crowd control hell as they look for the secure on Groudon, and TTV already in the lead. Take the objective.
Yeah, I mean, great full heal from the Dodrio to make sure that they didn't get knocked up by the Hydro Typhoon, but still, just way too much damage coming down in that pit to be able to stop anything. And all 5 members now of TTV moving toward that goal zone. If 3Tanks 10 Ball wants to come back, which is kind of possible, they're going to have to get some picks here. 3 members down, though, for 3Tanks 10 Ball. No members have gone down for TTV. This might be the end here.
such a great push from the Buzzwall as well to throw Toon out of that portal, but they had no follow-up. So Toon gets 1 HP in a dream, gets the next portal, and now TTV have locked in this game. What a fantastic play by this squad.
Great set for them. They're looking really good going into the next couple of rounds here. 3 Tanks 10 Ball, though, they looked really good, and that is a tough matchup for them. So we could see them redefine their strategy, head down into the lower side bracket, and really come back strong.
The later stages of this upper bracket are going to be electric here.
Okay, I mean, if I were to like just pick off.
Koopa on your side, 13 on.
Groudon, the game is on as TTV look to get a little bit aggressive with it here.
So just rewatching the end game very quickly.
3 Tanks 10 Ball is.
Obviously, the main thing to talk about is the positioning of the Wigglytuff. The Wigglytuff was just a liability in this end game. They end up getting caught out. And not only that, but they're forced to use their Unite move. Their AoE utility Unite move that's usually reserved for team fighting and just like cleansing your team, which is used on themselves because they know they're about to die. However, using it on yourself right before you're about to die, I mean, like, that's probably one of the worst ways to use your Unite move. Just because, like, you're essentially caught out and you're panicking.
That being said, Ender doesn't want to necessarily give up their positioning by throwing down a hyperspace hold just yet. We do have Sobi looking for an opportunity to use a rollout. Fantastic, though.
So yeah, the rollout ends up putting them in the middle of the entire enemy team. They're forced to Unite move right here. Then they just get picked off. Here, Urshifu pops their Unite move onto the Mew. Allows them to just get the wicked blow on them. They just get chunked. They don't even get to Unite move. Suicune dies without uniting. It's literally just Buzzwole and Dodrio. Wigglytuff is literally on the tier 2. Buzzwole dies without uniting. This was just it's just the butterfly domino effect of one person getting caught out, and then when one person gets caught out, that just gives the signal to the enemy team that they have the numbers advantage, and they can literally make the proactive call to whether they want to go for the Groudon immediately or whether they want to go for the team fight. It's their choice. But the moment it's a 5v4 in the end game and they have an advantage even beforehand, it's pretty much going to be just GG's unless they significantly misplay. Overall, I mean, some of the things that I've noticed throughout the course of this match, I mean, Buzzwole, I don't think they played very well. They were just too aggressive a lot of the time. They didn't really have much impact on the game. They got caught out several times. Didn't really get this. Like, I'll be honest, like, I didn't really notice the Mew that much. Like, just because the team didn't collectively group as 5 or anything to make any proactive plays across the board. Like, it's like anything that happened throughout the game, it was kind of just like a few members here and there. I don't think Wigglytuff had much of an impact in this game either. Not to mention, at the very, like, even if you are doing what you're supposed to be doing, it doesn't matter if you end up throwing the game. Alright? So, like, if you're carrying the team in the first 80% of the game, and then you throw literally right before the game's about to end, in this case, the final 2 minutes, then it doesn't matter to me. It's just a throw. In this case, Wigglytuff just sold the match, but either way, it was still, even if Wigglytuff didn't get caught out, it was still going to be a really difficult match against this comp, and considering they were down in points. Yes, they have a Dodrio for potential backcapping, but even then, that still exposes the possibility of getting engaged on in a 5v4 if Dodrio goes for backcap. Mew got caught, like, I mean, everyone got caught out, but they just got bullied the moment Wigglytuff got caught out, so I'm not going to fault the Mew specifically, but at the same time, I did also say that when it comes to the Mew and just, like, how they contribute in this match, it's either they're going to do really well or they're going to do they're just going to be whatever. They're just meh. I didn't really see Mew do too much this game overall, so but it's more so of like a team thing rather than an individual thing. In the laning phase, they were doing fine. So yeah, I mean, overall, it just shows that TTV's experience and their ability to play together was a little too much for Triple T, and it shows through the gameplay. I mean, it was close, quote unquote, in terms of just like the points going into the end game, but it was a very anticlimactic end game that were like it wasn't even a team fight. It was literally just like, well, the moment one person gets caught out, they just got steamrolled into the ground.
To find the big hits, triple trample looking to go for the secure here, but they're just stuck in crowd control hell as they look for the secure on Groudon, and TTV already in the lead, take the objective.
Yeah, I mean, great full heal from the Dodrio to make sure that they didn't get knocked up by the Hydro Typhoon, but still.
Okay, we'll go on to the next match. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna play an ad, but I'm gonna leave it playing just because I need to use the restroom. They'll give me time to use the restroom, and then I'll come back and I'll watch the next series, whatever it is. So be right back, guys. I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes.
No members have gone down for TTV. This might be the end here.
Such a great push from the Buzzwole as well to throw Toon out of that portal, but they had no follow-up. So Toon gets 1 HP in a dream, gets the next portal, and now TTV have locked in this game. What a fantastic play by this squad.
Great set for them. They're looking really good going into the next couple of rounds here. 3-Tank Semball, though, they looked really good, and that is a tough matchup for them. So we could see them redefine their strategy, head down into the lower side bracket, and really come back strong.
The later stages of this upper bracket are going to be electric here, Husky. TTV, absolutely brilliant. We saw Nemesis dominate the teams they were up against. No follow, pull through with a great effort as well. The higher side of this bracket, it's going to be literal UCS levels of combat here.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting call. So looking at some of these stats, Otter on the Alolan Raichu, back to his initial role of an attacker player, dealing 75,000 damage and getting that MVP. But I also want to point out this Blastoise pick, a Pokemon that in my early days of casting, I would commonly hate on being played in the top path, but I can't deny that it did look pretty good here.
Yeah, absolute facts. And again, I mean, Otter just, uncontested. And if you can't get to the range attack on the opposite team, especially one that does the damage that an Alolan Raichu does, you're not going to be able to win that game. So I will say, though, it was impressive from 3-Tank Semball. I very much enjoyed seeing them go up against TTV, but they proved to be way too strong for them to take down.
Yeah, I mean, they had a couple of interesting strategies. The rollout Wiggly is not something you normally expect, but it was just too difficult for Sobi to get into the position to be able to really get a lot of value out of those rollouts. It's only like a couple times I really think anything happened as a result of those. It's like those diamond in the rough moments where like you get a good rollout, so then you're like, oh, it must be so good because like this one play was so good. But it is really difficult to actually be able to pull it off consistently.
I have a clip when the game first came out and I was playing Lucario, and on Remote Stadium where like you're just going into the pit, a Wigglytuff managed to get me in the rollout there, and it threw me up like 7 times.
Yeah, it's the worst.
And the thing is, I watch it because it's just funny. I'm like, it's really funny despite how upset I was that I got caught out in that.
Yeah, like when it gets you, or like if you're playing, I was like an initial like rollout Wiggly believer. Like it was one of my most played Pokemon, like very early days of the game, because of those moments where if you caught someone in the choke part of the pit, it was like game-winning scenario. But not sure how well it worked this time. It might work for them in the future. I don't want to count out the strategy just yet. It definitely had some valuable moments, but for now, TTV is going to be the team that's moving ahead. The dream team from season 1.
Okay, so I'm just going to fast forward this from
kind of mostly back
to the next match. So up next, round 4. Who's playing? Good Night Gaming and No Follow.
Have an Eldegoss to kind of top you off, so I do think it'd be fine if we take it off. And yeah, we go ahead and take that up, buddy.
So we got an EU
in this band.
an EU throwdown.
I think it's mostly a testament to
So is this Gecko Kami, Gatlu, Narami, Adesu, and Toast, and then Beer, Go, Marv, Potato, Klaus, and Zonte. Okay.
I mean, you look at Potato.
So this should be a relatively competitive match because it's a bunch of, UCS players.
And that is 6 purple background Pokemons that aren't getting played in this game.
Bro, if that doesn't tell you that these teams know each other really well, I don't know what will. They love the all-rounders here in this region, especially these two teams. Let's see what the first pick is going to be for Goodnight Gaming. Gekakami is very comfortable on the Trevenant, one of the best in the world, in my opinion, but they're going to give over the Blaziken to Gatlu instead.
As true as the tales of old Gatlu on the Blaziken. Always a great pick. We do see Potato grab that Blastoise first pick along with that Eldegoss. Normally this would be your defender, supporter core, but we've seen Potato use this top lane, kind of more brawly style Blastoise in the past.
Yeah, keep an eye on those held items because I don't think they're going to change too much. They are going to stay on that attack side of things. Gek does get access to the Snorlax. Narami now on the Hooper, one of my favorite Hooper players alongside Inda. Such an interesting combo. And keep an eye on Toast because if they go Speedster here, it is going to be that Trick Phantom Force.
I am glued to this Mr. Mime build. You got the XP share, you have the choice specs, and we have it. My favorite item in the game, Leftovers. I think without healers, I think this item's very good. Obviously, you do have an Eldegoss to kind of top you off, so I do think it'd be fine if we take it off. And yeah, we go ahead and take that. A Buddy Barrier instead. I think it's a fantastic choice.
I just love Mr. Mime being on the field here.
Yeah.
I want more Mr. Mime in my games. Adesu is going to pull out the Miraidon. No surprises there. Toast is going to rain it out here with a Lucario on the field. What is Klaus going to go with? Because they're very strong on these speedsters. A Zero Aura would be a great pick.
I think, yeah, I was going to say Zero Aura would be kind of good. Scyther, I assume we were going to get Scyther. I think a last pick Speedster is going to be really good into this Miraidon pick. Otherwise, you don't have really a whole lot that can deal with it. Obviously, Mew does have pretty good range, but Miraidon still, like we talked about in the early, I guess in the pre-show,
very
picks of them all.
Old school team combo aside no follow. And I'm assuming they're going Scyther, so you got
Here, and I think Klaus definitely will.
well, I was gonna say Kanto team, but Eldegoss is not from Gen 1, but yeah, interesting team on the side of no follow. I mean, we'll see how they play. I'll say right now, I'm more of a fan of the Goodnight Gaming team composition than just on paper. But obviously, at the end of the day, it all comes down to strategy and execution. Drafting is half the battle, playing the game is the other half. So I'm not going to crucify people for picking certain things if they have a certain strat in mind.
Access to the regular Lucario, you have a little bit more flexibility with this pick. Obviously, yeah, power up punch, close combat.
Or Scizor? I imagine it's going to be Scyther, but if it's Scizor, that would also be interesting.
A little bit of flexibility. We may see an extreme speed Lucario here, but let's get into it. Game number 1 of our winners round 4. Gatlu going to the central area.
I mean, all you really got to do is like,
no surprise with no follow either. It's going to be Klaus that's taking.
You just press this, like you can literally just press the scoreboard, and when they hit level 5, you know whether they're Scyther or Scizor. But I'm pretty confident it's going to be a Scyther.
On the field, you always have to be wary that might go for an invade. Either way, even with just the red buff, you could have a little bit of pressure up there. But something that provides a lot of pressure is this early game of the Snorlax Miraidon. Great last hitting ability, and you're going to see them stay on the right side of the map.
Already getting an eject button out of Zante here. Going to take a quick nap on the side of Snorlax. It looks to get back to their side here. There's the muted auto.
Oh!
Going to find the KO, Kyle.
That is big. And now you have the Scyther rotating down to put on a little bit of pressure on this Miraidon, which is going to try to salvage some of the wild Pokemon in their own path. Unfortunately, unable to do it. But Gatlu is down here for this 850 fight.
I do love the dual wing beat being down here. It does so much good damage. Of course, it has that execute when you are weak enough. It's good for trying to lock these in, but Gatlu pulls a lot of that.
Again, Snorlax getting caught out. In the top lane, though, Squirtle got caught out, and they lost to 2v2.
Wisely tried to stay out of Desu's way.
Look how much damage that Miraidon is chunking through that Scyther. Something to pay attention to. Yes, Scyther is very good early on, but if this Miraidon can scale up, you definitely have to be a little bit more careful about diving on in, especially when they have laid down that electric terrain.
Great combo from Zante there, and now no follow want to get a bit cheeky with it, trying to limit Gatlu where they can. They do take that little bit of farm. Who's going to get the aura though? Gatlu looks to make a push through and actually takes it away from them, Kyle.
Oh.
Perfectly timed. Great support there from Narami. And now it's the Scyther that is a little bit caught out. And all 4 members of Goodnight Gaming
That is
find the KO. Great
very, very, very unfortunate.
Goodnight Gaming has survived that onslaught.
That is a double. The Reggie Drago's on the field.
So that right there is just one of those high risk, high reward players. If it pays off, then obviously you can pull very far ahead. But when you fumble the play, then your team just suffers as a whole.
All right, Reggie Drago still not chipped yet, but
Top lane is just straight up getting gapped by the Hoopa and the Lucario. Maridon actually dies in the saving grace of this team is the Muse so far. They're the one that's putting in the most work. Everyone else needs to really pick up the slack.
Speed for a little bit and a little bit of global XP to the side of no follow.
Looks like no follow want to get aggressive on the top side here, leaving down there the Mew and Mime to handle that Blazerkin, grabbing what experience they can. Of course, the difficulty is with these new Regis, you don't know where they're going to spawn.
Blastoise is a full level down on the opposing Lucario, and it is first objective as well.
I think they were okay with that. I think maybe they're going to prioritize points down here, and especially with the Hoopa.
Blastoise dead again. I think Blastoise has died 3 times already.
Some points in, but I think for them, they're just going to try to get these Regielekis and try to break these goal zones to try to slow down this Hoopa.
Gotta stop that maneuverability that Goodnight Gaming have. There's the Green Illusion dive. Doesn't find anything with it just yet, though, but they want to continue with the pressure. Snorlax is sent back to Nursejoy. They do lock in the Lecky, so no follow get going what they want as they cut off the approach from this Lucario, but Toast gets out anyway.
Somehow, someway, Toast gets out. Oh, actually,
He picks up the kill on the Lucario on the off camera.
Been something from Mew, if I'm not mistaken. They're gonna have to defend this Regieleki. Honestly, a very great defensive stand here. A lot of full HP bars, Snorlax putting in a lot of work, and then this Charge Beam Maridon gonna just hunt down this Eldegoss. I believe it was the Thunder that got that last hit.
Oh, and how much of a nightmare is that? Not only do you have to get out of the range of the enhanced charge beam that's just blitzing you, but then the Thunder is just going to continue to be a nuisance on you as well. And Desu is cooking on this Maridon right now.
Heavy slam onto this Mr. Mime, followed up by a little bit of damage from Hoopa, pushed between a block and a hard blaze, and a great reset.
No follow as a whole are just straight up getting bullied. Literally, Mew is trying to put these guys on their back, and they're just...
From Snorlax, but unfortunately the Eldegoss joins.
I don't know if it's gonna be enough.
They were locked in looking for that KO. A brilliant effort from No Follow, but still on the back foot here as Gatlu has showed up to this fight. They're going to find their hit onto the Eldegoss. Cotton Cloud Crash is going to be used to keep them in the fight. Aura Cannon came through as well as Klaus was looking to...
Scyther tried to make a play with their pop their Unite move, and it didn't have enough damage.
And Goodnight Gaming still come out on top.
Blastoise is still top lane. Like, they're still recovering from the early lane deficit, but now they're even to their opposing counterpart. But they just haven't contributed because they've been sitting top lane the entire time.
But there's a lot of damage from this Mime. If they could really fight as 5, No Follow might be
Like, the one thing that's worth mentioning as well is, like, so when you're getting badly, like, in this top lane, it was the Hoopa and Lucario versus the Blastoise and Eldegoss. So they just straight up got skill dipped in the 2v2. Blastoise has died multiple times already. They had an early game level deficit, and that just allowed Lucario to just roam around. And despite the fact they've been roaming around, they're still technically ahead of the opposing Blastoise in terms of experience. The problem is just like, when you get beaten that badly, you have no choice but to kind of sit in the top lane and just recover, like, you know, passively get your levels back, or unless you're continuously grouping with your team and trying to get kills, that's like another avenue you can take. But in this case, or in this specific game, Blastoise have been sitting top lane the entire time. Yeah, they're back in the game in terms of levels, but they haven't contributed. So, like, it really just boils down to whether all this time that's been invested in this top lane is going to pay off in the long run. Because right now, the rest of the team is just, struggling with a capital struggle. Like Scyther hasn't been able to do anything. Mew is trying their best to kind of hold it down while, Blastoise just gets back into the game. And then of course you have the two supports that are, trying to do what they can, but it's basically just Mew right now. At least from the how this game has been progressing so far. On the other side of the table, or the other side of the spectrum, Goodnight Gaming have just been collectively grouping together and just making proactive plays, despite the fact that they're down by 9 points. They haven't scored many points. They're up in levels, but on top of that, they're the ones in the driver's seat. Like, although, like, if you were just showing the scoreboard to someone, then obviously this game is in favor of no follow. But like, yes, in the end game, whoever scores more points wins, but context is a big thing. Like right now, if like watching the game from when it started to how like where it is right now, Goodnight Gaming have been so like they've been in the driver's seat. They're dictating the pace of the game, and basically it's basically their game to lose right now unless they just misplay because, well, they're just doing it better.
A little bit during these fights. We are going to have both sets of objectives here. It's a 3v3.
Fine, I guess you are my little pawn
kind of in the
champ.
top because I believe Galu's heading up towards the top as well.
And the thing is, it's those Hooper rotations that mean no follow can't get a 5v5 fight in. It's working so well for Goodnight Gaming, Kyle, and if they can continue with this pressure, you won't see that 5v5 fight until the Groudon. But right now, they are managing to keep it close in regards to points and levels. Galu's going to take that Regirock here as now the fight finally does break out. Green Illusion.
Oh, nice Hoopa portal.
Onto a Desu, though. The brilliantly timed Hoopa portal.
Scyther wasn't able to kill secure the Miraidon.
To take the fight straight to no follow on the back of that Cotton Crowd clash. Here's a showtime from Frigo, but now they have to look at getting on out of here as Gatlu gets pushed against the wall and they find the KO with Toast locking it in.
Once again, talking about this Mr. Mime, the amount of crowd control that this is able to provide, as well as just the damage, right? I mean, you saw it there. I thought for sure Gatlu was going to get out, but a perfect Unite move from Mr. Mime, a perfect confusion into a stun. I mean, time and time again, No Follow is finding value. They just need to try to put something together, maybe push all one goal, but this Hoopa, you talked about it. They're just playing with such great pace. I really defending all these goal zones, but they're going to need to make something happen as No Follow.
Wow. Okay, nice block combo with the Miraidon. Like, this guy wasn't even allowed to move, so look at that. Just beautiful synergy between the Miraidon and the Snorlax, just like shoving them against the wall. They're not able to move and just blows up the level 13 Scyther.
Means that they have the pressure on the side of Goodnight Gaming to just not even go for the leggy here. They're going to push them up the flux zone, score these points. That's going to be a 36 overcap as they continue.
Yeah, and just like that, Goodnight Gaming take the point lead. Obviously not a significant point lead, but it's still a lead nonetheless.
On the top side. I mean, that could have been really nice if No Follow would have got that 40 points in, kind of trade with that bottom path. But again,
it's almost time for Groudon, so I don't expect anyone to pop their Unite move anytime in the next 30 seconds.
They're constantly sending the team up and down with these hyperspace highways. Gatlu's going to be able to close out this Regieleki for themselves. Doesn't look like No Follow really wants to push it. 10 seconds until Groudon shows up, and Goodnight Gaming is in the driver's seat here.
This is fast. I will say, though, that despite like how high and intense these games are, these teams have managed to at least keep it a little bit close as we see final stretch takes to the field. No Follow looks like they want to go for a push straight onto the Groudon. Good response by Goodnight Gaming, though. The enhanced charge beam was ready, and now No Follow have to go on the retreat as Gek is looking for a power nap straight into the bush here, but that pushed up against the wall. Brilliant moves by Frigo yet again with the walls coming through, looking for the hit onto Potato. Hydro Typhoon's going to connect. We've got two fights going out here, Kyle, as we do see the Green Illusion die from Klaus, gets out of the reach of Gek, and the showtime isn't being paired up with yet on the side of No Follow. Looking to find Lucario, and they do. Toast is back to the Pokemon Center as Colin Crown Crash is going to come down now, keeping No Follow in this fight. Again, Klaus looking for the execute with the dual wing beat, but how is Gex still on their feet as they throw up the block, and Goodnight Gaming have survived the first fight.
They're trying to find a hyperspace hole before the damage finds them. They do. 3 members.
The Hoopa portals in this endgame are so crucial. Like, being able to reset to full HP and come back is just what's keeping them in this game right now.
They're gonna have to retreat back. And now we have a great heal here.
Lucario's also back, and they didn't pop their Unite move, so they still have that for a team fight.
There's a 200-point lead for Goodnight Gaming. 4 members up for No Follow.
Oh, it's so tough because they've just been pushed out of the Groudon Den right now, and they're just going to look for some back caps as Marv is looking for this 40 dunk. Is going to be stopped by Narami by the looks of it, and right now, not enough time on the clock for No Follow to do what they want to do here, Kyle.
Not enough time, not enough money in their pockets either. And you see Snorlax going for a nice 42 points in the home goal zone. We might see Groudon get taken, but Eldegoss is down, Scyther's down. That's a double KO for Gotlu. There's the Hydro Typhoon, but it's all for naught. Goodnight Gaming saying goodnight to No Follow in game 1.
What a game that was. I mean,
there wasn't really
that final stretch there, but it was a back and forth.
the problems that No Follow had
Very close match.
stemmed from the top lane.
Definitely seemed like Goodnight
Because the top lane just got outplayed. Lucario was allowed to free roam. Potatoes spent literally more than half the game in the top lane just farming. And you can see just on the scoreboard from just on paper that they just didn't contribute in this game at all. Like, yeah, they're level 13. Yeah, they got their levels. But did they contribute? No. They had no impact in this game. They had the lowest amount of impact out of everyone. So that's something that needs to be corrected going into game number 2. Whether it be individual performance, as in they play better using this Pokemon, that's option 1. Option 2 is playing something different, and hopefully they're able to utilize that Pokemon better than the Blastoise. So it was just a straight up 2v2 thing. On the side of the jungle, when it came to Klaus, Klaus had no impact in this game either, quite frankly. I don't think he was able to get like any major reset off in any skirmish or team fight. The aggressive play in the jungle also shifted the momentum of the game in the favor of Goodnight Gaming as well. They went for the aggressive invade. They didn't get any of this. They didn't get any of the farm. Not only that, they got caught out, and it costed 2 people. It was basically at the cost of 2 deaths, which is the jungler, and I believe it was one of the supports as well. At that point, it was basically just Goodnight Gaming, dictating the pace of the match, choosing where they want to go, and No Follow reacting to what GNG were doing. Also, I just feel like because Potato was just so underleveled, and they just didn't, like, honestly, the star on No Follow was Zante. Like, that was like the light at the end of the tunnel. Like, they were just, they tried their best, but quite frankly, the rest of the team didn't pull their respective weight, and it was just too much for the Mew. Yeah, I mean, not only that, I just feel like they just didn't have enough damage as well. Because Potato was behind, and they're playing it as a, like a pseudo defender, pseudo attacker, pseudo carry, whatever you want to call it. They were just irrelevant. Klaus was just, they were there, but they weren't there. So basically, most of the damage was the Mew, and that's just not enough for this. And that's not enough for the team composition that they're facing. And then on the side of GNG, Goodnight Gaming, I mean, they were winning lane. Well, top lane was winning. Jungler was doing fine. They were out leveling their counterpart the entire game. Obviously, it's Blaziken jungle, so you power spike a lot faster as well. Bottom lane, they did what they had to do. They held it down until it was time for grouping, and then that's when they started shining. So overall, across the board, it was just they got outplayed. That's the nutshell version. They got outplayed. So what do they need to do? I mean, either play better or they gotta think about their draft. Because honestly, I think there's the biggest issue besides the fact that they played. I don't want to be rude about it. Like, yeah, they didn't play so great, but um, they either got to play better or just draft something a little bit more well balanced, I guess.
Controlling the tempo of the game. No Foul wasn't able to break a single goal zone through that entire match. Yeah, they scored 90 points, but when you have Hoopa that can control essentially the entire half of a map, that just makes your job so much more difficult on No Follow, especially when you don't really have the artillery power that Goodnight Gaming did, especially with this Miraidon. Look at the damage that thing dealt. 106k, Adesu was living their best life.
They were, and they weren't even touched much as you look at that damage taken, second lowest on their team. It was impressive. Same with Zante, though, to be fair. No Follow managed to get some good range out themselves without taking that much damage, but it did honestly feel like in a lot of those team fights, Goodnight Gaming had the edge, and Adesu was a part of that. We saw the Thunder finding KOs, the Bright Future Meteor Storm was used at the right times. It was such a great game for Goodnight Gaming.
No Follow didn't break a goal. In terms of points, like,
Honestly,
throughout the progression of the game, the points were relatively close for the most part, but like I said, it's all about context. Like, you would think it's a close game if you just showed someone the points, but throughout the game, GNG were just outplaying their enemy team.
Onto Miraidon, onto the Hoopa with their Unite move. Those health bars were dangerously low. A good Hoopa Unite move gave them a little. Spriggles talked about having team. One of the best, but okay. HP bars.
Okay, so just kind of speedrun this. So Garchomp ban, then Zacian ban, then Buzzwole ban, then Charizard ban, then Lucario ban, then there's a Hoopa ban. The Garchomp ban is a specific ban. That's a potato ban. Like, Potato is one of those people that consistently plays Garchomp. So obviously one of his preferred characters is not on the table.
Allowing Gotlu to have it. Obviously one of the better Blaziken players in EU, maybe the world. I'll let everybody else decide that. I think he's one of the best, but
okay, so Suicune, and then once again the Blastoise.
I do like being able to pick up Suicune. That is kind of risky if you're Goodnight Gaming, because Suicune, obviously one of the better picks in Pokemon Unite. Technically an all-rounder, but in competitive, we tend to see it played more in that supportive role. Either supporter, maybe defender. It's kind of hard to tell which one it is, but it's so good.
It's also worth noting right now that the Mew pick is also being taken away from Zante, which was one of the highlights of last game. So if they're able to play it well, and if they're also taking the pick away from Zante, that's also a bonus. So we'll have to see what Zante chooses to play as an alternative. Mammoslime being picked up, so obviously you got some strong laning right there.
Utilized is best in that defender supporter role, especially with the amount of crowd control that it has.
I was casting with someone recently. I actually can't remember who it was, but they basically just said Suicune is a rich person's Alolan Ninetales. And you know what, Kyle? They were absolutely right.
There's definitely something to that. Newfollow is going to grab this Snorlax Miraidon. So I love this because not only are you taking two strong picks, but you're getting them away from Goodnight Gaming. Obviously, Adesu's grabbing the Mew and Gekokami is on that Mamoswine.
Okay, so Zante's picking up the Miraidon, which is always a solid choice. Toast is picking up the Scyther / Scizor and denying that from Klaus.
This is very dangerous for No Follow, though. Goodnight Gaming have every main pick that they want on their players here. Toast is one of the most enjoyable players on that Cypher. Absolutely love it. Toast, one of Toast's strongest players I love is Talonflame and Cypher. Cannot wait to see what goes on here, buddy. But Klaus has got access to this Urshifu as well. A lot of crowd control that they have. So they're making it as hard as they possibly can for Goodnight Gaming in this one.
Yeah, it was one of the Pokemon that you said we need to watch out for today. So I'm excited to see it. You said that EU had been utilizing it a ton over the last few weeks. I've played it a decent amount into it, and I can see 1000% why teams are starting to pick it up, because it is quite annoying as we see these items being switched and swapped around. I'm taking a look. Gecko Kami has equipped the Assault Vest, which I think will pair very well into these 3 special attack based Pokemon. One, that Miraidon, which will try to roll.
Yeah, and it's fascinating how much the up and coming of the Blastoise has been recently, but it kind of came out of nowhere that all of a sudden everybody's using it in that top side. And that's one of the things I love about Pokemon Unite is when you have these changes on the patch, sometimes it just
All right, game number 2.
Pokemon without being touched.
And
let's see how this goes.
Game number 2, winners round 4. We're gonna see that.
I will say, for the second draft, No Follow's team is a little bit more well-rounded.
Where we saw it take that central area. You're going to see Suicune as well.
I mean, Miraidon's always a solid choice. Urshifu instead of the Scyther, just because Scyther was picked by Goodnight Gaming. Urshifu's early game is solid.
This is a brilliant lane combo on both sides. It's going to be a
And I think they might have given the red buff to Suicune, maybe. I'll have to see until it... Can't see until they pan the camera, but...
It has such a fantastic early game. Thunder Shock has a great secure, and not only that, but it's the range on it's really sneaky, because sometimes you could catch a couple Pokemon off guard.
Yeah, you don't really expect it to have that much, but boy, does it, as Toast looks to find a hit onto Snorlax there. Now they're going to have to go on the retreat, because Klaus is looking for this. Does allow them to get out as they look to get these Natus.
Oh, Suicune picks up a kill on the Torchic in the top lane.
So not the rapid strike that.
So at least No Follow are
great secure potential.
Doing better than last game, that's for sure.
They're gonna need, especially with this Blaziken looming on the other side.
Gonna take all of this away from Goodnight Gaming as well. Some massive.
Oh, I just realized right now, Klaus is also the single strike as well, so they didn't go surging strikes.
Power spikes we're looking for.
And they're going to look for a little bit of an...
So the major difference between the two movesets of...
I guess heads up play here from Scyther to make sure that they're going to clear...
the single strike and the surging strikes is that surging strikes has a lot, like, just significantly more upfront burst damage. And of course, it's in the form of reliable secure as well. So if you're trying to flip objectives or trying to secure stuff, then single strike is significantly better. Surging strikes, although it has less upfront burst, if you're able to get multiple combos off, overall DPS can match the single strike or exceed it. You have more mobility, and of course, sustain it. There's more sustain as well.
I think we have seen a bit of a resurgence in healers, so maybe it's not as surprising as I thought, but still, I love the utility.
And then, of course, there's different Unite moves as well.
Those eggs are gonna come in handy.
Yeah, especially with Miraidon being there.
Like if you're trying to single out a specific target, obviously single strike is much better.
But it is really a catch-22,
and a little bit more reliable.
I don't know. We've got to go for one of them. Let's go for the heals as the Regidrago is going to continue to rotate down now to the bottom lane.
I never used Blastoise outside of Surf Pump, and that was mostly quick battles for events and missions past memes. Like, how are you going to dodge that when you're trying to dive?
Will come through as Mav rotates down as well.
Gonna look for a last hit here, Urshifu.
Urshifu's level 9.
Up, knocked down. Piloswine back in the Pokemon Center. There's a Unite move right onto the Blissey. Sends them up and sends them back to the Pokemon Center. So good plays here for No Follow. They're going to have a little bit of positional advantage in the basement path.
Toast looking to hit that with the dual wing beat. Doesn't find it on the side of Frigo. The Surf comes through. The Muted Auto will... No, it's blocked off by Potato. As No Follow holds strong down.
Oh, I was just about to say, between last game and this game, it's looking like night and day. Unfortunately, because Klaus gets caught out there by the Piloswine,
it's only the Scyther on Goodnight Gaming, so they're quite a bit behind.
They lost a bit of their momentum. And Mew secures the objective. Blaziken's top lane is doing his thing as well. That's really unfortunate. It was looking good. It was looking good for No Follow until that happened. Because Klaus got caught out because they were overextending. They get punished, and that just allows the enemy team to pick up the objective. And what should have been a free objective if they didn't die. So, yeah, that's a misplay that cost them.
Members of No Follow converging, It's just going to be a quick express trip back to the Pokemon Center the hard way. There's still this Regieleki looming in the top path. Looking at the goal zone situation, 14 remaining on this T1 for Goodnight Gaming. So if No Follow captures this, I fully expect them to just allow this to walk in.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, and I think that's exactly what they're going to go for here. Open up that extra area of experience that Gatlu can...
Unfortunately, that's not the greatest Regieleki. Like, yeah, you get the objective, but it breaks the goal. Overcap of 6, but that just allows the enemy team to farm some... allows them to get some more farm. So...
pretty safely. I mean,
not the greatest.
And you have the safety of that T1 goal zone to fall back on, so I don't think pushing there was really a bad idea. Obviously, they didn't get, they didn't pay for it there in any way. But as we get closer,
okay, so we're at the halfway mark of the game. Everyone is pretty much good to go except for Piloswine. Needs one more camp to hit level 9.
Get that access to Unite move because you definitely want to.
And they just did. They hit level 9, so that's good.
That you do, and now they do have it online. So we've got 5 Unite moves ready to go on both sides here as they're being so cautious.
Blaziken might get caught out here from the Blastoise and Suicune, but that also means that they both show, then they gotta be careful.
Use the Electro Ball, but they don't find much because, of course, it's a Snorlax. The HP pool is ridiculous.
It really is. Basement objective going to be hitting the map. And now we have a little bit of a scuffle down in this top path. Blastoise forced to use their Unite move. Suicune able to send that Scyther back.
Toast is not going to be happy with that. They ended up in the Endless Ice Spikes. The explosion comes through. And now Goodnight Gaming have lost a huge amount of their damage in that top lane. Have to retreat here as No Follow are really putting the pressure onto Goodnight Gaming in this one.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see No Follow not push that T1 goal zone on the bottom side, knowing that they had, I guess, vision on 3 members, and then the 4th member in the Pokemon Center was just the Mamoswine holding this bottom path, and they had a little bit of a numbers advantage, so they probably had an opportunity to push, but they're playing it.
There's a lot of farm on the side of GNG's side.
This is definitely a much
I don't think anything's gonna happen here, considering the rest of the team is so close. So that's a lot of time that's wasted, on top of the fact nobody's farming that farm. And then, of course, because nobody's farming that, that just means they are not resetting their camps. Or, like, there's no next rotation of camps, so... yeah.
Mamoswine continuously trying to pressure this T1 goal zone. Very determined to try to get that in, as we do see Urshifu on the top side grab that Regieleki, along with Blastoise looking to maybe grab Vision or maybe just zone Goodnight Gaming away from the Drago that's still up somehow. Neither of these teams have really prioritized it.
They're both just setting up camp in the bottom lane and just seeing who has a little bit of space more than the other, as the rest of No Follow is now in this lane. And despite the fact that Blaziken has to deal with that,
very similar situation, very similar situation from game number 1. However, the big difference is that No Follow is not in the deficit. Not to mention, they also have the levels. They have the points advantage this time, and they have the levels advantage. And their team composition compared to last game is better than it was before. So, let's see what they can do when they have the upper hand. Or at least they're in the better position.
It's a 30-point game at this point. I don't think either team really wants to make that mistake of making a wrong first step, especially with No Follow down here 1-0, or I guess 0-1. They don't want to go down that lower side bracket where it is best of 1, at least until that lower side finals.
This is so interesting from these teams. It's like game respects game. They both know that they play really well together in these team fights, so they're just kind of avoiding each other. Their patience here is a little bit crazy as they just look for a little bit of levels on their side where they can. Looks like they were trying to find Blissey there, Kyle, but I don't know if either team realizes how close this game is.
They need to be careful of engaging or getting caught out, because Blastoise isn't there. Blastoise is still in the top right bush, so... Mew getting caught out.
Endless Ice Spikes is going to come through here as they're looking for the pick onto the Mew, but they managed to get away. They're going to come on through with the Green Illusion Dive, looking to see if they can find Klaus.
Mamoswine gets caught out by one person.
Zante comes out on top. Toast finds the revenge, and there's the Hydra Typhoon. It's all
nice Hydra Typhoon.
Is going to come through here, trying to see if they can find Zante. They are so weak, buddy. The surf will come through. The Mewsted auto is going to land, but he's blocked. blocked by Potato, and No Follow still have their range damage as a Desu is sent back to Nurse Joy.
Look at this. Gatlu and Narami are looking to try to rip this down. You have an overheat option for a secure. It is unstoppable, but a block could maybe section them off. A Unite move not available. Actually available from Urshifu.
Oh, it's gonna be very close, but they got the Blaziken.
Do is try to get onto Gatlu, but they're gonna try and drop the overheat. Sorax pushes it out.
Oh.
That's it.
This is why we love Gatlu and why they love that Blaziken, buddy. Good night gaming. What an effort from Klaus to try and get in with that wicked
That's it.
blow
It's
and
done.
the Earthen Fist. Tried to find something to work, but with that raining on in, the game is so close that Good night gaming are just gonna steal this away from No Follow.
That end game was that was messy. I won't lie, that was a messy end game. But I'll play it back again and then we can watch it. Well, I can watch it and break it down. So I'll play it back in 2 minutes. Okay, like I said, going towards this end game, No Follow have the lead. They got the slight points advantage. They got the levels. They got a better team comp. Let's see how this kind of ended up not in their favor.
This is so interesting from these teams. It's like game respects game.
So naturally, no matter what, as long as No Follow know they have the lead, no matter how small the lead is, they still have a lead. So they don't necessarily need to do anything. They can just, unless they see an opportunity to make a proactive play, essentially they can just play defensive until they see an opportunity to actually play aggressive or take a fight. And of course, if they try to flip the ground on, then you have to contest that as well. So far, it's looking pretty good. I mean, if you look at the HP bars, Mamoswine is forced to Unite move early. Mew is so low, so close to dying. And yes, they have Unite moves, so, I mean, the fact that they lived without even uniting, on top of the fact they didn't preemptively Unite move, is really...
Endless Ice Spice is going to come through here as they're looking for the pick onto the Mew, but they managed to get away. They're going to come on through.
Okay, there's the Bliss Assistance onto the Scyther. Mamoswine gets picked up with the Miraidon. Urshifu actually got caught out with that Uniting, so that's very unfortunate. There's the Hydro Typhoon knocking up 2.
There's the Hydra Typhoon. It's all letting loose as the Mystical Mirage is going to come through here, trying to see if they can find Zante. They are so weak, buddy. The Surf will come through. The Muted Auto is going to land, but he's blocked by Potato. And No Follow still have their range damage.
Wait, where did Urshifu die? Okay, so I'm looking at Urshifu right now. They eject button away.
They're going to come on through with a green illusion dive.
Oh, they got chased down by the Scyther. Yeah.
Zante comes out on top. Toast finds the revenge, and there's the Hydra Typhoon. It's all letting loose as the Mystical Mirage is going to come through here, trying to see if they can find Zante. They are so weak, buddy. The Surf will come through. The Muted Auto is going to land, but he's blocked by Potato. And No Follow still have their range damage as a Desu is sent back to Nurse Joy.
Look at this. Gatlu and Narami are looking to try to rip this down. You have an overheat option for a secure. It is unstoppable, but a block could maybe section them off. A Unite move not available. Actually available from Urshifu. So the one thing that they could do is try to get onto Gatlu, but they're going to try and drop the overheat. Sorax pushes it out, but Gatlu still gets it.
This is why we love Gatlu and why they love that.
Do we see any solo queue today? Brother, I played 14 hours of solo queue yesterday. I need a break, man. I'll play solo queue tomorrow. I'm chilling today. You want solo queue? Here. You want solo queue? I'll tell you what, man. You turn on your Switch and you play solo queue yourself. Then you'll see it in real time. No, but to answer your question, probably not.
The game is so close that
Probably not.
Gaming are just gonna steal this away from No Follow.
That was insane. What an incredible play there from Snorlax. A push out.
Buzzhole 14K? Oh, Team YouTube versus Buzzhole? Well, I don't know who Buzzhole is, but...
Sure, Team YT. Already gonna take out that Greninja.
Who the heck are these people?
For some reason.
Okay, so we got... Qatar, Traffy, Emmerich, Nachos, and Kranix. Or Kranix. Akilo... Bro... Is this guy not retired? I swear I see him, like, coming, going, then he, like, retires, then unretires, then he shows up, like, 20 years later, and then he's back again. Akilo, Chaotic, Immortal, Fui, and Sam. Damn, bro. No Dave or Yomus?
Hey, yeah, no Greninja, no Mega Lucario, no Mega Charizard.
You guys gotta
no
bring
Slash,
back
so
Dave. You need that
all
star
Wallows
power.
banned from Buzzhole. I always
Wait, Greninja ban?
I want to say Buzzwole. Buzzhole 14K.
Bro, like even if you go against a one-trick Greninja player, is that even worth a ban?
Team YT also going to ban this Blastoise, which we've seen some of these EU squads pick up in that top half.
Yeah, EU seems to really like it. They've, you know,
It's actually very interesting to see that the team that has first pick is the team that are banning the two megas. That's really interesting. Meanwhile, Team YouTube are just banning like I don't know if those are target bans because I don't know anything about this team, but like I don't know if these are target bans or if they're just banning random shit to leave like a bunch of stuff on the table. But
meta is always like, I feel like they've always started stuff and then like the other regions perfect it. But Blastoise is one of those that has been around for a long time and teams eventually kind of fell off of it. But now EU is picking it back up. So I wonder if we'll see it start to circulate through the other regions as well. But first pick, Blissey, unsurprising. This thing, no matter what they do to it, it is still broken.
Double defender pick.
From Team YT. Likely gonna pivot this Umbreon into more of that supportive class, possibly going with Wish. I've seen a lot of Wish mean look Umbreons lately, which is surprising because it's not something that's really been buffed all that much lately. It's just teams are starting to realize what this meta is all about and thinking that, okay, well, mean look is still pretty good. It never was bad. But Buzzwole 14K, they are grabbing the Buzzwole.
Yeah, that's kind of what you.
Oh, the Gardevoir.
Sticking to their namesake.
This is something I've seen these guys play a lot. Like even back in the day when YouTube used to be like a top contending team, like Gardevoir was something that they really liked to play often. That being said though, something that immediately comes to mind is they got a lot of CC, they got some damage from the Gardevoir. I feel like they're just lacking a bit of damage, but the difference is this time around is that Suicune, unlike the previous games, is not going to be running XP share. It's going to be the special attack oriented Suicune, so they're going to be hopefully they'll be doing a reasonable amount of damage to compensate for this team comp that they're drafting. Not sure what Fui's going to be picking, but we'll see.
Move the same item build as well. On Team YT side, no surprise to see SoSad Sam continuing to play that Gardevoir. Perhaps the only Gardevoir player left, but I am happy to see that.
Lane, Cinderace with the...
You think of Gardevoir.
Well, actually, I don't know. It's not guaranteed, actually. I've seen some people try to play Zoroark in the lane with XP share.
So getting to see it here is going to be certainly a treat.
I feel like Suicune should always have XP share. I mean, the rule of thumb is that there should always be an XP share in the lane, but if you have one already, then, you know, you don't need to have it. Technically speaking, it's not like Suicune
Zoroark is definitely one of the best out there.
Was designed to be a
this player kind of plays
bona fide support. People just chose to play it like that.
Team YT kind of just decided, we'd rather see them play Cinderace. We'll just ban out the Greninja. It forces them into the only other pick that they really have. That being said, they are an incredible Cinderace and Greninja player as well. And it's going to be dangerous because this Gardevoir doesn't have a ton of mobility. It has the range, but Cinderace also has the range and also has a little bit more mobility.
Okay, I'm very much liking this Buzzwole 13 or 14.
Zoro.
I don't know why I said 13. It's
sorry, not Zoroark.
On the screen, 14.
Zeraora.
Weird number for Buzzwole to do. I wonder if it's like our team or one of our players only did that much on Buzzwole, so now they're like kind of like taking a little jab at them. Like, so maybe we'll see only 14k damage. Honestly, if this Buzzwole only does 14k damage, I'm gonna be impressed.
I would be really impressed. Like that's a like to have to like try to get a specific
stretch
damage within like 1,000 points of damage. That's very impressive, and they should be paid if that happens.
This is game 1 of your winners round 4. Our last winners round 4.
Okay, it is the Cinderace lane, by the way. So Zoroark jungle and Cinderace lane.
also going up in that top path for Team YT.
For a second, I saw like the Trevenant and the Cinder walk into the bottom path, but they like blend.
The Cinderace lane against a Suicune and a Snorlax might be a little rough, just
It is
because
the Phantom that has the EXP share on, but this is a tough lane to go up against for these two little.
you don't have a lot of secure. But
fully evolved Pokemon.
the Bunny is playing very aggressive, very aggressive, and they get punished for their aggression.
Cinderace, the score buddy, pays for it dearly, but Trevenant gets a little bit of revenge, taking out the Snorlax with them.
So this is a very interesting call as well from Team YT that we didn't get a chance to talk about during draft. They did pick up the Suicune, but Suicune is being played as a full damage dealer. It's being played in the attacker slot, whereas we usually see it in a defender or a supporter role. But do you...
Oh, okay. The Scorch Bunny actually picks up the kill on the Umbreon that was invading. Keep in mind that the Umbreon invaded and also denied the buff from Zoroark. So their power spike was delayed, but the problem is, because Umbreon is invading, or was invading, top lane was stuck in a 2v1.
Team YT, honestly, I think got a lot of value from it.
We do have now Chaotic at level 6, and unfortunately for the Score Bunny, they have not been able to reach their level 5. Gardevoir still able to secure away that blue buff, and they were just...
This bunny is just wandering around Wonderland, and...
here though, and they will, but that's a little bit of a slow start here for the Buzz.
Is just trying to make some plays across the map.
Reggie Drago going to be on the menu, and teams are starting to position around it, mostly just the Score Bunny. I guess it's a Raboot right now. Mean look onto the Blissey, a lot of damage follow-up from So Sad Sam, and that is going to go ahead and send them right back to Nurse Joy.
I mean, we have the Gardevoir a little bit ahead of where the Cinderace is, then you really can just start throwing a ton of damage. You have the Umbreon walk up, even the Suicune in the later game could just walk up, and then nobody can really touch that Gardevoir. The difficult part here is going to be dealing with Nachos on this Zoroark. If they see the Gardevoir at all, it basically just gets obliterated.
Already level 7 and invading Team YT central area, knowing that Gardevoir is down in the bottom path. Look at Buzz.
Oh my goodness. Or Zeraora is just struggling in this lane.
Energy in that T1 goal zone. Team YT focusing on the bottom.
So they're 2 levels down, and unfortunately, they're just forced to abandon lane. Now, they should be able to get... Yeah, they just got their level 7, so that's another power spike. It could potentially be a 5 versus 4 if they end up rotating bottom, but it doesn't look that way.
Is what spawns in the bottom path. Buzz is going to start ripping.
Buzz rips it completely.
Ooh, oh my lord. Not only do they get the objective, but they clean house and pick up 3 kills. Double kill to the Gardevoir. And they break bottom tier 1 as well. Meanwhile, in the top lane, it's Buzzwole just chilling.
A lot of value themselves, but unfortunately, Buzz falls down.
Yeah, I mean, exactly what you need for Team YT, because the top path, this Zeraora fell behind extremely far. The Buzzwole is already level 9, stacked up right now, and this Zeraora, only level 7, is going to try to go in with a Wild Charge, but they are caught. They have to retreat. Suicune tries with a Unite move, but Zeraora still going down here.
Perfect play from Cinder.
I don't like the... Oh, nice Gardevoir Unite move. That is huge. Huge. I was just about to say, I don't like the fact that like the Snorlax is split pushing by themselves, but Gardevoir clutched up and got a really nice Unite move to shut down the attempt at a Regieleki.
To set it up to make sure that KO was secured for them. But that being said, you don't have a mean look as often as Zoroark has its moves, so it does just jump in and it's able to really quickly get through its Feint Attack combination and get some really big KOs. Can So Sad Sam steal?
Oh my god, this Gardevoir is just...
That is insane work. Oh man, So Sad Sam, Team YT rolling the clocks back this week with this Gardevoir pick, and it is looking quite good. 226.95 nearing this halfway point.
Wow, that was really good. How long have you been cooking that one up?
3 days.
Rolling the clocks back? That's
Yeah.
pretty good. I like it. Because, and let me explain, chat. Because we do this stupid thing where we change what hour of the day it is twice a year. and now it's dark at 5 p.m. It is 5 p.m. where I am, and it is dark outside now. So anyway, that was a great joke. I just wanted to let everyone know that it was a great joke. Let's get back to our game.
Regis Steele in the basement pass. Team YT going ahead and ripping through it.
It's gonna reset
a little bit.
Ugh.
Unfortunately for Team YT. Unfortunate for Buzzhole.
I mean, they're not contesting, so it's not the end of the world, but it just wastes a little bit of time.
Path, though. So they're starting to even up this score. 226, 126 now. We have to deal with this Regis Steele buff on Team YT.
Yeah, second Registeel of the game and second one to Team YT. They're getting a little far forward here, trying to figure out where the members of Buzzhole are. But now that they're back, they're able to respond to this bottom path. And look at Zoroark now, a little sneaky 35 points will go in. They're still behind, but great full heal as well to avoid the mean look from trapping them. I believe Nachos is going to skate away from this.
They do. Very skillful, timed play, utilizing that full heal right as it needed to, but down here, Suicune takes out the tree. You have another Unite move from So Sad Sand into the Blissful Assistance to save the Buzzwole, but it's only temporary because we have more damage. That Psyshock just powering through for Team YT. Level 12 on this Gardevoir.
I mean, unfortunate use of the Cinderace Unite move there. Didn't really get much done, but I guess it's about 3 minutes, 45 seconds when they used it. You may as well. You're probably not going to have another one until that end game fight, but they really couldn't get anything done with it there. Level 12 now on the Suicune.
I don't know what is up with the Snorlax, but like I feel like every time I see them, they're just always off on the opposite side of the map. They spend more time like splitting, and yeah, like I know they want to defend bottom in case someone goes for a cheesy backcap, but
unfortunate though, they do lose 2 members here, or actually make it 3. Cinderace was able to also take out that Zeraora, so 1 minute until we have our first Groudon fight of this round. But it's Buzz that's trying to put the pressure on these goal zones, trying to maybe close out this score gap.
Yeah, Nachos again. Getting a couple points in. Zoroark definitely has a lot of mobility and a lot of opportunities to score. They will leave Cranex to go down, unfortunately for them, but I guess you would rather lose the level 12 Pokemon than the level 13 Pokemon. So it's going to be interesting to see, but it does mean that Team YT has the advantage in this last objective, which is a third Registeel. We talk about the elusive triple Regice, but what about the triple Registeel? 3 Registeels up. 3 down for Team YT with 20.
this I can tell you right now that this Zera pick from I believe it's Fui has had like no value in this game whatsoever. I don't even think they've done anything.
This Groudon fight, and good plays here from Immortals to grab Vision's going to retreat just a little bit because they do not want to get caught out. They're not sure exactly where the Zoroark set up.
Yeah, now Cinderace is level 13, and once this Pokemon gets going, they can really do a ton of damage unless they are bursted down really quickly. So if they can get into a good position, they could really start raining in some damage. On the other side, though, that's a lot of poke from the Gardevoir. Trevenant comes in with a big Horn Leech, and Gardevoir goes in, and they do hit the Fairy Singularity, but they go down, Kyle!
Oh!
Buzz, but they lose their Cinderace.
Oh, the Unite move was targeting the Zoroark, but it clipped the freaking Cinderace.
Down this Zoroark. Umbreon just able to
Oh no.
Team YT, 3 members down. Blissey along with Zoroark.
Okay, Blissey still has Bliss Assistance for the Zoroark.
He's starting to peel towards this Groudon. Damage, it's at half. Zoroark, Nachos looking for a way in. Good block here from Immortals. Blissey with a good safeguard to keep them from getting stunned up. But Nachos is going to be able to take out the Umbreon. There's that Blissful Assistance. They're going to take it out. But, oh my gosh, Groudon still up somehow. Umbreon down. Here comes So Sad.
Oh my goodness.
The Gardevoir comes in last second, able to secure. I don't know how they decided to just.
Oh my god, that did not just happen.
That was incredibly played.
Oh man.
Perfectly timed Psyshock. Groudon taken. The game GG'd and. And once this Pokemon gets going, they can really do a ton of damage unless they are bursted down really quick.
Okay, so just to play it from here, just because obviously
Yeah, now Cinderace.
it's the last 2 minutes of the game. So Zoroark went for a backcap, actually putting their team in a slight lead. Very minuscule lead. Trevenant gets caught out here slightly, taking a lot of initial burst damage, but of course, trying to get their skills off. Zera goes aggressive onto the Cinderace, and you can see them just trying to jump away. Okay, now check this out. unfortunately for Cinderace, they were so low. And
Go down.
look at the Unite move. It's targeting the Zoroark, but it goes through the Cinderace and still clips the Zoroark.
But they lose their Cinderace in
They
the
die with
process,
their
so
Unite
they're
move.
trading back and forth.
Buzzwell's still in the middle of the enemy team while all this is going on, and then they just die. They die without even uniting. So there's 2 Unite moves not used in that last fight from Buzzhole 14K.
Blissful assistance, but Team YT starting to peel towards this Groudon. Damage, it's at half. Zoroark, Nachos looking for a way in. Good block here from Immortals. Blissey with a good safeguard to keep them from getting stunned up, but Nachos is going to be able to take out the Umbra. There's that Blissful assistance. They're going to take it out, but oh my gosh, Groudon still up somehow. Umbreon down. Here comes So Sad Sam with the secure.
Yeah, and then Gardevoir secures it. What did Cinderace use your Unite move on? So they came back.
Oh my gosh, Groudon still up somehow. Umbreon down. Here comes So Sad.
Oh, it didn't. They used their Unite move after Groudon went down, and they didn't even hit the Groudon. It went on the Suicune. Ay, 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 ay.
How they decided to just leave the Groudon at less than
That was not it, man. That was not it.
That was incredibly played by So Sad Sam coming in. Another perfectly timed Psyshock. Groudon taken. The game GG'd, and Team YT is going to take game number 1.
Wow, what incredible plays here from Team YT. It seemed like every time that they needed a big play from So Sad Sam, they were up to the occasion. And man, I mean, there was a couple of steals there from other objectives.
I mean, I think it was like,
being the biggest
despite the fact that Team YouTube won, it was not a clean win by any means. I think like for a good majority of the game, they were struggling quite a fair bit. The Zera Aura pick didn't offer a lot, and like even in the end game, it's not like the Zera Aura did that much. Like, yeah, they picked up the kill in the Cinderace, but I don't know. I feel like the Zera Aura pick wasn't that great overall. Believe it or not, I feel like Immortal's positioning a lot of the time was just a little questionable. But like, I don't know if it's like an individual decision making or like a collective team call, because I know we've all heard the YouTube comms at some point before, so maybe there's like a bit of miscommunication, or maybe that's just like the executive decision to keep the Snorlax like away from the rest of the team during certain points. On the side of 14K, I mean, I don't know, man. The Cinderace didn't really do much overall. I feel like this is a game they definitely could have won, but it's also a game they kind of just didn't show up when it mattered, I guess.
It might not have necessarily been a steal, but it
How's it going,
certainly
Keto?
felt like that one because Nachos had all the momentum in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the team that gets 3 Registeals in the match has a little bit of an advantage, and they did have that Registeel buff going into that final fight, so they were able to take down 3. But then, as soon as they took down 3 is when I think they realized the assistants had to come out. It was just great playing, especially by
Advantage.
then having because he knows that he's going to go down, but he has to get that mean look to make sure the Bliss Assistance has to be used. There it is right there. The Bliss Assistance is now used, and the Secure is definitely not as good at that point in the match. And then here Sam comes in, not just...
This is just a huge misplay by Cinderace. Like, this is, like, if you've ever played Cinderace before, when you start, like, when you aim your Unite move, or when you, like, are prepping to use it, the cursor, or like not the cursor, the aiming mechanic is gonna snap to something automatically. However, in this case, like, majority of the time, it's gonna snap to something that you don't want it to snap to. So basically, you always have to manually aim. But because you're so close to the thing that you are trying to aim to, it makes it that much more difficult to do it, especially when it's time to actually use it immediately. What Cinderace needed to do, instead of walking up like they did right here, they needed to just position a little further away. Whether they stay hidden or not, it just more so keep it a fair bit of distance away so that when it's time to smite the Groudon, like they can do it much easier than how they tried to do it now. Because now it's like okay, Groudon's low, everyone's flipping for it. You're right here. The problem is the moment you probably channeled your Unite move, it just snapped to these guys over here, and then not only do you miss your Unite move, you're late, but also you lose the objective in the process. But there was a whole lot of things going on here that could have been different.
They jump right into a ton of damage, and it wasn't enough. They almost had it with the last hit of the feint attack.
Yeah, it might have just been a touch early, and so said Sam once again, like we talked about, like time and time again. It wasn't just Sam; it was everybody on this team. Chaotic had a really good moment on that Suicune. Immortals had several good moments. Maybe not the flashiest plays, but when you're a defender player, your job is to keep your team upright. And time again, Immortals rose to that occasion and kept Sam up in a lot of moments where I was like, Sam might go down here.
Been a mistake. Both of them, but that's 2 ban slots gone for them, and they really don't have much of an opportunity to target any specific bans.
All right, so we have Greninja once again, Talonflame Hoopa, Mega Charizard, Mega Lucario, and then rounding it out with our bans, likely going to stay with this Zacian, and it is, I mean, we have 3 all-rounders banned, and obviously both Megas. I think Blissey, obviously a very strong pick. I think we talked about it the other day in Underdunk is I'll never be upset about a first pick Blissey. I think
okay, we can fast forward this just a little just because like a lot of the drafting tends to be the same. In this case, Fui is foregoing the Zeraora and instead they're playing Leafeon, which especially if they're playing that in lane, I would think that's significantly better because you power spike sooner, not to mention you get your Unite sooner. And just overall stronger in the early game, and debatably in the mid game, depending on how well you're performing.
Top path, I think creative on that, but
same team on the side of Buzzhole, so they're confident that they can produce better results as long as they play better.
And this could very well be a 3-game set because these 2 teams are fairly evenly matched, and it's going to depend on who's going to get that early game advantage. Traffy already starting to put some damage on. You know, that's kind of the thing about Cinderace. It does do some good damage.
Squirtle already going down in the top lane in the 2v2, which is no bueno.
Cinderace try to get those levels, and we do see Leafeon finally get that level 4, so nothing too crazy if they get it at 920. And however, they might be getting slowed down by this Eldegoss if they're not careful. They do get taken down.
Wow, Eldegoss already level 4 right now, so they were able to take down the Blastoise, but then the Eldegoss is the one to take down the Leafeon in return. And I feel like people sleep on the Gossifleur auto attacks. Like, the slow is really legit.
Yeah, giving it that red buff.
I mean, when you play something like a Zoroark jungle, you're playing for the early game and you're trying to get some sort of early game advantage to allow your team to have access to experience, like get experience faster, but also potentially snowball faster. The Cinderace is more so for the late game, like that late game insurance. But right now they're struggling a little bit.
Under half health, then you really don't want to risk it. And so Zoroark going in doesn't really have much backup at that point. It was good of Team YT to recognize that. They have a little bit of more tankiness down there with those 2, and now we're back up to our top path.
Love to see a level 5 on this Squirtle. They do get awarded for it, so good plays there to earn that evolution with those contested Natu family. Now, Regidrago on the map. Team YT starting to converge on Nachos on this Drago. Ooh. He gets the Drago, but he gets KO'd by So Sad Sam.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the best that you can get out of that situation is at least securing the Regidrago, but ultimately Team YT comes out of that with double buffs, KO'd, and an almost level 8 on the Alolan Raichu.
You're going to force Nachos back to the Pokemon Center just to try to refresh their buffs on that side. Out in the top, or sorry, in the bottom path, now we have a little bit of a push from Team YT.
Both teams have reverse situations. Buzzhole is pushing top lane, and then Team YouTube are pushing bottom. The difference is Team YouTube are having a little bit more success with this bottom, and they could really break it if they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, you would even...
But they might be trying to go for some extra farm before they break, as well as an overcap.
It's going to be the most valuable for them, and I do think it was a good decision for Team YT.
Okay, Raichu scores 16.
Especially because
it's 20, so that's going to be a... what, 20-point overcap?
That tier 1 goal zone, then they just lose the top path, but we do have Regilecki down here, easily going to go over to Team YT. They're going to trade objectives.
Yeah,
oh, sorry, it was 30 points, so it might be
10
point.
That T1 goal side on the top zone, and now Zoroark actually going to go ahead and grab the experience that they earned in the top side of Team YT, but the push is on for this Regieleki in this T2. A good engage there, and Blastoise goes down immediately, and Reggie walks in.
It went in.
Wow, I did not like this push, but I like it now for sure. Regieleki somehow skates through 3 members of Buzz, and
wow,
opportunity to break here, which they might.
Wow. First Regieleki, and they're already breaking tier 2. That is huge.
Break the tier 2 goal zone. That is a fantastic start for Team YT.
Ooh, they find Nachos here, but no damage dealer follow-up is just...
something I'll pause and take a, I'll pause and just mention right here. So obviously the Regieleki, they broke the tier 1 and then they pressured to the tier 2 down over here. They broke both goals. The thing about this is that this setup, when it comes to just playing the map, makes it much more difficult for... You know, let's pretend that these goals stay the way that they are. And of course you have the home goal. In the endgame situation, having played defensive when your goals are distributed like this makes it a little tough sometimes. Because, obviously, you gotta take a spring over here, then you would have to walk up over here. Not to mention, you have access to the goals. So of course, if it came down to it, you have to ping pong, you know, that way, then come back that way, and then it just becomes a little tricky when it comes to maneuvering yourself appropriately between goals. Hopefully it doesn't come down to that for the side of Buzzhole, but yeah, it's just one of those things that allows for a bit of flexibility in the end game.
The Blissey goes down at the hands of Nachos, but it might not be a target that Buzz wants at the time. They definitely would love to find a pick on this Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, and I mean, now that we're reflecting back on how that play went, not having Nachos was doing, you know, the
Zoroark Unite move.
Of that Unite move right there. I think they thought the Snorlax was on top of them, or they were going to get pushed directly into them, but definitely not a great look for Buzz. And as that Zoroark was pushing into that tier 2 goal zone, I think that's when Team YT realized it's going to take them a second to get back, and Cinderace isn't a high enough level to really be doing enough damage at that point. So as soon as they took down Blastoise, it was like, all right, let's just go all in. If Nachos is going to be stacking in our tier 2 goal zone, we will just wipe this one out.
Team YT has a lot of tempo on their side. However, they do not have access to their T1 on this top side fight, but they are lining it up, and Buzz is in position. Good catch there from Suicune's going to freeze Blastoise, but the hindrance resistance...
Okay, so we're reaching the halfway point in the game.
Yeah, they're probably wearing...
I'm honestly a little bit more surprised that purple side is not playing for that Regieleki win con.
So not the triple Registeel that
like, you have the bottom lane exposed, so you could have definitely could have set themselves up for a third Regieleki, but I don't think that's much of a possibility now, unless that current Regieleki just stays alive until the 2-minute mark.
Oh, Oh, very unfortunate for Team YT. They're going to get caught out. Zoroark starting to heat up here. Level 12, they found a couple KOs. Nachos is looking pretty good on this, so despite that early stumble, Buzz gets a lot of that value right back.
I don't know if you saw it, but there was a fantastic feint from that Cinderace just as the Razor Leafs were being pulled back into Leafeon that absolutely would have KO'd them if they didn't have feint up. That is such a skill-expressive move because it is just like free invincibility, but you have to be very good with it and know exactly how to read your opponents.
We're gonna try to go on in. Snorlax goes down. Suicune looking for a secure, but Nachos not gonna let that happen. There's that Emerald two-step, able to skirt it with a good dash from Zoroark, and they get out, and they also take down Fui on the Leafeon, and Buzz is now in control so far.
Wow, they're playing against this Leafeon so well. They are not letting them catch out anyone individual, and that's kind of the strength of Leafeon, especially in the mid and the late game. Reggie Alecki catching hands down there. The Blissey goes down. But yeah, Leafeon needs to get somebody on
The Cinderace has been pretty much farming the entire game. And like the thing about that is there's nothing wrong with farming and getting your levels. But that experience that you're just
they're immediately getting punished.
Good block from Snorlax.
progressively getting throughout the game needs to be utilized
But yeah, Buzz is starting to win some of these team
so that you get the desired outcome, which is obviously a win. If you spend your entire game aiming, like farming and not contributing, essentially you just end up becoming useless no matter how fed you are as an individual character. Meanwhile, Blastoise trying to solo Registeel. The rest of the team, the rest of Team YouTube are potentially going to contest? Question mark.
Resources were dedicated to defending that bottom path, and Registeel is basically for free going to go over to Buzz. That's not it will eventually go over to Buzz.
Just slight hiccups in the state of the game. But yeah, in control right now is Team YT, at least in the point total. But Buzz is starting to crawl back, right? Like they've kind of won the last few team fights.
That's a level 14 Cinderace, so they definitely got the levels.
Good position, even though they are losing in score. And we have a level 14 on that Cinderace. Look at rip through that Snorlax. Now the fight breaking out in two different places on the map, Kyle.
Oh, the Unite move from Blissey onto the Suicune. They're unable to get Nachos, but here comes the Cotton Cloud Crash to try to heal up some of these HP bars. Big Hydro Typhoon. Snorlax is down. Good freeze from Chaotic. They're on chase to try to get this Buzzwole. Try to get Buzzwole on the Blastoise. But we do have a refight coming, but Nachos is controlling this Groudon.
Yeah, wow, what a great heavy slam into
I like the fact that Zoroark is building their feint on the Groudon, and then they save the last proc to use on one of the opponents.
It wasn't enough to win the fight.
So that way they're getting their just flat damage of their skill off without having to dive into the middle of the enemy team.
Both teams, all 5 members heading back.
Umbreon almost went down there, but here comes the Emerald two-step. Big plays there. Umbreon steals the shields, and that was massive because Fui is now down. We have a Unite move from Cinderace from downtown. Connects on a couple, but it doesn't find a KO. Good freeze from Chaotic, but the move is now to Groudon. Blastoise, Hydro Spin into the backline, but they go down. 3 members of Team YT fall. Groudon's dangerously low. Chaotic's gonna try to look for a secure.
Man, Snorlax dying without uniting is a crime. That's so much utility and just health that you're not getting. But
and they're going to start raining in the points. 252 to 248, and more points are going to keep going in. I don't think there's enough time.
I mean, playing it back from the beginning, or at least from
position, even though they are losing in score. And we have a level 14 on that Cinderace. Look at rip through that Snorlax. Now the fight breaking out in 2 different places on the map, Kyle.
Oh, the Unite move from Blissey onto the Suicune. They're unable to get Nachos, but here comes the Cotton Cloud Crash to try to heal up some of these HP bars. Big Hydro Typhoon. Snorlax is down. Good freeze from Chaotic. They're on chase to try to get this Buzzwole. Try to get Buzzwole on the Blastoise. But we do have a refight coming, but Nachos is controlling this Groudon.
Yeah, wow, what a great heavy slam into block. They have heavy slam, eject button, and then into the block that went right into the Alolan Raichu Unite move. They were able to pick up Cinderace from that, but it wasn't enough to win the fight handedly. So Groudon just kind of being chipped at, kind of not. And
That
now we have a
is
complete refight. Both teams, all 5 members.
not a great heavy slam. I mean, they broke the shield, but
Here comes the Emerald two-step, big plays there.
Leafeon tried to go aggressive, but they don't, like, I get it. Like, you want to melt the enemy team members, especially, like, the back line, but they dove a 1v4. Umbreon evaded the damage. Same with the...
Kind of not.
Like, let me see right here.
Now
Hold
we
on.
have a complete refight.
So,
Both
Leafeon's
teams,
going
all
for the
5
flank.
members heading
They
back.
come up from the bottom right L bush.
Almost
They
went
pop their Unite move.
down there.
There's the...
Groudon just kind of being chipped at, kind of not. And now we have a complete.
I'm just going to slow it down just so I can see everything. I'm just going to wait for Leafeon to pop up.
Umbreon almost.
Okay, so they A-Release, Razor Leaf.
down there, but here comes the Emerald
There's the feint.
two-step,
There's
big
the
plays there. Umbreon steals
Unite
the
move from
shield.
Umbreon. There's the...
That was massive because Fui is now down.
Oh.
You have a Unite move from Cinderace.
Yeah, there was the feint.
downtown.
There's the
Connects
shield.
on a couple,
There's the
but it
Umbreon
doesn't
Unite move
find
as
a
well.
KO. Good freeze from Chaotic, but the move is now to Groudon. Blastoise, Hydro Spin into the backline, but they go down 3 members of Team YT fall. Groudon's dangerously low. Chaotic's gonna try to look for a secure, but Nachos gets it.
It's gonna be Nachos on the Zoroark. This time, that last hit of Feint attack will get back. Win the fight handedly. So Groudon just kind of.
Two-step big plays there.
Kind of not. And now we have a complete refight. Both teams, all 5 members heading back.
Umbreon almost went down there, but here comes the Emerald two-step, big plays there. Umbreon steals the shields, and that was massive because Fui is now down. You have a Unite move from Cinderace from downtown, connects on a couple, but it doesn't find a KO. Good freeze from Chaotic, but the move is now to Groudon. Blastoise, Hydro Spin into the backline, but they go down 3 members of Team YT fall. Groudon's dangerously low. Chaotic's gonna try to look for a secure, but Nachos gets it.
It's gonna be Nachos on the Zoroark. This time, that last hit of Feint attack will get that Groudon secure, and they are gonna start raining in the points. 252 to 248, and more points are gonna keep going in. I don't think there's enough time for Team YT to be able to come back here, Kyle.
Not enough time on the clock, not enough money in their pockets, not enough Groudon shields, that's for sure.
And that's why you go in feint.
Seconds left, and Buzz is
Against a speedster, or like not necessarily like every speedster, but like against a speedster like Leafeon that just has upfront raw burst damage, and it's like if it lands, it's 100-0 on a glass cannon like Cinderace. You use the feint, and then the moment that Leafeon pops their Unite move, you pop your Unite move, or sorry, you pop your feint to avoid the initial damage. So you just don't. So at the very least, even if you take damage, you don't get 100-0, and then you can just either get healed, you sustain yourself from auto attacks or life stealing, like, you know, against enemy opponents, etc.
We will be able to see it again, but the Leafeon jumping into the backline, jumps into 3, immediate feint of the Unite move from Traffy. Immediate feint. The Emerald two-step did absolutely nothing to them, and I really, really think that.
Okay, give me 1 second.
This Leafeon pick was shut down, and
Well, at least it's going to a game number 3.
I love
Bear with me
the
for 1
good
second.
feint Cinderace. I think it's one of the best moves in the game, especially for that reason. When you have a speedster that kind of needs to ramp up into their Unite move, it gives you a little bit of time, and really a little bit of space that Flame Charge does not provide. And it was perfectly utilized. Team YT, not as good of a showing as in game number 1. You definitely would have loved to have more damage, more KOs from Leafeon, but you gotta give it up to Buzz for that exact reason.
Yeah, I mean, so said Sam Carrying in terms of the damage, but a lot more evenly distributed across the Buzz squad. And yeah, the Leafeon, I feel like there wasn't really an opportunity to bait out the feint from the Cinderace before jumping in, but they still might have been a little bit too hasty with the Emerald two-steps because, I mean, a good Cinderace player can read that coming from a mile away.
Yeah, especially if you're used to this Pokemon, and Traffy definitely one of the players that has plenty of reps on Cinderace. Loved watching them kind of dance around the battlefield with the Blaze Kick repositionings, the feints to dodge a lot of those cooldowns, and they did it to perfection, especially during Groudon.
This is where we saw the momentum of the game start to shift when Leafeon went in for another Emerald two-step.
Sorry, I went to go turn on the heat.
And then for some reason,
Like, we have the heater on because it's snowing outside.
one by one,
So it was getting a little warm in here, and I think that was like
able to get anything done about
getting me a
it.
little like
Blastoise,
eepy.
Huge Hydro Typhoon there, and they lose everybody in that fight, and that's where Buzz really started coming back.
And this is the fight over this Reggie.
Oh, don't give me time to get a
Like I
snack.
said,
Got a
we
muffin.
started to turn the page a little bit earlier in this match, and this is like in the moment to me is when I thought Buzz like just really had this game in control. It seemed like they were winning every single team fight.
Yeah, they really were, and then this one was no exception. It was great of Nachos to have to force the fight to happen in two different places. This was fantastic from Immortals and So Sad Sam, but unfortunately they only get Cinderace out of it, and a great response from Cranex on the Buzz. Jeez, this is.
I know,
hate
I
on the
keep doing it too.
Blastoise, other top path Pokemon. They were able to get out of it, and again, the feint. That was the play of the game right there. The feint on the game-winning Emerald two-step gets punished for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say if Fui hits that, I'm sure we're talking about Team YT advancing instead of going down because that was all the momentum they needed. Buzz was able to push the fight into the central area of Team YT, push out Alolan Raichu. One final attempt, but they just had no shot once those three went down.
Yeah, unfortunately, not much they can do there. They don't really have any secure that they can handle even the damage if they were to enter into the Groudon pit there. Are we supposed to call it the pit? Don't they hate that? Anyway, the Groudon Central Zone. What did you call it? The Magma Cavern?
The Magma Cavern. Yeah.
The lava zone? I don't know.
The lava zone.
something like that.
Tano called it the Groudon Den. And I thought that was pretty cool.
The Groudon.
That's kind of cool. The Groudon. That's actually kind of good. I'm
Anyway,
sure there's probably rules against it.
Chat, let me know what you think we should be calling it. Is it still a pit? I feel like it's more because
it's in one of the modes in the Chinese. Is it the Chinese beta version at this point, or is it just the Chinese version of the game?
I think it's the actual.
I think it's just the version, but I believe it's in one of the game modes over there. So maybe we'll get Kyogre next or something. But before that happens, we have game number 3 underway. Team YT taking that first spot once again. Greninja, Mega Charizard on the chopping block here.
Yeah, I imagine we won't be seeing too many differences in the bans here. Talon banned out again. The Megas also being banned out again on Buzz's side. And will they go? It could be interesting for them to ban the Blastoise again here. They're going to pivot back, and instead of ban... Wait, what did they ban in the third slot last time? I forget. It was Hoopa. Yeah. They banned Hoopa in that third slot. So they could pick up Hoopa if they wanted it, but Blissey also a Pokemon that wasn't banned, and they are going to pick it up.
Once again, Blissey first pick. I think it worked pretty well for that early game, but it started to slow down. I don't know if it's necessarily the fault of the Blissey, but it did slow down towards the end because Buzz was able to kind of play around it a bit. And I think this Umbreon pick worked quite well into it because if nothing else, Umbreon has the ability to steal that massive Blissful Assistant shield when it uses its Unite move.
Mm-hmm. This is an interesting pivot here from Traffy. They're going to grab the Venusaur. So currently set up to be Solar Beam, so we could be seeing Attacker-style Venusaur, or you could put it as an All-Rounder-style Venusaur with the Petal Dance build. Wow, also a pivot here. Pikachu.
These muffins are so messy. I don't like them.
Pikachu coming out here. I wonder if it'll be Mage Pikachu. Probably not.
We'll see. I mean, this is very odd. We don't often see Pikachu.
I think I need like a plate or something. Every time I take a bite out of this muffin, it just feels like I'm dropping crumbs everywhere.
Let alone.
I hate that.
So I'm excited to see it, but maybe
Pikachu, oh my lord.
Because I think Pikachu could work quite well into Clefable. You throw a cursed incense on this thing, and you're going to slow down the healing that thing provides.
Yeah, I wonder if this Clefable pick forces Team YT to pivot a little bit more, and they are going to go for Decidueye. Kyle, we're seeing all these brand new picks coming out in game number 3. They're pulling out all the stops. The Leafeon will come back, but it doesn't have to worry about a feint this time.
Okay, so this might be something spicy. This might not happen, but right now it is set up to do so. Team YT last UCS season utilized Razor Leaf Decidueye a ton in some of these league qualifiers.
All right. So what I'll say right here, even before the game starts, when it comes to Pikachu, I'm personally not a big fan of the Pokemon. In a majority of situations, I'm not a big fan of Pikachu. However, in some specific situations, an example being, let's say for example, an enemy team drafts a low damage team composition that's like very dependent on like one or two Pokemon, for example. I think in a situation like that, Pikachu works fine, especially because you have a range stun, but you also like a range skill shot stun, but also you have a point and click stun in the form of Volt Tackle. Against this team specifically, I am a big fan of Volt Tackle. However, against this team specifically, I think Thunderbolt is the play. Just because you don't necessarily, like, even if you're able to land, like a Volt Tackle on someone that you would consider a priority, I wouldn't necessarily want to be in range of either the Umbreon or the Clefable. And chances are, most of the time, against a team comp like this, if you're Volt Tackling someone, you're probably gonna die relatively quickly. So, yeah, honestly, I would imagine this Pikachu go Thunderbolt and Thunder. Electro Ball is also okay too. I do feel like someone should run some. I do feel like Pikachu should be using Curse Incense in this game, just because they have a Umbreon and a Clefable with ridiculous healing. Like if Umbreon is going, Wish, and on top of that you couple that, or you stack that on top of Moonlight, they have a ridiculous amount of healing. So I would like to see some healing reduction on the side of Pikachu, just to kind of mitigate that to a certain extent. Based on this build right here, I'm automatically going to assume that this Decidueye is going Razor Leaf. So they're going to be, like, assuming it's Razor Leaf, it's basically a Protect the President comp with Blissey and Snorlax. And majority of the damage is going to be coming out from Decidueye, at least in the late game. And then obviously you have, like, immediate burst threat on the side of Leafeon. Now, the only thing is that this team, with the exception of Snorlax and Leafeon, this is a relatively late game team. You shouldn't be expecting to make waves in the early game. However, on the other side, it's a little bit more of the opposite. Like, they have decent scaling, but they have better mid-game. Like, Blaziken's early game, not that great. Venusaur's is okay. It's not great. It's not horrible either. Buzzwole pretty much can start playing aggressive once you hit level 5. And you can still play aggressive in levels 1 to 4. You just have to be careful about how you do it. It's like always situational. So, very curious to see how this plays out. Obviously, Decidueye is probably going to be the one you want to look at, as well as how the team plays around them. Because they have a Venusaur. Like, they got a Venusaur that's going to be going Solar Beam. They got a lot of dive potential in the form of Blaziken and Buzzwole. And a good majority of the time, if any of those two get on top of a Decidueye, that thing's going to melt into, like, it's literally just going to melt. So we'll see how it goes.
And it worked a surprising amount of times, and it was off the back of this Blissey pick too. So I'm seeing the leftovers as well, which leads me to believe we are going to see Safeguard helping hand, because normally you wouldn't run.
Volt Tackle is unstoppable, so it ignores gravity, but yeah, I'm running Venusaur.
I'm fully thinking we are going to see Razor Leaf.
Believe it or not, in this game,
don't try this at home, solo QT.
Unless you specifically want gravity for the Leafeon, I actually think Follow Me is probably where you would want to go.
Into and then you also have Pikachu to set that up. If you run that Volt Tackle, that's so much CC time that you are spending not hitting your moves. So a Razor Leaf, a high-level Razor Leaf Decidueye can obliterate anything on the map if it is set up well. So I think for Buzz, they have to make sure this Decidueye does not get set up.
And the other thing is there's no speedsters on the other side, so we're going to see what this composition is all about for Team YT. This is game number 3 of your winners round 4. Winner has a date with Nemesis in your winners quarterfinals.
Yeah, that is the golden rule that we took from Squirtle's Den. If there are no speedsters, then you're allowed to run Decidueye. So Team YT is taking that to heart here, tracking down this bottom path, looking for a couple of secures. And this Pikachu, almost level 4 already, one of those early game Pokemon that starts dealing damage so early in the game.
And Buzzwole getting a little bit of stacking in early on this top path along with this Clefairy. No one in the top path. There's a little bit of an invade. Blissey was currently a Chansey. Went to invade this Torchic.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. They are trying to deal with them, but it looks like they are Combuskin, so they have been able to get online. And Blissey now X-feeding away. They're trying to come to the top path. They're up against the
Oh!
They come out! They come
Oh!
out!
The Blaze Kick!
Pick up a KO. They will get punished for it, but what a play.
Oh my god.
Able to find some value. Pikachu is able to take out the central area Combuskin from Buzz, and now Nachos on this Buzzwole has arrived at the top path, trying to take a lot of this experience for themselves.
Uh-oh.
I believe it was Clefairy that grabbed that.
Oh my god, they're giving kills left and right to Team YouTube. That should not be happening.
Right on
Yeah.
Decidueye's early move, the Leafage getting that last KO. The Razor Leaf is on Leafeon, and they are able to get some stacks as well. What a great start for Team YT.
And now we have Blissey on.
Pikachu's already level
there
6.
From Pikachu. And here's a
Oh,
save.
Umbreon actually KO'd the Dartrix in the jungle.
That Razor Leaf from Leafeon.
That's a nice pickup right there. Ivysaur is getting some free experience in the bottom lane. There's a lot going on in this
It's
game.
not, but I like
I know.
that.
It
It's
sounded
not-
cool in the moment.
It did. It really did. It was awesome.
Pikachu gets the kill on the Umbreon, Leafeon gets the kill on the Clefairy.
Yeah.
Yo, this game is bloody. Like, they're just kills
We'll go
everywhere.
back to the drawing board on that one. But Blissey, always broken and always able to get out of situations that seem impossible. And they have done a great job in this top path of keeping this Buzzwole at bay. Pikachu getting the secure on the Regidrago, even against that Solar Beam on the Venusaur.
That's exactly what you needed if you're Team YT. Some global experience their way. You also have Decidueye, who is now level 7, so we'll see if this is going to be that Razor Leaf like we talked about. I fully imagine that's what we're going to see. But 720 birds online. Big Solar Beam's going to chunk through.
Ooh.
Overheat's going to do the rest of the work.
Oh, here comes the Volt Tackle. Immediately eject buttons away. One Solar Beam hitting this Pikachu can really put them out of commission. Look at that.
Oh, the overheat eject button.
Blaziken and Buzz in the bottom path. Gonna be putting a ton of points in.
They're also going to allow this Blaziken to stack.
Now Blaziken's just getting their stacks.
Fully. Reggie Steele in the bottom path is going to be taken by Buzz. And the Regieleki going the way of Team YT. I believe I did see a Razor Leaf in our picture-in-picture.
And we do have the Registeel on the bottom path going to Buzz. So again, we're seeing this objective trade early. And I think for Team YT, what's really going to determine how they do in this game is whether Decidueye can avoid a Solar Beam from this Venusaur. Somehow they need to shut down the Solar Beam in the backline. And it's going to have to be Leafeon, honestly. The Leafeon's going to have to come in and start doing the thing that speedsters do and dive. Here comes the knock-knock, Kyle.
Who's there? There's the Leafeon. That's a big KO here for Team YT. Make it a double. And now they're going to try to push this T1 goal zone. Points looking to go on in. Solar Beam's a little bit left. 40 points goes on in from Desi. And, man, that's exactly what Team YT needed in that moment.
Yeah, it was not the Caster's Curse this time, but it was the Caster Blessing. The Leafeon able to hit the Emerald 2-step, get a couple KOs, and make sure that they zoned out the Venusaur for enough time for them to take down that goal zone. Now 190 to 113. This game is far from over. Here comes the Super Swole Slam. Will take only the Blissey, but Nachos will get out.
Oh, Umbreon went Snarl and Foul Play.
To make make sure Decidueye doesn't go down. They actually almost ended up getting that KO.
So they have
as well.
utility.
It was
Like, they have some
very
CC, they
close
have
to
some
going
utility,
down.
but
Nearing the
it's a little bit more
halfway mark,
aggressive rather than
pretty
the
close battle throughout, but I'd say Buzz is a little bit in
the more
driver's seat on the
support-oriented build of
level
Wish
side.
and
I
Mean
think
Look.
Team YT has taken some advantage in the points game, though.
You know, believe it or not,
Do I already level
I'll pause it right here just because, so, obviously, I'm very vocal about, I personally believe that Mean Look is the better moveset, not to mention it's just significantly easier to play. However, in this specific situation, I actually think Foul Play is not bad. Like, it's not a bad choice, especially with Snarl, for two major reasons. Number one, playing Mean Look against a Safeguard Blissey can be a little tricky, just because it's very easy to have that skill countered, or like there's a lot more counterplay with the Safeguard Blissey against the Mean Look Umbreon. Not to mention, I believe that the cooldown for Safeguard is slightly shorter than Mean Look, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that because they're playing a comp similar to the Protect the President comp of the Decidueye is going to be the hyper carry. It's playing the Razor Leaf build and has a defender like Snorlax and the Pocket Blissey. Having a little bit more engage potential on the side of your team without having to send like Blaziken or Buzzwole diving into the back line on a suicide mission is not that bad. So, Snarl and Foul Play, although I'm normally against it, I actually think it works here. Especially if they're trying to focus one of the two people, which is the Leafeon or Decidueye. But, of course, in the late game, Decidueye is probably going to be the priority target in this case. Or the one that you want to kill.
Blaziken, if they can get to level 13, they have to like hard rush this level 13 for Razor Leaf Decidueye to really start obliterating members of the enemy team. It definitely can happen. If you're listening to this, solo queue teammates, no, it cannot happen. But in competitive, it certainly can. 5 members of Buzz pushing up into this top path, looking to get a couple points in. 40 points, trying to go in from this Buzzwole. Ooh, good engagement, but missed the full combination onto Fui.
Yeah, they tried to use that eject button, but Fui kind of sussed it out. A very proficient Buzzwole player in their own right. They knew it was coming, so they did not allow it to get them KO'd. Registeel goes the way of Team YT. Regieleki goes Buzz ways. And, I mean, teams have been just kind of playing a little bit cautious and trading back and forth, Husky. This is a 4-point game.
Yeah.
Only 4 points separate these two squads in Game 3.
Oh yeah, there's a lot more passive gameplay from both of these teams. They have really avoided getting into these engagements where they would lose high-level Pokemon because they don't want to fall behind. Especially at this point, you've got 2 level 12s on Buzzwole.
Clefable is also follow me, by the way. So you have
right now on this Decidueye, and it's a little bit
a different form of CC, but also
the amount of experience that you need.
From Decidueye, they're going to try to shred through these HP bars. There's one KO the way of Team YT. They're looking for more. Buzzwole, Unite move. Razor Leaf starting to ramp up. There's 3 members down, and Razor Leaf's also
wowzers.
They're going to team wipe them. That is a
Blaziken tried to Blaze Kick back.
I watched it hit, and then the Blizz.
Okay. Let's play from here.
They don't want to fall behind, especially.
So obviously very good zoning from the Snorlax, but yeah, Blaziken just got completely caught out of position. So Blaziken goes in, uses the Focus Blast, uses the Fire Punch, goes in, and then tries to activate their ultimate and then Blaze Kick backwards. However, because they're blocked by the Snorlax, they're stuck in place, and all their cooldowns are up. The only thing they have left is the Overheat. So they try overheating, the eject button, but not only do they not get the damage out, but also they just die almost immediately. Now it's a 5 versus 4. Venusaur pops their Unite move, Umbreon pops their Unite move in response, Bliss Assistance onto Decidueye, Decidueye with the Safeguard, Bliss Assistance, and Helping Hand. They are just A-pressing everyone and just running them down.
That is a great team win for Team YT.
Wow, the Razor Leaf. I watched it hit, and then the Bliss assistance on top of it. It can just rip through enemy members. And now, so said Sam, level 13.
There's
they
that
have
speed
made
run.
it to that break point. They sped run it for sure. And now Team YT in a really good spot.
They really are. I mean, yeah, they're down 4 points, but levels-wise, they're keeping with parity, and it's going to come down to who's going to win this team fight. And the most recent evidence that we have, it's going to go Team YT's way. But obviously, we still have a minute left until this Groudon. We have both sets of objectives coming to the map.
Look at Pikachu just hanging out, looking
Yeah,
for
that's a level 14 Razor Leaf Decidueye with a pocket Blissey. So that's obviously
for Team YT. Their engagements are perfection, and the way that they
the person you want to get rid of.
is absolutely incredible.
Especially if you lose. Oh, Buzzwole getting caught out, getting zoned out, gets killed almost immediately.
Touch this Decidueye right now.
They are shredding through these HP bars, but they
Pikachu
have
almost
lost
died, but
Blissey, so that means Buzz is going to have advantage down in this Regirock because Team YT has to vacate the premise.
14K needs to be very careful because the thing is, if they lose a fight, if they lose a fight and the Razor Leaf Decidueye is still alive, it's very easy to just rip that Groudon to the ground. So like if they choose to take a fight, whether they are engaged or get engaged on, like they better make sure that if that's the fight, that they win it definitively, or at the very least take out Decidueye at the bare minimum.
Big Unite move eject button.
That was insane.
Venusaur just got melted without even uniting.
Here comes the knock to keep everybody out of this Groudon central area. And now the rip is on. Team YT pivoting towards this Groudon. It's already at half. Snorlax trying to block out this Blaziken. There's that full tackle. Blaziken goes down. Groudon now at half. Clefable trying to heal up.
Oh my goodness. Is Buzzwole still chasing the Leafeon? Buzzwole! Buzzwole! What are you doing? He's still chasing the Leafeon! Bro, Buzzwole is trolling. Yo, who is this Buzzwole player? Yo, this person gotta get benched, man. Look. Okay, while all this is happening, look at Buzzwole, okay? So I'll play from here. So this is when Pikachu goes aggressive and decides to initiate the team fight. So Leafeon melts the Venusaur. Buzzwole pops their Unite move. I think they whiffed their Unite move as well. Leafeon is literally just running away. And now they transition from the team fight to the Groudon. Alright? So Groudon is being started. It's already down to 60%. Blaziken has the right idea. Like, they want to contest objective, but obviously a little too early, and of course they're low from the team fight, so they just get melted immediately. Clefable and Umbreon are still here. Umbreon has the Unite move. Venusaur is dead. Buzzwole during this entire time is still chasing the Leafeon through the base. Chases them to the home goal. Venusaur is like, you know what? I don't give a shit about the Leafeon. I'm gonna go middle. Umbreon dies. And by the time they even consider turning around to contest the objective, it's already gone. It's too late. Like, I don't know what Buzzwole was thinking, but my goodness, that was criminal.
I don't know if you saw it on the minimap. It was harassing the center goal zone that isn't even broken yet, and they have gone down, but they zoned out Traffy.
It's not over, though. They're probably going to get the Snorlax, and someone's going to get the buff.
They're down by 4.
Oh man, they're gonna have to regroup. Immortals kind of caught in a tough position here. They're going to yield one of the buffs.
Okay, Buzzwole actually got the Groudon buff, which is huge. That's the person you want to give it to, not the Clefable.
Gonna need to find points somewhere.
And they're still technically winning.
In this tall grass, look for opportunities to go in and score. Fui in the top path. I think they have seen him.
Okay, Blaziken's playing defense. Pikachu has the Unite move. That's the problem. Pikachu with the... Oh my god! Look at that, bro! Oh, they scored, yeah.
Team YT has pulled off a game 3.
They're ahead. They were able to pull it out. Buzzwole almost.
Yikes! 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 Yikes!
But they forgot that everyone was going number 1, losing a devastating game number 2. They are going to pull out this set and is super I feel like the most exciting set we have seen today.
Insane work, and we are going to inevitably see more Razor Leaf
I mean, the biggest issue, okay, besides the fact that Buzzwole was not even a part of that end game, but after chasing Leafeon down to the ends of the earth, the biggest issue during the end game, essentially, is that Buzzhole 14K had no way of getting to the backline, which was the Decidueye. Like, between the Snorlax and the Blissey obviously did an extremely good job of making sure that their carry was safe. Good zoning from the Snorlax, and obviously Aquila was always prioritizing the Decidueye. Make sure they're getting the buffs, the steroids, like safeguards, helping hands, bliss assistance every single time. Unfortunately for 14K, they just could not deal with that backline threat. They couldn't get to it, and they just got out DPS. And if they failed the initial engage, if they tried to commit, like let's say if they eject button, try to like superpower, smackdown, or blaze kick, whatever. Unless they successfully succeed the first time, it was pretty much just a wash. And quite frankly, besides like the early game, I don't think they even killed Decidueye after that 5-minute mark, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that was pretty rough.
On ladder, because of this.
But
game
Dekaduki
right
wins the game.
Fantastic with a kilo. I mean, what can you say? Team YT going up against a Titan in this
I gotta stretch.
squad, and they rose to the occasion. They're moving forward, and they're going to be taking on Nemesis in our next round match.
Nemesis.
Wow, and Spraggle's gifting a bunch of subs to his own self. Great to see. Great to see that in chat. Such generosity from this man. Let's look at a couple of the replays from throughout.
Ren's on a plane. Well, actually, he's probably jet lagged. He said he was on a plane last night when I was streaming.
How insane it is to
So he probably landed and he just caved the fudge out.
Entire comp, and I don't think Buzzhole was expecting anything like this.
Insane. Yeah, I mean, we're going to take a look at some of the replays through this match. Team YT kind of got off to a little bit of a slow start. We kind of assumed that that would probably happen with this Decidueye that needs a little bit of time to ramp up. But man, when they ramped up, they certainly did. That Unite move was perfect. The Venusaur had a good opportunity, but I think So Sad Sam just sidesteps it and finds a very small spot to go ahead and score that 40 points.
Yeah, that was insane. And I feel like also the Pikachu, oh my god, the Pikachu Unite moves were so good, and you wouldn't expect it to be doing so much damage to such a tanky team composition with a team-wide healer like Clefable, but I feel like every move from Chaotic was the maximum value that it possibly could have been. They were just so on, and in this moment as well, where they're able to get the Volt Tackle out on 1 HP, and this was the engagement. Another Pikachu Unite move comes in, huge damage, forces everybody to back up, and this is Leafeon. Look at Leafeon on the minimap right now. Where is Fui going?
Just trying to make space, but I think this play right here just shows exactly why Pokemon Unite is truly a team game. What an engage by Immortals, what a call from the rest of the squad to go ahead and follow up with that damage. If Snorlax doesn't communicate they're going on in, they're just a fish out of water, but perfect follow-ups from the rest of the team. The Pikachu Unite was great, and yeah, what can you say? Fantastic teamwork here from Team YT, and then obviously the job wasn't done. They still needed to score on this back end. They got that 100 points. Buzzwole only got 98, which I think at that point Team YT, you said, had like a 2-point lead, but they were able to deposit even more points in this home goal zone, and hey, they're moving forward.
What a game. What a game. This is distracting the Buzzwole for about 2 years while the rest of the team rips Groudon and controls the central area. Yeah, I believe it was 2 years.
2 years, yeah,
we're all 2 years older now. But that was such, like, that was cinema. That was cinematic. Like, the Buzzwole...
Any XP share on it?
Defenders very late game scaling comp for Team YT.
Nemesis versus Team YouTube.
To be able to back it up.
Yeah,
This
in
is
general,
one
I
of
think
the
in love with what they drafted. I do think they got maybe
two
back in the
teams
corner, didn't expect to get Suicune stolen
that
from
have
them.
been going on
Obviously,
since
they're
the
one of only teams
dawn of the
playing
old
it without the
ages.
PSP share on it, like,
I
literally
remember
gets
when I was a
an
wee
insane
little
amount
bit
of
bitty lad.
crowd control that is
Growing up,
applied,
I
but
remember
pretty
watching
sure
these
as
youngsters
well,
battling in
it's
the
a
Coliseum,
scary-like
and
experience.
now they're
All right,
just
let's see what
old.
it looks like here. Nemesis, your purple team. Team YT, your
I thought Trainer LGC retired.
time to be alive.
Is he just playing for fun?
Nem versus YT here in the Groudon Gauntlet.
I'm so nostalgic seeing these two teams play against each other. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see the draft. Okay, it's fine. But either way, Palmont is actually the first time we're seeing that. So Palmont's a first timer, at least on broadcast. Is that? I'm assuming that's Armor Rouge in the bottom lane.
But the vibe
And Jungle Cinderace. Okay, okay.
Way back in the bottom path.
Oh, and Espeon as well.
And its more traditional defender style role already getting in the
Retiring means I'll be right back in competitive.
Actually putting a lot of damage.
Are you
in.
speaking from
I
experience?
see it.
Does that mean you'll be back like the
Now,
Terminator?
that extra damage that Suicune gets because they're frozen, like getting it close to that KO breakpoint, is very, very scary. So I understand the reason to peel back right there.
Yeah, I mean, this Suicune's already just so dumb, and then it has a passive that also is dumb, and there it is! We see it right there! The Snorlax gets under that threshold for the immediate execute, and then Bora able to handle the rest of that KO, already level 5 on the Armor Rouge.
Here we have Metallic in the top path, possibly looking for a fight right here. Machislo moving forward.
Uh-oh.
They jump in with the Supercell Slam, looking for something, but they are not able to finish it off.
Wow, that was a really, really good follow-up there from Team YT. They did send more bodies up into that top path. Can Palmont bring it back? They are not going to be able to jump in on all three of them. Clefable will go down, and now Metallic is going to just have to watch, try to defend. They will stop that 11 points. Can they finish off the KO? They will!
Ooh, nice KO.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Nemesis. YT just getting a little too aggressive, but if you're going to give up a KO, your level 3 Gossifleur isn't the end of the world.
So I am interested to see what this Armor Rouge is running. I think they are running Armor Cannon. I was going to say they're running more damage-focused items, so it's going to be playing that backline attacker role that's going to be going up against that Espeon. And the good thing about the Armor Rouge Armor Cannon is it does have a little bit of extra opportunities for CC, which could be really valuable.
Yeah, that could be big for them. Obviously, Lucario looking for a play right there. Fui having used the eject button back onto the pad, but it means that's not going to be available if they need to make that play again. Although, YT getting aggressive right here. Here comes, it's a Pyro Ball Cinderace. Sam in the top path. I'm kind of not surprised. Team YT has some of the best, like, long-range secure in the game, so of course they play Pyro Cinder.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything different from So Sad Sam, but look at this, Clefable saving Palm out on 1 HP now. It is going to be Blastoise as a War Turtle that goes down here. Both teams starting together in this top path. Now we know.
Okay, so to answer your question, Poncho, yes, it is supposed to be Miraidon. And do they alternate bans before the game, or do they just yell when the game UI? What do you mean by alternate bans? Like, you mean do they take turns?
Oh, that Regieleki is going to be spawning up here in 20 seconds. And I feel like teams have been prioritizing the Aleki more than the other Regi Roulette. And that's kind of what we're seeing here, especially from them.
Yeah, it also feels like this is a situation where these teams have been...
No. So, unlike solo queue, for example, in the tournament mode for Pokemon Unite, you take turns during the bans. It's not like solo queue where everyone bans at once. Like, each ban is 15 seconds, and then you just ping pong back and forth.
Longer than either of them expected. Wow, nice catch right there. Psyshock right into the armor cannon, and the points are going to rain in for Nemesis. As I've been told, Unite casters say rain in too much when points
That
are
is correct.
raining in, but I simply don't know what else points do, Husky.
Is it raining in that we say too much? I feel like it's oh, I have a list of these somewhere, like a bunch of things that the casters always say but would never say in real life. I gotta pull that list back out. But now he's moving down into the bottom path. Reggie Rock getting very low. It is gonna be Espeon. Chaotic with the secure.
Yeah, nice secure right there from Chaotic. Obviously, you've got kind of like the opportunity to dance around your opponents there with the future sight. And you also have like, oh, sorry, stored power. And you also have the really nice secure tool as well there in Espeon, which is a great combination.
Look at the hyper beam from the Clefable that comes down.
Yo, Palma just destroyed the backline. Holy moly.
With the double KO streak, Espeon will go down, and Nemesis can now push forward into this tier 1 goal zone.
And here we go. Points like water falling from the sky, simply raining in on this goal zone. And we're looking for a nice overcap. They get it here, but they decide to take their time, take all the experience that they can. And that's going to be ideal for the side of Nemesis as long as they can score later with a big cap. Palmot taking the Reggie Drago. Palmot, not seen a lot of it today, looking really impressive in the hands of Machisel. Sorry, Metallic.
Machisel, Metallic, same thing. Palmot is one of those Pokemon that is just a strong...
Bro, look at the range on that. Holy shit, dude.
And it can be a central area Pokemon as well.
Bro, this is like Build-A-Bear, like I'm telling you right now, and I've been saying this for like even after the nerf, like Build-A-Bear needs to be nerfed, man. That shit is too strong.
I feel like Nemesis is just in complete control of this match. Like 247 to 30. Every single fight, they just seem to have YT on the back foot. Level-wise, the Cinderace is just getting beat up here. It's only level 11, and you need to feed that thing in an intense...
Yeah, I called Palmot Build-A-Bear. I've been calling it that for a while.
Only level 8 on this Espeon, but on the other side, we have Armarouge at 11 already, the attacker counterpart for the side of Nem.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it is. On the side of. On the side of and for the side of. Yeah, that's the thing that casters say a lot. Okay, thanks for reminding me.
Yep,
Fly
no
on the Clefable is rolled, but Hydro Typhoon comes out, knocks up 3, and Eldegoss is going to be the one to continue that CC chain. It's enough to push Nemesis out, but is it enough to secure the Regieleki?
Regieleki at half. It goes down to the Armarouge as they continue this push forward. Sam in some trouble right there, getting caught by the Ice Beam. Here comes the Suicune moving forward. Eldegoss also goes down. Regieleki pushing towards this tier 2.
Oh, YT needed that so bad. It was a basic attack, I believe, from the Armarouge.
Oh, no!
And
that's even worse!
Espeon, though, big Unite move from them is going to push Nemesis out, but they were able to take down that goal zone, so Regieleki is going to keep walking, Spraggles.
Wow, I mean, what a fight here. Here comes Machisel on the Lucario, looking to pick up a KO. There we go. Huge Unite. The Aura Cannon pushing them forward. Regieleki walking towards this main goal zone. We're going to have to see if they want to continue this fight or they want to peel off. It looks like they're just going to take all of the experience in the central area of YT.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to give up your advantage there. I think that's a mistake a lot of teams make when they're ahead is they push a little too hard and they give up a couple of high-value KOs that give the momentum.
Yeah, I think they wanted to I think they wanted to defend the tier 2 to, well, they didn't want to have an exposed home goal, but the problem is just like they defended it and then it was broken by the Palmot and then the Regieleki's still there, so it just made the situation even more dire, because then they're 100% forced to defend that. Like, if the Regieleki crashed, then, yeah, they would have gotten overcapped like 7 points.
I feel like it's the only thing they can do. Either that or an incredible...
And if you look at the top side, there is going to be a third Regieleki, so... Quite frankly, I'm a little surprised that they're playing for the bottom side. Almond is not in the area. Suicune goes down.
Lucario is going to get a double KO streak before going down.
That armor cannon caught the 4-piece right there. 4 for 1. What a stun. Nemesis in control once again. Regirock going down.
Yeah, I will say that Bora has been on point with those hand cannons. Like, he's been consistently landing it on multiple targets and just shit whittling them down. But they're going for a flip! Oh my god, Eldegoss, Espeon, Cinderace, Blastoise, all dead! Even Snorlax just gets decimated. Brother, 4 people just died without popping Unite, and they went for the desperation Hail Mary, but they didn't even touch the ball. They're just like, oh my god.
Caught embarrassed in that draft a little bit, and what they brought into this match had nothing that they could do against Nemesis. Not only that, just getting outplayed in all of these fights. Nem looking incredible.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of called it in the draft phase that Nemesis just heavily outdrafted Team YT, who really needed to come online in that late game. And it was possible. I was going to call out before the fact that there was a flip, that the Blastoise got that 13 and the Cinderace had that 14. Unfortunately, Espeon was so far behind, but they could have potentially made something happen with those 2 Pokemon, but Nemesis just responded incredibly well to the fact that Cinderace just wanted to go for a flip there, and they are handedly taking.
Well, in the meantime,
what a game.
That was kind of brutal, man. I'll be honest. One thing I've noticed about Team YouTube is that they have a tendency of drafting some outdated team comps. I will say that, like things that are just like. They may be comfort picks, but like objectively,
yeah, both teams just.
Sometimes their team comps are just a little bit strange, just a little bit, a little teeny bit.
Point out that Clefable pick is just so good for a team with a lot of frontliners that kind of stand still. You know, Lucario once it gets in, is just gonna kind of stand there dealing a bunch of close combat damage, and Clefable is really good for something like that. And I think a lot of time teams are like, oh, Clefable's good, and then just pick Clefable, but they don't. It's one of those Pokemon that you kind of really need to draft around. I think Nemesis did a good job with that.
I totally agree with you. Yeah, in the right team composition, Clefable feels broken. And in the wrong team composition, you're just thinking, it can't heal fast enough to bring some of these things back online. But when you're playing 3 all-rounders with Clefable and you have plenty of stuns from the side of Nemesis, they have all the time in the world to heal everyone back to full HP. What a game from Nemesis, and the first game I've seen today from Palmon looked incredible.
Oh my god! I feel like that's the highest damage I've seen in a competitive game. Almost 200,000 damage from Armarouge.
I expected a lot. If you would have asked me that, I think you could have given me 100 years and I wouldn't have got close. I don't know, 110? No.
What is Machizzle doing? Less than 40k damage, Mega Lucario. It all went to Bora on the Armarouge, and Clefable as well. Over 100,000 healing, kind of exactly what we were just talking about. Like, in the right team comp, Clefable is ridiculously good. But let's look at some of these replays from this match.
Yeah, taking a look at some of these big moments. This is when we first, I think, saw the Pyro Ball make their way to the top path. But you're going to have to be watching Bora reach on this Armarouge in all of these moments. It did 188,000 some damage. So you can expect that every single highlight we see is an armor cannon hitting 8 members of YT. More people join YT to take damage.
Yeah, just like the way that the armor cannons were hitting everybody, because everyone on YT was
I mean, normally,
so much
alright, normally after a game,
yes,
I would kind of like rewatch the match. Like, if it was like a relatively close end game, I would rewatch it. But this one was just straight up. They got bullied the entire game. And then when it came to the end game, they tried to flip the ground on. But the problem is, the enemy team was ready for it. And then Palmon just dove the back line. They just got obliterated. Like, they died so quickly that literally 4 of them didn't even get a chance to press the left trigger. Now, whether or not you want to say that they have slow reaction or they just died too quickly, whatever, the point is just like it wasn't even close.
They couldn't find their levels, and they couldn't really find KOs either. They had the stored power, so you know you'd expect consistent damage, but it doesn't really have the targeting that a team like this needs, where you just gotta kind of burst somebody down. They just didn't have it, and they continued to get punished over and over again. And this was that moment where we were like, oh, is Nemesis gonna push in and throw the game away? But they did not.
No, they did not. Look at that. Incredible. I mean, what an armor cannon right there. Catches everyone from YT that is in this fight. Then we have Metallic jumping in with Palmot, just continuing this push. What a game from Nem.
Yeah, I wonder what we will see Team YT do. I can only imagine that they are going to want that first pick slot, and you can do a little bit more.
Okay, I have a general question that's not related to Pokemon Unite. Does anyone, okay, if you guys use the Gmail app on your phone, does anyone know how to change it to dark mode? Because, like, my email is on light mode, or like the default mode, I think, and I don't know why.
Man, I love
Like,
seeing
I
these
swear it was always on
things.
dark mode, but I don't know how to change it
really
back.
Giving a lot of those vibes.
In, like,
Giving a lot
settings?
of that nostalgia. Seeing these two squads go at it at the
Oh wait,
same
I got it. Yeah, it's in settings. Never mind, I got it.
Obviously for YT, we just saw them have an amazing showing, but boy, they got picked apart by.
There we go, much better. I don't know how people use the default mode. It looks so weird.
To bring out, and it was exactly like you said. Like
Dark
they
mode is where it's at.
Expected that they would take Mega Lucario off the bat, and then they could take that Suicune and then kind of work with that, but that's not what happened. They read them like a book, but the Team YT, we do see it down there that they did go with first pick this time, so they could bait something out from Nemesis. I'm also going to be interested to see what these bans end up looking like, if they're going to pivot. It's going to be an interesting game too.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, let's say Mega Lucario is available for the side of YT. Is that something they're even interested in grabbing? It doesn't look like it, right? I mean, so they really want Suicune. I think you could easily just see Nemesis ban away Suicune. It's that valuable. Of course, they probably also would love to make a Gardevoir play like we have seen before, but that's something Nem could also ban. But once you're banning more and more of these Pokemon, it does open up some of these newer Pokemon, some of these Megas to be picked. I don't know if YT has been practicing Darkrai. We haven't seen a ton of Darkrai in this tournament.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'd consider banning out or stealing away Armarouge if you're YT at this point. Like, there are a lot of different draft permutations that I feel like could happen here. Hopefully, YT has a strategy going into it, because I really do think they were outplayed severely last draft.
Yeah, and honestly, the Mega Lucario is obviously a threat, but that wasn't the main threat that Nemesis had. Like, them dropping it to later in the draft was a solid read on Team YT. They were like, yeah, they're not going to take it. We can take what they want instead, and we're still going to get Mega Lucario. So they got everything they wanted in that draft. So I think Team YT going with first pick here is definitely going to mean that they are going to try to make sure Nemesis doesn't get everything they want 2 games in a row.
Well, here we move into our draft. YT, again, is going to have that first pick. Down 1 game.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Like, even this is just like a general opinion on Team YT. I think the biggest issue that this team has, and the reason why, like, okay, so if you kept up with Pokemon Unite, like, competitive over the course of, you know, the past and up until now, back in the day, Team YouTube, although I don't think that they were, like, if they were playing really well and it was, like, a really good day for them, they could make, like, top 4. But that's, like, on a really good day. The problem with Team YouTube is that they just are not able to maintain a certain level of consistency. Or, sorry, they're not able to maintain that level of consistency. That's the first thing. Consistency, the key word, is just that they are not able to maintain, like, the same level of skill, if not better, throughout the progression of the UCS season. Number 2, the problem with this team, and I've noticed it because over my time, or during my time watching UCS in general, obviously they come up on the broadcast every once in a while, but I feel like every time I watch them, their team comps and their drafting is just so weird to me. Like, it's questionable at best. And I understand if there's nothing wrong with playing comfort picks. Like, quite frankly, if you're playing comfort picks and they're respectfully your best Pokemon, then I mean, like, it is what it is. But I think the problem is just like, unlike other teams, they are not able to adapt to the metas, I guess. And that's what sets them behind other teams. Um, like even nearing towards the end of like the competitive season, I think of last year, I don't even think they made the top cut for like NA. I think they got eliminated relatively early on, or I might be confusing them with someone else. But the point is just like what used to be like a okay, so back in the day, I would say they would probably be like a top 8 to like top 16 team on average. And then maybe if they were playing like really well, they could probably make top 4. However, that's usually not the case. So that's why I say like a top 8 or like a top 16 team. Now I just feel like instead of being a top 8 team, now they're just like a top 16, maybe like top 32 team, depending on how many teams are actually competing. Um, and then of course, what I will say as well, I feel like they were one of those teams that would roster swap a lot. But I feel like that's like a lot of teams in general. And I will say, just from a general perspective, roster swapping, if you truly believe that one of your members is underperforming, or if for whatever reason, like someone or multiple people are the main contributing factors as to why you're not performing as well as you could, then I would like support a roster swap. But like if you're roster swapping because you're not getting the results you initially desired before you started competing, I mean like most of the time you're not gonna come out of the gate swinging in terms of performance. Like it takes time to build synergy. It takes time to kind of cement your fundamentals as a team, and then obviously you need to progressively improve. But if you're constantly sweeping members like it's a rotating door, then quite frankly, I don't think you'll ever reach your peak unless you guys are just naturally uh what's the word I'm looking for? Unless you're just naturally able to collectively work together as a squad. And that's very rare across like any competitive game, because you have to keep in mind, even if that is the case, there are some players and teams that have maintained their core rosters for several seasons or years, whatever, and they just have it. I don't want to say advantage, but they just have that experience through the time that they've spent playing together. Um, but I like there are a lot of teams that do that, and which is why I feel like one day I'll watch a tournament, I'll see like one roster, and then like two tournaments later, like 2 tournaments later, it's like, oh well, you guys have like 2 new players. I'm just like, wow, okay, cool, whatever. They're top 32 out of 20 teams. Okay, like nitpicky on the details, but the point is just like they used to be like a top cut team. Now they're kind of just like middle of the pack, or like treading towards the bottom, I guess.
Came to Nemesis in a very impressive game from Nem. We're gonna see how these bans play out. First ban over from YT is going to be the Dodrio.
Okay, interesting. I don't know if Nemesis was necessarily looking to play Dodrio, but they could also be setting up their bans to not really give away too much information until the picking phase. Maridon also being banned, another really solid attacker, and Metallic also going to be banning Blissey, so Nemesis kind of banning more of those high value picks that we tend to see a lot, and Team YT looks to be setting something up.
Yeah, here's the Clefable ban, and that's a good one for sure.
Do we see the Char?
Ban. That's what I'm wondering. Oh, it is Char.
Okay.
I was seeing if they were playing a game of chicken with YT here. Going, look, I don't even know if you guys play Mega Char. But here we go. We have Mega Lucario as an option for Team YT, but we also have Suicune, which I think is what they are going to lock in. That feels like the prio pick for YT right now.
Yeah, you also ban out both Blissey and Clefable, those supports that play, really well around the Mega Lucario.
Sorry guys, just give me 1 second. I need to. It'll take like 2 minutes. I just gotta send an email really quickly, so I'm gonna hide my screen, and then I'll continue on with the VOD. Just give me. Sorry, guys. Confidential information. Working for the FBI, and I can't reveal the details of. I'm just kidding. I just gotta send an email really quickly, or at the very least, get. Bear with me for 1 second. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. Done. Done. All right, perfect. Okay, I'm done. See, didn't take that long, guys. Are you assuming roster changes are team initiated? Maybe some players just quit? No. I don't mean that, but I know every team has their own unique situation, so obviously, if someone chooses to quit playing competitively, obviously that's a choice. And as unfortunate as that may be for the people that are remaining in terms of being competitive, that is, something that is bound to happen eventually to at least one squad or another. But also, a good majority of the time, I see people on one team, they end up on another team or like a different squad, and it's not that they quit, it's just that for whatever reason they chose to part ways, whether it be due to underperforming, internal strife, disagreements, difference of a perspective, like the list can go on.
Are too worried about it right now. Chisel is lining it up though. We might see Palmot again, but it looks like Nemesis might be switching around. No, they're gonna. They do get the Mega Lucario, so I guess they liked it in the last match.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mega Lucario is a real threat, and it wasn't able to maybe do as much as they expected damage-wise, but I think Bora was taking all that, kind of hogging the damage there. Here we go, over to YT. I wonder if they lock in... No, I was about to say, I wonder if they lock in this Darkrai, because interestingly enough, I have not seen a lot of teams pick it up, even though some were banning it earlier. However, we have Eldegoss, we have Crustle.
Yeah, I do love the Crustle pick, and they were kind of forced into a strategy that they might not have wanted to take because of Trainer taking the Snorlax. Immortals has played Snorlax, I believe, every game, and they have looked fantastic on it. So I do like that Nemesis still trying to keep them on their toes here. Force out the Crustle. Crustle's great, of course, but look at this! A Psyduck! Psyduck's back! Rex is gonna pick up this little weird-looking thing.
Yeah, Psyduck is back. No shocker to see Bora on the Armarouge right there. I see Zero in the chat, by the way, dropping some gifteds. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you to everyone who's watching, listening. This tournament has been a little slice of heaven, and I'm excited to cast this next one here with you, Husky. Fui on Blastoise again. I was talking about this. Maybe it was on stream. I can't remember if it's off or on stream. I'm just not a believer in Blastoise. I want to be, too. I really do. And I know lots of regions love this thing right now, but it doesn't feel that impactful as the match goes on.
I'm glad somebody's on the same page with me because I've been a Blastoise hater since the beginning. Like, yeah, it has great Unite moves, and sometimes its Unite moves win the game outright.
Totally.
It's really
yes.
strong. But I just have never been a fan of it as a top path Pokemon. I don't know how well it fares into this Mega Lucario, but that's what they're going to be running it into. If it gets online early, that's incredible. But also, so is everything else if it gets online early. Like, if you run the early game, you're good. But again, we're seeing Team YT with a later game focused composition, whereas I feel like Nemesis is leaning a little harder into the early game.
You know what I want to see? I want to see a Pokemon that does poorly if it gets online early. That's what I want.
Yeah.
I want something where you get a level advantage with this thing. It's the worst. That's
Bad.
what I want. Terrible if it gets a level advantage. I want to see that. You know what we haven't really seen? Well, how would they do it?
Yeah, how would they do that? Reverse the XP share?
It's got to be something where it's like basic form is really good, and then it's got a stage 1. It's like it's got to be like a Beedrill situation, like where its basic form is good. Yeah. It goes into Kakuna. It's terrible for a while, and then it becomes Beedrill, and it's actually pretty good.
That's
As we
crazy.
head into our next game right here, Team YT, your purple team, Nemesis, your orange team, Nem up 1 game after a really impressive game number 1. And shout out to Ribbon Chew in the chat for some more gifteds. Thank you so much. What a community we have here, Husky.
Drop those Pichu gifted emotes as usual in the chat.
Spam that Pichu if you got it.
Spam the Pichu if you got it. We've got the Snorlax down here already putting a lot of pressure on the Suicune. They don't want to see this damaged Suicune get online.
A little distracted, but now I can
like
go back
it's
to
just
watching.
So much better
Sorry about that.
suited for the defender role, but Team YT believes in its damage dealing capabilities.
You know, one thing I think that we have found a little bit with kind of unconventional Pokemon running EXP share and things like that is sometimes Pokemon that are good at every single thing they do.
Yeah, they really are.
Oh,
they're
just barely missed out on the KO.
They made an EX Pokemon with Suicune and then forgot that they took that title away, and they were like, "Oh wait, we gotta, I guess, take the EX off of it, but it's still gonna be broken." Just
Yeah, that's the trick. Still let it be a little bit broken.
Yeah, we want it to be broken. Yeah, that's the end of the sentence.
Yeah, we want it to be a little bit broken. Moving on to the next order of business. Rex running away from this fight right here. Palmot picks up a KO in the bottom path, however, putting the pressure on that goal zone here in the top path. YT getting some points in, 42-32.
Yeah, I mean, they got points in early game this time. They were held to 0 for a while in that last game, so they're definitely not falling behind as hard in game number 2, which is definitely a great sign for them. Lucario in that central area looking for an invade opportunity potentially. They want to try to keep this Gardevoir from getting online.
And take a look at this bottom path right here. Bora already 2/3 of the way to 7 as we have Chaotic not even 5 yet. So the strategy to flex the Palmot to that bottom path seems to be paying off. And when you have Bora doing 180,000 damage, I think you should funnel some experience towards that guy.
Well, at the top path,
Okay, didn't really get to see what happened, but in the top lane, Psyduck and Lucario both got killed in the 3v2. I would imagine Gardevoir had a large
but I think Team YT did get what they wanted out of that engagement.
part to do with that.
The bottom path, the least they could do was pick up some KOs in the top.
Here we go. Metallic moving in here. Akilo in some trouble, and it looks like Gardevoir is going to be trying to pick up a KO. One does go down. It's the Suicune picking that up, and they need that. Now level 7 with 2.
You know, one thing I will say right here.
YT did get what they wanted out of that engagement.
Right here, hold on.
Losing in the bottom path, the least they could do was pick up some.
So obviously, very small thing, but I think the moment they saw, so obviously Sam was right here. The moment they saw they had vision of the Palmot that came from over here. We'll just do a little star right here to where Palmont was. I like the fact that Sam literally just started walking away the moment they got vision and went the opposite side of the wall to continue casting skills, as well as to ensure that they don't get freaking absolutely rolled by this Palmont. So although it's very subtle and something that's expected of people to do when it comes to playing casters and glass cannons, good awareness.
Here we go, Metallic moving in here. Kilo
And then of course they're just standing behind the wall and making sure that Build-A-Bear doesn't get anywhere near them.
It's the Suicune picking that up, and they need that now level 7 with 2 buffs.
I'm going to be watching this Psyduck as well, because this thing was so dumb for a while, and we haven't seen it too much, even though it's still pretty good, but I feel like we flexed in terms of supports back to the healing focus, and not as much with the harassers besides Suicune. But so far, it's looking okay. It's got that level 6, and I believe it's disable. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw.
Look at those rock tombs, by the way. Just setting up absolutely absurd amounts of damage from YT. If you catch a rock tomb right into the stun, crowd control from Suicune, and the damage from Gardevoir, just about everything on the side of Nemesis is going down. Sneaky little score right here as we have Lucario having to run away.
Ooh, they almost go down here. Oh, they will. They finally do go down. I believe it was the Eldegoss. Yeah, one basic attack made its way into that tall grass to take down the Lucario. But I think that was a fine play. You want to get some points. You know that you're not going to be able to get that objective, and your team's handling the Regieleki in the top path, and you may as well grab a couple points, extend the lead by a little bit. Oh, I didn't even realize that Regidrago was never taken. Gardevoir will finally take that.
Yeah, Gardevoir finally takes it right here. Chaotic having to use an eject button to get out, but a beautiful armor cannon. Chaotic does go down right here. Akilo in some trouble as we have Nemesis cleaning up this fight. 12 points going in, leaving the goal at 17. It's time for some good math, and they decide not to do it.
Yeah, math is hard. It's tough. It takes a lot of brain power. You don't need it. Just break the goal zone. But the Crustle also was a threat. Yeah, just why not? I've started doing that. I just started not caring about overcaps. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, I think a lot of the Unite community, at times when I'm playing, I can tell that everyone's in the whatever when it comes to scoring or any of those choices. It's just a whatever situation. Yeah, it's whatever. Play a build that makes any sense. Whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Team YT, though, will go ahead and take out the Armarouge. Not as much of a threat to the amount of damage it can do if it is back in the Pokemon Center, but great response from Nemesis to be able to hold it off and picking up a KO there on that Eldegoss. Team YT is not really able to do anything with that pick.
Well, huge Blastoise Unite, which is what we were talking about, but it's simply not enough.
So that's actually a bit of a misplay by the Blastoise, and I'll show you what I mean right here. Just because it's very important to understand how this Mega Lucario works. So, okay, I don't think it was avoidable to the point, I think no matter what, Blastoise was gonna die, but the thing right here is, when you see them rapid spinning, so in a couple of seconds after Eldegoss gets melted, so Blastoise actually moves into the close combat and is allowing themselves to get hit. Because if you guys don't understand how Mega Lucario works, basically when you Unite move, you turn into Mega Lucario, and then of course you get your close combat, you have your Power Punch. When you use close combat, naturally if you're hitting a target, it's going to apply the cooldown reduction to the following close combat. However, if you don't hit anything, then essentially there's going to be a small window or a small delay before you can cancel or use your next close combat. So you can cancel the skill early, but it's whether you can use the follow-up close combat sooner rather than later is dependent on whether you're hitting a target. Because the Blastoise is moving into range of the close combat, that actually allows the Lucario to basically close combat immediately right after. Which obviously lets them KO the Blastoise sooner, and of course, Crustle dies as well. But considering it was a 4v2, I don't think it really mattered that much anyway.
Possibly just waiting to get KO'd at this point.
Oh, he just got us stopped in the it looks like we have a crash or something going on, so we are gonna get a bit of a pause and try to figure this out. We were doing good for so long. We had a couple crashes in the beginning of stream, and you know, now we're kind of, I guess we were due for one, I guess.
We were due for one. Ones in the chat for the crash. Let's give it up for the crash right now. I want to see those ones in the chat for that incredible crash. Now, it does make sense that Gardevoir was just standing there. You know, it makes sense. Now we're like, oh, okay, I kind of see how it was just standing there for a minute. Yeah.
No, we're going to find out that it wasn't the Gardevoir and Sam was just doing that. Like,
that's what Sam likes to do.
He just likes to kind of get a view of, you know, we don't really get an opportunity to see that side of the Sky Ruins. What is beyond the ruins? And Sam just wanted to take that in and really savor it, really experience that.
Yeah, and I hope he got exactly what he wanted. I'm curious who did disconnect. Probably someone on Nemesis, even though they had a great fight. It was probably them.
It's probably, you know, they love disconnecting those Nemesis
gosh,
players.
They love to disconnect.
Love it.
I can't play. We'll see if we can still win. They just love that, you know? It's a way to challenge yourself, and I respect it. I respect it a lot.
Yeah, that's what they want. Sometimes it's a strategy that is not as often used, but when the teams
This fight.
Oh shoot.
You were doing good for so long.
For the see
experience.
When they
my
idea.
Still in the lead in terms of score, but Team YT is holding on, and they have been picking up some high-value KOs. But Nemesis is going to be getting this Registeel in the bottom path. A little slower than I anticipated, honestly, but they are going to take it. And 4 members of Team YT circling around this bottom path. They don't want Nemesis to push here.
Yeah, they don't want Nemesis to push. They have a lot that they need to take care of, right? We need to get this Gardevoir online. It's level 11, which isn't too bad, but you look at the other side, I mean, the Palmot is already 12, looking very strong. 11 from the Armarouge. We have Metallic hiding here, jumping in with the Supercell Slam, trying to find a moment where they can get a KO. The Unite move from Gardevoir comes out, but it looks like it's only catching this Snorlax that was already in a power now.
Wow, I mean, what a great play there from Nemesis. You have the Snorlax jump in, kind of bait them into a position where Palmot can jump in.
Oh!
That huge...
The hand cannon plus Unite move combo, and then Palmot just finishes up. Huge pick on the Gardevoir. And that's the most important target on Team YouTube.
He is just getting stopped at the finish line.
Yeah, Team YT just getting pushed back here and honestly baited into a bad fight. Nemesis able to set up a great one for themselves. We got level 13 on the Palm.
I think I've seen Blastoise
Mega Lucario's were heading to the 3-minute
in the last handful of games, and quite frankly,
looks like YT is not going to be able to contest.
I think it's like the most underwhelming character that I've seen so far. More than anything else.
Freely walk out. They realize that there's not
the EU team played it. I think it was played twice in that series. It's being played now. Saw it earlier. And it's like, I don't know if it's just like the players are not performing well, or if it's just like a Pokemon thing, but
Nemesis can just kind of
like I just don't see the appeal to it.
To run out and then make their engagement.
Yeah, now we see Nemesis deciding to rotate toward the bottom path. They get an easy objective right here. We don't have enough members of Team YT to do something about it. In fact, it looks like maybe Crustle just gets caught right here, trying to peel out, but possibly going down in this fight. A little bit of a rock tomb, but again, there isn't much YT can do. They are able to stall them for a moment so that they can score on the top path, though.
Yeah, they are going to get some points in, which is definitely good. They want to shrink that score differential between the two teams, especially with Groudon coming up. It kind of gives
it's really important for Blastoise to get level 13. They need that damage reduction in their rapid spin.
Or at least close to where Nemesis can't tell who is ahead. So it's always good. I mean, the game is based on points. Obviously, it's good if you get points, but...
Okay, they're gonna hit level 13 right now, actually. That's good.
It did give Nemesis control over the central area, so they are in a better position, but still, it's gonna be up to YT to figure out how to engage.
And here we have these armor cannons landing on this Crustle right here, just continuing to hit Crustle. X-Scissor does not grab the Psyduck, and they're gonna peel back from this fight, Husky.
That's just so much damage from the armor cannon over and over again hitting this Crustle. Psyshock will miss.
Crustle is taking so much poke right now.
It forces the Eldegoss to show themselves and their position, but it
Like, they're getting tagged by every single hand cannon right now.
Crustle the opportunity to use a good Unite. Oh, big catch right there. Will be able
Oh!
to down with a
Snorlax actually got picked up without even using their rest. Or like their Unite move, sorry.
Now we have YT moving in, but we have Nemesis on the other side. Huge Unite move from Gardevoir catches.
Oh, Lucario goes down too. This might be huge for YouTube.
Palmon still standing and finally goes down. That's 3 down on the side of Nemesis, and we have Groudon being ripped apart by YT. Every single member of YT is up. The armor cannon is getting ready to go. We have Immortal trying to zone them out. Groudon getting extremely low and secured there by YT. They are behind, but they have 5 Groudon buffs.
Yeah, they decided to just back up and look for an opportunity to defend. They do see all 5 now are in this bottom path and they're pushing forward. Can they defend against this push into the tier 2? But Chisel, no Unite moves available on their side besides the Snorlax. They could jump in and look for an opportunity to use it. They will, and they are going to push YT off. But right now, YT is ahead. Nemesis needs to pick up some buffs.
Yeah, Nemesis needs to make a play here. They have to get a KO, and they have to run across the map. Nice big pickup.
Oh my, okay, it's Jover now.
Oh, that's it.
It wasn't Jover before, it was Jover now. Ah, yeah, okay, let's see where it went wrong.
67.
Okay, we'll start from the 2-minute mark.
Nemesis control over the
So,
central area.
241 to 167, obviously a decent, reasonably sized points lead for Nemesis. Just a little less than 100. As you can see, Bora just putting in the work of just poking out the Crustle, who's trying to frontline for their team.
Will miss, but another armor cannon comes down. It forces the
Yeah, we got multiple like hand cannons just landing on Crustle, getting poked out to less than half HP. Unfortunately, LGC goes aggressive, so LGC actually tries to go aggressive on the Crustle, which obviously is not the greatest target. And like, I think they thought that they could get the pick if they landed the CC. The problem is, the Rock Tomb actually zoned out Bora, so they're a little further back, and they don't have the damage to kill secure this Immortal, kill secure Immortal before Trainer goes down. So Trainer gets CC, gets hit by the X Scissor, getting hit by the Psychic, getting hit by the Psyshocks, also getting hit by the Suicune as well. Eldegoss is there, kill secure. So now it's a 5 versus 4. Lucario actually goes aggressive and Power Punch ejects forward. I think.
There will be able to do it. Snorlax will go down with using a Unite move.
Yeah, we have Snorlax going down. They don't get to use.
Oh no, that wasn't them. That was sorry. I confused the Crustle's eject button for Lucario's. So no. Lucario just power punches in, pops Unite move, and then eject button close combats forward. Unfortunately, they were out of their close combat animation, so the moment they were out of it, they get Hydro Typhooned up in the air, CC'd, and literally 1 HP in a dream. Gets basic auto attacked by the Blastoise. Now it's a 3 versus 5.
But here comes the
Palma tried to go in. Now it's a 5 versus 2.
And we have Groudon being ripped apart by YT. Every single member of YT is up.
Bora's trying to get to the outside of the pit, but the problem is Crustle is zoning.
Groudon getting extremely low and secured there.
And then it's just over.
They are behind, but they have 5 Groudon buffs.
I miss filling this team. I think he got a 1-year ban if I'm not mistaken. My guess is that Blastoise tends to destroy solo queue because they usually get 1 or 2 competent opponents, so they just focus there and win. It's in 5v5 it's different. I don't know, man. Knows what the thought process is like.
Nemesis needs to make a play here. They have to get a KO and they have to run across the map. Nice big pickup there for YT. 1 goes down, 2. The Suicune available for Nemesis, so is Mega Lucario, but I think they're going to want that Suicune first. Just such a power pick for YT, and they do take it. I hope YT has a strategy around this, because this is kind of the exact situation that they walked into game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly really surprised to see YT ban Miraidon over Suicune. Maybe they're really scared of it. I don't know. I feel like Miraidon is definitely really strong, but I feel like Bora was just as good on Armarouge as we would see on Miraidon. I feel like you can't let that Suicune go to the other side. But I guess, there's a reason I'm here and they're there. Though we did beat Nouns on stage, I'm still here now. But Immortal's going to get that Snorlax back.
I mean, I don't want to brag, but before NAIC, we beat the Orange Juicers, the Casters, all day.
Yeah.
It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was,
so, yeah.
We know more than you think.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling of beating some of the greats. Machizzle locking in that Mega Lucario, and then Bora, of course, on the Armarouge. This is a Pokemon that YT could take. I feel like I've seen Chaotic actually play Armarouge, but
I want someone to play Charizard. I'll be honest with you. I kind of want someone to play Charizard jungle.
I'm wondering what this final pick is here for Sam.
I honestly like the Pikachu. I just feel like Volt Tackle can be so valuable, but I also know that it requires a little bit of outplay to be able to hit those.
Here comes the Build-A-Bear again.
But still, it's such a dumb move, and it can really set Nemesis up for failure. They are going to go with this Psyduck again, and they are also going to lock in that Pawmot that has looked pretty good. What will Sam go with? Looks like what's his name? Raichu. Jeez. Yeah. It's getting to that time of night.
You do get to a point where everything's Armarouge at some point. They
it's
lock in the
Armarouge.
And we've got 3 Armarouge lock-ins for YT and 5 for Nemesis. I mean, this Pokemon is just getting very popular. But the Alolan Raichu here, I do like this setup. And the interesting thing about it is, it feels like you could play stored power around this and have a lot of opportunities for chaining all of that damage. It feels like Nemesis is going to be relatively bunched up. Of course, not as bunched up as they would be with Clefable.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see double Electro Ball, but we did see earlier that Sam played the stored power build on Alolan Raichu, so I imagine that is what we'll see again, and it could be really good. It kind of fills that semi-auto attacker role, but, a little bit distance and weaving in and out. It kind of has an interesting play style that I'm looking forward to seeing what they're doing. The most exciting is, though, that there are going to be 2 Pikachus in the field.
Yes, which is the most important thing, is that we have 2 Pikachus. It's good to see 2 of a Pokemon. Everyone loves having 2 Charizards in a match, 2 Lucarios in a match.
We
and
love
of course,
that.
2 Pikachus, which I think is very important.
Yeah, and 5 EVs.
I do want. Oh yeah, 5 EVs. That's right. We need more of them. More are coming.
Well, we're getting more. Yeah.
We don't have enough. Obviously, you need a few more of them. You need to be able to have 5 on both sides. They'll probably make up a few EVs as we head into game number 3. Nemesis, your purple team. Team YT, your orange team. I'm interested to see Husky if YT has enough damage here. It feels like kind of light on the damage front.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, Nemesis didn't really change too much of their strategy here. They're going with the same picks that they've had throughout this series, and Team YT has been the one that has been consistently pivoting, and that is true of this 3rd match as well. And that is going to be an interesting thing to watch out for. How much damage can they actually do? They've got some secure with what I assume is going to be Electro Ball on this baby Pikachu. But that's really it. Maybe Heavy Slam, Hydro Typhoon, but generally that's kind of it. And Nemesis has so much on their side.
Yeah, and here we go. We're going to find out what kind of Raichu we have here. If the stored power comes out and they move forward. No, it is the E-Ball.
It is Electro Ball. So, I mean, maybe we see Thunderbolt Pika. I guess we'll have to see. But double Electro Ball is always a fun call. And it is, like, more burst. And it does rip very well with the Electro Ball. And then you can do stuff like this, where it just blows up the birds as soon as they hit the mat. Most of that will go over to Team YT.
Yeah, I absolutely love the plays you were able to set up with this build, and I think it is, without question, the better setup. I saw them running stored power earlier, but I think they are making the right call to shift up here.
Yeah, it just provides some more range as well that we don't really see on Nemesis. Like, yes, we've got the armor cannon, but you can set up a lot more plays with the range that the Electro Ball will provide. We haven't seen Pikachu yet and what moveset they are running. I imagine it's Electro Ball, but for some reason I'm really obsessed with the idea of it being Mage Pika. That'd be so fun.
Yeah, I mean, Thunderbolt is a really fun build for Pikachu, but Volt Tackle Electro Ball is incredible. The secure is amazing. And as we talked about, just the ability to shut something down. YT loves to hold their opponents in place for a moment so they can get this huge burst damage on them.
Yeah, look at them. There they go. It is the Volt Tackle coming out from the Pikachu. Electro Ball will hit. Suicune is very low, but their Focus Band will pop and they will hit the Whirlpool back the other way. The Raichu will go down. Pikachu does hit a Volt Tackle, use the Electro Ball to get
That right
out
there
of the
already
situation.
concerns me.
Everybody on YT is so low.
Although it wasn't like a proper team fight, the fact that the Raichu,
I mean, this is kind of what I thought.
like the fact that the Raichu is the first one dead, is like a red flag to me, because in this team comp that they drafted, it's relatively low damage. Like they have burst, and like in a perfect world, if they're able to wombo combo chain their like skills together, then they can output a lot of damage. But like, just generally speaking, the fact that Raichu's the first one dead is like a red flag, because this comp is centered around, well, the comp is dependent on the Raichu's overall just damage output. So when you're the first one dead, it's like, how's this gonna work in the late game, buddy?
Some of these fights, Husky, I'm worried about it for YT. I don't know if they have enough damage. You've got this sustain all-rounder in Palmont, and if it doesn't go down fast, what are you gonna do?
And the Armor Cannon coming out there to kind of counter the burst from the Electro Ball. So Nemesis was able to get a couple of those picks of the Swablu and Altaria, and both teams are now starting to figure out where they want to prioritize. They would like, if you're YT here, you would like to trade the objective. If you're Nem, you want to try to win both because you have a bit of a level advantage, but no points have gone in for either side.
I know, 0-0 as we get ready for this Reggie Alecki. You can see Chaotic here just throwing those Electro Balls at Metallic, just trying to hurt them a little before they decide to jump in, but Palmont can get all of that HP back as they move forward looking for a KO. On a Kilo, they're able to peel away from this. Palmont back in with its Unite move, 2 down for YT.
Oh, Rex with that huge surf as well, pushing the Pikachu back into them. I mean, there's always a chance for an Electro Ball to come down with a secure, but it looks like we are... Oh, okay. We're back in the game. I guess we switched cameras or something
thing
like that.
happened, everyone.
Something happened, and it threw off my momentum. All right, Regieleki is in the bottom path. Both teams. Are we seeing the same? Oh, no. They're back. You know what? Yeah, that's all.
A thing happened, everyone, as we are back in this bottom path. We have Reggie Alecki walking right here. Sam having to peel back towards this goal zone with Raichu. Nice big Unite move from the Armarouge as they continue to push forward.
The entire time Raichu's getting zoned out,
we see some good math here.
literally have Psyduck running towards them, like trying, like
30. Come on.
walking up towards the back line.
Yeah, I mean,
They
you may as
barely
well
have any
secure
peel.
every piece of experience on that side
absolutely.
before
And then once again, another
you go
situation
down.
of just like
9 seconds are left.
a Blastoise player struggling in the top lane, and they just kind of sit there for all eternity.
This side of the map.
Yeah, so this strategy that we're seeing here, if you're not familiar with it, when these two goal zones stay up, wild Pokemon are going to continue spawning between them, and some teams decide to not break a goal zone in that situation and just continue to gather experience in that path, especially if they have better secure or if they've been winning that path the entire time, and then later they can go for an even bigger overcap.
It also could be a volatile strategy if you have something like this where it's 4-on-3, and here comes the Pikachu with the Unite move. Trainer very much in trouble. They will go down, but generally Nemesis is trying to hold off Team YT. Here comes Rex. You've got a couple Electro Balls standing on the goal zone. More Electro Balls flying in from the other Pikachu. Here comes the full power Sai. They're going to try to push Team YT back.
And they are Chaotic going down here. Multiple members of YT having to peel back from this fight. We've got the 45 here from...
Like, look how far back Raichu is.
And it looks like, no, the Eldegoss is going to continue to push them off. Raichu trying to stop them right here. Big time eject.
Oh my god. The moment they move up, they got united by Armarouge, CC'd, blown up. And yeah, they got a few kills, but like...
YT pushes them back.
This is just a little rough to watch because of the team comp diff. Blastoise is still sitting top, by the way, which is your other quote-unquote frontliner.
Not as tanky a Pokemon with the double Pikachu squad, but somehow they're able to hold it down, and it's possible that that choice not to break that goal zone could come back to bite Nemesis, especially because you are also now giving the experience that's spawning to YT.
Yeah, and here we go. We have the objective in the bottom path here. Reggie Alecki now being chipped at by YT. They kind of wouldn't mind it walking towards their side until that goal zone now goes down. We have the Unite move from the Raichu. Reggie Alecki getting very, very low. Here comes Nemesis for a possible steal. The power punch gets it.
Wow, the power of punch from Lucario. They will go down and be punished for it before they're able to get their Mega Evolution out, but they are going to be able to take the Regieleki. Team YT doesn't care too much about it right now. They want to go for a goal zone break. Here comes Rex, but it is the Electro Ball, double Electro Ball to be able to stop them, and then Suicune. Oh, they are not giving this goal zone up right now, Spraggles.
Yeah, they're just pushing them back here with the Suicune. Regieleki now being tended to by members of YT.
I mean, at least Raichu's level 13. There's that. That might be the saving grace. They got some levels under their belt. There's no way Blastoise is getting level 13, so they won't have that. Actually, you know what? Maybe they can. There's a lot of farm on their side of the map.
That liability in the bottom path.
Yeah, I mean, it's the timing of goal zone breaks. Like, that is a really valuable strategy. And at this point in the game, when you have a full goal zone available in that bottom path, it's better to just leave it up if you're Team YT, because you could have some opportunities. It also pulls Nemesis down to the lower side of the central area because they have to cover that goal zone, which could mean you catch somebody out a little bit easier.
Yeah, that's true, right? If their team is split a little bit, trying to find information, trying to find vision. If a couple of them are down near this goal zone, and one of them, like that Palmot, for instance, is hanging out in the top path, and they are not able to stop themselves from getting KO'd, if the team catches them, it could be great for YT. We've got the Electro Balls in the tall grass down here in this L bush, as we have Snorlax looking to make a play right away.
Wow, Rex getting caught. This could be the time for Team YT to start making their move. Catching again one of those frontline cores for Nemesis. 2 games in a row we saw Team YT pull this off. And here comes the Bortles. The power nap comes down. Trainer is in trouble, has to eject button. Here comes the rapid spin though. They're going to chase them down. Focus Band has popped. Trainer will hold on for the time
Trainer forced the Unite
being.
move. There's the Eldegoss Unite right now. Palmot goes down to Raichu.
Palmot goes down first.
Hydro Typhoon whiffs and lands on no one. Pikachu goes down. Eldegoss goes down. 3 members of the side of Nemesis go down in the process. Lucario's still alive.
Fui pushing forward right here towards Rex. Groudon getting chipped right now by Team YT. 3 members of Nemesis down, and they are coming off spawn. Groudon at half here. Rex is in trouble and finally goes down, but Fui almost has no HP as Machizzle is looking for a possible secure. Groudon very, very low. Here comes the Suicune.
Oh! The Suicune secures it.
Power of Punch was gonna be the one to get it, but no, Machizzle actually goes down. They give the buff back.
Ay.
Take that buff right back. Triple kill. You're welcome. Quadra KO for them. Can they defend? There 45 seconds left, and we could see. Nope, it is gonna be the Pikachu going down.
Yes, it is. What a fight there. So back and forth. Multiple moments when YT was hopefully looking to get this objective, but the longer and longer it took, the longer Rex, as that Psyduck, was able to stay in this fight. It gave Nemesis the opportunity to get off spawn, come back into the fight. They had the possible secure from Lucario.
Alright. Go back to the 2-minute mark.
KO'd. If the team catches them, it could be great for YT. We've got the Electro Balls.
Alright. Relatively close game. 182 to 110. 72-point lead in favor of Nemesis.
Wow, Rex getting caught.
Psyduck just gets blown up instantly.
Got the Electro Balls in the tall grass down here in this L bush.
Yeah. So gets hit by Electro Ball, gets Heavy Slam, then gets just CC blocked by the Snorlax. So it's a 5 versus 4.
Again, one of those frontline cores for Nemesis. 2 games in a row we saw Team YT pull this off. And here comes the Bortles. The power nap comes down. Trainer is in trouble, has to eject button. Here comes the rapid spin though. They're going to chase them down. Focus Band has popped. Trainer will hold on for the time being. They do get the infinite ice spikes out. Nobody has gone down yet. No, Palmot goes down first, Fraggles. Spin though. They're going to chase them down. Focus line cores for next.
Looking to make a play right away.
Wow, Rex getting caught. This could be the time for Team YT to start making their move. Catching again one of those frontline cores for Nemesis. 2 games in a row we saw Team YT pull this off. And here comes the Bortles. The power nap comes down. Trainer is in trouble, has to eject button. Here comes the rapid spin though. They're going to chase them down. Focus Band has popped. Trainer will hold on for the time being. They do get the infinite ice spikes out. Nobody has gone down yet. No, Palmot goes down first, Fraggles.
Palmot is down. Chaotic I thought Chaotic went down. Chaotic didn't go down. Chaotic finally does get taken down in this fight. Armarouge picks up the KO on the Eldegoss. Fui pushing forward right here towards Rex. Groudon getting chipped right now by Team YT. 3 members of Nemesis down, and they are coming off.
But like, this is also a limitation to the comp as well. So there are 3 people alive, but the problem is Besides the fact Rex is stalling for time, they don't have a lot of DPS. So despite the fact that they won the fight, they have like numbers here.
Spawn, Groudon at
It
half
takes
here.
so long
Rex
for
is
them
in
to
trouble.
damage the
Finally goes
Groudon
down.
that, like,
Almost
look,
has no
so you
HP,
can has
and
time to
Chisel is
respawn.
looking for a possible secure. Groudon very, very low. Here comes the Suicune, and
Oh,
Suicune
Suicune!
And
dancing.
Suicune steals it.
Able to pull it off.
Ay, ay, ay,
I'm
man.
sure the power of punch was gonna be the one.
The timing
to
for Pika
get it, but
tackle
no,
is so
the
cringe.
Goes down. They give the buff back, but Palma comes in to clean it up. They take that buff right back. Triple kill. You're welcome. Quadra KO for them. Can they defend? There 45 seconds left, and we could see. Nope, it is gonna be the Pika.
Scary squad in this tournament.
Very scary, especially because
Oh, okay. So we have
about a player like Chris Smith, who very young,
Project
very much into the
Mbappe
rookie
versus
season,
Goodnight
but they
Gaming.
always are.
Now, I know one of these teams is EU and one's North America. So the thing about this is that naturally there's going to be a bit of ping difference. Because I don't play customs very often, I don't know who gets that ping difference, or if it's like consistent all the way through to like, or if it's the same team. I think it's like alternate, right? But either way, I imagine like one team is gonna be slightly sluggish, I guess, compared to usual. Okay.
or at least on the ranked ladder, always like number
So we have Hoopa ban, Crustle ban, Suicune ban, Mega Lucario ban, Darkrai ban, then Charizard
one
ban.
for North America.
Charizard X
So now to see them
specific, of course.
in a more competitive setting with some good players surrounding them, it can set up a formidable
Insta-lock
matchup.
first
And
pick
now
Blissey.
You also have players like Adesu, Gotlu, and Gecko Kami on the side of EU. So this is a matchup for the ages, which makes sense with how far we are in the bracket.
Yeah, I cannot wait. And ooh, interesting early picks. So just to mention the bans quickly, a lot of all-rounders, a lot of Mega Evolution Pokemon receiving those bans, which I think makes a lot of sense, right? What a joy it is to be on the purple side, by the way. Some variety in your banning phase. On that orange side of the screen, a lot of the traditional stuff. But as our draft is rolling out, Chris Smith on the Blaziken, a Desu on the Zacian, I would say a pocket pick for them, but also for Chris Smith. So a tough exchange. We might see that Pokemon flip sides as we go through our best of 3.
Yeah, Chris Smith does tend to be on quite a bit of all-arounders, but I do believe, at least for this tournament, Adesu has been kind of been that flex player that we
okay.
want him to be. We know prior
So,
seasons
let's
he's
see.
been an attacker,
Blissey,
all-arounder.
Strong
So far
Zacian,
for this tournament, we've
Blaziken or
mostly seen
Shifu,
him on Mew, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's what's
Blastoise,
gonna be
Mew,
locked
and
in.
then
Celestial, though, going to be locking in the Urshifu. Still very good. That Wicked Blow combo is just so good.
Mamoswine
at confirming targets
and
Kratos rounding
Armarouge.
things out with the Armor Rouge, and then you have Ducky on the Mamoswine.
Yeah, I love that Urshifu's having a bit of a renaissance, Zero. Like, it feels like the Wicked Blow option is very, very strong. However, we're seeing some great water bears as well. And I think Celestial, one of the OG best Rapid Strike Urshifu players, especially in North America. So, excited to see.
Okay. So, what is this? Semifinals, I think? When it comes to this team, I don't have a problem. Obviously, like, I don't have a problem with this. Like, so I'm just gonna cross these out because it's like there's really not much to talk about. These things are just staple. These are just staple picks in the meta, at least in the comp scene. So there's really no reason to talk about these too much. Zacian, although it's gotten nerfed, as someone who used to play Zacian a lot, the nerfs are definitely noticeable. But people still play it actively in the top lane. Blaziken is just staple pick as well. Zacian, I think it used to be like a really strong laner because of the fact that you can just you have a decent secure, especially if you have points for double skilling. And then, of course, that also allows you to have more mobility, have a lot more offensive pressure in the lane. But because of the nerfs, like, your damage output is significantly less, so those types of like cheesy, gimmicky plays in the early game are less potent, but I still think it's a good top lane overall, regardless. I imagine with this build, it's gonna be surging strikes just based off the build. Most of the other people that are running the single strike are going attack weight on their build, so we'll see. But I'm pretty confident it'll be surging strikes. And obviously, once you get to level 5, that's when you can really just start putting in work. A very snowbally early game jungler, assuming it's jungling. Uh, Blastoise, like I've seen Blastoise a lot during this tournament, and it hasn't been good. Like I don't think I've seen a single Blastoise that at least in this tournament that's been in this entire bot. I don't think I've seen a good Blastoise that's actually like done something. They haven't been actively like present in the game. They're kind of just there, but they're not there, and I don't know. I just feel like Blastoise is severely overrated, but that's just me. Mew, we already talked about this. High skill ceiling really just comes down to whether they're good or bad, mechanics wise. And then of course, there's really no hiding, depending on whether you're performing or underperforming. Mbappe, isn't that the football player, dude? Yeah, pretty sure it is. Mamoswine and Armarouge. So we have been seeing Armarouge being played in the previous series, and you know the hand cannon build that was putting in a lot of work with the zoning and the just ceasing plus the damage output as well, initial bursts. Mamoswine, I've said this a lot. Mamoswine kind of reminds me of Gudra in a way. When it's like levels 1 to 4 are just really strong, then it evolves. It's kind of like whatever, but it's okay. Um, but I personally feel like Mamoswine is like one of those defenders that tends to fall off in the late game, and instead of playing aggressive like you would in lane, you would just what's the word? Trying to think. Oh, okay, I remember. So, although it has a good laning phase, levels 1 to 4, Swinub is very solid laner. I feel like Mamoswine is one of those defenders that starts off good and then progressively gets worse as the game progresses. In terms of scaling, I don't think it's that great. Um, Early and mid game is fine, but late game, I feel like it personally falls off. So that's just my 2 cents on the Pokemon. Talonflame, though. Talonflame is a little interesting in going against this comp. And I only say that because Talonflame is also one of those Pokemon that will either hit the mark or not. Against this team, especially because their last pick, it's a little questionable considering that a lot of these Pokemon are fairly bulky. Like, with the exception of the early game, as in laning phase and, maybe like a minute after laning phase, you can play aggressive early. It's a very snowbally character, is what I'm trying to say. It's a very snowbally character. If you're going for the early game, then of course you would just want to make sure that you're applying map pressure, getting kills, scoring, etc. But against this team specifically, as the game progresses, it's going to be significantly more harder for Talonflame to really get up in their faces, because by then they're able to withstand or survive the initial burst of a Talonflame, regardless of whether they're going flying flame charge, fly air release, or Braybird fly, Braybird, whatever. So we'll see. I am. Well, I'm gonna keep an eye on the Talonflame and see how they perform. Uh, and then there's Ashen and Blastoise. I mean, we'll see.
That But speaking of pocket picks, I feel like we've had a few slot into place. Ducky on the Mamoswine. It feels like the days of Floatstone on that tank are gone. I miss them. But Toast on this Talonflame is a phenomenal pick. I mean, Toast has been one of the newer players in terms of the central area players out of EU. Maybe a couple of years now, but has made such a splash.
What is that?
Such an incredibly strong EU player. Very excited to see them round out this team, which is such a high-octane pick like that Talonflame.
Demon.
Talonflame can get behind enemy lines, burst down, get away with
Can
it.
you
And
do
it
it
does
online?
seem, though, that Odysseus is going to be sticking with their all-arounder pick, and they're having Narami, who's going to be keeping the EXP share as that kind of support attacker Mew. But I don't know about you, Zoinks, but I'm ready to get this party started. I'm excited. I am hyped. And with Pokemon like this, I can't wait to see. You got a rookie who's now surrounded with a pretty destructive team, but you have some formidable opponents on EU. So let's get ready into this because I'm ready to rumble. I don't know about you.
Yeah, exactly. I would say I am ready to rumble. Probably in a different tone is how I would normally say it. And I'm pretty sure it's the band ZZ Top that says it. But let's get started, Zero. Project Mbappe on the purple team. Good Night Gaming gonna be your orange team. We jump into this first one. Chris Smith, yeah, maybe one of our more rookie players, but playing alongside Ducky, yet another very young player entering into the competitive scene very late in the year last year, but they have been kind of a duo in the grassroots community for a long time. So very excited to see them playing on the same roster here.
Very excited. Swinub's already going to try to put a little bit of pressure. Meanwhile, Gecko Kami does want to get this. Armarouge is down there. Gek doesn't want to get almost the KO. They are burned.
Oh, that should not be happening.
Kratos applying that nasty.
Oh my god, it's horrible start for GNG, but very good start for Mbappe.
Some slander for being a late stage evolution Pokemon, needing that level 9 for the final evolution, but the early game of this
Like
Roomba
this
is
right,
really
okay, so
phenomenal. So great
I might be more
pressure
vocal about
between those
this
two for a
matchup
great
just
lane win.
because where we have like
Needing that
we've been
level
seeing
9.
a lot of GNG today, but on top of that, Mbappe, we saw snippets of them. Well, I did anyways. During the last competitive season of Unite, I think they made a very strong run towards the end, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, sorry.
Down there, Gek.
Very
Okay,
excited to see
stuff
them
like
playing
this
the
is
same
just
roster
like
here.
now. I'm not gonna be too critical because I'm pretty sure that GNG are playing on 2-bar ping or maybe. So if they are, then I won't be as critical. But of course, getting wiped in a 2v, like, it may not seem like a big deal to some people, but when you're getting wiped in a 2v2 lane, you just lose so much momentum and you just lose you lose so much farm. And then of course, if whoever's doing the killing is able to score as well on top of that, like that is such a huge influx of experience. Not to mention, if you're playing against something that is maybe like a later stage, but like right now, Kratos is trying to get to level 5, plain simple. Like that's your first major power spike. If you're playing something like that, especially something that can just poke and harass, and on top of that, you have no sustain in your lane. Obviously, I don't know what moveset Kratos is going to go just yet. Like, obviously, there's Fire Spin and there's the Hand Cannon moveset, but yeah, based on the recent games, I would guess that they go the Hand Cannon. Obviously, just poke out the enemy team.
Does want to get this. Armarouge is down there. Gek doesn't want to get almost the KO. They are burned, and it's actually the burn that takes them down.
Wow, Kratos applying that nasty burn effect with the Incinerate early on. Ducky gonna get that knockout. Now, I know Mamoswine might get some slander for being a late-stage evolution Pokemon, needing that level 9 for the final evolution, but the early game of this Roomba is really phenomenal. So great early pressure between those two for a great lane win.
Celestials making their way uptown. Funk you up. Toast, though, is going to need to be careful. You don't want to get caught.
Oh, it is
They
Surging
haven't
Strikes or
fully
Shifu, by the way.
evolved yet. So this is where birds of a feather are going to flock together. The question is, who's going to be able to go in as Celestial gets some early game punches. Meanwhile, the rest of the members are just going to step back, try to get as much as they can, and Celestial might be going a little too deep in.
Woo. Yeah,
Ooh.
that Mew boosted auto in combination with...
Okay, two things happened, I think.
Punches. Meanwhile, the rest of the members are just going to step back, try to get as much as they can, and Celestial might be going a little
Yeah, so Snorlax die once again in the 2v2 bottom lane. Snorlax ends up getting caught out again and dies to the Armor Rouge, and the Swinub gets an assist. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Celeste going a little bit too aggressive in
Question is who's going to be able to go in.
Yeah, they went a little too hard there.
Meanwhile, the rest of the members are just going to step back, try to get as much as they can, and Celestial might be going a little too deep in.
Woo. Yeah,
and between the water gun and then, of course, the electro ball from Mew, they get bursted out.
Narami doing a great job of sequencing these
Mew
new
gets
abilities together.
another assist, but also gets double buff as well. Double kill for War Turtle.
Game dominance where Torchic trying to get up to Blaziken can have a
Yeah,
tough
and
early game.
Talonflame also gets picked off by the
opponent for it.
Piloswine as well.
Put something like a Mew in tandem, it gives it all that much more fire.
So lots of kills going back and forth, but unfortunately, because the Urshifu went a little too aggressive in the top lane, that kind of indirectly baited the enemy, indirectly baited the teammates to just stick around longer than they should have, and then they just get caught out as well.
Of evolving and being that Blastoise in time for this potentially Reggie Drago that's about to spawn on in, Ducky, and it does look like the members of Project Mbappe themselves want to be able to just kind of take this free 99. Big Ice Fang catches Narami. Narami's trying to get away using that light screen, but they get caught out by Kratos.
Another
with a bit of a sixth sense to find that Mew in that tall grass. I mean, you might think that Narami's on an Inteleon with like a red light shooting out of that grass there. Piloswine sniffing them out as if it was a truffle. Pretty sure Piloswine's a pig. Anyway, great play in the middle, and yet again.
Oh my God, Talonflame's just annihilated.
If you sat there and told me that Mamoswine was a pig, I'd believe you.
Yeah, like I said about the Talonflame, the Talonflame is like a strange pick against this team come specifically, just because, like, yes, Talonflame can do a lot of burst damage. Yes, Talonflame has a lot of mobility. Depending on how you play it, you could play the map, or you could play like a combination of the skirmishes, the map, or just go for straight up team fighting. My issue with the Talonflame pick, especially because it was last pick in the draft, is that it's kind of interesting and strange to see Talonflame getting picked against so many relatively beefy characters. I mean, I don't mean like exactly just now, but as the game progresses, they're just going to get bulkier, and it's going to be very difficult for Talonflame to go in there, get meaningful damage, and also survive long enough to get away. Unless they're just popping their Unite move as immediately as they can. And then, of course, right now, they're kind of getting bullied as well.
The snout of it. You know, I'm sure there's a breed of pig that we're not thinking about completely, so it doesn't matter, because Celestial's going to take a Mew out for the spin, sending it back to the Pokemon Center. And right now, both teams are pretty set up, but the flying Talonflame has landed onto Celeste.
Ooh. Celeste getting in so much early damage. That Blastoise going into Rapid Spin, of course, increases those defense for Blastoise to try to play into some of these fights. However, Celestial able to hit past a lot of those shields and, of course, reduce the defense with those liquidation stuns. So Celestial might not be a hard counter as something like maybe a Buzzwole would be towards this Blastoise, but certainly has their own options of fighting into this really tricky defender all-rounder hybrid that Blastoise can be.
Yeah, I mean, and Galu's been able to use it well, and just today in the tournament and as a whole, but here we go again. Ducky able to pull the Snorlax out. Regieleki's trying to find its new home. Not going to allow it using the block, but Celeste is still here, going to be trying to push it. Makes its home.
That's a 33-point overcap for Urshifu.
Over dunk for Project Mbappe.
So 190-73. That's a 117-point lead in favor of, well, not anymore.
In favor of that Rocky helmet, so could brawl for a while, but Good Night Gaming instead choosing a strategy of just spreading out across the map, trying to get as much value.
Okay, so we got a 95-point lead in favor of the purple team.
Central area, trying to steal away a little bit of experience, and they came up shy. Maybe a red buff in their favor. And
Mew getting caught out by 4 of them.
Gonna take that KO.
Ooh, Chris Smith wants to be a cowboy, baby. Gets another good score in. Being able to get those attack weight stacks are going to be pivotal for Chris Smith on the Blaziken. And now we see the flame sweep pulling Celeste away. Celeste might be in a little bit of trouble. Bliss Assistance is racing in to help them. Great job by rolling it to be able to keep Celeste alive. Ducky diving in with the Earthquake, trying to get another pick with its Ice Fang, trying to disposition. And Celeste says, I'm sorry, I didn't hear no bail. I want another.
Yeah, unfortunately, the combo comes to a close, but the offense does not have to, as we will will eventually try to take down this Blastoise. A Hydro Typhoon, a Jackpot.
Or-Man Hydro Typhoon, but the problem is there was literally no follow-up. No one was there
Actually allows
to...
Gatlu to get a decent amount away, but not enough to avoid being KO'd. Ducky gonna showcase an eject button combo of their own and set up their teammate in Christmas for a perfect overheat knockout. That is the hammer and anvil. That one actually works.
No, does it really work that way? But
Yeah.
I will tell you right now, that is all she wrote for Roland, because Roland is rolling it down back to the Pokemon Center. Registeel has spawned up. Christmas just kind of lurking in the shadows, in the grass, being able to set up those overheats are going to be very pivotal, but only a couple members. Ducky is level 9 now with the Mammoth Mind, meaning their Unite move is on the table. Registeel's taking a beating left and right. There she goes. Psycho Boom, but it's the fly, the wings of flames, that Talonflame able to get the secure.
Yeah, Celeste able to kind of pair up a knockout on the bottom side as they're fighting alone, but the entire battle up here is going nasty. Narami able to get a Registeel buffed Light Screen Solar Beam, which is a tremendous amount of damage, but not enough to feather a knockout. Chris Smith going to take down this Snorlax and try to open up a little bit of space, but scoring on this goal zone might be a bit much to ask. Instead, this Project Wabape squad going to rally up on the bottom side of the map. Ducky going to be late to the reinforcement, but that is a Reggie.
Right now, G and G are having a hard time just reclaiming
that.
that. Like,
try to push for. They're going to rush all the way in.
They rush it all
Like
the
reclaiming
way
their
in
side of the map.
And right now, Project Mbappe has just been living.
although
in the
like
area.
Mbappe are
And
not
look at
necessarily
Celeste
farming their side of the map in
getting
terms of
KOs. Blastoise trying to
experience,
spin in, but
they don't
Roland
need
is
to
just trying
because
keep
they're just
everybody
denying
healthy.
everything on their
Celeste
side of the
trying to
map.
Pivot around, doesn't want to go down right here. Could be pivotal. Eject button through the window, through the wall. Ducky is trying to take the damage from all of it, allowing Celeste to be able to get out of the way and not give up that precious EXP that you really don't want to give up this late into a match.
Yeah, credit to Celeste for actually closing out those knockouts, but a huge creditation to Roland and Ducky for some amazing supportive play and a lot of great peel to make sure that the Celestial on the Urshifu had an exit strategy to be able to employ. Now, Goodnight Gaming getting a decent amount of punch back in this game. The levels aren't looking horrendous for them, trailing a little bit on some of their more supportive roles, but they really need to find a way to close this points gap. 359 to 141 is nothing to sneeze at, and right now all they can do is rally and kind of turtle up defensively to try to shut down some of these big, scary Project Mbappe pushes.
Yeah, they're realizing that, you know, being this aggressive has not worked out in their favor. Meanwhile, Project Mbappe trying to be aggressive again, going in with massive scores, and that is the tier 1 in the top path also taken down. This is where things can be pivotal because they can. Project Mbappe has the ability to give up some towers, some paths that they don't necessarily are going to lose that much in value. They do get the Regieleki. They're going to allow the Regieleki to walk in, maybe wait out the timer just a little bit to get an extra, and Talonflame says, per the caster curse, I'm sorry, no, I'm going to score now.
Yeah, I just don't think you could give up that space to Project Mbappe before this final fight. That could be a really fatal mistake. Certainly it's more points, but positioning at this point with 2 defenders is going to be huge. We got the Snorlax in gauge 0, and they set everybody else up.
And the plus assistance does land on Celeste. Celeste is going to be going in. There comes a Hydro Typhoon, picking up Ducky and Roland. Meanwhile, the Blastoise is trying to roll away. All of the members of Goodnight Gaming are having to stick together. But Ducky, able to capture the Talonflame with its Ice Fang, pick it up, drop it behind, and all of Project Mbappe is looking startlingly healthy.
Yeah,
Problem
yeah,
is, Goodnight
Talonflame, not the
Gaming
Pokemon I
need
expected
Groudon
be
to win.
trailing out of that escape route for that
But they
team,
can't
but
get into
great
the pit
block by
because
Gecko
obviously
coming to try
Mbappe
to
are
set
just
that
holding it
up for
down.
Kratos, able to shoot out a huge Psycho move, and Christmas Celeste capitalizing immediately. That's 2 members down. Goodnight Gaming only have 3 up to try to steal this Groudon.
Goodnight Gaming needs to go for a steal. Project Mbappe does have Celeste, and they have Christmas. The fly is engaged, and it's no out of
Ooh,
everybody.
good secure
It's
from
actually
Armarouge.
Kratos who's able to get the secure. Now they're rushing away. 3 members are down. 2 KO streak for Christmas, the rookie, and all she wrote. Goodnight Gaming might be put to bed a little early.
Yeah, a minute left to work with. Potentially there is a world where we're able to steal a couple of those buffs and push back
What's
the other
wrong,
way,
man?
but with almost a 300-point lead, even going in before the Groudon fight, I think that was just a little bit too
Yeah,
much.
it started off a little bit,
Goodnight Gaming.
it started a little bit slow, but
into game 2.
Turn the
they
page,
collectively brought it
didn't
back.
work. Maybe we need to go back. Like Goodnight Gaming was able to kind of get their foothold as they're trying to climb themselves back in. Each time they tried to, Mbappe was just there to kind of kick them down. You know, you've seen the Lion King. you see Scar just be like, "Long live the king," and that's kind of what it felt like this entire match. Picks away from Project Mbappe.
All right.
Kind of
Game number
forcing
two,
them to be like, okay, what can
swapping
you
sides.
Really play
Let's see
when we
first
take away
ban,
some of their
Charizard second ban.
options. We do know Blaziken recently got that buff to its
Charizard second ban, Blaziken third ban, Mega Lucario fourth ban.
Blaziken, those are some major picks.
I got scared when I didn't see the chart. Oh wait, okay.
Out the classic.
Purple side
So,
is the
Hoopa
ball
ban
pit,
and then
orange
Darkrai
side
ban.
is the parking lot going
Who's the
home.
Pokemon do you think that is underutilized in comp? Underutilized in comp. Charizard. I think not Mega Charizard, regular Charizard. I think regular Charizard is underutilized, and I think some people are undervaluing it, especially considering so many people still play like speedsters and frail glass cannon attackers. I just think that you need to ensure, like, if someone were to play Charizard, I would make sure that they get the support clear. So like you would have a support with the speed trick clearing with the Charmander, so that way it deters from any early game shenanigans in case someone wants to try to invade. And then just you'll be fine. Plus, Charizard's one of those Pokemon that even in comp, depending on the team composition, of course, it's one of those Pokemon that even if you're playing from behind, it always has kill pressure, considering how strong it gets in its Unite move.
So boring
great
to be
analogy.
banning Pokemon on the orange
I love
side.
that.
Like, it is so fun on the purple side. Some really fun, interesting targeted bans. On orange side, just railroaded, unfortunately. But Goodnight Gaming not going to pick up the Suicune with that first pick. I think that is a little interesting. Instead, Adesu banning Blaziken, picking Zacian. So really trying to force Chris Smith into, I guess, a third, maybe even fourth option if you want to throw Mega Lucario into that mix. It will be just standard Lucario for Chris Smith. We've seen some E-Speed Lucario in today's tournament already. I would not be too surprised if we saw a little bit more in this game number 2.
Yeah, especially when you look at the build that Christmas has on it, you know, it just could be a Pokemon that's going to be really useful. But Gecko Kami picking up the Crustle. I like this roundabout thing that Goodnight Gaming has. Having something like Eldegoss, you have this wall who can kind of go in, do some stun damage, set things up for a Desu. But that doesn't mean Project Mbappe doesn't have other things up their sleeve. They're kind of seeing what's still available. And Kratos is looking potentially to find a good attacker. Miraidon is definitely one of my favorite picks when it comes to competitive play.
Yeah, it's just gotten better and better, I feel like, in the last, not in terms of balance patches, just kind of its posture in the metagame. It seems to be doing really well, especially with that Cursed Incense, going to be doing a tremendous amount of damage, and of course, that anti-heal to pair. Toast going to be picking up the Mew in this game, so certainly a bit of a deviation from what we saw last time with the Talonflame. Celeste picking their final pick. Looks like Buzzwole going to be the hover and will be selected. We saw some interesting hovers during that phase. Who knows? Maybe if we get to game 3, we could see some more interesting picks. I know Celeste, a Tankaton enjoyer, for example. So we could see some interesting things there. Who knows?
I think I would go bananas if we saw Tinkaton. I would absolutely go bananas.
Yeah, I would too.
Tinkaton.
But either way, we do get to see some kind of iconic picks there. Decimalization again, and of course, Gatlu on the Dodrio, I think will be really, really phenomenal.
Who's their jungler?
Gonna have a bit of a harder time, I think, locking down specific Pokemon with that Ice Fang now.
There's Lucario, there's Buzzwole, there's Mariah. Who's their jungler?
In terms of what to grab.
So it's not gonna be Lucario. So it's either
picking up the Snorlax. This time,
Miraidon or
rotating around to
Buzzwole.
more of like a trap-based defender instead of that peel-based defender. How do you feel about Crustle slotting into this comp?
I kind of really like it because when you look at something like Lucario, they now have to expend their XP to either get out or go on in and try to make something happen. You're forcing a lot of plays for these all-arounders because when you look at Project Mbappe's team, movability other than like Lucario's E-Speed, they don't got a lot of movement to them. A lot of them are very stationary. Yes, we can.
All right, let's see here.
Forced to fight on in, and the way that Goodnight Gaming has their setup with Zacian and
Okay, so that's something you don't see very often, but I think it's worth talking about just because it is the first time we're seeing it in the VOD today. Buzzwole Jungle. Buzzwole Jungle is something that you don't normally see often, but I do think it can like I do think it could work in comp. It kind of reminds me of Machamp jungle in a way that you're sending Buzzwole. So like I'm gonna talk about Machamp and Buzzwole as if I'm talking about them at the same time. Uh, Machamp and Buzzwole jungle seem very similar to me, especially in comp. So I think like the idea is you let the Buzzwole do the first clear, and then you roll swap for the second clear. So for example, like first clear, you got Buzz and Champ. All right. So obviously they power spike at level 5, and naturally at level 5, after you finish your jungle clear, you are significantly like you're much more potent, and you hit your first power spike. You're pretty much if you're landing your skill, whether you're going dynamic punch as a Machoke or submission, and then in the case of Buzzle, whether you're going leech life or superpower, most people go superpower. But regardless, as long as you're landing your skill on someone on the enemy team, usually that's a high probability of either getting a battle item or it leads to a KO. And then of course after first gank, so let's just say first gank, all right. So after first gank, what junglers are expected to do is basically just go back to their jungle. So whether you're going, top lane or whether you're going bottom lane, basically it's like you stop in your jungle, then you make your way down or you make your way top. Of course, there are the Natus in the middle, so we'll just put like a dot right here, all right? A dot for the Natus. Anyways, wherever you choose to go, obviously that's like something you communicate with your team, and obviously it's depending on the situation. Now, when you're done with the first gank, you're expected to go back to your second jungle clear, and then you just keep on clearing, rinse and repeat. That being said, in comp it's slightly a little different because sometimes what they do is they roll swap out. So after they do one clear, and instead they send someone else who needs experience funneled into them, and they go for the jungle clear instead of the original jungler. So we'll just, as an example, so let's pretend Buzzwole's jungling, they do the first clear, they gank, and instead of them going to the second jungle clear, maybe Miraidon goes to the jungle for the second jungle clear because they need some experience, whatever. Other times they might just continue doing the entire clear. Well, like it really just depends. But in the case of Buzzwole and Machamp, it's fairly similar. But we'll see how it performs. I will say if it's like the latter of Buzzwole staying in the jungle the entire time, it really just depends on how they perform because I do think Buzzwole jungle tends to kind of fall off.
Hustle and Dodrio, I like it. I like it a lot.
It feels like in some ways even more of a burst damage style of composition, right? It's kind of that pseudo dive. You can always rely on Dodrio, but you can put in some pretty crazy special attack combos if Gecko Kame can tee them up for some of it. Try to go for that early experience, but Ducky on this swing up just so good at picking up some of these early knockouts.
Yeah, these early KOs from Ducky have just been so pivotal to their game plan. They're able to secure so much farm because of it. Granted, Goodnight Gaming was able to get a decent amount of it. Christmas doesn't want to overextend, though, because Roland is trying to roll out some freezes.
Yeah, nice even trade, but okay, Celeste gonna actually clear their central way faster than Dodrio and actually use the eject button for a really early fight. Devastating early flank, but works in Celeste's favor, as that is an incredibly quick knockout into the Zacian, no less. Gossifleur is left there without a friend.
Yeah, they're just left standing. A little lovely flower. Galu has good positioning, though, kind of setting themselves up, and Celeste gets a good amount of that. Now we see Ducky out of nowhere just show up, throw some ice, and says, all right, I left my little buddy alone. I should probably head back down there.
This Roomba has bounced in a very strange way. Show up all the way to the top, but that does mean that Kratos is left alone to defend this goal zone, is able to debuff it with that Ride-On passive, but now is in a tricky spot. At least the team is there to rally. It is now a 4-on-3 in the bottom side as they're attempting to attack this tier 1 goal zone. I think that burst damage out of Dodrio and Mew just might be too much. They're going to relent on this offense for now.
And that's the thing about this Crustle. We talked about it, how it could be used so offensively, but look how they were able to use it defensively, using the Rock Tombs not to set up KOs, but to keep Project Mbappe. And right there, we were able to pivotally see what I was talking about, how they don't have movement. If the wall is in your way, how do you get through it? Buzzwole can't. Do you really want to expend your eject button for that? I would hope
Oh, so it's
not,
worth
just
mentioning
let
as well
it
that
go
Buzzwole
in.
also went back
That's
to
the
their
thing,
second
and
clear.
that's the thing
So
that
they
Nemesis
continued
has to
their
capitalize to be able to
jungle
take down
run
Mbappe,
instead of
unfortunately.
any role swaps.
Exactly. A bit of a gigantic rock-shaped thorn in their side. They're gonna have to deal with for now. Dodrio getting 1 KO, but Celeste and Christmas not gonna let that last for very long. Vengeance already exacted as they get 1 knockout. Regidrago has now hit the bottom goalpost and the top. Is rotating for a second time towards the bottom end of the map, and finally, these teams are gonna start giving the Regidrago some attention. Celeste locked out by a Rock Tomb, and now this Regidrago already under half HP. X's are gonna lock them up for even longer. And Gecko Kami showcasing where their focus is in this early game, all on that Buzzwole.
Keep the players out, keep them away. Listen, I know it might be a sharp rock in their side, but have you ever stepped on a sharp rock like at the beach? That hurts, man.
Yeah. Never once. I've tended to avoid rocks my entire life, and I tend to keep it that way. Thea Sky Ruins, not the place for me to vacation. I will instead just play some games there instead. Oh, Gecko Kami with another great read. I think they were just attempting to X-Scissor that Maridon away, and they kind of got Ducky as a consolation prize at the same time, and Good Night Gaming, too.
So this is something that I don't like, and I've seen this happen often in competitive play. Alright, so like I'm pausing it right here. So it's the 7-minute mark, alright? Obviously we know top and bottom are spawning, Regilucky is spawning, one of the Reggies is spawning. So you know the objectives are about to drop on the map.
Never once.
Now,
I've tended to avoid rocks my entire
in
life.
this specific situation, I just find it weird from Project Mbappe. Like, there's 2 things, alright? It's like a 2-way street. So, pretend I'm like on Project Mbappe, alright? So, I have vision of multiple people on the side of GNG. So, 1, 2, 3, and then soon, the 4th person shows up, relative, I think it's a Zacian? Hold on, let me just double check, because I might be, like, trolling.
The place for me to vacation. I will instead just play some games there.
Oh, no, sorry, no. It wasn't Zacian, it was the other one. Okay, so, 1, 2, in no particular order, 1, 2, 3. Alright? So you got 4 people on the side of GNG. And on the side of Mbappe, you got 2 people here. You got Kratos and Ducky. So we'll use a different color. Hopefully it doesn't change everything. 1, 2. The first thing is, I always find it strange when you have a significant numbers disadvantage and you try to go for the Hail Mary play, which is like go for the the objective secure steal. Unless it's like absolutely necessary, I just don't think it's worth it. It's a low probability, like a high risk play, high risk, high reward, but also very low probability. So honestly, I'll just put that. Alright? So it's a 4 versus 2. Naturally, not only that, so even if you're not on the side of Mbappe and you can't, like, the thing is, like, the other members of Mbappe are giving vision that they're up there. So at the very least, you can see the Buzzwoles up here, you can see the Lucarios up here. Even if I'm not a spectator, like, because they're standing on the goal or standing close to it, you'll have vision. Alright? Suicune is out of vision, at least for now, so unless they show up afterwards, at the very least, you know that you have a numbers advantage. So I just find it kind of strange that they would try to go for this play. And of course, we already saw the outcome. They ended up dying, both of them. Meanwhile, if it's something that you, like, if you're gonna lose out on the objective and you're probably gonna lose the fight as well, it's better to just avoid getting killed for nothing, because all that really did is just like donate some more experience to the enemy team for really no reason whatsoever. Quite frankly, I think it would just been better to just break top, get the Regieleki, and then you don't necessarily need to push with the Regieleki. You can kind of just reset, and then obviously if they break bottom, then you can just go back to farming. Like there's still farming the jungle, still farming the jungle. If you give up this bottom tier 1, then obviously you get the farm down here, which is to your benefit anyways. So I think this was definitely an avoidable situation, and it was just kind of unnecessary. But that's just me.
Instead. Oh, Gecko Kami with another great read. I think they were just attempting to execute that Maridon away, and they kind of got Ducky as a consolation prize at the same time. And Good Night Gaming, 2 for 2 around these objective team fights, will have a great Crustle interference play into an objective secure.
This is how you do it. This is how you crawl back into a game. You're able to just kind of control the pace of the game. Meanwhile, Gecko Kami, once again, we talked about it before, Celestial has to use the Ultra Soul Slam to stop the score of Gecko Kami. They're trying to get a KO. Roland is going to lay down a Whirlpool, try to freeze them. Keep them low and slow is how you do it, especially when you have a squad on Project Mbappe. They have double ice that we haven't really focused on. The fact that you have the freeze from the Mamoswine, but you also have some freeze from Suicune.
Wow, Celeste going to kind of double down for that fight onto Gatlu and Toast, but some great coaching and balance plays, even a Unite move used by Gatlu is enough for both of them to escape and get the return KO. So now Celeste playing the central area as Buzzwole is going to be pretty underleveled compared to Dodrio and Zacian, as Adesu and Gatlu respectively are feeling great at level 10 at the moment.
They're feeling great, but Christmas might be feeling better. And the Rock Tomb once again grabbing Ducky, but Ducky picks up Gecko Kami. Gecko Kami trying to get away. They get frozen. They get stunned. This is not Elsa, but they were, in fact, frozen, as Christmas might be in danger, but they go in. They try to go for the extreme speed, and we talked about it. The extreme speed, will Christmas be able to dodge around Gatlu this way?
Yeah, I mean, those bone rushes are a great escape tool, but they're also a bit of just a beacon of where you're going to be showing up at some point. So Gatlu kind of playing in between them. Expert Dodrio player meeting up against an expert Lucario player in Christmas. It's just a really, really fun fight that whenever we see these two players on screen. But at the moment, we're just trying to farm up as quickly as we can because we're about to hit the halfway point, or just eclipse the halfway point of the match. We got yet another objective spawning on the bottom side. Gatlu getting extremely low, and that Maridon burst damage will be just enough to get the knockout, and Project Mbappe finally getting a skirmish win in their favor.
They get a skirmish win, and they're going to take advantage of it. Ducky's trying to score, and meanwhile, Celestial trying to buy some time, but the serves coming out of Toast is not going to allow them to happen. They might be looking for a little extra boost here in the Registeel. Ducky, in the meanwhile, just peeling off everybody that might intervene. Celestial able to get it. Big superpower, but the Cotton Cloud Crash is being lifted. They have to run away. Ducky's in a little bit of danger. Kratos and Celeste sticking together, though, and here comes the triple trample from Gatlu. They're trying to get a big engage. Big solar beam coming out, doing massive amounts of damage. Ducky gets taken down. Celeste gets taken down. And now Good Night Gaming is feeling good night tonight to Project Mbappe.
Incredible play by Gatlu on this Dodrio to kind of read that escape from Project Mbappe. They get a little bit of scoring on the bottom side, only bringing them up to 82 points, which is not much at this point, or this stage of the game, rather. And just kind of reads them. They get past the Rock Tomb, but then Gatlu is right there to shut them down after. Ducky eventually goes down. This Mamoswine so incredibly tanky, enough to knock out the Eldegoss, but not in time to steal that Regieleki. Adesu just soloing down some of these major objectives.
And that's what Adesu needs to do. That's kind of what Zacian's able to do, especially with the Intrepid Sword boosted damage. Ducky's taking a world of pain, but they're living on an absolute sliver. Adesu finally able to have that last laugh. Big Solar Beam did come out, and the Unite move is being unleashed by Maridon and Project Mbappe, trying to push back, making sure that they realize that Good Night Gaming, it might not be all in control.
I love that choice from Celeste as well. Just a lot of trust in their teammate. And maybe Ducky doesn't love this, but Celeste saw that their teammate had half a hit point and decided to superpower the enemy directly into Ducky, knowing that they would have at least one more Ice Fang in them, you know, before they eventually go down. So nice teamwork play, and it works out really, really well. Celestial now at level 13, but they are caught in a really dangerous position. They will eventually go down. Incredible damage from range from Toast.
toasts his Mew.
That's
as the
kind of a
Doodles
late
do
Unite
so
move
much
from
quickness,
Dodrio.
using the Altaras and the Swablu's to stay
Like, yeah,
alive,
they're
but
strong on the
get
map,
cut
but
down
they're
sight.
not going to have that ready for
Dodrio
Groudon
as
right
well,
away.
and that's the thing.
That might be a little bit of a
Kazu,
misplay right there.
Both level 13, Toast, level 12. Levels are a little on parity here, but other than Celeste, Celeste needs to find a way to capture and get a good KO. And we're seeing the Crustle just preventing Project Mbappe to not have that mobility, and it is hurting them in dividends, 239 to 82.
You know, Zero, one thing that's been kind of occurring to me here is we've seen so many team fights in this game too in particular, but one thing I feel like we've been missing is the dogs. Like, Zacian and Lucario in particular have kind of been having their own mini game.
Oh, yeah.
And Odessa's been kind of winning the majority of it for what it seems, as Lucario has just ticked into that level 13. Odessa has been there for a minute, and it seems like that's going to continue as Odessa kind of going for a long game, defending that top side goal zone. As Project Mbappe trying to get in a position where Miraidon can get some poke damage, and in return, they get pushed out by, again, these solar beams from Mew.
Yeah, this is the poke game. You know, you have Miraidon who has that poke, and here we go already, though. It does seem they got Gecko Kami. Gecko Kami's already taken down.
Russell died instantly without uniting.
Using the Metal
Not
Claw
good.
Celestial. Needs backup, but nobody is there to kind of back them up. They kind of went all alone. They went beast mode, solo queue.
Yeah, I am also totally shocked about what just happened. Celestial attempts to 1v4, I guess 1v3 in that situation, seeing as Dodrio was holding off the rest of the team. A bit of, uncoordination with Project Mbappe sets us up to be a weird spot. Groudon not knocked out yet, however, as Adesu will push past that icy stun. Suicune Unite move will buy a little bit of time, potentially, as Roland doing everything they can just to get that Groudon clock a little bit longer. It's taking some damage. Celeste is back from respawn, rolling at about half HP, but Celeste already found, trapped in the rock tomb, trapped in everything, and they're already back to respawn.
This is how you do it. I mean, I really think Christmas coming back was pivotal, but Goodnight Gaming was able to slow them down. Crustle's going to try to extend that score a little bit more, 281 to 282. 30 seconds remaining. Groudon is no longer an option. Christmas is taking damage, and with 20 seconds remaining, I hate to call it, but good morning, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Team fights in this game. From what it seems, is
I'll play from here.
Kicked into that level 13. Adesu has been there for a
So,
minute.
just to kind of like give an overview about this type of situation going towards the end game. Here's the thing, and just to give like a bit of a comparison. So, 239 to 82, a little more than like 150. It's like basically a 150 point lead. It's not the biggest lead you will ever see, but it is a respectable lead. Now, normally in a situation like this, I personally don't think the point lead is so big to the point that you necessarily need Groudon. However, there are two things that kind of make it difficult for you to backcap if that were to be the call. Because number one, both the outer tier 1s are still available. So you got, your outer tier up here, and then you got your outer tier down here. If you're playing on the side of GNG. Now, because the outer tier 1s are still, up on both sides, it makes it easier for them to, like, the distance between Groudon and the tier 1s is relatively short, so it makes it easy for GNG to defend the tier 1s if a backcap were to be attempted. So it's really difficult, unless you're just, baiting them to Groudon, then you're outmaneuvering by just like, sneaking around to either side. However, because this is a comp game against, seasoned veterans, Groudon flips and backcapping in a situation like this is just extremely difficult. So you're kind of left with, like, you're kind of posed with like a situation, like, and you got options. Option one is like, you can bait the Groudon and then transition to the team fight. Okay, so, start hitting the Groudon. Obviously, as long as they're panning their cameras, they can see that Groudon's being hit. Or if they're close enough, then they can just say, like, hey, Groudon's being hit. So, like, you can start pulling the Groudon, transition that into a fight. You can hard engage. You can try to go for a back cap. I mean, that's not recommended, but you could try. or you can just go on for a full-on flip. Now, there's not, like, realistically, there's no right or wrong play. Of course, I mean, like, everything has a certain probability of success, and, you know, there's no guarantees in a match of Pokemon Unite. The problem is that because Project Mbappe are going into this endgame with a pretty big point deficit, they're the ones on the timer. They're the ones that need to make the play, and realistically, G&G just need to make sure that as long as Groudon's not being, threatened, or they're not just backcapping enough to compensate for that difference, then all they really need to do is just have positioning and then just, play defense. And then they're fine. So we'll see what goes on from here. So obviously 15 seconds already have already elapsed. And obviously the less time you have, the more time, the more likely it is that you'll probably make a mistake.
By again, these solar beams from Mew.
Yeah, this is the poke game. You know, you have Miraidon who has that
So
poke.
Roland taking a lot of poke.
Already, though, it does seem they got Gecko Gami.
So good pick from Buzzwole to grab the Crustle and then superpower them, get the damage down, make sure they don't Unite move. However, Dodrio goes in the backline and Gatlu actually picks off the Suicune. So they trade 1-for-1.
Kami's already taken down. Ultra Soul Slam does land
Buzzwole pops a Unite move on Zacian. There's the Eldegoss Unite move, Zacian Unite move. That also gets the Buzzwole.
They kind of went all alone. They went beast mode, solo queue.
Yeah, I am also totally shocked about what just happened. Celestial attempts to 1v4, I guess 1v3 in that situation, seeing as Dodrio was holding
Solo queue.
Yeah, I am also totally shocked about what just happened.
Then unfortunately,
They kind of went all alone.
Things go horribly wrong after Suicune and Buzzwole go down. Zacian is just running around, tearing the back line apart. Everyone's split. You have 3 members on the side of Mbappe. Suicune is coming back, has the Unite move. Mew actually gets picked. Sorry, Mew picks off the Miraidon with the Eldegoss. They go down. Mamoswine is back. Suicune literally respawned with Unite move, comes back. By the time they come back, everyone's literally already dead. Buzzwole is respawning
Unite move will buy a little bit of time potentially.
Just now.
As Roland doing everything they can just to get that Groudon clock a little bit longer. It's taking some damage. Celeste is back from respawn, Roland at about half HP, but Celeste already found, trapped in the rock tomb, trapped in everything, and they're already back to respawn.
This is how you do it. I mean, I really think Christmas
35 seconds. I mean,
Goodnight Gaming was able to
obviously Mbappe needs the Groudon, but
score a little bit more.
they just don't have the time.
82, 30 seconds remaining. Groudon is no longer an option. Christmas is taking damage, and with 20 seconds remaining, I hate to call it, but good morning, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good.
So one thing I noticed about this game, and this is like the earlier stages of the game, is that the lane phase in the top lane was extended significantly. So what I mean by when I say that is that like neither team broke the goal relatively early on, and the lane mobs basically lane phase continued way past the initial time you would expect it to end. You know, usually by first objective, there's usually a break, or unless you're significantly further ahead, people will prevent the goal from being broken, and they'll just make sure that they just secure all the excess lane farm. In this game, it was just like, yeah, it was, I think it went on to like, close to like 4-minute mark, I think, which is pretty much half the game. Not sure how I feel about that personally. But obviously, like, I'm not part of these teams. Like, I'm not sure if it's just part of their strat or if it's just like something that's happening as like a byproduct of something else.
Good night, Gaming is moving on to game 3, baby.
All right, okay, so we get a
call it, but good morning, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, Gaming is moving on to game 3, baby.
Project for
just push up against them. Gatlu just was so good on the Dodrio, but I still have that
of a keystone of how they play the game and why they make them so impressive, but it also means a lot of their cooldowns are being utilized to initiate fights, to really jump in and start things off. However,
let me just fast forward to
So
the
do they
draft.
take
We talked about how this
Okay, so Hoopa, Lucario, Suicune, Charizard, Darkrai,
might be
Blissey,
a pick that
first pick
changes the
Zacian,
Project Mbappe
Gatlu
needs
with
to
the
realize we might need a little bit
Blaziken
more
and
movement. Otherwise, it's a
Crustle,
different play.
Mamoswine and
Now,
Eldegoss,
already. So like, what about
Leafeon
this
and Sableye,
Okay.
right there, it's 100 with the
Mew and
water
Urshifu,
I think we all know they would
and
love
then
to
rounding out
play
the team with
Sylveon in this
a
metagame. However, it's certainly not
Espeon.
the balance patch for it. But
So what I will say about this team comp on the side of GNG is that they're just some things to highlight. So I'm gonna preview this. So no sustain, limited frontline, but some of their advantages are sorry, my writing is terrible. So no sustain, limited frontline, early power spikes. Late game is just completely dependent on their early game. So I'm personally not a fan of GN. Like, it can work, but at the same time, I feel like one of these drafts is like high risk, high reward, and quite frankly, in comp, I prefer to be a little bit more cautious, or like, uh safe, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how you want to phrase it. But basically, I'd rather have a comp that, like, I would prefer to have a comp that's a little bit more balanced than something like this. You barely have any frontline besides the Crustle. You have no sustain. You have the damage, and you have early game power spikes on the side of the evolutions. But your scaling into late game is just highly dependent on how you perform in the early game. So, like, if you're doing well, then obviously you can keep your advantage if you're playing properly. If you're not doing, like, if you're doing average or below average, then it's like, okay, what do you do? Like, how do you function with this team comp? On the side of Project Mbappe, you got a solid top lane choice. You got a strong laner on the side of Mamoswine, or aka Swinub. Eldegoss is a strong laner too. Got some sustain, got some frontline. Mew adds the team comp is missing any range, so you got some range damage as well. Urshifu, Surging Strikes Urshifu, I would assume, based on the build. Always a solid choice, especially in the early game, but just gotta be mindful not to overextend or overcommit to any plays and then get speed farmed.
Adesu will have access to some great special attack damage, but I'd say most notably a whole lot of burst damage, and that can be set up extremely well with both Crustle Walls and Sableye stuns. There's just a lot of opportunity for Adesu to get very easy high bursts of damage. Honestly, whatever moveset they elect to choose.
Right. I mean, the Rock Tombs pair really well into Psyshock. Use overheat.
I think so what I will say as well is the person you want to watch, at least for this game specifically, is how. So the two people to watch, actually, if I'm just like from an objective point of view, trying to see the progression of the game. Obviously, the jungler is always a big impact in the early game, but of course, when you're playing an early game jungler that has like a high value level 5 power spike, Urshifu's the one to watch. Depending on how they clear their jungle, I imagine they split their jungle amongst both the EVs. Also, it could be, who knows, maybe it could be Blaziken jungle, you never know. So it could be Blaziken jungle, because we've seen it before. It could be Leafy on top, or if it's evolution in the jungle, then they just split the jungles between, the two of these characters, then they just reach their level 4 power spikes significantly faster. But either way, you want to keep an eye on Celeste for the early game, and then depending on who's jungling, you want to keep an eye on them as well, or just how they approach the early game decision making. Because like I said, on paper, I don't think this comp is that great. However, if they're able to snowball early,
The stuns that you're
then
gonna get from
you know,
Sableye are
then
gonna
they
be
can snowball their lead and
absolutely
keep the lead
toxic,
ideally.
and I love it. That's gonna be one smiling face. I thought the Espeon was a little weird at first, but I kind of don't hate on it too much because the Psychic Solaire can pick up a lot, can slow things down for the team, and when you have something like Sableye and tandem with the Crustle, I think it could still work out really well.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you have Celeste Blue Shifu running down at you, you need something to try to stop it, right? And so be it. If that's
Are they sending
your purple side and Good Night Gaming representing EU on your orange side. We'll see if anything can stop the tide of Water Bear as we jump into game number 3. Project Mbappe gonna be on your purple side and Good Night Gaming representing EU on your orange side.
Looks like Project Mbappe is already kind of getting ahead of themselves, already preparing for the fact that
Okay,
not
so
only
it
are
is
they sending
leaky on
Ichigo
jungle,
in the
by the way.
central path, but they also have Sableye and Narami kind of sticking around because Kubfu is not a good Pokemon, but Urshifu is. So if Narami can slow things down like that, that spells a lot of trouble for the side of Project Mbappe.
Yeah, that's textbook. That's textbook right there. Rami taking the first objective. Has not gotten a buff to their name yet, as we do see that blue buff hovering below Celeste, but Toast wants to get in on the action. And how about a knockout? Toast with a red and a blue buff. Narami with the blue as they rotate out of the enemy central area, and the K opener going over to Toast.
The Cowboy might ban me for this, and I might be fired out of a job, but you could say that Kubfu was, in fact, Toast trying to get all the Centrator. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
I was just modded. I think I have the authority to fire him. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. So, I mean, great early game presence for Goodnight Gaming in the Central. Still have a Torchic, so Gatlu taking a little bit longer to evolve into Combusken. But so far, not looking great. Celeste, on the other hand, has found
and this is exactly what I want to see right here.
Just modded. I think
So,
I have the authority to fire
naturally,
him. Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
First Altaria.
So, I mean, great early.
There's their Shifu, Surging Strikes. Although it's a 4v4, the level 5 from the Urshifu Power Spike is just significantly stronger than
presence for Goodnight Gaming in the Central. Still have a Torchic, so
what
Gatlu
these
taking a little
laners have
bit
to
longer
offer.
to evolve into Combusken. But so far, not looking great. Celeste, on the other hand, has found a way.
Not to mention, the additional benefit is because there's so many targets
Just modded. I think I have
in
the
this
authority
area.
to fire
Like, you
him.
got the
Take care
4
of it.
people on the side of GNG, plus the Swablues and Altaria.
Great early game presence
You
for
have so
Goodnight
many
Gaming.
targets to kind of ensure that you're landing your combo and like auto attacking in between, and of course getting the cooldown reduction on your next skill.
In the Central, still have a Torchic, so Gatlu taking a little bit longer to evolve into Combusken. But so far, not looking great. Celeste, on the other hand, has found a way to get some experience after losing a lot.
So
a
Mbappe
lot
pick
of
up
that
3
coming
out of
from
4
Ducky,
kills,
but it's
Combusken
okay.
comes down and
Battle
rotates.
Swine, Ice Fang. Just such a phenomenal setup move, and so far, so good for this purple team.
You might want to take some drama meme there for that gag you got going there. Wonder what that could be. Celeste taking a big sigh shock, though. Meanwhile, Ducky is in the midst of everything. They're in the thick of it. They get taken down. And now the Crustle is online as Reggie Drago is just 10 seconds away from landing onto Thea Sky Ruins. Great job so far by Narami to just kind of be that harasser. Stun, set up plays, not allow certain Pokemon to do what they're supposed to do. And shout out once again to Zoinkscast, who 100% loves Combusken. It's his favorite.
Yeah, love the cornflakes Pokemon. Yeah, I think so far the Sableye has actually been really interesting. It kind of happened off camera a little bit, but of course we have the Reggie Drago. Has already spawned onto that, but moments before that, Chris Smith was kind of hanging out in the tall grass on the right hand side of your screen right there, hoping that as soon as it spawned in, they could get a jump on it. But thanks to Narami rotating around the map, making sure they had vision, they were able to spot them. We gotta force them out and have a fight around the top side. Jeez, what a stun! Great setup. Eventually, the Crustle will go down, but Project Mbappe certainly slowed in that moment.
Yeah, I love that side shock. That was just such a good setup. If that Crustle had lived, that would have been the play of the game, in my opinion. They did get the KO, unfortunately, but the planning, the ways Adesu just shot that side shock. Meanwhile, Narami just not only allowing vision for their team, slowing things down, allowing these stuns to happen. And right now, Gatlu must be living in paradise because they are getting their attack weight stacks and they're about to approach level 8.
Yeah. I don't think this interaction will ever actually have any consequence to it, but I do think it's funny that Sableye takes Eos energy away from the Zacian, therefore removing some of its passive ability. I don't know if it'll ever be relevant, but it is fun. As Regex will go down thanks to Muse. Project Mbappe setting themselves up for another objective. They will barely score that 30 points as, of course, Narami on the fast track to shut them down. Eject button extends that Slick Solaire, but a great defensive Unite move coming out from really Roland on this Mew. Or Kratos.
We saw the
Kratos.
Yes, it's the same player, right? Totally. Toast trying to get away though. Odesu needs to try to keep them alive with these side shocks have been perfect. But now Project Mbappe able to break the tier 1 in the bottom path, and now Skirmish comes out. That solar beam had some extra oomph coming out of Kratos.
Yeah, great earthquake to stun initially, and then the Ice Fang. I think Kentucky was like, all right, well, I'll just put them directly back down, so this solar beam keeps them teed up. So very impressive combo play yet again. And now we just extend this match a little bit longer. And points are still looking very good for Goodnight Gaming, albeit their team fights have been a little rougher in this matchup. They have been putting on a ton of pressure on that top side, evidenced by that goal zone being broken and Reggie Alecki walking. Doesn't land in that tier 2, but still, the offensive pressure on the top side is... We haven't seen too much of it yet, but it will be relevant in this matchup.
Yeah, Project Mbappe not looking like the team that we saw in game 1, just an absolute powerhouse, putting Goodnight Gaming to bed. And now all of a sudden, it really felt like the sleeping giants kind of woke up. They started picking different Pokemon. They started planning better. Things have been going really well. But credit to Project Mbappe, the fact that they, even though they got slowed down in the early game with the Sableye, even the Leafeon, they are still pretty close, if not on parity, if not slightly above edge against Goodnight Gaming as the Emerald two-step does go in. Zacian's going to be taken out, but now they have to run away. Not enough encouragement going there. Godlu's living on a little bit of a sliver, and they get taken down. It's the Leafeon. Toast gets taken down to a crisp.
Watching two teams that are as good as these squads is so fun. The coordination of them to have that little mini team fight set up by a Sableye, immediately responded
Good, so I think this is a huge misplay from GNG, but like at the same time, it's good capitalization from Project Mbappe, and what I'm talking about is right here. Yeah, it's right here. So we'll play from here.
Things have been going really well,
just for a bit of visual representation, and then we'll talk about what's happening. So GNG are trying to go for some cheeky backcapping, like a trick, maybe not necessarily backcapping, maybe trying to go for a proactive push, despite the fact that there are only 3 of them. Now,
they are still pretty close.
As of right now, it's only Urshifu and Zacian. Meanwhile, there's the Leafeon, there's the Blaziken, and there's the Sableye here. So they tried to go aggressive here with their numbers advantage. They even commit with the Leafeon Unite move, diving the Zacian. Zacian also pops their Unite move as well for the Unite, like the buff stats. And there's that. Now, because they didn't get any kills immediately, they can't continue this push, so they try to bail out. Leafeon, as you can see, was stuck in the Flux Zone. And then, of course, Blaziken is still fighting
but now they have to run away. Not enough encouragement going there.
Now, the reason why I say that this is a misplay is because this was honestly like the worst time to go for this push, because despite the fact that they had the numbers advantage, so it was, at one point it was a 3v2. The problem is they do it at the 5-minute mark. And of course, as you know, at the 5-minute mark, the springs are activated. So literally, the Mamoswine and the Eldegoss, which are already in the process of jumping right here, and Mamoswine's over here, they're literally recalling, and then they make it in time to count, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Basically, they are able to recall and respond to this aggressive play. And the worst part is that although they don't have vision of everyone, it's just very unfortunate timing because the other 2 members of GNG are over here. So they are just so far out of position, and whether you want to say it was a misplay on these 3, a misplay on these 2, or if it's just a collective team miscommunication, now it's just that it went from a 3v2 a 3v2 to now it's a 4v3 in favor of PM, Project Mbappe. And then, of course, the situation continues. So now they're trying to bail out. They're trying to just,
Zacian's gonna be taken out, but now they have to run away.
They try to play. It didn't work out. They're trying to bail out. Now, Project Mbappe are capitalizing on the fact that they overextended. Leafeon goes down.
Watching
Crustle and Espion show up, but they're a little late to the party. Nice Unite moves on the side of Mbappe for the shields and the heals.
Immediately responded with a full 5-player rotation into central area to defend their own jungle. Like, this is really, really sick stuff.
And they lost 2. And when they get out of that, nothing. So it's a relatively close game overall. But not only did they give up 2 kills, give up big experience, they lose the momentum. Zacian is also able to go down bottom and get the Registeel, and then recall and also make it back in time for the Regieleki, which is huge.
Does have a little bit more.
So now you have a 5v5 or 5v4 situation because Espeon's bottom, and they have the Registeel buff, so they're pretty confident.
Setting it up, Gekogami taking a good amount of damage, but Godlu was there to answer with an overheat. They're pushed up against the wall on the west mezzanine, and Roland it needs to get out of there, but Kratos lining up these shots. Ducky trying to grab him. Godlu using the overheat to stay alive, but they get finally taken down. They are not the BGs because they are not staying alive.
Yeah, I know that band too. Here we go. Another big score. That's a lie. I do know the Bee Gees. I want to hold on to that one. Okay. But either way, Project.
So all this, if you look back to literally just, maybe like a minute ago, prior to this, it was 139 to 92. And although it's not a big point lead, it's still a lead regardless. Fast forward, a minute. Now Mbappe have the point lead. All because GNG made an aggressive play that didn't work out. And that's why I say, although it may not seem like a big deal when someone... Every mistake in a MOBA game, especially in a fast-paced MOBA game like this, has can have implications, or it could be like a cascading domino effect. Because although it was a relatively close game overall, in terms of levels, in terms of points, the moment someone makes a mistake, it opens the door wide open for so many things to happen. And then now, Project Mbappe went from it's a close game to and they were in the losing position, to now that it's still a relatively close game, but now they're in the winning position. They got the objective in the bottom lane. They get the kills in the top lane. Or sorry, we're talking about the order of sequence of how things happened. They defend the bottom tier or the top tier 2. They get the 2 kills. They get the Registeel. They rotate top in time. They collectively group. They have a 5v4. They get the objective again.
Mbappe not only again with the potential Regieleki walk. Go, another big score.
And then not only that, they open up the map as well. So now both sides of the map are open for top and bottom. The only slight downside, but obviously this is just part of the course, is that because they break the tier 1, that gives GNG some more farm. But at this stage of the game,
that's a lie. I do know the Bee Gees. I want to hold on.
They're only going to get 2 cycles at most of farm on the top side. So not the end of the world.
Regieleki walking play, but also take the opportunity to shatter that tier 1 goal zone and open up a little bit more space. But Good Night Gaming again with this pesky composition, this Leafeon and Sableye always kind of across the map from each other. The score tempo is just ridiculous. They're going to get the lead again, 205 points. It's a very small one, but they do hold it currently.
They're getting ridiculous. Ducky, though, trying to go in on Galu. Galu already had the overheat. Psybeam goes in.
Nice secure.
Espion, who's able to get the final last lap on that. And then Kratos able to get a good K on the Sableye. Ducky's taking a lot of damage. Emerald 2-step does come out. They get taken down, though. Big 2 KO. And now the Zasha's trying to get a little bit of a revenge. Psychic Solaire does get unleashed. 40 seconds remaining. Galu going to set up the overheat, though. And they're trying to take as much as they can. But Celeste was not trying to give that up too early.
Ooh, almost a ceasefire a little bit on the
I
bottom
know,
side
like-
for a moment. Those two teams, I think, also we're like you, looking at the clock, and we're like,
Yeah.
okay, actually, if we push any more after this, it could get really dangerous. So, Project Mbappe rallying up around those pollen puffs, and Goodnight Gaming just electing to go all the way back to base. That will
This is
favor
bad
the purple team, though,
for
as they get that
GNG.
Reg Ice and
It's
Crush
literally the worst
down
time
for
to
the
get caught
count.
out.
Exactly 11 seconds.
This is one of those things. Although it's a relatively short death timer, keep in mind that Crustl's death timer overlaps with Groudon. So this is like a window of opportunity for Mbappe to make a proactive play. They don't necessarily need to, because it's still a close game, and if they don't want to go for that high-risk play, then they don't have to. But it's still 5v4 regardless.
That is
Groudon's
unfortunate,
about to
'cause that
spawn.
does mean
They know they
Project
have a
Mbappe
numbers
does get
advantage.
A little bit more priority in positioning. Ducky being very
And it looks like they're gonna
aggressive,
force
and it looks
Groudon.
Like Project Mbappe might be going for the Groudon immediately, just trying to force Goodnight Gaming into the center, while Celeste looking for their target. That target is looking like they want to ensure they do not have the secure of Blaziken.
Really aggressive play. Project
They're
Mbappe,
split up
Ducky
all
actually
across the
jumping
map
over a
right
few
now.
walls,
This is really
expecting
bad
them to be
for
hanging out in the tall
GNG.
grass, but since Goodnight Gaming was all the
Crustle
way
pops
on
their
the other
Unite
side of the
move.
map, it's been a bit more of a challenge.
There's a
We do
Sableye.
have Narami and
Leafeon
Toast
Unite
working
move.
together,
Mew
and
goes
they
down
will get one
instantly.
KO to start.
That's a big KO. We see the Ducky pick up, and now the Leafeon Toast might be a little cold there.
Oh.
Meanwhile, though, they have Goodnight Gaming. Blaziken is still up. That takes down Gecko Kami. They still have a Desu and Galu, who are very good at confirm. The Desu in danger. They get taken out. That's all of them. It's just the Sableye. It's just Narami and a Dream. But the
Oh.
Unite move coming out. The Sashin. The Who Let the Dogs Out. Because right now, Chris Smith is able to get the secure. Scores are going in. Could this be the end?
The way
for
you pronounce
Goodnight
about
Gaming
is
being
the
sent into
only
loser
obvious
side?
tell that you're
1 minute
Canadian.
remaining.
Wow, Narami having
About?
a real tough choice of who to
About?
confuse right in that moment, right? You're like, all right, which one of y'all is going to try to seal the race?
One shot
Okay.
in danger.
Overall, it was a pretty close series for the most part. It's pretty back and
Trying to
forth.
force Goodnight
I
Gaming
think-
does get a
That
I mean,
will
it's up
favor
like right here. This is pretty much the turning
Bird
point right
after
here.
this.
I think GNG like once
gets
again,
really dangerous.
it's another thing.
Uh,
I noticed like Mbappe did this in the previous game, but now GNG is doing it as well.
Project Mbappe
Like, I have
rallying
no
up around
idea
those pollen
why
puffs and
Crustle, like Gecko Kami, is trying to even contest this by themselves. Like literally, like from a competitive standpoint or from a viewer standpoint, it makes absolutely no sense. Like a Reg Ice is not worth throwing the game. The moment you get caught out here, the game is pretty much gonna get turned up like upside its head. Like you're by yourself, and yes, Sableye's right here, but they're not gonna help you. And literally everyone else, 1, 2, 3, and then if you want to throw in 4, like literally camera peripheral, no one is in sight. I don't know why Gecko Kami's trying to even attempt to go for a steal like this. Even if by chance you manage to secure this objective, like in a 4 versus 1, or sorry, 5 versus 1, 5 versus 1, even if by chance you manage to steal the objective, it still won't change the fact that you're gonna pay with it with your life. And normal, like if you want to go for the Hail Mary for like first or second objective, like, and it's not near Groudon, I mean, it's still a questionable decision, but it's whatever. But like when you're doing this, when it's time for Groudon in literally 15 seconds, that right there is just like, okay, buddy, you're literally gonna throw the game, and that's pretty much what happened. It's like these are the types of micro decisions that make the difference, and obviously this is a for fun tournament. It's not part of the UCS, of course, so it's not that in the world. Like it is what it is. But obviously these are things you need to look at from an objective point of view and be like, damn, like I threw the game here by making a silly play right here. Like I don't think anyone that plays this game at a relatively high level can even suggest doing this, or like they can even argue that this is a relatively good play, because it's not. So yeah, this guy goes down. It's a 5v4. Dead timer overlaps with Groudon, and then that's literally the moment when Mbappe start playing aggressive, and then they just turn on the throttle.
More priority in positioning.
So you can
Ducky
see,
being
obviously
very
they start playing the
aggressive, and
Groudon
it
because
looks
they
like
know they have
Mbappe
the
might be
advantage.
going for the
Russell's
Groudon
up because it was only
immediately, just
15
trying
second
to
death
force
timer,
Goodnight
and then
Gaming into
they
the center while Celeste
they're not flipping the Groudon because they don't need to. There's still plenty of time, and obviously they still have the advantage because they have the positioning, they have the numbers. Yes, Crust will spawn, but he still needs to take the time to rotate back to the middle.
Looking for their target. That target is looking like they want to ensure they do not have the secure of Blaziken.
Really aggressive play, Project Mbappe. You saw Ducky actually jumping over a few walls, expecting them to be hanging out in the tall grass.
And then
Because
Crust will
it's gonna
pop the
hit
Unite
this
move
wall
this
from the other
time.
side of the map. It's been a bit more of a challenge. We do have Narami.
Right here, you know, pretty good Unite move to immediately delete the Mew from the game.
Toast working together, and they will get one KO to start.
That's a big
Nice, you know, nice eject button for the Mammal Swine. Good CC. They get the Leafeon.
Meanwhile, though,
Bastion's trying to hold it down. The problem is they're trying to pull. So right here, they're trying to pull the Groudon. Like I don't know if they're trying to go for a flip attempt or try to bait them to back to the pit or whatever. But the point is just they don't have the damage for it. Espeon and Blaziken don't do anywhere near enough damage to rip the Groudon that quickly when everyone else is just in the general area of the pit.
That takes down Gekko Kami. They still have a
So they're still trying to go for it. Espeon ejects in, gets chased down, and then Sableye is trying, gets smited by the Zacian Unite move, triple kill for Zacian, then it's over. Really not much else to say. I mean, it was good play, like, bad play from the Crustle, good play from Project Mbappe to play aggressive knowing that they have a very obvious advantage. And then of course they get the Groudon and I'm assuming the game's gonna end.
Being sent into the loser side. 1 minute remaining.
Wow, Narami having a real tough choice of who to confuse Ray in that moment, right? You're like, all right, which one of y'all is going to try to seal the Ray for us? And I think, unfortunately, that Unite move animation is going to prevent Zacian from even having that situation presented in front of them, and they are able to secure the Groudon. And with only 1 minute,
okay, we're almost done. I think there's like 2 more series left.
Groudon buffs. I don't think that's good.
Stopping it right there.
Oh shoot.
Interact that, but we're talking about some household names. I mean, TTV, who doesn't love TTV, right? And then you have household names like Gatlu.
TTV and GNG, so oh, this is the loser side?
Suicune Miraidon as the second pick feels
yeah, it's okay, so this is the loser side.
Yeah, I mean, the sleep that you get from Darkrai is so good, especially though I think it's very smart of
So
it.
Darkrai got let through. So
Miraidon
Darkrai was
because
the
due to its
first
passive,
pick
it won't
on
be able to
Toon,
put to
Suicune
sleep.
and
It's a
Miraidon,
decent little
Crustle and
counter
Eldegoss,
kinda
Blaziken and
counteract that,
Mamoswine.
but I guess
And
TTV was really
then-
prioritizing having the sleep. But Gatlu picks up another favorite of theirs. Blaziken was still on the table. I will say the Crustle has been very pivotal, but I am having a little bit of a head scratcher in the same vein that Suicune was still available and so was
Delphox.
Blaziken and Otter.
Delphox
picking
is
up
definitely
what
not
we
something you
haven't
see
seen
very often.
much of in Delphox.
Yeah, this is one of those ladder demons, right? That we see a lot of play in ranked where they do very well, super high win rate on this Pokemon, but it doesn't always translate to competitive for whatever reason. And then we have the comfort pick in Lucario, a Desu rounding out this whole thing with the Zacian. I mean, it feels like both teams have a very
Okay, so we can just fast forward here.
the season for Unite. I mean, I'm so excited for it. You're right, TTV is very Humpty Dumpty right now. The EU teams, of course, seeing this that get put together, Gatlu and Adesu, it just brings a smile to your face.
Yeah, I mean, it might as well be.
Damn,
as
TTV just
as
missing Lutano and Goof for the
butter and
OG
jelly.
squad.
Can't take it away, but I'm
Unfortunately,
happy
Goof,
because we have
Goof
TTV
retired a
on
long
your
time ago,
side.
unfortunately.
Good night gaming on
But
your
I think
side.
Lutano's active again.
Legally,
He's
I
on another
don't
team though,
know.
no?
I actually think so. I do need to sue you after this, but
Well, that makes sense.
It's totally fine. I think at the end of the day, a lot of us are going to be in lawsuits.
I feel like I have already filed for 3 of them, and one of them was my own self for copyright infringement because I 100% sound like the Bee Gees.
Wow, it's incredible to file a lawsuit against yourself. Hey, first time for everything, I would say,
Yeah.
as we're taking a look at this fight here in the top path. Zealot trying to secure some of that. Of course, Zacian just incredibly aggressive early, but look at Ender there with 6 of that Eos energy able to pick up some secures. And here comes Toon.
Toon being very aggressive. They want to put the sleep on the Desu and Narami. They are not afraid. They are going in. They are trying, but meanwhile, Zealot's not there to kind of back them up a little bit of a disorientation. I would have imagined Zealot would have been in the fray of this, especially with
I like how
Toon getting the
Darkreich
sleep
is
that
literally
they're
just
getting.
standing in front of the both of them, and they
Toon
can't do
being
anything
so
about it.
incredibly aggressive, able to shut them down completely, send all of this experience over to the side.
Like,
of
Darkreich's
TTV.
presence there just
Meanwhile, on the
allowed
bottom half,
Lucario and
Good Night
Eldegoss
Gaming
to
winning a
farm the
big
entire Altaria
Yeah,
camp,
I mean, Gatlus
and they can't do
level
anything
6.
about it.
Shout out to Zoinks, his favorite Pokemon has hit the field, and it's kind of criminal that we're not showing all the action on the Combuskin. It's Zoinks' favorite. Meanwhile, Toon has been more worried about.
Oh, I like
getting
this, though.
Not necessarily KOs, but applying pressure enough for the rest of TTV to get EXP.
I mean, look at this here. Toon in the central area of Goodnight Gaming. So insanely aggressive. They obviously had a strategy they wanted to implement with this Darkrai, and so far it is paying off. We're going to see if they're able to make the great escape and get out of the central area right here. They do get the sleep. They are able to shut that down. Here comes the Miraidon, though, trying to make sure they can't.
Oh, no.
Nothing but finally goes down.
Wow, my goodness.
Okay, so the idea, I like the concept, but unfortunately the execution was just not there because GNG had the collapse going. So basically, Darkrai is a very strong.
the
On.
and on the rest of Tekken.
Darkrai is a very strong early game Pokemon. Especially, like, okay, not in the lane per se, but when you play in the jungle, obviously you're guaranteed to get level 5 if you do your entire clear. So because Darkrai is in the jungle this time around, they get their entire clear, they get level 5, they go to top lane, they literally just stand there in front of Suicune and Zacian menacingly, and just make sure that they don't leave the pad. Then the moment that the Altaria camp is cleared, they leave, they go for the counter jungle, and that allows the Delphox to go to their jungle and get the experience they need to hit their power spike faster. Now, the problem is, although I like the idea,
been more worried about
the
getting
execution isn't there because you're invading the enemy team jungle, and naturally it's easier for them to collapse to support their teammate versus your team's being able to support you.
For the rest of TTV to get EXP.
I mean, look at this here. Toon in the central area of Goodnight Gaming. So insanely aggressive.
And then here comes
Obviously
Piloswine,
had a strategy they
trying his
wanted
best to get the
implement with
CC
this
down, get the damage
Darkrai.
down, to get
And
the
so
kill
far,
secure.
it is paying off. We're going to see if they're able to make the great escape and get out of the central area.
So
right
they
here.
thought they were
do
on,
get the
but then
sleep.
Miraidon
Trying to
shows
shut that
up.
down.
Here
the
comes
Miraidon.
Miraidon.
Trying to make sure they can't make it home. Toon on almost nothing, but finally goes down.
Wow, my goodness, that was one heck of an escape. Steve McQueen would have been proud if they were able to make it, but we do see Gatlu already.
That being said, though, despite the fact they give up 2 kills,
when Blaziken really starts popping off, doing massive amounts of
I think the
damage.
one to
But so
watch
far
would be
right
Otter
now,
on this
Goodnight
Delphox
Gaming
against this
playing
specific team
patiently,
comp.
waiting for their moments to
The only
strike.
range they have is the
Meanwhile,
Miraidon,
has just
but
been
Delphox,
absolutely
assuming they go
aggressive,
Mystical
trying to
Fire,
bring
which
some
they
nightmares.
did, and Fire Spin, oh sorry, not Fire Spin, Flame Charge, makes this character very high mobility.
Look at this, they're counterpunching so well. 46 points on the board for
Except
Goodnight
when they
Gaming.
flame charge
On the Delphox.
into a Piloswine, get CC'd, and eat the skills from the Miraidon. Yeah, they are the one to watch. Granted, they're not doing stuff like that.
Problems, especially the being able to get that repositioning. 46-0 TTV.
How do you
started
pronounce
off very
Mbappe?
aggressively, but I never
It's
felt like
kind
they
of
were kinda
Mbappe? I don't know.
cashing in their opportunities that Toon was opening for them. We did see a decent amount of EXP go to the side of TTV, but even then, Goodnight Gaming is now out leveling them though. But we do see a Earthquake going in, able to take down the Delphox using that Ice Fang Gecko Kami, trying to get a little score. But this Dark Pulse Toon moving around, trying to put some team members to sleep.
Toon playing a little bit of whack-a-mole out here with this build. I honestly did not expect to see it, and it looks like he's going to be able to hide out throughout the entire duration of the Miraidon Unite move. Still, finally does go down. For every impressive play TTV makes, it feels like Goodnight Gaming does have an answer for it.
They have an answer for it, but the fanciful fireworks is unleashed. Regieleki is being shredded down, and it does go to the side of Goodnight Gaming. Now, Otter doesn't have many tools to be able to fend it off. Meanwhile, the rest of Goodnight Gaming, it's kind of like you said, each time TTV makes a play, Goodnight Gaming is there to not only answer that call of danger, but then they push back. Godlu being so aggressive, just knowing that they can't be put to sleep thanks to the Unstoppable of Overheat.
Yeah, the Unstoppable of Overheat stopped them from being able to be put to sleep, but of course Toon could avoid all of that damage right there. We just have Toon waiting for their moment, looking to strike here in this fight, getting a little too deep, however. After you come out of that whack-a-mole situation, that's when the hammers could start flying down. Goodnight Gaming picks up a KO, following it up.
Bro, look how oppressive Miraidon is. Look at that range.
Toast is
Jesus.
just burning these guys down to a crisp. How do you like your toast? I like it lightly toasted. But Toast does finally go down as Gecko Kami's trying to come in, separate things.
Delphox is
Goodnight
level
Gaming does have the
11.
double freeze
Holy
thanks to
moly,
Suicune
man.
And Mammoth Swine.
Otter right now ripping them apart, maybe toasting them a little more than you like your toast, my friend. I like it a little crispier, but Adesu rips apart the Delphox, trying to run away from this Darkrai. Beautiful ice beam shuts down the Darkrai, and Toon has to walk back.
Wow, Toon was on the verge of going after Adesu, but that ice beam was just perfectly calculated to put them on the freeze there, cowboy. And now Zugrug is trying to not allow Gecko Kami to get away. Big Unite move able to catch Toon Slim as a casualty, and now looks like Goodnight Gaming might be trying to go into a little bit of a convergence play.
And here we go, Zugrug pushing forward with that massive Crustal Unite move. Inder and Zug trying to mount a defense right here. And all the while, Goodnight Gaming is doing so well. Still with the Unite move from the Delphox, we have 118 from TTV. So while it doesn't feel like they're actually winning this game, they are ahead on the scoreboard. And here comes the siege. They're moving towards this goal zone. Narami has to run.
That is how you do it. That Toon Slim Dark Pulse to be able to trap Adesu there. You saw the Rock Tomb not allow them to get away, and that is how you do it for TTV. Zealot's gonna not take any chances, break the bottom path, and out of nowhere, we are two.
Okay, granted that Delphox isn't inting with their positioning, they can put in a lot of work. And they're starting to. They got the levels.
Lucario here, silently level 12. I feel like we have not seen much Zealot throughout this match. Looking for the secure here on Regieleki, able to get it with a basic attack because Toast not able to continue the charge beam.
That was very unfortunate. Oracan does get out, and now the combo is there. Two members of Goodnight Gaming, and all of a sudden, this Regieleki is making its way downtown, walking past, faces past. The question is, will it find a place called Homebound as Gatlu's there to kind of stop it?
Looks like Gotlu is stopping her right there, throwing it into the wall. Vanessa Carlton would be devastated right now. Steve McQueen and Vanessa Carlton devastated in a single match. That's Pokemon Unite for you, baby.
Yeah, you know it. Vanessa Carlton, I guarantee she is a big fan. But, I mean, where else are you going to get that double type of devastation? As Zealot, once again, just went from level 12 to level 14. Zealot is on fire right now.
Yeah, silently on fire. The question is that going to matter heading into this big fight? Because we just have not seen a huge contribution from them. 260, however, to 130.
Level 14 Lucario, level 14 Delphox. Unfortunately, the Darkrai hasn't been that impactful this game. Like, honestly, I feel like after the whole lane phase thing
This is some
in their gang,
icy hot. Toon Slim, though, being very aggressive.
this is
going after
very
Toast,
aggressive.
playing whack-a-mole.
Very,
The team
very,
is
very
separating,
aggressive
and they
from
do
Toon.
catch
Oh
two.
my
At
lord.
218 remaining. Toon might have been a little aggressive there to go up against 4, and very
Yeah, he's
good
kind of been doing
of
that all
Goodnight
game,
Gaming to kind of have the
and hasn't
positioning.
been
Galu
really
had one slot, Adesu another, Gecko Kami and Toast. They were
doing
all
much.
just kind of looking around to
But
see like,
I
is
feel
it
like,
gonna
okay,
pop
I'll
up?
say
We
he's
need to
been
get it
feeding
out.
quite a
But
bit.
TTV surprisingly does have positioning in the pit already.
Yeah, they've got great positioning here. And
Look at Delphox.
Showing
Look at
Delphox.
Delphox.
Here
Oh,
comes
okay,
Delphox
Delphox, relax, buddy.
Pushing forward right now. Toon back in the fight with the Darkrai, seeing if they can make anything happen. Adesu needs to run away from this as the Mamoswine is down and the Darkrai continues to push.
Toon is going after this Suicune, trying to disable it from being part of this match. Narami, though, doing a great job just trying to keep it afloat. And Adesu able to slice it down 131 to 260. Toon is not available. Galu, though, looking to back. Oh, but we saw Otter. Otter hunted them down like a spy. And now Galu's in big trouble if they're not careful.
Here we have the Eldegoss up into the air, just giving a nice big heal to the side of TTV. 260, 131. They are still up on the scoreboard. They know this. However, they have an opportunity to take this Groudon. We're going to see if they want to go for it right here. Nice big catch onto Adesu in the Rock Tomb, but able to dash out. The Charge Beam finds its mark, and Lucario is down.
Lucario's down, but you know who else is on right on crashing down its Unite moves, though? It's a constant showdown, down. Toonslim able to get the Suicune down. Murano gets two. Adesu gets taken down. 4 members of Goodnight Gaming are down. Gecko Kami's the only one there. The Dark Pulse misses Gecko Kami, just being a distraction. And right now, TTV is holding on to just a 100-point lead with 30 seconds remaining.
We have the Mamoswine deciding to make a play right here. Gotlu trying to peel their way through the central area. They could decide to defend here, but no, it's the 42 from the Crustle. Groudon being ripped apart. It is already almost at half. Gek having to peel away. Toon living on a prayer. That's another band that's going to sue us here today. Gek goes down. TTV stalls them out. Narami being shut down. And what a match. Good night gaming indeed. Good night EU.
Good night, good morning, and in case you don't see, have positioning in the pit already.
Yeah, they
Okay. The biggest problem going in towards his endgame is the fact that, similar to, like, if I were to use, like, a reference or just a similar situation, this situation reminds me of that Team YouTube match prior when they played Pocket Blissey with the Razor Leaf Decidueye. It's kind of similar to this, however, it's also not similar. So similar in the sense that they need to get to the backline threat, which is the Delphox. However, in this case, Delphox, unlike a lot of other range attackers, has high mobility once it reaches its certain power spikes, as well as long range. So you don't necessarily need support to help you kite, because granted, you have low cooldowns and high mobility on your own.
Positioning here, and look at that, just chipping with the Delphox. Here comes the Mamoswine Unite move, pushing forward right now.
Okay, so
Toon's back in the
Delphox
fight with the Darkrai,
is
seeing
just
if they can
passively chipping away with the Mystical Fires. Mamoswine tried to go aggressive. Unfortunately, they get absolutely decimated. So now it's a 5 versus 4. Obviously, 260 to 131. So you have a 129-point lead in favor of TTV. So they're kind of just chilling.
Doing a great
Darkrai
job
popped their
trying to keep it
menu?
afloat, and Nadesu able to slice it down 131 to 260. Toon is not available.
Okay, well, they traded 1 for 1.
Looking to
Mamoswine
back.
is
But we saw
going
Honor.
back and
Honor
back at the pit.
hunted them down like
Close
a
combat
spy.
eject button
And
from
now Gotham's
Lucario.
in
Lucario
big
pops their
trouble
Unite
if
move.
they're not
There's a
careful.
Rock
Here
Tomb
we
from
have
the
Eldegoss
Crustle.
up into the air, just giving a nice big heal to the side of TTV. 260, 131. They are still up on the scoreboard. They know this. However, they have an opportunity to take this Groudon. We're going to see if they want to go for it right here. Nice big catch onto Adesu in the Rock Tomb, but able to dash out. The Charge Beam finds its mark, and Lucario is down.
Lucario's down, but you know who else is on right on crashing down its Unite moves, though? It's a constant showdown, down. Toonslim able to get the Suicune down. Murano gets two. Adesu gets taken down. 4 members of Goodnight Gaming are down. Gecko Kami's the only one there. The Dark Pulse
Although
misses Gecko
Darkrai's
Kami,
getting the
just being a
kills, like,
distraction.
realistically,
And
the
right now,
Delphox is the one
TTV
putting in the work.
holding on to just a 100-point lead with 30 seconds remaining.
We have the Mamoswine deciding to make a play right here. Gotlu trying to peel their way through the central area. They could decide to defend here, but no, it's the 42 from the Crustle. Groudon being ripped apart. It is already almost at half. Gek having to peel away. Toon living on a prayer. That's another band that's going to sue us here today. Gek goes down. TTV stalls them out. Narami being shut down, and what a match. Good
All right,
night gaming.
let's fast forward to the next
Good night,
match.
Moving through this call out. The reason I like it is because I don't think
Not a
anybody
fan of that
else enjoyed it.
moveset for Darkrai. I think, generally speaking, I like the other moveset better. Like, I like Darkrai and, I like Dark Void and Foul Play. I think the moveset Toon was using is not bad in some situations. I feel like it's a little bit more niche. And it requires, like, honestly, it actually requires a little bit more skill as well. Just to kind of manage how you use the whack-a-mole skill is what I call it. Efficiently, but in that specific game, I don't think it really did too much for him overall. Like, he was trying to play aggressive, but like, it's not as easy to proc your Dark Void as quickly when you're not using Foul Play.
But I think you genuinely might have been
The benefits of that moveset is that it allows you, well, it allows the Darkrai a little bit of safety because obviously you're untargetable as long as you're, you know, in the little shadow or whatever it is you want to call it.
No, I'm actually
Not
impressed.
bad, actually.
Like, not bad. I'm actually not upset. I think that's one of those that I'm gonna. What's a level
Oh shoot,
on the ladder? Darkrai gonna be
Oh.
put away, and Project
who's
Mbappe
this?
taking away.
Okay, so Project Mbappe, versus La Polleria San Juan. It's like a Spanish name.
away the
Okay, so we know Mbappe, so I've seen them a couple times. Holy Kira, Heavy, Enisus, Hitman, and Mufasa?
Suicune and the Blazing. And the question is,
I feel like I've seen these names before, but I don't remember where they're from.
There. Now La Polleria has to decide, is that a Pokemon, or do they give it up, and are they even really scared of going up against something like Mega Lucario, who is available?
I want you to continue running this draft as I run this giveaway, my friend. I will be right back with you. I haven't left you, but I am hanging you out to dry right now.
Listen, you are not Overlord or Slashcan, abandoning me, leaving me to cry on my own. Chris Smith picking it up, though. This is what's going to be exciting. Chris Smith is picking up the Mega Lucario, but a great job by La Polleria San Juan to take away the Zacian and the Blissey, because that's, in my opinion, I think that's one of the things that can make Mega Lucario shine, is a pocket healer who can just stay attached to them. And the theory there is that they never go down because they do get healing from their close combat. And Ducky looking to stay away. No, they switch. Celeste picking up his Urshifu like he knows how to play, and rolling in with that smooth criminal of the Eldegoss.
I'm still leaving you out to dry.
Okay, I didn't realize how long it was gonna be, but holy moly, that's actually the name of the player, not actually my reaction. Is gonna be picking up the Snorlax. It looks like Hitman picking up the Mew. Great range, great amount of damage. Snorlax, one of the Pokemon who just always seems to be meta relevant in some way, shape, or form. It's
They let the Lucario through. So here's my issue with this. Like, even before I even see the rest of the draft, here's my problem. So, number one, I think Mega Lucario is just a ridiculously strong Pokemon. Number two, I already see 4 Pokemon, and like I already see like the majority of the team comp on the side of La Polleria. So, my issue is they might have difficulties dealing, like, not only having the damage output to deal with Lucario, but they also have to deal with numerous threats. My concern is that they're not going to have enough damage. Like, yeah, Zacian is a solid choice for a top, like, it's a decent choice for a top laner, but like, now you have your Snorlax and your Blissey. Blissey's a support who's going to be obviously pocketing whoever. Snorlax is obviously frontlining, zoning, peeling, all that shit. Muse, I haven't seen whoever's playing Mew on this team, I haven't seen them play Mew today, so it's more of like a giant question mark variable.
Picking up the Mew. Great range, great amount of damage. Snorlax, one of the Pokemon who just always seems to be meta relevant in some way, shape, or form. Its stats get buffed, it's heavy, some cooldown reductions, block. It's such a great defender at enabling so many plays. Ducky and Kratos are the last two for the side of Project Mbappe to pick Pokemon up, and it does look potentially that Crustle muscle
Latios. So this is the first one we're seeing today, but I actually don't mind the Latios pick just because, number one, I'm assuming it's going to go to lane, not jungle. Personally, I've said this before on stream when I play solo queue, but I personally think that Latios, if you're playing it, put it in lane with an XP, don't put it in the jungle. Its jungle clear is abysmally slow. You're better off just getting to level 5 in the lane, and then the moment you get to level 5, you just start spamming your skills and start getting your stacks early. And it's easier to get your stacks in lane because obviously you're playing a 2v2 versus you going to the jungle, clearing your jungle, going to lane, being there for a little bit, then having to go back to your jungle. It's just super tedious and just less efficient that way. So I actually don't mind the Latios pick. So not only that, but they're depending on what they pick. So let me just okay. So depending on what they pick, which in this case it's the Serena last pick, they have very limited ways to get to the Latios. Granted that it's kiting properly, as well as you have multiple other threats to deal with. So even if you get to the Latios, you're still gonna have to deal with Urshifu and Mega Lucario, and I mean we'll see.
Well,
not to say that
Latios, and that is pretty exciting.
Zacian's team is bad,
Latios or Latias today, or is my chat the Latias?
but we shall see.
Into this bay, your purple team, La Porea, San Juan, your orange team. We've got a Zarina, we have a Latios, and we also have an Urshifu. No one heading into the central area to disrupt it. In fact, we have 2 slow to start all-rounders clearing out the center for both of these squads.
Yeah, Serena does get, it's actually can work out really well because at level 6 it's fully online, so coming out it might not be the best, being stuck at a little steamy, but once it gets to level 6 it's really good. But Christmas already going after Anysus, very aggressive, having the Mega Lucario doing this much damage. Anysus
huge play.
That eject button, that was swift, smooth criminal moonwalk away, Christmas.
Yeah, how beautiful was that? I mean, a nice KO, quick
picking up a kill as a straight up 2v2 on top of the fact
right through that.
they're denying the farm, and Lucario already hit level 5 is huge for Altaria.
This is how you want
Celeste is going to the top lane, so it's a 3v2 in the top lane, 3v2 in the bottom lane. Celeste actually played aggressive. I obviously can't see exactly what's happening, but they pick up the kill on the Zacian once again.
Kind of right now, everything is looking really good for Project Mbappe, allowing Chris Smith, wow, forgot the player's name for 5 whole seconds there. But now Celeste being aggressive. Mbappe, we've seen this before. They have Roland it sticking around. Anysus is going to be taken down. Mufasa's in danger because they are not level 6, and that's 2 KOs. And
that is brutal.
Not to Viridian.
Zacian has already died 3 times in less than 2 minutes. Died twice in the top lane, went to the jungle, died again.
Was devastating. Mbappe is so ahead in this match. It's incredible. They're winning on every aspect.
A good Mew is such an asset, of course.
Staying in the central
but also a bad Mew is such a huge liability.
Right now.
So it really just depends on which one shows up.
Drago in the top path. We almost have level 7 on our Lucario, and we
what is that eject button? Hello?
All right, we have Roland lurking, but Chris Smith is there, just lurking with the power-up punch. They're going after Heavy. Heavy's gonna be taken down.
Oh my god, the top lane diff.
3, not a chance in the world for this Chansey.
Yeah, this is quite tough for them, but we do have level 7 on this arena. So now it is time that they can actually fight. Any sus getting ready in the tall grass, just charging up these boosteds right here. Here we have the Altaria. Chris Smith deciding whether or not they want to move in. They do with the power-up punch. Close combat finds the Snorlax, and a KO is taken.
Oh man, maybe I need to play more Mega Lucario because the way that close combat just absolutely shredded Snorlax was unreal. Snorlax didn't have a chance, did allow the rest of the members of La Polleria to be able to get away. Reggie Rock is already up. Power up punch by Chris Smith is looking good, and that is a secure as Anysus is taken down. And level wise, Project Mbappe need to change their name to Project Let's Get That Dub.
I don't know if they do, but it would be interesting if they decided to change their name in a moment like this, because they are absolutely crushing it in this match. I mean, what an impressive performance. Chris Smith already level 9. We've had multiple moments where they're almost egoing their opponents with these eject button plays. Just incredible stuff.
Celestial being able to get a good amount of shields with that liquidation, trying to stay alive, but we do see
how long was the weekend stream?
Land onto hustle, muscle.
Okay, so I streamed yesterday for 14 hours. If you're talking about the long stream, it was 45 hours. But I napped twice during the stream. So of those 45 hours, I think I was asleep for like 6 hours between like 2 different days. And then I took when I ended stream, I took a 1-day break. So I didn't do anything stream related. Then I started streaming again the following day. I streamed longer than I would have liked because I had to get my 1600 sticker in solo queue. And then now I'm back to small streams.
Ducky's trying to get away. The Aura Cannon, which also means Christmas, has unlocked Mega Evolution, Mega Stone, Mega Burst, Mega
my
Coast.
God.
That is a 2 KO for Christmas.
You see, this
And
is
the rest of
exactly
Project
what I was
Ducky just
worried
tried
about
to
when I
lure
saw the
Don in.
draft.
That is a 30 cap 200 to big.
You got a Mega
KO
Lucario to
Goose
deal
Egg
with. You
0
got
for
Urshifu to
Lapoydia.
deal with. You also got a Latios to deal with. Not to mention, the Latios is actually, like, Latios, especially if they're going Dragon Pulse, is just significantly harder to hit because it can kite for itself. Not to mention, Dragon Pulse itself has a fairly long range.
Those boots were meant for stomping.
So it's not
That's
looking
just
good
what
for
they'll
La
do. The question is,
Polloria
will they be
ahorita.
stomping all over you, Project Mbappe? That is yet to be seen, honestly. But I will say right now, this Regieleki is posing so much danger, and these rock tombs from Ducky is so good to just kind of not only give vision, but also allows Kratos to always be at a safe distance.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to give it up to these incredible plays by some of these carry players, but they are facilitated by this incredible support core, right? It's something we love to mention in Unite because I don't think they get the flowers that they deserve, but these support players absolutely enable some of these crazy moments.
The breaking news, this is a public service announcement. Give your support some flowers because they deserve it as they're enabling these plays, as that Bliss assist did land on them, but Christmas says, I like flowers too, and rips those flowers away. They are strutting. They are looking so good. Anysus gets trapped. 3 KOs for Christmas and Project Mbappe.
305-0. This is a massacre. Holy. And we're at the halfway mark too.
No longer existent tier 2 goal zone.
I didn't see if Serena was stacking or not, but if they are, at this point in time, they have 0 stacks. But, knock on wood, I jinxed it, and if they are, now they have 1 stack.
I mean, at some point they
Dashin is dead again. Registeel secured by the Latios, 30-5-31.
Attached, and that is going to be their first stack of the entire game. So not only did they not have a great flank early on, they also kind of don't have their stack. So they're not able to actually unleash the damage that we expect a Serena to be able to do. And then again, the biggest key piece for any Serena player is managing that Queen's Majesty passive ability to get shields, to get health. That's what it's going to take. And along with that, La Polleria needs to make some big plays. Other than that, all their chicken is going to be cooked.
Yeah, this is just, it's really bad for them right now. I mean, there's no way to spin it. This is just a terrible start. And I say start, but the match is like careening towards the end of it. 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock here. They're not able to pick up some of these KOs. Chris Smith back in with the Unite move on that Mega. Trying to score here in the bottom path with this Serena. Not able to put in even 8 points. Double KO off screen. Latios picks up another as Roland is helping this push. We've got the power nap. We're going to decide if they want to fight or not.
Bro, Zashin, I kid you not, this may seem like an exaggeration, but Zashin has spent more time in base, like spawning, than they have playing. Like, at this point, I don't even know how many times they died this game. Unless their strat is to just keep on feeding to lower their death count, then, or like their death timer, then I mean, like, they're just having a very rough game.
Things are not looking real good for La Polleria. They might have this chicken that is very uncooked. Don't do that. You'll get salmonella. It's gonna hurt.
Yeah, you'll get salmonella, La Polleria. I mean, it's just not smart, guys. I would make sure that you cook your chicken, but I think Project Mbappe is handling that just fine. As we have an objective ready to spawn here on the top path. I really don't think there's much that we can do on the orange side here, but it looks like Project Mbappe deciding to not even fight for it. They are going to instead take their positioning around the Groudon pit.
That is so smart. Positioning is such a powerful technique.
I mean, they're so far ahead that they don't even need that objective. It's better to just make sure that
all together, almost like they're all
no cheesy flips happen on the side of La Polleria.
Trying to draw somebody in, and that person might have been Ducky though. Luckily, the Cotton Guard is there to kind of protect them. Now,
oh my God, Snorlax died so quickly.
Oh! Goes over to the side of La Polleria. It is the Zacian as they're moving forward, trying to score.
That's even worse.
Kratos is able to take that red buff, and now they are running towards the other
side. That is even worse. Groudon buff Latios literally just melts HP bars. Literally one Dragon Pulse, I guarantee you it's probably just like half your health gone.
As they are they're just getting ripped apart. That's a triple KO for the Mega Luca.
I need to go get myself some Dramamine because I was
Ooh,
gagging
man.
at the
That
fact
was
rock
that was a
tomb
painful one. I
just
think
kept
that was probably
everybody
Mbappe's
there
cleanest
into a
match that I've seen so
capsule for
far.
Christmas to go in and
Compared
just
to like the other
unleash
ones, like, you
and
know, they had
unload
a
that
few
close
hiccups here and
combat.
there,
That
but this
was
one
not
was just
close
like
combat. That was a close
absolute
encounter
massacre.
of the Pokemon Center because you are not going to be seeing anything else.
I don't know what
after
who's
that.
I don't know
And
what
19
region
KOs
this
for
team is
Christmas?
from, so maybe they're
I
playing
don't
on
know,
ping,
Cowboy. I think
but
Mega Lucario might be
either way,
pretty
like
good
they
Pokemon.
just got
I don't know.
Mega
Giga
Lucario
gap.
has not had the
Giga
most stellar
gap.
day, but boy, in this match, it absolutely did. And I mean, I know we were talking about supporters needing their flowers, but Christmas is out here, you know, buying their own flowers right now. They can buy.
That was sad to watch.
121.
Well, you know, it's not a UCS tournament. This is like an open tourney before UCS starts.
He checked me on that though. Flowers.
Now Mega Lucario might need to be stolen away. The ban's coming from Mbappe. We have the
Mega so we can take away the
They let
console.
Mega Luca
And if
through
I'm wrong,
again?
then-
Did you not learn your lesson the last time, brothers?
Anything and I didn't-
Oh my god, y'all are
We'll see what they end
trolling.
up doing. I mean, obviously this
No.
is a no-brainer
No, what did you do?
from Mbappe.
What did you do?
Two strong picks on the other side. We have Blissey,
Uh-oh.
we have Zacian. Zacian performed really well. It was probably one of the standout performances from La Poria last game.
Yeah, I mean, already we're seeing a very similar draft. Obviously, Urshifu was banned out by La Poria, so they do not have that available. But Ducky was hovering over this earlier. Roland going to stick to their guns. They're going to stick with the cotton ball, and they're going to secure once again earlier in the draft this time because they want to keep that combo. We saw how destructive it was in game number 1, and I think they really feel very good and very comfortable about bringing it into game number 2.
Here we go. We have the Mew. We have the Snorlax. Final couple of picks over to Mbappe. I don't know if they want to switch up too much, but obviously we are not going to have the Urshifu for Celestial. We're going to have to see what other looks they have. A target ban, I think, is always very exciting.
Target bans. I love going to Target. Oh, you mean Target like, oh, okay. You're talking about the game. Right, of course. Yeah, I knew what you meant. But we have double Luca from what it seems onto the side of Project Mbappe. And I don't know about you, but I'm pretty excited to see two dogs out on the same side. And a Pokemon that was kind of talked about briefly is Alolan Raichu. We've seen the Electro Ball build, but we've also seen the stored powered build. So which one will Kratos go for? I do feel like lately North America has been going more of the Electro Ball Thunderbolt route, but it's not to say that we won't see stored power at some point.
Yeah, I think Electro Ball Thunderbolt is probably the better build in most situations, but if you don't have to stress too much about what's diving you on the other side and you allow yourself to just use stored power, chip away at your opponents a ton. They have a muscle band, they have a curse incense, so they could kind of spread around this curse damage a ton. It could be a real nice
Well, if
combination.
another one shows up, at least
I feel
it's
like
the
I've seen
footprints.
Kratos play that more,
Basically,
but there's
four.
no question either build.
Why are they picking the same dog
Yeah, the
shit
muscle
team?
band
Just
does make it you feel like it
pick
will
a
be
Megazard
stored
and
power
call
just
it
to
a
have
day.
those kind of like auto like attack damage carry Pokemon.
Yeah,
A Pokemon
I'm
that
gonna be
wasn't
honest.
expecting
Like,
to
I
see
don't
that
know
haven't
what
mentioned yet is Mustafa.
they straight up got
Mufasa being
smashed in
on
the 2v2 lane
the
top lane.
Aegislash. Not a
So
Pokemon
I'm not
that we
exactly
see a
sure
lot, especially
why
in
they would
competitive
let
play.
that
But
Pokemon
when your
through.
backs are up
Maybe they
against
think
one,
they
you're
could play
trying to do
better
stuff.
this time around.
I
Maybe it was
think
just
the
like, you
reason they
know,
brought it, though,
maybe
is
they thought,
because
oh, they got
can slow
lucky.
things down a little
Who
bit with
knows?
wide guard, you know, especially
But
with Lucario going in.
they banned the
It's
Urshifu.
really
Like,
good
I'm
counter
okay.
all
I
around
understand banning the
Urshifu.
Urshifu because obviously it's an early
Maybe the
game
theory is we can start to
snowbally
slow things down a
jungler,
little bit,
and with like
Christmas
strong
and Celeste. Wearing
gank
similar outfits.
potential.
We should get matching.
But
counter
like,
outfits.
I mean, this is something we talk about a lot.
it's not like Urshifu won the lane for top lane. Top lane just won on their own. And then literally Lucario just ran away with the game. So I don't know, man. We'll see. If it ends up being a repeat of what happened, then you know, maybe they'll learn their
You know
lesson
what? And I
after
gotta
they
be
get
honest with you, I
eliminated.
think
Question
you're
mark.
doing a stellar job at making the pronunciation. You know what? You are invited to the carne asada. You are Latino approved, therefore you can come to the cookout.
Oh wow, that's incredible! I didn't even know that that was on the table. But that's pretty amazing.
Well, there you
As we head
go.
here to the top path, Chris Smith once again super aggressive, and it looks like Any Sus is actually kind of afraid based on what happened last match. They don't want to make that mistake again because Chris Smith never slowed down.
No, those first 2 KOs really.
Oh, I didn't notice this until just now because I like okay. I just noticed it was like I don't know why, like my brain didn't process it. Like I knew they picked double Lucario, I just realized it was Lucario jungle though.
Chris Smith up to be level 5.
I'm like,
very
wait a minute.
early on, and for those that already didn't know, you are locked into power up punch. There is no Mega Lucario extreme speed. Let's not get a little crazy here. But 4 members, 4v4, and the extreme speed is going to be the one that Celeste decides to go. They get pushed up against the wall. Chris Smith is going in. That is 2 big major KOs. Anysus is trying to counter back. Hitman also, but no. Anysus trying to at least take Ducky down. Ducky gets pushed out with the surf, and they make it to safety as the Rock Tomb catches them. And just like before,
Bro, you did not learn your lesson.
KO.
You didn't learn your lesson. What's wrong with you
They
guys?
can get done in this top path. A bit of a better showing in this first fight from La Poeria, but at the same time, it really feels like Mbappe is in control of a lot of this. Even after the fight doesn't go super well for Mbappe and they give a KO, Mew overextends.
Hey, where's that thing? Do I still have it?
Yeah,
Hold on.
Mew is very.
Let's see if I still have it.
Celeste, who needs Mew when you have 2 dogs who I don't know how you can even keep track of these 2 being stuck together. And the thing about the boosted auto combos that come out of Lucario, it
How
creates a
many
little bit of a
times
stun
do we
with the
have to
sword.
teach you this
Might
lesson,
be
old
saying,
man?
You shall not pass. As the
Oh.
sword cuts them down to size.
Wow, what a play right there, taking down both of the Lucarios here. You know, they say inside
Maybe they
of us there
knew.
are 2
Maybe it was the
wolves. Well,
Aegis
inside
slash
of the
tech
Pokemon
that they
Center
needed
are
all
both of
along.
those dogs right now.
Those dogs are just unleashed, and I do believe that is a Shadow Claw Aegis Slash, not something you typically see. You mostly see the Sacred Sword, but no, it's actually the Shadow Claw creating a little bit more stun, a little bit more of a reach, and it's paying off. These wide guards are what slows Celestial down and gets the KO. All of a sudden, there might be
Bro,
a little
Aegis
bit of a
Slash is on
shift here,
babysitting
'cause if
duty.
Mufasa can
They-
give you this type of momentum and
They are
tempo
not
up,
leaving this lane
no,
for
that is
anything.
spelled
They're just making
out
sure Zacian doesn't fall
absolute
behind.
Trouble. I can't spell. I also can't do math, but I can say the word trouble.
I think that's basically all you need at this point. ChatGPT just does the rest of it for us. As
Makes
we
sense.
get the Regice here in the top path. No points on the side of Mbappe. 50 for La Poeria. This is actually going completely different from game number 1, and I can't believe the secret sauce might be the Aegis Slash.
You know, they say the greatest way to cook a carne asada is to have a good marinade, and right now, the Polleria might have brought out that marinade because right now, they are ready to cook, they are making plays, but you gotta be careful because Project Mbappe might be invading this party as they go in, they unleash the Unite move from Alolan Raichu, they get taken down, the 2 dogs are here, comboing it up, Regieleki
Oh, went in.
finds its
Score,
home,
score,
the
score,
quickest,
score.
and they get the
Oh,
points in as
and it
the
went in.
bunch of KOs and Unite moves get unleashed. Kratos gets taken down, and 2 members of La Polleria get sent home cooking. As right now, this Mew is going to be taken down.
Nice.
What a fight from Mbappe right there. I mean, just keeping the pressure on the entire time. I have to say, that felt like absolute chaos to me as you were calling it. I didn't know where to focus in that for even a moment. It was just fireworks going off from all over. Well, Project Mbappe, baby, you're a firework right now. You're right back in this thing. Katie, call me.
Katie call. Celestial gonna be picking up. They are trying to get the buffs ready. Anysus trying to make their way uptown. They want.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like if they're gonna allow for these double licenses to be on the same team, they should just make the base skin the mega skin, like the mega evolution.
I have gotten confused at
I feel, it gets a little
200
confusing
times
when you
already,
just see the
just
same
in 5
Lucario
minutes
running like
alone of being able to
the
distinguish
base
two.
model
Could've
just
been
running around
different outfits once again. We should get those cowboy hats.
I
on the
think they
map.
wanted to look
Or,
this.
like,
I
even
think
in
they
the
wanted to go
team
to
fight.
cities right here, confuse their opponents a little bit about which one is coming.
Like, forget
in.
about the
And
mega,
honestly,
like,
I'm
forget
very much here
about
for it, even
her
though
actually
as you
turning
look
mega.
at
Just
Celestial
focus, like,
moving in
it
for
could
this
just
fight,
be
we have the Unite move from the
levels,
Raichu, but it doesn't
level
really do much at
oriented.
all. However, we have the Aegis Slash going down right away.
Oh!
Beautiful secure from 10 miles away. What a solar beam.
Wow, the question is, would they walk 5,000 more than would walk 500 miles? But they shot that from a billion light years away. Great job, but it might not matter. Power Nap does come up. Aura Cannon did go flying, and look at the way, holy, they are just getting shredded by this Lucario, unable to fully converge, and Mufasa pushing back, trying to get some KOs. The Aegis-Slash unleashes its Unite move, and right now La Polleria, they are cooking up one mean chicken. Might be rotisserie. Who knows?
Wow, look at that. I mean, yeah, absolutely roasting them. Very Kenny Rogers-esque here as they push them off that tier 2.
To be fair, they're
What a
following the
beautiful
Mega
fight. I mean,
Mewtwo
these two
Mega
teams are absolutely
Evolution.
throwing down in game 2.
Yeah, I
Game 1 was
know.
a bit of a tragedy, but the comeback
I still
is
think
here.
it's just better to
Greater
keep
than
things
the
like
setback. What a game 2. And this Aegis-Slash
a little bit more
absolutely
simplistic.
on fire.
Just when I thought the references couldn't get better with like Casey Musgrave, and then you had to go and then make another reference to Kenny Rogers' chick. I'm done. I just can't beat that. That's top tier cooking right there.
It's not about beating it. It's all vibes, my friend. I mean, let's face it. You and I are having a bit of a silly goose time out here, and I think that's all we're really trying to do.
We're having a grand old time, but holy Kira, they need to be able to not allow this Regieleki to go in 188 to 110 levels. Besides that, Project Mbappe does have a little bit more advantage to them. Celestial using all those resets for extreme speed, they're trying to get to level 14, and that's the thing. If you can target all those enemies in a close group, those extreme speeds, those resets, you can do massive amounts of damage across the board. And now, just like that, an Aegis-Slash is cut down and put back up on the mantle.
It really does feel like Mbappe, while ahead in this match, this is much closer than game number 1, but they are in control in a lot of these fights. It's so impressive to watch. And the two Lucarios, I don't know if they are dazzling their opponents the way they are dazzling us, but I genuinely can't tell them apart at times, and it's kind of crazy watching them both bounce around.
Yeah, I mean, they are a dazzling gleam to just watch and enjoy, knowing that these two Lucarios are even able to be picked up on the same team. I do think La Polleria was hoping that this Aegis-Slash would kind of slow them down just a little bit more, but so far, Project Mbappe does seem to have control. And I mean, we talked about how good La Polleria has been. But could this be the moment that they get 2-0'd and be sent down to losers? Well, we are at the 2-minute mark. Bang a gong, get it on, because Groudon is here.
Groudon is here, and we can see Hitman just leveling them with damage right now. But look, the rip is happening immediately. They take it, they zone them out completely. They didn't even give them a second to move in. Now Mufasa is in some trouble, kicking him off the cliff, picking up one paw after another, and they are gone. Mbappe runs to score.
I couldn't even see that they were ripping. Just because of the camera was not even panned towards them. I can see them on the mini-map, but I didn't actually know they were ripping until the camera panned over.
Points, it's raining. My goodness. It's raining Aos. Hallelujah. It's raining Aos, because right now, with a deficit of about, quick math says about, I don't know, let's say like 600 points.
Yeah,
it is
6,
that
7,
much.
something like that.
6, 7, something like that. I'm glad you got on there. Something like that. That amount of a climb is so much more difficult to be able to get over it.
Yeah, this is the game. What a match from Mbappe. I mean, what a series. He absolutely loved it. Game 2 was a nail biter, so much closer, but I do love it when a team decides to just end it, decides to shut the door on him right now. Says, if you're not gonna make the play, we're gonna make it for you.
Yeah, I mean, in a stellar fashion, they just closed the door, nobody's knocking, and they do cross the threshold of a 4-digit number.
All right,
they did
hold
it.
on.
They have crossed 1,000.
I think that was the semifinals, no? That was
the dark horse trailblazer. 7, just having that overheat in time for these first engagements is very dangerous, and it does look like NESUS and Hitman are going to be going. Metallic has kind of switched into that role. That's who they were. They were the Central Path Pokemon for UCS and Nemesis last year.
No.
And so, again, I think you hit the point right on the nail, Kyle. That transition from that carry Pokemon to now a defender as support is still useful because
Oh my
you
god, I
as a
spilled
Pokemon,
again.
you know what to look for to enable those KOs for your teammates.
Oh.
So while it is
Hold on, guys.
peculiar and there are personal reasons of why Trainer has decided to do that, this is going to be really well. In the end, they have reported before that they tend to be more of a flex player, but at least for the mainstay, they do plan to be that defender, which allows them to engage, and hopefully him and Metallic can be that 1-2 punch.
I'm excited to see this game. We are going to see this Clefairy head to the bottom path. They'll see what La Polleria can do here. This is going to be game 1 of your lower brackets finals, best of 3. So we get 3 full games in this lower bracket. Let's get to it.
Let's get to it. Anysus is actually going to be heading up into the top path with this. Is going to be the Torchic. They want to prioritize getting that Blaziken. Meanwhile, Rex does have the special attack specs attached, so their stacks are actually going to be very pivotal so they can get massive amounts of healing. And it looks like, in the meantime, they're going to take advantage of that, and they're going to say, yeah, they're going to allow this Clefable to get those stacks.
Yeah, Borreach having a really tough time dealing with this Snorlax and Mew with those last hits. However, does salvage a little bit of that wild Pokemon experience with that last hit on Ndidi. Water Gun a great secure, but you're going against the Snorlax, which is making it difficult. Getting almost caught out. Focus Ban, I think, saves that Snorlax, though.
Yeah, Focus Ban was the key playmaker there to be able to stay alive. That's not something you want to be caught out. We've seen how teams, when you're able to get that early KO, can just do massive amounts of damage, but it does look like Metallic is going to be heading uptown, try to get an early flank onto Anysus as they do go in with a try attack, get the KO. Suicune's still there though. Heavy is going up against Machisler. They eject away. Metallic's looking for them, and I think Heavy might have run out of a little bit of steam as Metallic's going to get the final hit.
Great movement here from Metallic, just weaving in and out, dodging a lot of the damage from that.
I think they just accepted the fact that they were gonna die, so they're trying to get the big.
Really closing the door on this, but look at this little.
I think they were trying to get the Altaria, but then not only did they not get it, but they just leashed it for Dodrio.
Anysus trying to take Trainer down. Trainer not only getting vision, but also potentially was setting up for a little bit of an enabler, trying to slow down Mufasa. Because if Mufasa does get to level 8, especially level 7, just having that overheat in time for these first engagements is very dangerous. And it does look like Anysus and Hitman are going to be going after this Regidrago. Nobody really contesting it. Rex might go look at it momentarily, but this should be going to La Polleria.
Certainly does. Scyther gets the last hit, so you're gonna have a little bit of scoring speed bonus for that Scyther, a little bit of global experience for La Polleria, which I honestly kind of needed it, right? Level 8 on that Dodrio is getting increasingly difficult to deal with, so La Polleria is gonna look to maybe push this T1 goals up, but kidnapped by Machisel.
Machisel gets the kidnap, almost gets the KO on Anysus. Overheat, I want to be a cowboy, baby, says Mufasa as the eject from Trainer to use the Ice Fang. We have seen so many good eject Ice Fang plays. We saw it from Ducky earlier, but now we're seeing it from Trainer just to get that KO. So valuable for the side of Nemesis.
It's like almost like Trainer plays the carry role and knows like, okay, what do I need to do to help my jungler, my central area Pokemon, and then really setting up Machisel on that Buzzwall. So
it's a very early overheat.
Ice up in the top path. Machisel gets the best of any sus here.
Oh, they lost it too. I was literally just thinking to myself, that's a very early overheat. They don't have the damage to put it in secure range.
Machisel's trying to get a little score in. It's a big 11 overcap. Overheat is launched, finds absolutely nobody, then get frozen in time, and Mufasa slipping away to safety.
Man, that's a big kind of return favor by Anysus, getting those 3 KOs right there.
Damn.
Level 9 now has access to their Unite move, and you still have this basement objective that is looming down there, right? It's a Reggie Alecki, and neither team has really prioritized up until this point. Both teams have that T1 goal zone, so we're in for
generally speaking, I'm not a fan of Inteleon, at least like nowadays. But when it's being played against a team with literally without a support that doesn't have sustain, I actually don't mind.
Snipe shots available to them. The question is, do they have the eagle eye in the sky like Dupe Snacks normally does to be able to get these shots? And let me tell you, Aura Reach doesn't have to reach that far because these shots are very much on target, unlike Zoinks. Sorry,
man.
Catching strays,
All
man.
right. That's cold. That's cold. He's like in the other Discord call. I mean, he can hear you. I'm sure he's gonna have maybe a word or two. Yeah. Right now, halfway through the match, it's seemingly in Nemesis's favor. If they could find a KO on Scyther once again, that could be even better for this late game.
Late game is good. Sus is trying to get another KO in there.
Oh.
They have just been so aggressive. You know, the cool kids talk about 6-7, but let me tell you, this Scyther 8 up this team as they have just been pushing them back. And right now, La Polleria San Juan, they look like they're still got their engines rolling.
I mean, yeah, we could talk about the Scyther all we want, but this Mew is looking even better, right? Like, every time I'm looking, there's a Electro Ball flying from it, a Musted Auto, a Solar Beam that's hitting multiple targets, and Hitman is having themselves a quiet but very strong game on this Mew.
I mean, they're to their nickname, right? They are the Hitman. They are the one just waiting, lurking, trying to do damage. Trainer gonna set up a KO. Triple trample going in. They're looking for more. Trainer ejects once again, enabling Metallic. And this is what we were theory crafting. The fact that Trainer has this knowledge to set up these plays. And right now, Metallic is answering every single call that Trainer is putting on the table.
You gotta find a way to slow down this Mammoth Swine if you're La Polleria, because this thing is going absolutely bananas right now. Those ejects, those Ice Fangs are doing exactly what you need to do, and La Polleria has like no response, and now you have Nemesis with another Reggie Drago.
Reggie Drago's on their line. Bora is trying to get those damage, and that Rex able to get the final KO on the Blaziken. Rex is now level 11, by the way, because they were able to get such a pivotal KO.
I think they might have used their Unite move for that. I couldn't really see because I think it was off screen for a moment. But either way, incredible work here from the support player. Snorlax gonna push and shove a little bit, try to get a little bit of space for La Polleria. There's the freeze from Suicune.
That is a big Unite move, allowing to push them out. Machisel trying to stay in the game, but they get knocked out. Trainer gets sussed out, and now Regieleki is going to be the low price of free 99. Easy for the taking, but Heavy's just working their dog tail off, trying to get this poor Regieleki. Somebody help this dog out, okay? Suicune is not meant to rip it all on their lonesome self. Able to do it, though, and look at that sniper from Bora Reach out of nowhere. They're threading that needle to get that KO.
Yeah, that was pretty big. But also I want to point out there, in that basement fight where La Polleria got those 3 KOs, Anisus in the top lane that entire time. So they won that fight without their main damage carry. So good stuff here from La Polleria. 30 seconds until our first Groudon of our losers finals, game number 1. And right now it's a very close game. Nemesis does have quite a bit of level advantage with this Dodrio, and they do have a little bit of a spatial advantage, right? That T2 goal zone is down. They're going to have potential for this top Reggie spawn, and if they get it, that could be a very pivotal buff.
Pivotal buff indeed, but Trainer's going in, picks up a target, the block does come out. Juicy Mufasa does have to use their eject button. Trainer, you already expended their Unite move. They thought this was the fight, but now we already see Hitman is getting ready to go, but bang a gong, get it on. Groudon has landed on Thea Sky Ruins.
La Polleria already starting it off. There's that Unite move from Scythers. Unfortunately, unable to get any sort of KO. Going to be healing it up from this Clefable. That is exactly why you take this pick. Good Solar Beam from you. Teams are going to calm down a little bit. They thought that was going to be the fight, but there's going to be a refight. Unite Economy. No Dodrio, no Inteleon, no Mamoswine Unites.
But like you said, Rex having those stacks is able to keep Machisel and Trainer healthy. Trainer's going in. Groudon's already looking pretty low, though, and it goes to the side of La Polleria.
Damn.
They are cooking. The Blaziken was still there. 3-4 members are already going down. All that's left is Metallic, but not enough metal in the universe could exist. Look at this Blaziken getting 3 KOs. The points are scoring in, and La Polleria is open for business.
Nice. 476, 205. Still 1 minute left here. So Nemesis down, but not completely out here. They still have that T1 goal zone on the bottom side, but what the important thing is, they're going to need it. Okay. Doesn't matter. There's the G.
Down but not out. Surrenders 2 seconds later.
Maybe they can come back here.
There's a tier 1 on the bottom. Like there's opportunity, and this always happens, Cal, right? It's the caster's curse, right? Where we start theorizing, we start putting them, and they're like, JK, and we're like, oh.
Yeah.
Well,
This is the point of the night where these players have been playing for several hours at this point. So they're like, okay, let's just get
Turn
through
the
it.
page.
These
Several
teams aren't
hours,
gonna
man,
throw-
brother.
La Poyeria, they're not going to throw away their Groudon shields or Groudon buffs. So likelihood of coming back in this one, slim to none. Let's just go to game number 2. Let's try to go to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong in that late game.
yeah, I mean, things were looking pretty good. I do say that the trainer, I think, was trying to call the team on into that engagement in the top path. There was maybe I think 5 seconds before Groudon had spawned, and I think trainer was like, this is go time, and the team was a little bit more disorganized. It's one of those things where
With that Suicune available, I would love to see Nemesis maybe grab the Suicune here. I think that's just so powerful, and it's just so hard to resist at this point in the game.
yeah, especially when you're looking across and you see 2 all-arounders that could be easily slowed down.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Blaziken has overheat, so maybe, but it's not always gonna have it available. When Pokemon don't have that much movement and that much dive, especially against all-arounders, Suicune is just a menace to deal with. So I think it's fine. Again, it's one of those things where yeah, you really don't want to give up both any sus and Mufasa a Blaziken and a Buzzwole, especially when Machizzle likes to play all rounders. But I still think with the Suicune there, it can help kind of mitigate that a little.
Good.
Fast forward.
So much.
Less yapping, more playing. Let's go.
Hopefully it'll come out in an advantage for them because this is game number 2 of your lower bracket finals. Nemesis going to need this one if they want to stay in your tournament here today. They're on your purple side. La Poyeria on your orange side. Hitman looking for a stack early.
Hatman is going in. They did not care. Neither did Kira. Both of them went in and got what they wanted because
And
they
Buzzwole
realized
with
how
the
valuable
28
this was
second
going
kill
to
in the
be.
top
They want
lane.
to have that availability. They want to have the heals, especially with Umbreon. With the attack weight, having those heals are going to be so useful.
And Boar Reach, once again, kind of the similar strategy as last time, allowing Rex to try to grab some of those stacks on those special attack specs. Unfortunately there, Dodrio was still a Doduo, kind of sussed that out and stole that wild Pokemon away from the Clefairy, which prevented a stack and prevented them from getting evolved.
I will say for the side of La Poyeria, they have 4 Pokemon with stacks. It's Umbreon, the Dodrio, the Blaziken, and the Buzzwole, while the side of Nemesis only has 2. So there's clearly a lot of stacking going on, and this Pawmon, it's going to be electrifying, and I hope we get to see.
Damn, bro.
its full
Nemesis
potential
lanes are in
hands
shambles right now.
of
Top lane
Nemesis.
died, then bottom lane died, then
Was
top lane
stacking
died
too,
again.
right?
Yeah,
I think
it is.
Ay, 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 ay.
4 stacking Pokemon. That could be really dangerous as we get closer to the end of the game, especially if some of these stacks get to go in. And so far, it's looking pretty good for La Poyeria. They're getting them one after another, and that's going to be very difficult to deal with, especially this Blaziken, especially this Buzzwole.
This Blaziken, Buzzwole, and yeah, the Umbreon did have the attack weight, which means its heals with Wish are going to be thicker than a Snicker out on Halloween night. And let me tell you, combine that with an Eldegoss, the heals on wheels will be all over for La Poyeria.
Reggie Drago has joined the fray in the central area. No team has really prioritized it. And we still have a Sobble on the map for Nemesis, so not quite going in their direction currently. It seems like La Poyeria kind of taking advantage all around the map. Here in the top path, though, good advantage.
Oh
for Nemesis.
my
Loses it.
God,
Chisel goes
bro.
down on Scyther.
A trainer gets cut down to size by Hitman, and the rest of the members of Nemesis Metallic.
I
trying to
think
stay
I
alive.
think
They
Nemesis
get
wanna
tossed
go
around.
home today.
Hitman is
Well,
looking for
like-
another KO.
Damn, bro. Buzzwole just grabbed Scyther from his 2 teammates and just like, no, he's mine.
7 minutes, and the level differential is starting to grow exponentially, Kyle.
We're looking for a couple.
I
foul
think
stats,
they
but good defense here.
Pick the
from
Scyther top to try to deny it from any sus, but
Scyther, I just don't
deny-
know
like,
what Nemesis needs to do. To
I don't know if that was
in this
intentional or
game.
not, or if they
Like,
genuinely
you would
play
think that they would
Scyther.
maybe break one of these goals,
But like
I think
denying
they're
a
actually kind of
Pokemon
seeing the writing
doesn't
on the
really
wall.
matter
You
if
can
you don't
deprive
play it
Nemesis
yourself, and
from
it doesn't
that,
seem
you know,
like they're
opening
doing
up
too
those
hot right now.
T2 goal zones, which releases a few additional wild Pokemon. For
It
Nemesis
just seems
to
like they're
catch back
getting
up the
really
levels.
hard
I think
gap,
La
and it's
Poyeria
not
is
even like the
happy
jungler is
controlling
camping the
map
lane or
right
anything.
now, and
It's
they
just
get a rush
straight up
steal
2v2.
currently, and right now it's just looking so
and just getting
bleak
beat.
for Nemesis.
I mean, right
And
now, we
Scyther's
saw
dead
in the
again. Okay,
bracket
well.
earlier, Nemesis did get 2-0'd by La Poyeria.
They gotta break!
But
Break the
La Poyeria
goal!
also wants to
Break
be
the
able to catch
goal!
up against Project
No!
Mbappe. They're
Oh,
finally
it's
gonna
over.
break something.
Waste
with
of Reggie Lucky,
but
GG.
my goodness, this Buzzwole was on a tear, and now La Poyeria looks to converge a little bit more. Bora still not level 7. They get taken down to size 247 to 30, Kyle, and we're only 4 minutes into this match. And
Oh
tier
my
2
lord,
on the
they
top
were
path
not
is
happy.
gone.
Yeah, this is kind of what I worried about if for Nemesis, right? Like, La Poyeria really putting the tempo on the map, and it just doesn't seem like Nemesis has found their footing at all. You still have a Drizzile for good measure. I mean, you
Find their
definitely need
footing?
Snapshot
brother.
to start
They don't have a
making
floor to
a
walk
little
on.
bit of
What do you mean
headway
find
with
their
some of those
footing?
KOs, but they just
They're
haven't been able
dying.
to find any.
They're dying!
No, and they don't have the way to KO. We just saw the Unite move land.
Umbreon, you missed your Unite move.
Up
What
like
are you
it was
doing?
a turkey Thanksgiving dinner. They did not care. And look, we see the Unite move coming out of Scyther just going in. They're trying to push back. This is the moment that they needed to try to open up.
Oh, okay, Scyther literally just moved into the overheat. Oh my
Kira's
god.
gonna take a lot of the damage, but they might live. Look at these wishes that Kira is healing. They avoided being sent to the
Bro,
Pokemon Center.
306
This is
to
unreal.
30.
That meme
They're
look
down
is
276
every word of the
points
definition.
at the halfway mark.
Blocked. Bora reached
Crazy.
directly in that circle, and Bora very much wanted to advance to try to do one additional boosted basic within that Unite move, which would have sent that Umbreon back. And they did get a couple KOs, so I don't want to say they got nothing there. They KO'd the Dodrio, they KO'd the Eldegoss, and they're starting to crawl back into this match, but we're already halfway through, and La Poyeria is controlling it. Two goal zones down in the top side. Not a single goal zone has really been touched from Nemesis.
No,
What are we
Nemesis does
watching?
have 5
This
members
is the
here. We don't
sprite-
have Hitman
well,
part of this fight
the
for La Poyeria. They
official
might be trying to
name
go in. Trainer
is-
unleashes its Unite move. Ultra Soul Slam does go in there.
Oh god, my freaking Windows.
The big
Died.
damage is getting carried out. Trainer's trying to freeze him up. 4 gets there. Bora is trying to be the hero here, unable to converge. And now all of
Fraggles
La Poyeria
presents the
has their
over
shot
/ underdunk
open. They are
Groudon
pushing
Gauntlet,
in.
the final
I don't
reckoning.
know about you, but I've seen Shrek too.
It's an
And
open
right
tournament
now,
that
Nemesis
was
needs a
live
hero
2 days
who's
ago, I think.
fresh from
3.
the fight, but they might not have it in them anymore.
3:56:30. 4 minutes remaining in this match, and Nemesis needs to start finding something. This is going to be a Regieleki up in the top path, and this could potentially walk all the way home. La Poyeria has no real incentive to try to rip this down immediately. They could potentially, if they'd like to, try to stall it out. So I think that means Nemesis does want to at least prevent this from walking closer towards when Groudon hits the map. So I think that's a very smart play, and they're going to start crawling, but they're going to trade their T2
Oh my
bottom
goodness.
side for it.
Yeah, we're looking. The scores are going in 50, 472 to 122.
They are
All
down
while Nemesis is
350
pushing in
points on the
top
dot.
path, La Poyeria
350.
decide to push the bottom path. They're
That is
not
one of
just
the
cooking
big-
more
well,
than chicken
I think the
here.
second
They're
biggest
trying to
lead
cook up a
going
victory as the
into
Moonlight
Endgame.
Prance does get unleashed. Azure Spy Vision does come out. Triple Trample is unleashed. The team is going in. Supercell just gets shut down. That battery does not have enough, and Hitman is looking for more.
Boris trying to hit a snipe shot here. Damages Blaziken heavily. But Blaziken's going to go back in, charging an overheat, but it's Dodrio that KOs a pair before Blaziken can even land the kick. So right now, 40 seconds until Groudon. Over a 300-point advantage in La Poyeria's favor, right? Level 14 Blaziken, level 14 Buzzwole. Nothing of the sort to Nemesis. So if you're Nemesis, I mean, you gotta hope that you can maybe find one of those Pokemon by their lonesome with Scyther, or maybe the Pawmot to try to bolster some of your levels before this Groudon. But right now, it's looking pretty bleak, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, the pick to click for me right now, the biggest game changer, not only to find maybe somebody on their own, but Trainer needs to freeze like an entire team, and the team needs to converge. And I know that's asking for a lot. That's like asking for a Hail Mary in the 4th quarter, and this is all you have when you're already down by like 2 touchdowns. But right now, they need to make something, because 472 to 122, La Poyeria has control of points and control of the map.
They're gonna look to maybe engage with this palm, unable to do so.
Damn,
Good
bro.
freeze there
One
from
snipe
Speed
shot
King,
actually
but
took off like
doesn't really find
half
the
of
follow-up
Dodrio's
damage
health,
from
if
the
not
rest of the
more.
squad, because they have to be very careful right now. They're La Polleria really just poking and prodding, trying to force Nemesis into a disadvantageous fight. Nemesis not really falling for it. They're kind of huddled together around this Clefable, making sure those health bars stay up, making sure that they do not get caught from this Dodrio, but here we go.
Triple Trample gets all 5 members of Nemesis. They're being dismembered left and right. The Unite
my
moves are
God.
being absolutely shredded.
I
The
blinked and I
triple
missed it.
trample with the Unite move of Scyther just completely shredded him. Metallic has nowhere to run, nowhere to look. It's just Rex. No Unite move.
They don't even have their Unite move for
us.
us.
The mean look is just like you said, Kyle. It's just so mean, as all they can do is sit there and watch. And we could be seeing now Nemesis waves the white
gamers.
flag.
Damn, that was brutal, man.
Does mean La Polleria San Juan.
Dude, that's a straight up
have
skill,
locked in
like
their way
skill
from the
gap.
loser side back to
Top
grand
lane
finals,
got
where
absolutely
Project Mbappe
decimated.
is waiting.
Like, at this point, I don't even know how many times
Back
Scyther
for
died in that
Project
game, but like, oh
Mbappe.
my god.
And La Polleria, a little bit of a rematch from a set that we just saw upcoming. La Polleria punching their ticket into the grand finals, 472, 122, your final here. Control of the early game, control of...
Yeah, let's go to the grand finals. Grand finals. Project Mbappe versus La Polleria San Juan.
Explain some of the
Giving a little bit too much intel. It can be fun, but anyways, Fraggles, we've hit draft of our first game of our grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, here we go.
Wait, do they play? Oh, is it because they're on winner side or like? Who are you betting on? Didn't Mbappe win against La Polleria?
Obviously, La Polleria San Juan is going to need to really get it together.
I think I have short-term memory. I don't even remember what happened. I could have swore these guys played each other already.
Also,
Plus,
I do
Project
have
Mbappe
to,
have a
call this out.
+1 lead because
My
they win
editor,
from the
who
winner side.
helps with a lot of stuff on my channel, lives in Peru, and he texted me just to let me know. By the way,
You know what?
La Polleria San Juan
I'm a
means
North
San Juan's
NA
chicken place, and I
believer.
had to
All right.
respond, yes,
You
I
gotta
do.
root for the apple pie. I'm going for
You had to
Mbappe.
defend yourself a little bit.
I had to go. I know it doesn't seem like I know things.
With the
But
maybe
I
the
actually-
execution I have of saying it.
I actually did know that, just so you know.
Oh, that made me so happy. All right, we're gonna be jumping into the draft. I don't know if you heard me earlier. I think I was casting a match with Zero when I called orange side of draft the parking lot and purple side the ball pit, just in terms of how fun your bans are.
Oh, yes. Well, I totally get what you're saying. Yeah, there's really not a lot of fun stuff happening on the orange side. And on the purple side, I mean, you get to make some really cool decisions. Basically, all the pressure is off you.
Yeah, like a ball pit level of decisions. So far, La Polleria going with double all-rounders, so potentially setting up for one of these plays. And holy moly, one of my favorite player names that we've had so far in today's tournament, which I think is Kira, but who knows, has been locking down that Snorlax, just a tier 1 level of defender. I think potentially best maybe Crussel's the only other one that could really hold a candle to it, but really top-tier Pokemon.
We're seeing Kratos locking in the Mew here. So a lot of teams playing support Mew, but Mew is just broken no matter how you play it, especially in a coordinated team with players that can play it at this level. This thing is unbelievable. Final pick over here to Mbappe. We see the target ban, right, of the Urshifu. Celestial's Urshifu is just, like, incredible.
So good.
So we're going to have to see what they want to play. I would have loved to have seen an Empoleon. But sadly, I think the Penguin was just slightly over-nerfed.
Yeah, it feels like... I mean, it needed some heavy-handed nerfs, certainly. However...
I'm assuming that's based on what I've been seeing this entire tournament, I'm assuming it's Blaziken Jungle. It could be Buzzwole Jungle, but
no,
probably Blaziken? Question mark?
Speaking of casual hovers, I don't have a transition.
Both teams are relatively balanced for the most part.
I mean, we've seen some.
The Mew's I will say Mew has been played.
I was wondering if we were going to see it more. It feels
really frequently. I honestly, I think I'm a little surprised that I've seen as many Mews as I have.
I would.
However, There is a
I think
however.
potentially it's just one of those Pokemon you truly need to have a level of expertise with to actually feel
The
the
Mews
impact.
this
Like,
tournament
it's,
have left me unimpressed. Like I haven't
sure,
seen like
I
a
think
Mew
it's a good
that left me
example.
like
Its playability floor is
thinking,
pretty
wow.
high.
Actually, there
Like,
was
you
one.
see Jason playing it, the kinda
Zonte
dual
was putting in
string,
work
that
in that one
cooldown
match,
buff
so
is ridiculous. The amount
I'll
of
give
damage
credit
you
where it's
can
due.
actually
That one
dodge,
match,
but
and
you're looking for impact after that, it could still be tough.
I
to
think it
line
was
up.
Zonte that had like a pretty good
Your
match on
ability
Mew.
to play that
They
Pokemon. I
tried.
think
They
Dark
tried to
Knight can
1v9,
be
but it
individually
didn't work out.
carry, but it is a team.
Oh, besides that, like the rest of the Mews that I've seen, it was kind of just like,
don't have that
whatever.
level of practice and level of skill to.
We'll see what happens this game.
What you're doing, it can also be tough.
All right, here we go. We are
It is Blaziken
heading
Jungle.
into our grand finals. San Juan's Chicken Place, your purple team. Project Mbappe, your orange team. They're up one game already because they came through the winner's side, dispatching none other than La Poria San Juan.
All right, so a bit of a salty run back in front of us, and already we're throwing out quite a bit of damage in the bottom side as Kratos on this Mew, already at that level 2, having the ability to just throw out so much damage, but it's on that.
Damn, first blood in
Yeah, I mean,
26
this pure
seconds.
Early from Mew is incredible. We have Chris Smith running up to this top path right here, pushing any sus away from this. They're going to look to see if they can steal some of it, and they do. Really nice job taking away some of that experience all on their lonesome.
Yeah, it feels like every top path matchup for the most part is that race to level 5. Maybe a Pokemon like Blaziken or something would be a little bit shy of that. But I feel like with Buzzwole and Zacian, two Pokemon that don't evolve is one of the most paramount things in this matchup. So you can
I didn't see if they had
why
full heal or
Heavy
not.
and Roland respectively are playing
Usually
so
when I
much
see
in
full
front.
heal, it's probably
Mufasa looking for a possible steal here. They pull away all
Metal
of
Claw.
the farm. However, the Metal Claw coming in, continuing to push forward is Celestial on the Raichu, cleaning it up. That's a double KO. Making
Oh man, that was
In the
brutal.
top path. What a start for Mbappe.
Absolutely
This is starting to
brutal.
look like their games from earlier.
Yeah, since we're on
I mean, the biggest
thread,
contributing
look,
factor is the fact that Buzzwole was still level 4 and Zacian was level 5.
Either way, Celeste absolutely popping off. This Pokemon is so exciting to watch. I really like Alolan Raichu right now, and into a Clefable-based composition. I think it's kind of an enlightened pick.
Ooh.
That little tandem electricity that bounces between opponents is devastating when you're trying to just play around your healer so closely.
I totally agree. We were talking about this earlier about how if their team bunches up a lot, especially with Fable, what a perfect setup for stored power Raichu, right? I mean, it couldn't enjoy that more.
And like sleeper psychic buffs being one of the stronger buffs in that last patch potentially. I don't know. At least for Alolan Raichu, they're kind of soaring. Ducky is still got that fake tears. For a second, I thought we were looking at Snarl potentially available for Ducky, but his Umbreon so far is kind of hit the point of the game where just.
Oh, Combuskin picked up a kill in the top lane on the Eldegoss,
Trying to
so
build
that's
up Kratos as
pretty
quickly
good,
as they can,
all things
but
considering.
Right now, more importantly, they're just trying to deny Hitman experience.
Yeah, Chris Smith in the top path here. We saw some stellar performances earlier, but we've not seen them kind of on their signature in this.
Oh, that is
right
bad.
now. We're
That
seeing
is
them on Zacian,
really
but
bad.
it looks like they can still hold their own, brawling against 3 right now.
Oh,
being set up
the
into
Raichu
air.
is not
Here we go.
respecting
Any
the
sus making sure they
Buzzwole.
can pick up a KO right there. Maybe one of the most unnecessary eject buttons I've seen, and it doesn't get the KO.
A little bit of style. I will give them a little bit of credit for a play beforehand. I think Heavy set up a really nice follow me. Obviously, they're able to catch out the Alolan Raichu with the Buzzwole combo, but follow me into overheat. It's just a really nice combination play that makes
Yeah,
sure
I mean,
that
it was
there's
going
no
well
Fable
up
can go.
until
But
that top lane
we've got
misplay
some
happened.
sequence from the Eldegoss.
Nice job here.
Now,
Getting this
you
ready
can
for
see
Lucky.
the levels
Buzzwole's
across
got
the board.
90 in it, so this would be a great
After getting the Red Ice and
a lot of
after
those
getting
points,
those
get some
kills,
experience, big
La
time
Polleria
action,
have
and
taken the level
kinda
lead.
zones them out of this completely, and now they're able to do some good math if they would like to.
And the
They get
game is
17,
pretty
they
much
could get the 30, sure. And we have Kratos
balanced.
here, could score in the bottom path, and they decide to break.
Well,
Great push by Project Mbappe.
Mbappe broke
Great
bottom tier
timing to
1,
do
and
it
they
as
took the
well.
point lead,
Up
but
three,
in
a
terms
lot
of
their
levels,
damage
it's
coming from
still,
these melee
it's
Pokemon,
even now.
Buzzwole and Blaziken, and without them kind of manning the front line, Inteleon's impact is a little bit minimized, but with them having to score, take central area, it was just a really great moment for Project Mbappe to increase that score lead by a ton.
Yeah, and the pressure that Mbappe has been putting on here, you know, they're just continuing to win every time they show up, very DJ Khaled like, and because of that, they're running into every single one of these fights with the Unite move, taking as much experience as they can. But some great
Yeah,
picks
Mbappe
once
needs to really
again
start
from
respecting the
Laporia.
well,
But
like
any sus
obviously
was
the
huge
tournament already
moments for
happened,
this
but
team.
like these guys got to respect the Buzzwell. I feel like they're just standing a little
And
too
now we see
close, like
great
not
this tier 1 goal zone 116
expecting
to
the
152.
smackdown or superpower to happen.
Nasty push by Laporia, and it feels like they're right back in this game as well. With a nice moment like that, they're actually going to try to push from maybe even more as they set up towards this tier 1 on the bottom side. One heavy slam does land into this Alolan Raichu from Kratos, but for the time being, it looks like they won't have to deal with much more danger. Laporia will relent for now.
In the chat, I see from someone named, I think it's Dob Snaps. Spraggles, read this. I just hit Master Rank in Pokemon Unite. Congratulations, buddy. It's tough for some of us out there, so I understand how big that must be for you. Shout out to Dob Smiths.
Yeah, it's actually massive for him. For me, I've had a tough time out here. I've been playing a lot today, and I've been not winning a bunch. So my apologies to my solo queue teammates. It's been a rough one. Great looks for these two teams, though, Spraggles. They've been having a great day.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Actually, I don't know if they have in solo queue. I don't know. Maybe they're having a really bad day when they go to ranked ladder, but they're doing great in tournament. That's what I think my problem is. I gotta play in more tournaments.
I think if you're losing in solo queue, the plan is to play in the most competitive fashion possible.
Correct.
That's the way to do it. You know, but it would be nice if you had 4 players to really carry you through it. Maybe you would have a great time here.
Carry's a strong word. Carry's a strong word, but but potentially it is what I'm looking for.
Well, look, if I'm playing competitive and you ask me, do you want to be the best player on your team or the worst? I want to be the worst player by far. Please.
I'm not exactly sure why La Polleria decided to. Why are they going so aggressive now?
Yeah, no, when you put it like that,
I mean, like,
makes
yeah,
a
they
lot
got
of
the
sense.
damage is already
Celeste
done in a
a
way.
scary spot as they are
But,
trying to
okay,
work
they're getting the
all
comeback
back of their
kills,
goals,
so,
be cut
you
off.
know what?
Just follow me to pull them in, but Hitman even had the flank behind them with this Inteleon. Great play from La Paria. It feels like they're just right back in it. Anytime they lose one
I'm just a
of
little
these fights,
curious
the
as to
bounce
where
back
that
potential
enthusiasm is
great.
before the
But
Red
so far,
Delecty
they're
goes
kind
in.
of behind that on the tempo. Even if it is a 2-step, they're the second one.
But
So
if their
they're gonna
plan
find a
was
way
to,
come back to this one if they want to take it,
you know,
and find
get
moments in this
killed
matchup.
and then after forcing the enemy team to burn Unite moves and then respawn and kill them, then, you know, their plan was a success.
Huge victory, but La Poria coming right back in it. And we've seen some great fights and great picks from them. I do think this is one of those games, especially with the scoreboard where it is, the levels where it is. This is going to come down to one of those beautiful picks, one of those beautiful moments at Groudon. Can we get any sus to get in there, you know, eject button tech and pull back this Raichu? If so, I think they can win this fight.
Yeah, they kind of got two great ways to start a fight. You just mentioned the one, I think the other is just really play off of Hitman snipe shots. And so far, any sus that had been a danger actually tries to go back with the Umbreon, but puts him right into the line of fire. Mew gonna take that first KO. Great snipe shots to kind of be a bit of a preventative measure, but so far, Project Mbappe very happy with the damage they've done in this fight.
Reggie's still getting very low right here. Overheat's ready to go, and whoa, no! Somehow Mbappe gets that absolutely criminal out here. If I was Zero, I would say they were a smooth criminal, but I'm not. Just simply a criminal. They should go to jail.
Yeah,
This right here,
Mbappe gets that
once again,
so
hold
far,
on.
Project Mbappe very happy with the damage they've done in this fight.
Reggie's still getting very low right here.
To take that first.
Where did
the other
Buzzwell
is just
die?
Really play
Oh,
off
here.
Of Hitman snipe shots, and so far, any sus that had been a danger actually tries to go back with the Umbreon, but puts him.
Like, this is another one of those confusing situations that I don't really understand from some teams. Okay, obviously Buzzwell just got picked off. Snorlax is literally on the opposite side of the map. So as of right now, it's a 3 versus 5. Snorlax does rotate. Although they're slow, they do end up rotating. But like, they rotate after the objective's already gone, and they're contesting in a 3 versus 5. Like, I don't really understand why. The Regice is not so important that you need to die for it. But I don't know, maybe they just thought, you know what if we do get it though?
Kratos maybe 7 or 8 times in this matchup alone. Kratos on the Mew in this matchup, Celeste on the Alolan Alolan Raichu. Jeez, okay. But
it's been a long day. Here we are at the Groudon fight. 2 minutes on the clock, 2:57, 2:43, and what we're going to be looking for, Zoinks, is that pop-off, that moment. You You can see them playing around the snipe shot. They hit one, miss the second one. Solar beam the other way. Snipe shot goes wide. Sus looking for a play right here. Runs into Umbreon. I don't know if it's who they want as 4 members collapse onto Buzzwole. Buzzwole needs to peel back. Clefable needs to run. And Blaziken moves in, Zoinks.
Wow, Clefable kind of stuck in between 2 spots, not able to support the Buzzwole, but has to try to rally back to defend the team. Does use Unite move to stay up for a little bit. It's going to be Kratos taking down the Snorlax, who is sort of left alone. The rest of their team rallying all the way back to the enemy central area. Now with already almost a minute
Oh,
off the
Eldegoss
clock,
got sniped by Inteleon.
And we are
Oh!
looking through the map right now, through the
Oh
looking
my
glass,
God!
crowd on Gauntlet. It is being
Bro,
and it
Inteleon
looks like it's
smurfing!
heading down to, yes, of course, the Blaziken.
What just
as they
happened?
are going to push forward to score. 1 minute, the ground.
enemy central area. Now with team does use Unite move to stay up for a little bit. It's going to be Kratos taking down the Snorlax, who is sort of left alone. The rest of their team rallying all the way back to the enemy central area. Now with
Okay,
already use Unite move to stay up for a little bit. It's going to be Kratos taking down the Snorlax, who is sort of
oh,
left
I don't think they
alone. The rest of
ulted.
their
Well,
team
okay, so Inteleon just united right now.
rallying all the way back to the enemy
So what,
central
did they get-
area. Now with
Did they get double tapped or did they just get sniped? Well, obviously I can't tell because. Okay, wait. Let me look at their
Unite
HP
move to
bar.
stay
Hold
up for a
on.
little bit. It's going to be Kratos taking down the Snorlax, who is sort of left alone. The rest of their team
Okay, so Inteleon just popped Unite move right now. And Eldegoss is still full
rallying all the way
HP.
back to the enemy central area.
Look at their HP bar. So they got double tapped. So they got auto attacked. They got auto attacked. They got sniped, and then I'm assuming they got auto attacked again.
The clock. Hitman finally strikes
Yeah,
back.
so Eldegoss just got absolutely. I feel like they should have been able to get their Unite move off at least. But maybe they were reluctant because the rest of the team wasn't nearby. They didn't want to use it just for themselves. But obviously, it's the last team fight of the game, so you might as well just use it. Raichu also got
Sort of
sniped.
left
They were full
alone.
HP
The
as
rest of their
well.
team
You
rallying
see.
all the way back
I'm
to
look.
the
Because the camera, because the cameraman is just awful. I have to look at the HP bars and
enemy
the
central
timing.
area.
So there's the Eldegoss. So got auto attack, snipe shot, and then auto
Now with
attack.
already almost a minute off
Oh, eject
the
button.
clock. Hitman finally strikes back.
Eject button, auto attack. I think auto attack again, and then snipe
We are
shot.
looking through the map right
Damn.
now, through the looking glass. The ground.
Bro,
on
Hitman
Gauntlet.
just popped
It is
off at the
being
last,
ripped apart, and it looks like
last
it's
little
heading
bit.
down to, yes, of course, the Blaziken as they are going to push forward to score. 1 minute on the clock. 2 members of Project Mbappe up. Can they defend?
Project Mbappe just really risking it all to try to chase down those melee damage dealers in the enemy central. All the
Hey, you're
while,
not doing
Hitman's
math.
Inteleon
Oh, yeah, it
able
doesn't
to just
matter.
kind of free fire from
These
the
guys
top side
aren't
of the
doing
map.
math.
So
They're
much
supposed to
stuff,
let the
but you're right,
Clefable
50
score.
seconds left
They're
on
not
the
doing
clock.
math.
Potential to steal away a few of these Groudon buffs. Alolan Raichu Unite move will
Not that it
already
matters.
hit
They're
the
still
map,
gonna
and,
win.
well, it's gonna be Eldegoss picking up the Groudon buff. Maybe not who you want to have it at the moment.
Yeah, we're going to see if they can get one of these KOs. It could be so important, but these snipe shots, every single one of them, hit. It was a one shot on the snipe with the Groudon buff. Raichu goes down. They're looking to see if they can get anyone, but that's 2 KOs as they continue to.
And I think there's advantage gone. As
Oh,
the
it's a
winners
best out of
fight.
5. Okay.
One big
I didn't realize it was a best out of 5. I thought it was a best out of 3.
It didn't look
Okay,
like
well, we
this
got
was
ourselves a series now.
close to as impactful on their Zacian.
Oh, you know, I don't mind. If it's the last series, I don't
I will
mind
say it felt like
vibing for the last little
almost
bit.
a surprising match from Christmas, like a surprisingly quiet matchup from Christmas. Still got 70,000 KO. Try to see what
Fast
happens.
forward.
Very early pick in this draft. Pokemon like Blissey, though, I have to imagine is going to be one of the highest priorities, especially from a player like Roland. Yeah, they've been playing it quite a bit, and lock that one in first.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good pick. I'm surprised
That's not true.
they didn't maybe want to hold the Suicune for themselves. But if they haven't been loving it lately, I get it. It's so broken that you do not want to give it to your opponents.
Yeah, Roland's like, I'd rather just play a Blissey in this situation, please. I haven't seen Ducky play too much of it, but I guess, yeah, that is the other major meta threat, Ace Spraggles, is that Darkrai left available. Mufasa gonna pick that one up for now. Who knows, maybe they'll switch up what player is playing it a little bit later, but for now, that Darkraization. Very scary legendary duo.
Yeah, extremely scary. However, we have some tough stuff on the other side. Lucario, one of those choices that maybe hasn't been the most stellar, at least last season, but it is a powerful pick since day one in Unite. I'm really interested in this Darkrai. I wanted to see more of it in this tournament.
Darkrai.
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 But I want to see
Right.
more of Darkrai in this tournament, so I'm happy to see it here in our grands.
Yeah, I guess I got my wish. I was really hoping for a Alolan Raichu.
Someone
I think
teach
the
this
kid
guy
really got something
Darkrai is
to
a
live for,
mythical.
too.
Oh,
Alright, I'll
sorry,
send an
who
email,
wanted
man.
to
No
talk
worries.
about LD? Was it
I
not
don't
you?
know. Maybe it was me. I just fully didn't remember. When you had said it, I was like in chat. I was like, did I? But I've been begging for Leaf Tornado, but I not yet. We'll see. Maybe one day. Probably not with any of these Pokemon, seeing as almost none of them rely on their auto attacks for major damage, but we could see. This pick, though, this Arena from Celeste, I think is super exciting, especially for fans of Project Mbappe, has been a very successful pick for them in the tournament so far. Watching this run, even off-stream games, this Arena has been very, very good for this team.
Not good news for you, Zoinks. November 6th, 2025, 11:32 a.m. from Spraggles. Any Pokemon to watch from the crew? This is me doing my job, just kind of getting things together right here. From Zoinks, 11/6/2025, 3:33 p.m. By the way, really letting that one.
I will become the next
But
Project
stops.
Mbappe.
Alolan Raichu, the Megas, of course.
I will be the next
Maybe
Spoils
Eldegoss too?
Hermanos.
Oh,
The
I was
Chicken
cheeky
Brothers.
About it too.
You were cheeky about it.
Oh no.
Yep.
That's even worse somehow. Okay, well, I take that L too.
Yeah. So look, I didn't want to do that. It was just
Yeah.
the first thing I immediately did the second I could look for it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Also, I see Kyle posting it in our production chat where he clearly searched Eldegoss, by
Yeah.
the way, in search terms.
That's also what I did. I
Okay,
immediately
okay.
searched Eldegoss, and I thought, who wrote this? Because if
Oh, sorry.
I did think it was you, but at the same time, the second you, Zoinks, someone I trust and love, tells me that I'm wrong, I believe you. But
Yeah,
then
and-
it was eating away at me,
Ugh, well,
knowing.
I hate to squander that privilege, but I suppose it has happened so far. Chad, I will be ordering a buffalo chicken onion pizza to wallow in my sorrows with me.
I mean, I understand it's the reference to a bit that just keeps on giving as we head to our grand finals here. I love that someone's like, hey, I don't understand that. I've never watched this before. And they go, oh, you didn't watch the co-stream of the Japanese tournament cast from March of last year? Well, then, of course, you don't get the joke.
Yeah. Well, I mean, catch up. I don't know what else to say, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, you got to watch the broadcast. I'm
Yep.
sorry, but you have to.
The lore runs deep here, not only in the teams and the stories and the accomplishments, but of course in our broadcast bits. We truly run quite deep. Okay, I know you talked about how Lucario has not been sort of befitting too much in this tournament. It's been a bit rougher in the early stages. However, it has.
Oh,
had
this
some
is
big wins,
interesting.
specifically from
Inteleon and
Bryce,
Eldegoss
on
versus a
Season 1.
Lucario
He has to
matchup.
match up against Sobble in the early game. How we
Darkrai's
feeling about
here
this
too.
top lane matchup right now?
You know, I think Lucario matches up well into anything. So
Okay,
I'm not too stressed out about it, but I like the switch up here of moving the Zacian down. I think that's a really smart play by La Puria because I do think the Lucario's secure and their ability to move around the map kind of outplays Zacian's rip ability in certain moments. So I like the play. Darkrai coming up here, catching 3 right there. The full heal from Christmas as they are pushing forward, right back in, and they
Oh
get the
my
KO.
god.
Wow, big 4-on-4
Look
fight
at the
up here.
Darkrai, man.
Once
Like,
Christmas
that
already
shit
gone,
is
Ducky
so
will be able to
impressive.
Escape. Roland had evolved to that Blissey at level 4.
It can literally just stand there,
Healing move, so
cast
they were
Dark
able to make
Void,
it out, but wow,
activate
I mean,
skill,
You know, when we had some of those
stuns,
changes,
gets the damage out,
Spraggles,
throws
we
Dark
start
Void
to see
again,
which
rinse and
side they
repeat.
actually will appear on with the Regieleki timer. You have to think maybe teams
When it's
will kinda
against,
change up
like,
how they rotate or be a little bit safer, but no, old school 4-player top rotations.
Pokemon that are not objectively strong in the
Yeah,
early
I
game
also think the
is
more
just
a
so
play goes
oppressive because they
away, the
pretty
more
much got to
almost
stand
becomes
there
viable because
Yeah,
people
okay.
or
forget
just like
that's
run away.
something that can happen. Darkrai right now putting Project Mbappe in a really tough spot. If you can time those sleeps super well and just kind of let them languish for a while before doing the damage to them, you could obviously set up another one very quickly, but also empower your team to pick up big KOs, and we saw that in the top path.
Yeah, and there's no safeguard accessible for Project Mbappe. At least from what I saw, I'm pretty confident I saw that softboil from the Blitzy. So no kind of quick access to a cleanse for any of those sleepy situations that this Darkrai is going to set up, and that could be challenging to play around. Ooh, Snipe Shot just goes wide. That'd be a mighty fine poke damage to find early on, but that Lucario already stuck in place.
Yeah, and here we go. Lucario moving in here. We hear the full heal go out. Eldegoss goes down as they're going to continue looking for a push here. The snipe shot, the damage from the Darkrai. They're pushing them back, but here comes Celestial on the Zarina. Got the stomping boots on, but can't take down the Darkrai as we have Anysus waiting in the tall grass, looking for their moment, but deciding to peel back towards their goal zone.
Yeah, both these teams kind of weighing their options. Can we farm to get a level 9, or do we need to focus on this objective? Lucario going to be the first one up to be aggressive. They are pulled all the way in. Zarina gets a ton of stomp damage, but is getting pretty low themselves. Hitman trepidatiously approaching this Regirock as they do want to try to keep themselves safe, but these snipe shots are landing and having such a big impact in this fight.
I love that you used trepidatiously. I mean, that was
Thank
very
you.
nice.
I was
my
nervous
friend.
about the execution, but I think I landed the plane.
You absolutely, I mean, it felt like you were pulling a triple axle and perfectly landed it. The judges couldn't believe
Darkrai's
it.
trying.
Impressive
Darkrai is
stuff.
starting to trail behind.
Very trepidatious about how they
Don't get me wrong. I like.
You know what?
I do think Darkrai's in the early game should play a little bit aggressive.
Honestly,
However,
I'm being genuine with you. I wouldn't have gone for it.
unless you're able to actually make something out of that aggression,
It works out. Now, unfortunately, there's
it's
no
not worth it if
to
you fall too
run back to.
far behind.
Unfortunately,
I mean, they're just hitting level 9 right now.
Is not a
Like,
spot
ideally,
to
you
be
want to
able
be level
rally
9
back from.
for...
Ducky does
Oh
ice
my
fake
god.
Kodo to
I
get
was
that
just
KO.
about to say,
Not worried
ideally,
at
you
all
want to be
about
level
being
9 for
trapped
first
by Rock
objective,
Tomb.
which is like the
Instead,
7-minute
uses
mark.
their advantage.
If you're a little late, you know what happens. But that should not be happening where you're dying in a 2 versus 2 with Unite move.
Absolutely stellar day.
Oh, Zacian missed the secure as well.
Anysus missing that with the Unite
Oh,
move.
it's going
Ryan's
horribly,
instead
horribly
takes
wrong.
it. Charge beam is all the rage, and I love to see it. I just think this build is so dang good and so difficult to shut down for your opponents.
Yeah, I love it. I don't know. The only two attackers, or at least that are playing that path attacker position, feel real, like the Inteleon and the Miraidon. They both have a very similar purpose, right? Get that early poke damage so your more melee damage dealers can, find a way to actually get these KOs and close them out. But whereas Miraidon maybe doesn't have as big of a top end as these snipe shots, still is so much safer. Like, you're just putting in so much damage, and it's really tough to actually dive onto this Pokemon. So, great impact from them so far, but Inteleon also putting up great numbers.
Yeah, Inteleon obviously puts up great single target damage. The nice thing about the Miraidon is you get that team-wide damage.
Oh,
You can run a curse item on it. You really can do a lot with it. Anysus in some trouble right here as we have the Mamoswine looking to take them down. Zarina needing to use the Unite move to finish off that Zacian, but the Bliss assistance comes in right after. Chris Smith moving in. We're looking for the extreme speeds. They're trying to land. Here comes the Unite move. Back and forth. Lucario picking up some KOs. We have Crustle now trying to stop them and push them back. Darkrai is still here, putting them to bed, and Mamo trying to get them with the Ice Fang, but barely misses as we have Darkrai continuing to dance around this fight, finally getting stomped down by Celestial.
You remember when I was saying that Darkrai is just like a really good team-oriented Pokemon? It doesn't really excel solo all the time. Well, there is certainly avenues where you can make Darkrai look fantastic in even situations where they are facing down multiple opponents. 3 seems like the number they cannot eclipse, though, as now we have Project Mbappe going to be breaking that goal zone with a light score, but they already have such a giant score lead. I don't think they're too worried about the overdunk. Instead, let's just give Celeste a bit more of a runway to work with on this damage.
Now we're going to see if they want to continue following here. They could get themselves in a bad situation, but Darkrai also has a lot of ways to get out of it. They decide to peel away from this fight. Regidrago being taken by Anysus on the Zacian as they move towards the central area, getting caught in a big way, hopping right over the wall, though. Wow, that was a crazy egg bomb. I can't believe that landed.
Yeah. Yeah, rolling Babe Ruth points and calls a shot, too. Almost gets the knockout. Unfortunately, I think just one more play rough off cooldown allows Anysus to make it out, and Project Mbappe back to the drawing board of how to take down this really scary Zacian. Regieleki is leashed over to their side, though, so positional advantage is in their favor, as Ducky just trying to buy as much time as they can. Expects a quick dive with the Ice Fang, not going to find anybody, instead pushes back towards their team.
Yeah, here we go. Darkrai moving in, trying to deal some big damage right here, but Lucario picks up the KO. We have Celestial level 14 on Zarina. You know, before a few of the recent
There are
buffs
two
and
problems
nerfs,
with what I
Zarina was
see
looked at as
going
being
on the
one
side of
the picks
Oyoria.
for the season by a
Number
lot of
one,
these competitive teams.
they have a
And we see how
Crustle.
well
Yes,
it's been
technically
here.
they're a
That
defender.
single target
But
unite
it's
move
because
is
obviously
pretty
they're not running
incredible. After you get a
Shell
couple
Smash,
of
they're
stomps
running
in, you pretty much
Rock Tomb.
guarantee any squishy is
So it's
going
more of
down,
like
which
it
is
plays more like a
extremely
caster because
powerful.
of its low
also,
mobility.
You gotta feel pretty good against a Darkrai on the other
So
side.
it's
of this
really
Pokemon,
hard
right?
for
Like, you
Crustle
get
to
trapped in its
reposition the
Unite move
front
for
line if it
years, you
needs to,
probably
Yeah.
win
and
that
be that
1v1
meat shield for the
in
team.
every situation, especially with Serena's Unite move.
And
The
unfortunately,
first ones to
the rest of the
initiate one
team are
stomp
just like
right
pieces
into
of
the Unite
paper
move on top of
waiting
that
to get shredded.
Wow, they are going very aggressive here. I'm surprised. I thought they might save it for the Darkrai, but no. Instead, they decided to use.
And then
the
unfortunately,
Darkrai
I was
goes
just about,
down
I was
to the
like,
Mammo Swine.
before the
And
team fight
Unite
happened, I was
move
gonna
from the
say,
ride on crashing down.
it's so
Now
hard
they are
for
looking to rip this objective.
Darkrai
Here
to
we
land
are,
their Unite move on a
Telio.
priority
They'll show their
target,
face for just
because
a
in
moment
order
when
for them
Mbappe
to
gets
land their
hit.
Unite move,
Mbappe still has 3 Unite moves, by the way. Like they
need
so
to be
much left
close
in the
enough
tank
to that
to
target,
Unite
and
move.
it's
Looks like
just
Groudon
really,
is. Now
especially with
Groudon will get
less
knocked
bush
out by
coverage.
Lucario, Unite move just to ensure the fact
There's
that
less
it gets
bush
KO'd.
coverage,
Good call when
not
you
to
got no vision
mention
of that Zacian. You never know where that Unite move's going to come from. So great play call.
there's
but
just
they
so
take
much
it down, and,
peel
yeah, I don't think Kira's going to be able to handle 4 enemy Pokemon.
for something like honestly, like Miraidon is just so long range, or it has so much range that realistically it doesn't even need peel. It just, as long as you see the Darkrai, you just know to just kite backwards and that's it. And then you'll never get hit by that Unite move.
In game 1, it might have been a draft diff, but
Yeah.
Mbappe completely dominated that Groudon fight and most of the match in the later half, I would say.
Yeah, and in both games, I feel like it's tough to call this out for these players. They're so strong, but I mean, Zacian now 0 for 2 in this draft so far. So an interesting matchup, and the Extreme Speed Lucario from Chris Smith looking fantastic in this game. I thought they were kind of unimpeded by a lot of the enemy. I know they have
The players that have been, I will say, the
the
Zacians and the Blastoise players this tournament have been a little underwhelming.
Really good pick for Project Mbappe, and
Like,
yeah, gonna take them down.
I'm not gonna go as far to say as they're inting, but
Yeah, great.
they have very little
I don't
impact
know,
on
enough
the
about
matches that
Chris
they're
Pokemon pool,
Mhm.
but I will say
taking
with the
part
way
in.
that they are playing, it feels like they are, as we often say, very good and cracked on the sticks.
Yeah.
If I'm a player that plays that well, I do want to play something that I can kind of outplay my opponent.
Another side note as well,
And I do
besides
think
the
there's
like,
more outplay
aside from the
potential
Blastoise and Zacian players being like
Lucario
very
than there is
unimpressive,
in
like I honestly,
I like it.
I know they're
playing
okay.
as well. It can be a somewhat predictable move with that.
there's a couple things, just based on the matches I've watched today. So not just this series, just like all the series I've watched in general. I think the Blastoise players are playing like shit. They're like, okay, they're underperforming. They're underperforming, and they have no value, or they have very little value in the teams. Same with the Zacians. I'm not like shitting on them as players. I'm just saying Zacian as a whole, based on what I've seen this tournament, very underwhelming. They're underperforming. They're not contributing as much as they probably should be from a general point of view. When it comes to these lanes, and I say this a lot, when you're constantly just dying in a 2v2, 1v1, whatever, it may not, like, and I said this earlier on as well, it may not seem like one kill might make a difference, but like that one time you die, and if it's happening consistently, is going to have a cascading domino effect. And I feel like that's just been happening a lot more recently, starting from like when I got to the quarterfinals like segment of the VOD, and then and much later on as well, like up until now. Like people are just straight up dying like 1v1, 2v2, and it's pretty insane. Like I'm a little baffled and kind of like concerned for some of these players when they're dying faster than some of my solo queue randoms when I play solo queue. Like, I kid you not. Like, if you look at like the timestamp of when some people are dying, like they're dying in like the first like 20 to 30 seconds of the match in a straight up 1v1 2v2. Like, to me, that's just insane. That's something like, if they're inting for stacks, that's their fault. But if like they're not even stacking and they're dying like that, to me that's like a red flag as to like what are you doing, my brother or sister? I don't know. I don't know. Don't care. Like people need to be mindful of what type of poke. Like it comes down to obviously mechanics, like game knowledge, individual mechanics, and knowing whether or not your lane or like if you have like an ideal matchup or not. Or like of course like there's exceptions like whether or not you actually have the opportunity to play aggressive versus knowing when to play passively. Like I like sometimes I don't see it because the camera's not panning on what is exactly that's happening. There are instances when people choose to go aggressive. I mean, like of course, naturally that's gonna lead to a fight. Other times, I'm assuming they're probably trying to contest farm. Like there's your lane farm and there's neutral farm. The neutral farm refers to the farm that's like in the middle of the lane and like it's an equal distance from like your farm that's closer to your goal, whatever. But yeah, I've noticed that a lot, and quite frankly, it just happens so frequently to the point that it's having negative repercussions on the progression of the game because like once they die, they get far like not only it's worse because obviously this is comp, so everyone's running XP share. So like when you die, you get denied farm. You allow the enemy team to score. You like you get okay. So just to break it down, you get kill experience. You most likely lose farm, or like you lose act like experience because either your teammate has to farm it to prevent the enemy team from securing it, or the enemy team is securing it after you die and they're getting lane farm or like additional lane farm. On top of that, there's a good chance they probably score while you're dead because they know they have the advantage of a 2v1. The exception being if the jungler or someone from the other lane rotates to kind of compensate for you being dead. So it's always situational, but yeah, these like it's very snowbally and it's really hard for people to really like get back into the game at least in the early stages because there's by the time you get back to the lane, there's no farm. Chances are you're probably going to be running back to the lane when the Altarias are spawning, and then by that time, you're most likely going to lose it because of the level differentiation. And yeah, so I don't know. It's just something I've noticed, and like I would hope that I'm not like. Here's the thing. I know it's a tournament for fun, so obviously, like I'm not gonna grill them too much because obviously you're playing for fun, you're playing for practice, and it's not even UCS, so who cares? However, I would hope that when UCS starts up again in a week and a half, I'm not seeing the same shit of people running it down within the first 30 seconds of the game, because then it's just like, I don't know, man. It's very off for me. It's just like, okay, here's the thing. To keep it very simplistic, I have a higher expectation of, UCS players versus people that play the game just casually, like, emphasis on the randoms. So if UCS players are just like running it down quicker than like my solo queue players, for example, then it's just like where's my hope for where's my hope in the player base?
Yeah. Very Pokemon or some players I should say, excuse me, on the wrong rolls. By the way, look at Roland. 159,000 healing. Holy.
That was
Snipe shot.
Mamoswine is more combo.
It's actually
having a great game in that game number 2 of this set to come back. Maybe a rare like miss from Mbappe. We were going to kind of call it there before, but either way, what a time to capitalize. We're going to be headed into draft again. I'm really expecting that Blissey ban, but maybe not when you're on purple side, potentially. But no, there it is. Okay, La Paria, going to follow my advice. Coach Zoinks strikes again.
Yeah, it's always scary when Coach Zoinks strikes again. It does feel, and see, I told you all. I told you it was scary. You never know when it's coming. As we're looking for our first pick right here, Suicune available, but they could try to steal something away.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what other option you would even tee up other than the Suicune. Okay, well, there it is. Yeah, Zacian going to be locked in. Now, Mbappe has played Lucario into this matchup. That being said, it was Inteleon that kind of switched spots in the early game in that matchup. But still, Chris Smith very happy with this opportunity to play this Pokemon. And Suicune available. Well, maybe La Paria kind of calling the bluff a little bit. Maybe it'll fall back their way again.
Wow, I guess they knew. They knew that Mbappe maybe didn't want it. Or we could be just like completely avoiding this Pokemon. It seems a little crazy to me, but they're hiding the rest of their picks on Mbappe, right? We have Crustle, we have Eldegoss. This is a great opportunity for La Poria to do the same thing, which is looks like what they are doing, hiding the rest of their picks as well. We have the Hoopa, we have the Umbreon.
Oh, interesting. Okay, a lot of switch ups. This is no Clefable in this game, which we've seen a decent amount from, I think, both of these teams at this point in the tournament. So maybe a bit surprising to not see either of those options. Mbappe going to have to reveal some of their damage dealers at this point, like you said, hiding a few of their picks early. Kratos has played a lot of this Latios in today's tournament, and I think even previous. So no surprise to see them lock it in, and Chris Smith going to return to Lucario well.
Yeah, Lucario is back in this match, and I'm not surprised at all. It looks like they're very much at home on this Pokemon, and I don't know if they have too many other picks they would like to bring out. I think Chris Smith is known for playing a pretty good Dodrio as well, but... Okay. I mean, Hitman on the other side says, no, I'll pick it up if you don't want it. Final pick over to Project Mbappe. We have Celestial. We're going to see what they want to bring out. We've actually seen quite a few different looks from Celestial today.
Yeah, they're always going to be the last pick. I think no matter what on this team, they have so many Pokemon available to them. They're going to go back to this arena. So, unfortunately, not giving me a surprise pick in that 5th spot, but still, it was so good. It's really hard to, count that against them going into this game, number 4's draft. One interesting thing is I don't think Project Mbappe has a whole lot to counter Hoopa. In terms of portals, right? Not a Pokemon you necessarily need to plan your draft around, but it sure is nice having something to knock enemy Pokemon out of portals in this game. Does not look like you'll have the option. Not saying Heavy has to play Portal Hoopa. We could see Trick with a Pokemon like Dodrio. Even Aegislash works really well with it, but with the way those moves are balanced right now, I think normally we're seeing more portals than anything else.
Yeah, I think you're right. However, you're dead on too that this really could go either way. I mean, we have 3 Pokemon that like to get in the enemy's face and dive. 2 of them with some pretty powerful auto attacks, right? So you've got the Zacian and you have Aegislash that both feel like really good users of Trick in that situation.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Portal's just incredible, right? And Portal 2, so good.
Also, I have my Aegislash plush right here, which is I'm super excited to see Aegislash in today's tournament. I love this Pokemon. I'm super excited to see it in this game. But Spraggles, bring us into game number 4, please.
La Poria San Juan, your purple team, 1 game in our best of 5. Project Mbappe, your orange team, 2 games right now. If they win here, they win it all. They win the Groudon Gauntlet, the bragging rights, the lion's share of that prize pool, and they're probably looked at as the number 1 team heading towards LAIC.
Ooh, a lot on the plate. Oh, by the way, Jake, I forgot to mention this to you. La Paria San Juan means San Juan Chicken Place.
Oh, see? Now we know.
Finally.
Here we go into the top path. We have Hitman level 3 making their way up here, maybe making a bit of a sneaky score. And yes, they do go for it. They do go for that stack after stealing that buff away.
Oof. Whole lot of early damage. I mean, that Hone Edge clear in the central area, not that quick. So they're going to take a little bit extra and then go to the bottom side, but they still have to contend with 3 enemy Pokemon down there. Hitman going to try to join them as this Doduo making a mad dash into the middle.
Sorry, I had to
not twos, but
run something.
Actually doing great at some of those early secures.
Yeah, just incredible. I mean, you need to really have ice water in your veins for some of these last hits. You can see a lot of these top players. They understand the
okay, I have to rewind this because like I had to send a message and then I didn't get to see. So what exactly happened in this top lane?
Oh, by the way, Jake, I forgot to mention this to you. La Paria San Juan means San Juan Chicken Place.
Oh, see? Now we know.
Finally.
Here we go into the top path. We have Hitman level 3 making their way up here, maybe making a bit of a sneaky score. And yes, they do go for it. They do go for that stack after stealing that buff away.
Oof. Whole lot of early damage. I mean, that hone edge clear in the central area, not that quick. So they're going to take a little bit extra and then go down the bottom side, but they still have to contend with 3 enemy Pokemon down there. Hitman going to try to join them as this Doduo making a mad dash into the middle, try to steal a few of these Natus, but Chris Smith actually doing great at some of those early secures.
Yeah, just incredible. I mean, you need to really have ice water in your veins for some of these last hits. You can see a lot of these top players.
Oh, okay, I see. I didn't see the portal down. So Hoopa used the hyperspace hole, rotated down, then they picked the Vidone kill in the bottom lane. I was looking at the top. I'm like, wait a minute, how did that happen?
Most interesting and kind of devastating parts of Unite is that there is no safe farm. By definition, everything's contestable, which does make everything an objective and every last hit a contest. Which, I mean, no rest for the wicked, especially Unite players in this case. Hitman, again, another mad dash. Can't even get these 7 points in. Crustle being a real menace. Ducky on this Pokemon this time.
Oh, just barely dashes too far. Can't make it back through that portal. That is an unfortunate one, and we have Kratos pushing forward right here. With the tag on, still the OJ tag. You kind of love to see it. I mean, what a team from last season, the Juicers. That was a fun one.
I know. We got a spiritual successor in our bracket today. It's the Apple Juicers. We're participating in the Groudon Gauntlet, but this time Kratos still repping the OJ tag. Again, that grand final tie winner playing right in front of us right now.
That's true. I mean, and what a grand finals that was. Now they are back in another grand finals. I have heard, and I don't want to speak out of turn here, but I'm speaking. I have heard that this might be their last tournament, by the way. They were, mentioning that they were retiring for the season. They might just be filling in one last time.
Yeah, and by the way,
Sorry, who are they talking about?
I mean, and
or who?
What a grand finals that was. Now they are back in another grand finals. I have heard, and I don't want to speak out of turn here, but I'm speaking. I have heard that this might be their last tournament, by the way. They were, mentioning that they were retiring for the season. They might just be filling in one last time.
Yeah, and by the way, for what we know, filling in for a player that I have switched their name with countless times. And they're filling in for Curios. So, just a public apology to both of those players for the nigh on infinite times I have.
Oh, they're talking about
same game.
Kratos, I think.
I apologize for nothing. It's difficult doing this.
You don't know.
Yeah, I saw him make. I saw a social media post. I think he said he was retiring for the season, or like for good, at least until whenever.
All right, Registeel. Oh, Rock Tomb just a little bit early from Ducky. Cannot steal that one away. And now as a 4-player push towards the top side is Chris Smith and Celeste slowly rotating the top, but aren't going to be in time to get the Regieleki either. They're actually going to just allow it to hit.
Wow, this is not going well for Project Mbappe. We have not seen much in this top path right here, but clearly they've been having some problems, even though I believe it's been 2v1 almost that entire time. Mufasa now getting jumped on, getting stomped on, taken up into the air with the Unite move. However, they are not down. Right back the other way. They survive the volley from their opponents here, grabbing the berries, and this fight goes well.
Okay, Sword Comp doing pretty well with Aegislash and Zacian working together. That Unite move is, the coup de grace is pretty ridiculous. Mostly known for its incredible secure potential on wild Pokemon, but that's due to its execute damage. A Pokemon like Crustle also has a ton of HP that the max HP execute feels real good on. So, nice play call from the Aegislash, and they're also able to get out with Shadow Claw, by the way.
Yeah, I love Shadow Claw Aegislash.
Me too.
I just think it's so good. I love the knock-up, the lower cool. It's just like an excellent move. I understand why Sacred Sword has been the play for a long time, but if your opponents plan on brawling, that knock-up can be a giant difference maker.
And hey, a good crit goes your way, you're feeling even better too. So.
Oh yeah, that level 11 buff is just very nice.
Yeah, it can feel really nice. Okay, so we're at 5 minutes now, and Laparia obviously just running circles around Project Mbappe at this moment. Have not found an opportunity to rally back, and Laparia's positioning on the map currently, they're defending both of these objectives. They do not want Project Mbappe to have an easy way back into this match at all. Dodrio playing in this tall grass mostly for intel, and Hoopa just waiting by that portal for whichever side Mbappe tries to push, their team's going to be ready to defend.
Obviously, they're not playing for intel. Inteleon wasn't picked in this match, but they are playing for intelligence, aka information about what's going on with their opponents.
Ah, okay. Thank you so much. I was pretty confused. Yet another coup de grace, but this one not going to take a knockout. Instead, Project Mbape's defense holds strong as all 5 members still up in this fight. Surprisingly, Ladio still safe in the backline. Chris Smith bone rushing to safety to the rest of their team as everyone tries to.
I'm genuinely
move up
surprised
around
that
the
went
roller.
as well as
These
it did
ball and
for
buff heals
Mbappe.
actually hit the whole team.
I know we were in the midst of a bit, but what an incredible fight there from
Yeah.
Mbappe. I mean, I cannot believe more of them did not go down. That was just crazy.
Yeah, again, this Eldegoss did a real good job of keeping everybody up, but I guess mid-fight, it's more just great target priority. Shut down these divers one at a time, make sure they don't have enough time to have that impact they want as soon as they jump into your team.
And here we go. Lucario looking to pick up a kill. Oh, just barely misses it there on the level 12 Zacian. Very, very close.
All right, Ducky just setting up these rock tombs again, trying their best to kind of prevent Hoopa from being close to that portal at any given time, but for right now, they got to contend with this Aegis Slash. Hoopa goes down extremely quickly, so they didn't have the Unite move to have access to, but still a great target to take down early in any team fight is going to be that main support on the opposite side.
Yeah, here we go. Crustle moving forward right there. The Crustle Unite move just unbelievably mean. That revenge damage. Basically just setting up a situation where you just want to stick on your opponents like glue. At the same time, you get those beautiful stuns on the X-Scissor and the push. I mean, you get why it won Worlds when you see some of the plays it can make.
Yeah, it's such a fun Pokemon to both to play and watch. I think we're starting to see some really world-class skill expression on this Pokemon. And I say starting, I kind of mean for the whole last year or so. This Pokemon's been kind of all the rage and been a whole lot of fun. Kind of taking over the competitive circuit. Obviously, it does have some other contenders for great defenders, great tank positions. I would say Umbreon is up there, but more so as a counter to some of these other options. I like Umbreon into the Crustle or into the Blissey for that Unite move to steal some of those shields.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that Umbreon is still good, and at one point it stole 100% of the shields.
Yeah,
Now it's only 50%.
Wow, what a time that was.
It's like a whole year and a half. What a time on this Umbreon.
Yeah, they certainly. It was more of a time than it has ever been not. Some would say. Regice going to fall to Laparia, so they have a little bit of that HP buff. Not as relevant, maybe with some how quick.
This is as close as you,
especially now.
Unless they were tied, this is as close as you can possibly get in terms of point values. Levels across the board, it's pretty much even.
And they are immediately.
So now it just comes down to strategy and execution.
Trying their best to burst down.
They both have a tier 1 goal on opposing sides.
5v4 is a whole lot easier.
Look at this here, Zoinks. 214, 215. Less than 2 points separate these teams here. A minute 30 on the clock, and they are moving towards.
Oh, they're flipping.
Right now, a full rip.
All right, Hoopa stunned to try to keep some of those targets out, but it will be
Oh
going
my
over to
God.
Laparia. The Hoopa not only gets the stun, but they also get the secure. Groudon buffs are going to be all the way over
That was the
purple.
That was the most
team.
anticlimactic
Pokemon.
endgame I've ever seen. Okay,
Listen,
next.
I love the Zora Comfey. I think it's a very, very fun, especially with that Miraidon. That safe poke damage is going to make Celeste's job just a little bit easier in a lot of these fights.
Darkrai again,
However,
but they got the
I do
Blissey.
like Laparia's draft in that phase.
Zora
You
Comfey,
can't
obviously that
and if they're not going to pick Umbreon in their
early
immediate
game
phase
roam
after,
potential
then
is going to be
grab it.
insane.
And then all of a sudden,
Comfey also
Ralph's
synergizes well with
really
Zacian too.
ever so quickly. So I really do like the draft from Laparia.
We'll see.
This Scyther Dodrio
I'll keep my eye on the Zoric and I'll keep my eye on the Darkrai. And we'll see how Zacian does this game as well.
They're going to look to end these fights as quickly
The
as
Brydod has been a consistent factor in these matches, and for the most part, they've been doing pretty well overall. Knock on wood.
Or dual wing beat kind of going like this. Like, come on.
Yeah, they really don't have much. I mean, it is full on diving in the enemy face the entire time. We're going to have to see how that's going to play into the Zoroark. Of course, if you can catch it just a couple times, it is really difficult for this thing to do too much.
Yeah.
But if it gets online, especially early, it's so hard to slow down. And we're not slowing down, Zoinks. This is coming to an end, though, because it is our last game of our grand finals here at the Groudon Gauntlet. Project Mbappe, your purple team. La Poria San Juan, your orange team. It all comes down to these last 10 minutes.
I never seen Miraidon in solo queue. You don't. It's more, it's like a comp Pokemon, but quite frankly, I don't know if people really like playing attacker. I don't know why they don't learn how to play Miraidon.
Into their standard roles, but Hitman playing this Dodrio instead of a ranged Pokemon is really going to have to flex.
Has good damage, has good
It
range.
looks like Hitman deciding to head back down to the bottom path right here. Obviously, they have to know Celestial
And
is
it's,
coming after seeing them.
I don't want
move
to, like,
to the top
it's
there.
relatively
They have a
easy to
Darkrai
pick up
answer
as
right
well.
here. Hit 3 with that. Really nice stuff. The full heal to make sure that they don't go down there. Very heads up play there from Mbappe.
Yeah, I like Mufasa there as well, seeing that Celeste runs out of cooldown on that feint attack, knows that the combo's over, then you can kind of sleep, but with no Scyther there to back you up for that big burst damage, not going to have the opportunity. Those birds appear and are gone in just mere seconds as Mufasa and Anissa.
Bro, it's so obnoxious. Like, even as a Zoroark comfy, like, Zoroark is known for its early game. The fact that Darkrai can literally, I don't want to say, like, just straight up bully, but the fact that it can still apply pressure to a Zoroark like that by just walking up, throwing a Dark Void, and then if you're not careful, you just get stunned, especially if you try to combo as well. It's so obnoxious. Like, honestly, I always said Darkrai was undervalued before. Like, if you played in lane with Expedia, but now it's like, people are playing as a carry again, and it's so annoying.
On picking the Electro Drift when they first drafted this Pokemon, but into the enemy comp, I love it.
Yeah, it's really strong. Not only does it give you the chance to chase down some KOs that maybe would be outside your range otherwise, it also lets you dodge some of these incoming Pokemon that are trying to dive you in the back line. If Scyther and Dodrio use their cooldowns to chase you, you simply go to the other side of the map.
Look at this here from Hitman, just trying to score on pad. And we've seen this happen a few times where they're sitting on pad, one of these speedsters, and they're just able to score in the enemy face. Zoroark moving in right there, beautiful mean look, but still gets the hit off. Any sus got close enough.
Yeah, really nice work. Sorry, production chat making me laugh a little bit too much. Celeste in a real dangerous spot. That mean look for the first time getting scary, but not going to get KO'd. Instead, Darkrai picking up a KO streak at 2, sans Zoroark.
And here we go. We have the
Darkrai's almost level 9.
siege on
That's
the
scary.
zone from La Paria San Juan. They're trying to take them down as we have them peel back from the Celestial and a lot of trouble right here. Roland getting caught now. A 2-for-1. Make it 3 as they move towards the Mamoswine with the Unite move. That is a Quadra. Huge play.
Yeah, that's a top 4 World Scyther if I've ever seen one. Any sus really made a name for themselves on this Pokemon all last year, but at the World Championships, it felt like the perfect end statement to an amazing year for them. One of my favorite breakout players of the entire season, and it's been a blast to watch them. I can't wait to see what they do. I guess year 5 of competitive Pokemon Unite.
Wow. When you think about it, it really is year 5.
Thanks.
I didn't have anything to add.
Yeah, it's aight. Scyther's cool though. It did really well.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
Yep. Yeah. Well,
all right. See you later. Here we are, the 6-minute mark. Hitman being chased down right here, not caught by the Earthquake Ice Fang combination as we have Celestial now running the map level 10 on this Zoroark. A very scary sight for La Poria, but if they can get any bit of a shutdown, they can take it down.
Okay, ooh, mean look dodged again by the perfect Zoroark illusion.
Oh,
Again, Ducky falling on the sword of Team Project Mbappe. It seems like
The problem
Zoroark's
is, the
making it
team
out,
play
there's no way
of
Ducky
Poyoria
is
right
that
now is
cool,
just
so
like
gonna serve it up on a
significant.
platter.
Well, not even just now, just in general, is just significantly better.
Here we go. We have the
It's worse because
peeling away from this fight.
2 of the main damage dealers of this team, the Zoroark and the
Whether or not they wanna
Bastion,
move in, but an extremely aggressive play here from La Poria as we have the Umbreon into
they
the
have to be in
skies,
melee
fighting
range.
back
Despite the
against
fact that
Celestial,
Zoroark
the
is
Unite
like
from Comfey, but
dashing
they
back and
continuously get
forward
shut
with
down.
high
Here comes the
mobility,
Metal Claw, picks
they're
up
basically in
another
melee
KO.
range.
Darkrai
Like
trying to
Darkrai is
shut
literally
this
just
down.
popping
Unite
Dark
on
Void
Darkrai even,
and then
but they
whacking
just
them with his
can't
hand,
stop them.
and then they just get
Celestial
stunned. And then
continues to
that
fight,
Dark Void is
continues
applying to
roll.
multiple people if they're
Finally,
stacked on
Scyther
top of
comes
each other,
in to break this
or
up
like
a
if they're in
little
close
bit.
proximity, I
Yeah,
should
a
say.
pretty late join of the fight by Kratos. I think they were kind of rotating.
Like, this guy didn't even use Unite move. He's literally just standing there spamming Dark Void
Can clean up, and I think notably
and
they're
just like
missing that Miraidon
reapplying
passive
the
sometimes in
freaking
these team
stuns.
fights
It's
around
just,
the Darkrai. They would love that electric terrain to be set up, but Kratos
it's very
not
hard to
being there
deal
means
with
they're
this
absolutely
team
using
composition
the
unless they
zone, if you will.
catch them out
Yeah,
immediately.
that's true. Mamoswine jumping in, trying.
And even
to
then, they didn't,
getting
like,
caught in a mean look of their own.
even if they get caught out to some degree,
and they're gonna put a lot of damage on
if they're
this
able to
Scorpion
cast their
and
Unite
Kratos on the
move
other side,
and
having to try to
actually get
peel
it
away
off,
from this with the electro
they can just
burst,
isolate
that's
themselves from
set
everyone
up
else.
before that. It's
And
trying
chances
to
are, whoever
get
they
the
Unite
juice,
move,
they can move
they'll
in,
be able to
they can
deal
look
with in a
for
straight up
secure,
1v1.
And it looks like they are going to do just that. Takes the KO on the Darkrai.
But they got caught again, so I mean,
Opportunity to do so.
obviously they're not playing perfectly.
Darkrai was kind of fighting without the Blissey pocket, or Dodrina kind of backed them up, and such a great execution by Mbappe. But they're going to be pretty greedy with this one, trying to push onto this tier 1, maybe get a break or just a few little scores. Chris Smith was on a very, very threatening flank from the top side. Dodrio trying to play a little more defensive. We're going to focus our attention to the Regice now, though.
Yeah, and here we go. Nice secure setup. But no, it goes to the Umbreon. I mean, unbelievable moment right there. It was
too,
so
right?
low. Yeah, it was a basic. Insane play right there. But that happens sometimes. You just leave it just low enough for someone to hit it. I mean, we've seen a Comfey secure a Rayquaza, so we've seen it all.
Yeah, it's true. It is a scary place to be when you see you do your big move. You're like, I got this, guys. And all of a sudden, you turn around and that Pokemon is still upright. Not like, a good spot to be. Guess, why didn't you guys hit it, I guess?
Oh, yeah, it's always good to blame your team in that situation.
I'm learning from my competitive career.
Yeah. Man, I would do so well as a comp player with just a lot
Ah!
of moves like that. Why'd they stop hitting? Oh,
I
man.
can't see. What's up? Oh.
Another tournament loss.
Add one to the round. Alright, so let's just try to clean up.
You know, now that I think about it, or like now that I've noticed, I don't think Darkrai has united this game. Like maybe they've tried, but I don't think they've actually successfully gotten it off.
On the fast
Either
track
that
for
or I'm
that
just
number.
blind as hell.
This could be a scary spot though, as Chris Smith is firing back and that Scyther goes down. Zacian absolutely devastating on that push down from the top side.
And here we go. We have the Zacian peel back from this fight. 2:30 on the clock. Darkrai decides not to chase any further. 159, 229. So just a simple score separates this here. You do have Dodrio that can peel off and can kind of continue to put points on the board, but you also have a tier 1 on the side of Laporia. So there are opportunities for Mbappe. They decide to take this Reggie Alecki. They let Laporia assemble around Rayquaza. The question is, will they try to take this off the board quickly, thinking their opponents might push? And no, they're going to take the fight fast, Zoinks.
Okay, Ducky gets pulled right into the ground on pit. Unite move will give them a little bit of shielding to work with, but the Darkrai
Darkrai's
is
so low right
They'll
now.
likely have to go all the way back to the base to try to get their HP back. In the
Ooh.
meantime, Anisas falls. This is
Ooh.
Zoroark and Zacian
Oh,
combo.
Blissey didn't
It's just
unite.
too much
Oh
damage
my
to deal
God,
with.
brother.
It's a little bit of the knockup with the triple trample, but they gotta just use all their movement speed to escape. Mufasa under half HP. Kratos has decided the Darkrai is time to go to
Damn.
sleep forever. And Groudon
Blissey
is
holding their
only
Unite move for
defended by
next
Laporia
year.
from the
Jesus.
Dodrio around the top.
Darkrai didn't unite either. I don't even think they even tried, but
Can't find an opportunity. Dodrio now making the very smart play, I would say, to peel away from this fight. Rather than go down in that moment, they could possibly defend. The scoreline is still very close. We have the points 279 to 229. Only 50 points separate these teams. It does look like Project Mbappe is going to know they're up, but the question is, how do they play it after that? We see Kratos heading back home. Chris Smith deciding to stay in the tall grass hiding, possibly take the boat home, but they're still trying to figure out whether or not they want to make that play. Now we have multiple members of Laporia deciding if they want to push. They were hoping that they would have more members of Mbappe push onto this goal zone, but I think they're realizing now that that opportunity is not going to exist.
Yeah. Ooh, Zoroark does get spotted, and that is 2 Pokemon with a Groudon buff, but could just be a bit of a bait, and yeah, it does not look like they're going to take it. Instead, pushing all the way towards that tier 1 on the bottom side. Zoroark going to attempt to score. They will get their 90 points in. So they're going to try to take down that Comfey duo.
And here we go. We have 1 KO.
that is so
right
unfortunate.
here. Make
So,
it another
Scyther
push.
is trying to defend against anyone trying to backcap with the
They hit it,
Groudon
it
buff.
is just
But the problem
not
is,
enough.
because Comfey is attached to Zoroark,
459.
not only does the Zoroark or Comfey, whichever you prefer, not only do they both have the Groudon buff, but because they're because Comfey's attached to Zoroark, you're scoring faster, plus the Groudon buff speed, so I don't, like, they just don't have enough time to react to take the spring and defend. And then on top of that, because they score, not only do they score,
Impressive stuff, and
not only does like one person score, they both score, so they overcap
Real close.
180, I
That
think?
matchup,
Not that it would have mattered, they were still winning anyways, and it's not like La Polleria scored, but yeah, that's just unfortunate. I want to watch that team play one last time, just because it was kind of happening a little fast, and I want to see where La Polleria kind of fumbled. So it looks pretty, like, it looks to be like a little bit of a rough start for Ducky, just because he's like stuck in the mean look, stuck in the middle of the pit. Darkrai got taken really low.
He's so low, will likely have to go all the way back to the base to try to get their HP back. In the meantime, Anisas falls. This Zoroark and Zashi.
Yeah, Blissey just got melted by the Zoroark Unite move. I don't even think they even tried to Unite move just because they just died instantly. Which is obviously just a huge, unfortunate situation just because, well, not getting Unite move off in the last team fight of the game, chances are you're probably going to lose by the time you spawn, so...
Yeah, and here we go. Dodrio trying.
Yeah, it was just like, where was Darkrai though? Like, I know they were on the left, but like, how did they even end up there?
The fight fast.
Okay, Ducky gets pulled.
Oh, they try. Okay, they literally just went up. They literally just went up to. Literally went up to Zoroark, and then they threw the Dark Void. But the thing is, Zoroark full healed instantly. So even if they got their stacks from the foul play, like, it wouldn't apply the stun anyways. So that's a little ambitious, or just a little aggressive from Mufasa. I honestly, they're just like, they were like, my issue is just like, when it comes to situations like this, like, they don't need to play that aggressive. At least, like, so, like, number one, you have a small point lead. It's not a big one, but you're still winning nonetheless. So you don't need to pull the trigger. If anything, you just wait for the enemy team to go to you, or wait for them to make a misstep or like make a mistake. They decide to make the proactive move and play aggressive against the Zoroark and Comfy, and then they get punished instantly. So, like, let's see here. So obviously they get the Regieleki, but they rotate down bottom. Mufasa is literally right there, so he moves up from the bush, goes up, Dark Voids, tries to, get the damage down on the Zoroark. But then, if you play it down, like, I'll play it down slowly. Let's go to, half speed. So, Dark Void, you try to get the stun, but it was the full heal instantly, I think. And then they still live, but the problem is that they are less than half HP at this point. So they're down to like 25% HP. If they try to play aggressive in any capacity, chances are they're probably going to die unless they shut down any aggressors with their Unite move. So there's that. Ducky pops their Unite move just to stall for a little bit longer. They're able to get away. Wait, who did Scyther use their Unite move on? There's the Ice Fang.
Okay, Ducky gets.
Oh, Scyther used their Unite move on the Mamoswine, which is obviously a very poor target, but I think the logic, or like the reason behind that, was because they probably wanted to try to get the reset off the kill. Like, I think they thought they would be able to get the kill, so they ulted.
Pulled right into the ground on Pit. Unite move will give them a little bit of shielding to work with.
So Scyther's Unite move was not very optimal.
The Darkrai is so low, will likely have to.
Then they get stunned by the Play Rough. They're also getting hit by the Groudon as well. There's the Miraidon Unite move too. Scyther just dies.
Try to get their HP back. In the meantime, Anisas falls.
Umbreon dies. Where did Umbreon unite? Did they also ult the? Oh, they ulted the Mamoswine. Okay.
He's so low, will likely have.
So 2 Unite moves used on Mamoswine, and not only that, but they didn't even get the kill.
Try to get their HP back. In the meantime, Anisas falls.
So 2 of them just die. The Feint lands on Umbreon, I believe, and then Zoroark just ults immediately after the animation ends.
So low, will likely have to go all the way back to the base to try to get their
Okay, so Feint.
HP back. In the meantime,
Okay, there's the feint. It lands on Umbreon, kills Secure. Also tags the feint also tagged the Blissey. It took them to like half HP.
falls.
Unite move immediately, kills them. They don't even have time to react because literally they just got, well, in this case like 2-tap by feint and the Unite move combo. And at this point the fight's pretty much over because they lost everyone.
And Zacian combo is just too much damage to deal with. Hitman
Yeah.
gets a little bit of the knockup with the triple trample, but they gotta just use all their movement speed to escape. Mufasa under half
Okay, yeah, I mean,
HP. Kratos
pretty straightforward for the most
is-
part. Darkrai misplayed for sure. Darkrai went too aggressive. They were kind of separated from their team. Like, I'll play at normal speed. I don't need to slow it down anymore.
Quickly thinking their opponents might push, and no, they're gonna take the
Okay, so Darkrai playing too aggressive separates themselves from the team. Obviously, the rest of the team is inside the pit and like below the pit.
fight fast.
Try to go aggressive on the Zoroark. They realize that that's a poor choice. Umbreon and Scyther burn their Unite move on the Mamoswine. And not only that, but they don't even get the kill, so it's kind of just wasted resources at this point. Also, Scyther
thinking their opponents might
jumping
push, and
forward
no,
with
they're
it
gonna take
like
the fight
that
back.
was
So
also a
it's-
misplay.
Okay, Ducky
Like,
gets pulled
even it,
right
like, okay, they burn their Unite moves.
Give them a little bit of shielding.
Not ideal, but they still, it's not like they died. But then jumping forward like that was a huge, like, that's like the nail in the coffin. Because now it's like, they put themselves in range of Christmas, or like the Zacian. Double play rough. Gets stunned, gets tagged by the Groudon as well. Basically cut off because Miraidon's uniting their escape path. And it's not like they have any more skills because they're on cooldown.
Try to get their HP back. In the meantime, Anisas falls. This Zoroark and Zacian combo is just too much damage to deal with. Hitman gets a little bit of the knockup with the triple trample, but they gotta just use.
And then Dodrio's Unite move honestly doesn't even count because it was more of like a desperation Unite move just to try to stay alive.
All their movement
But
speed
even
to
then,
escape.
it's like by that,
Mufasa
it's like
under
it's already
half
over.
HP. Kratos has decided the Darkrai is time to go to sleep forever, and Groudon is only content.
Darkrai needs to play it a bit more patiently. I can understand that they thought they could get the kill on the Mamoswine, but they committed too many resources on that one person. And obviously on their team, Mamoswine's not even the person you should be focusing to begin with. Like, you have 3 threats on their team. You got the Miraidon, you got the Zacian, and of course the Zoroark that is being pocketed by the Comfy, at least at this point in time. So it just didn't really do anything for them. And then of course after that it's just like clear cut.
279 to 229. Only 50 points separate these teams. It does look like Project Mbappe is going to
Obviously they wait for the 1 minute to ensure that they're like just to see if they're winning or not, because obviously at this point it's still a close game. Then of course they know they're winning. The rest of the team recalls. Zoroark and Comfy are just chilling.
Whether or not they want to make that play. Now we have multiple members of La Poria deciding if they want to push. They were hoping.
I mean, you got 3 people defending with the Groudon buff, and of course,
but I think they're realizing now that that opportunity is not going to exist.
Yeah. Ooh, Zoroark
as long
gets
as
spotted,
Zoroark
and 2
scores,
Pokemon with the
it's pretty much
Groudon buff. Could
GG's.
just be a bit of a bait, and yeah, it does not look like they're gonna take it. Instead, pushing all the way towards that tier 1 on the bottom side. Zoroark gonna attempt to score. They will get their 90 points in. So they're gonna try to take down that Comfy dude.
But it
Okay.
is just grand.
Winner side advantage needed to win 2, but that got real close in
yeah.
that matchup. They would've pulled off Celeste with
that
3
was the grand finals.
9 points scarred.
Um,
Their best Dodrio impression.
I think my overall thoughts on like the tournament as a whole, like I said, lots of Blastoise, lots of Mew, lots of Zacian. I think the 3 picks overall have been pretty underwhelming for the most part. I think whether it's due to like the player playing bad or underperforming. Honestly, I just think Blastoise is ass. Like, I kid you not. I think Blastoise is overrated. I don't know why people are playing it so much. Mew is different. I think Mew definitely has play. It's just the people that are playing it are not playing it too well. At least for this level of competition. Like, if it was like casual gameplay, like solo queue, duos, trios, 5, or like regular 5-stack ladders against like non-sweaty sweats, um, then I think it's okay. But for competitive, I think some of these guys are just underperforming with it. Okay, I think Blastoise is shit. I think people are just not playing Zacian properly, as in a lot of the time they just end up AFK farming and just like not doing anything, and then eventually they just kind of just end up being irrelevant. When it comes to Mew, I think Mew is still a solid, granted that you're able to play it at a high level, and I think a lot of people are underperforming with it. Obviously, in the first half of the tournament doesn't even count because like a lot of these teams were just for fun teams that just got together for the tournament. So that's to be expected. Like realistically, the teams that make it to like the quarters and onward are the teams you really probably should be learning from if like you're trying to learn anything. I mean, the only way, like, the only reason to watch the very early games, besides watching one team get stomped into the ground, is literally what not to do. Like, just like, I'll be honest, what not to do, because these guys don't know how to play the game. They don't know how to draft. They don't even run XP share. Blah 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 blah. Um, I pretty much got an idea of what the meta is so far. Obviously, I think everyone has pretty much is on the same basis or like on the same wavelength. Everyone recognizes that megas are just too strong and they're pretty much banned 99% of the time. And like the 1% of the time that it's let through, it usually ends up in a loss for the other team. So yeah, I kind of hope that they're not eligible for UCS because then people wouldn't be forced to ban them. But if that's how it is, then you're just gonna see Orange Team banning megas every single match. Darkrai, obviously, Darkrai had some presence this game, but there were moments that kind of, it didn't really do too hot. Like I said, in this game particularly, it didn't even get a Unite move off, not a single one. I don't know if it's just by choice or if they just tried to and it just didn't register, as in like it didn't activate properly. So there's that. I mean, yeah, overall it was like entertaining at least. Um Blastoise counters Darkrai. Yeah, but half the time more than half the time Darkrai's banned. And then like I wouldn't pick Blastoise just for Darkrai. It's just you just have to play accordingly and draft a not so shitty comp. But either way, like even if Blastoise counters Darkrai, you have to remember Darkrai. Like people are playing Darkrai in the jungle at level 5. This thing is just gonna steamroll lanes, especially if they have late game scaling Pokemon. So like yes, that may be true, but by the time you become a Blastoise, like the lane phase could potentially be over due to the fact that Darkrai is just Goomba stomping the early game. But that's all like hypothetical. It's not guaranteed. One of the many possibilities of MOBA. But yeah, I mean, it was entertaining. So at least, no. Oh, wait, hold on. That's pretty much all I can ask for when it comes to
I mean, Zora
watching a VOD. Yeah, but UCS starts in basically a week and a half or, a week. So looking forward to it. At least just be able to sit down and take a break from solo queue every once in a while. I'm not exactly sure what this like. I didn't read too much about the format because obviously I'm not a UCS player, so I don't really care to familiarize myself with the details. But it's supposed to be like a mini league now. So and LAIC is starting right off the rip. So we'll see how things progress. But obviously, I'll be watching those events live. So see how it goes. Anyways, that's gonna be time for solo queue. Oh hell no, brother! I told you today's the break day. I'll play solo queue tomorrow. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me today, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the VOD rerun or like the VOD watching. I'll be back tomorrow. I will play on my alt account tomorrow and try to get that to 1600 before the season ends, and probably means I'll do some solo queue and maybe some viewer games. We'll see. I'll pretty much be streaming every day this week except for Sunday. Sunday this week I will not be streaming, so just keep that in mind. Sunday is my day of rest, or I have stuff to do outside. So yeah, every day I'll probably be streaming a little bit every single day until Sunday, and then obviously Sunday I take a break, and then Monday I'll be back. So thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Good luck on your matches if you're playing tonight. And if you're not, hopefully you enjoy the rest of your night. If you like what you see, don't forget to follow the stream. I go live on Twitch and YouTube for your convenience. Time for duos tomorrow. But yeah, hopefully you guys have a great rest of your day. I will see you guys when I see you. Until then, adios. Ta-ta.